Dismissing him as a weekend politician, DMK says Vijay's rally is not a concern for them. The top story that we are following here on India Today is coming in from Nepal. The interim government all set to take shape in Nepal. Sushila Karki has been sworn in as the interim Prime Minister. It's the Ministry of External Affairs that has now responded on the formation of the interim government in Nepal. Ministry of External Affairs say they welcome the formation of the interim government, hopeful that the government would help in fostering peace, hopeful that the government will bring about stability. India will be closely working for prosperity of Nepal. This is a statement coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs. Very closely looking to work forward for prosperity. Ministry of External Affairs is hopeful that the government would help in bringing stability. Images that you are seeing on your screens, these are the developments that are coming in from Nepal in the last 24 hours. The government is now hopeful that this new interim government will help in fostering peace across Nepal. This is an interim government which has now been formed. The former Chief Justice of Nepal, Sushila Karki, she has now been sworn in as the interim Prime Minister of Nepal. Interim government takes shape in Nepal. Sushila Karki has been sworn in as the interim Prime Minister. Images that you are seeing on your screens are of the interim government formation that is taking place in Nepal now. MEA has come out with a statement. India, in fact, has been very closely monitoring all that is happening in Nepal. In fact, the agencies also had were informing. Our External Affairs Editor, Geeta Mohan, now joining me on the story. Geeta, the MEA has come out with a very measured response. They have now responded on the formation of the interim government. They welcome the formation, and the MEA in a statement says that they are hopeful that the government would help in fostering peace.
Well, that's right. Aishwarya. It is very essential that the neighborhood remains peace and calm. And after all the violence that India had seen, India's border security was heightened, and there were tense situations. Nepal is a very important partner of India, and therefore the statement from the Ministry of External Affairs on behalf of the Government of India is very clear that they welcome the interim government in Nepal, which could only mean peace and stability. And because India is a close neighbor and a fellow democracy with a long-term development partner, it is essential that India is looking at the well-being and prosperity of the two peoples of the countries. That's the very brief, short statement that has been made. But if I look at it very closely, expect a conversation between Prime Minister Modi and the new Prime Minister of the interim government in Nepal sooner than later. And surely expect engagement between the two countries to continue the way it did in the past.
Right, thank you. Geeta Mohan, our External Affairs Editor, also now putting things in perspective and saying that once we look at very closely what we can expect in coming days is the conversation that will happen between the interim Prime Minister in Nepal and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It is Nepal that has a new face at the helm now. The former Chief Justice of Nepal, Sushila Karki, she's taken oath as the country's interim Prime Minister. There is a timeline of 6 months that has been set now. The next elections will be held after 6 months. She, in fact, has now scripted history. She has become the first female Prime Minister of the Himalayan nation. The oath-taking ceremony took place at Shanti Nivas. President administered the oath. Hami Nepal and its supporters hail this as a fruit of patience, unity and sacrifice. In fact, Kathmandu's mayor, Balin Shah, also struck a chord with the Gen Z, calling their struggle the engine of change, saluting the martyrs and wishing recovery to all those who have been injured. The big question now, what will happen next? Sources have told India Today 3 cabinet ministers will take oath in the first batch and 7 more would follow in coming days. Gen Z will stay out of the government, but a special advisory committee to monitor and to guide the interim setup, that's something that will be done now.
I'm pretty sure that Sushila Karki will be able to manage the next elections. And it's not for the first time that this is happening. In 2013 as well, the Chief Justice at that time took the reins of government in his hands, following an all-party consensus around it, and got the elections conducted. So I think it's a very good development under the circumstances.
Do you know any constitution in the world which says that I can self-efface myself? It doesn't happen. So, there are this particular element. This is a kind of negotiation, but I'm glad that they are choosing a leader. Sushila Karki ji, the former Chief Justice. She has a reputation as being a straight individual, corruption, somebody who's fought against corruption, given many human rights answers, etc. She's also a senior person. We are fortunately studied at BHU. So when you see all this, you hope that, you are starting to rebuild in that sense, fill in the vacuum.
ये डिसीजन कैसे हुआ? आर्मी चीफ, प्रेसिडेंट and students, the generation Z, they met, and it's a अच्छा development है. और ये सुशीला बनारस में पढ़ी है. जो भारत ने करना है कि भारत ये नया गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट देना है.
She is the best and she is the capable lady for this situation. And at this moment, Sushila is only the person who can control the situation, and she is the one who can deal the all everything. She's the one. She has to be there, and she is there.
नहीं, मेरे हिसाब से तो अभी जो देश है वो राजा को सौंपना चाहिए. उसके बाद चाहे प्रधानमंत्री रखो चाहे कुछ भी रखो, लेकिन अभी देश को राजा की जरूरत है मेरे हिसाब से.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to visit the state of Manipur today. This is his first visit since the ethnic clashes that tore through the state 2 years ago, that is in 2023. He would be visiting the epicenter of the violence-hit area of Chandpur. Now this before he goes to Manipur capital Imphal. Under the banner Viksit Bharat, Viksit Manipur, Prime Minister Modi is all set to kick off projects worth 8,500 crore rupees across the state, hoping to make sure that the wounds of Manipur are healed. Politics also has erupted. Rahul Gandhi, who is the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha, says Manipur has been in turmoil for the last 2 years and says Prime Minister Modi's trip is no big deal. Rahul Gandhi insisted the real issue facing the country today is what he calls vote chori.
ये तो बहुत दिन पहले ही होना चाहिए था. ये दावा हम लोग भी पहले करते थे और अब वो जा रहे हैं. अब देखिए मणिपुर क्या बोलती है, यही सबसे महत्वपूर्ण होगा कि उनके क्या रिएक्शन. हम लोग तो सचमुच दुखित हैं कि एक राज्य में केवल एक एमपी सीट है या वहाँ पे ज़्यादा राजनीतिक फायदा लेने वाली बात नहीं है करके आप उस राज्य को पूरा नज़रअंदाज कर सकते हैं. ये बहुत दुखदायक है.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be in Manipur for the first time since the ethnic conflict took place in 2023. He will also be visiting the epicenter. Now, before he goes to Imphal, what's now happening is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is looking at the banner of Viksit Bharat and Viksit Manipur. What we are looking at, projects worth 8,500 crore rupees, and this is with the hope that we could now see the wounds of Manipur being healed. Indrajit Kundu brings you this report.
After 2 years of ethnic clash, Manipur hopes to heal in the coming months. The Prime Minister's promised visit on the 13th of September to Imphal would play a significant role in this process.
Honorable PM will be arriving in Manipur on 13th September 2025 from Aizawl. On his arrival at Chandpur around 12:15 p.m., he will first interact with some of the internally displaced persons in the district. The Honorable Prime Minister will address the public gathering at Peace Ground, Chandpur.
Security has been heightened across Manipur and of course in capital Imphal. There is army, central paramilitary forces and of course the Manipur police working in tandem to make full-proof security arrangements in the state ahead of the Prime Minister's high-profile visit. Now, the Prime Minister will be addressing two events. One, of course, here at the Kangla Fort, which is a historic site in the capital, Imphal. He's also supposed to visit Churachandpur, the other area which has been completely strife-torn in the past 2 years. Churachandpur, of course, is a tribal-dominated hill district, and that has been at the epicenter of the ethnic crisis in the past 2 years.
Over the past 27 months, Manipur witnessed prolonged periods of intense violence and displacement. More than 60 kilometers from Imphal in the hills, Churachandpur was the place where it all began and where it continued to smolder all along. The fault lines between the Kuki and the Meitei communities have not closed. There are around 57,000 people in over 280 relief camps across the Meitei majority valley and the Kuki-Zo majority hills in Manipur. They have witnessed the brunt of the 2-year-long ethnic clashes raging across the state.
We are immensely pleased that the PM of India is coming to our district for the first time in the long history of India, and we heartily welcome him. And along with this visit, we are hopeful that the Kuki people, the Kuki-Zo Council and the Kuki-Zo people, that there should be an amicable solution in spite of the ongoing conflict in Manipur.
I think it's very unfortunate that he come very late to the people of Manipur.
The boundaries between valley districts where Meiteis are in a majority and hill districts where Kuki-Zos are in a majority have hardened in the past 2 years.
It's a little bit late for him to come now because many people have lost their life and their house has been burned. A lot of weapons and other things are flowing all over the state, even though combing operation is carried out, but still I think there are many issues, ground realities which we don't know.
It's not useful. Like he is already late. It's been 2.5 years. There is no use of him coming here.
The Union Home Ministry has been constantly in talks with groups on both sides separately.
Ever since ethnic conflict broke out in Manipur, it has been a long-standing demand from the people in the state that Prime Minister himself visit Manipur at least once. That moment has finally arrived. However, it has taken 2 long years. Since then, people from both sides of the ethnic divide, be it the Kukis in the hill districts or the Meiteis in the valley, have begun to piece together their life from the ruins of the ethnic conflict. The big question that now looms large, whether or not the Prime Minister's visit will be able to bridge the trust deficit between the two ethnic communities. With camera person Tapas Bairi, Indrajit for India Today in Manipur.
News that's coming in from the state of Karnataka now. Celebration turned into a tragedy across the state. Truck rams into Ganpati procession, truck loses control. This incident coming to the fore from Karnataka's Hassan district. Hassan mishap has killed over 8 people, 25 have been injured. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has expressed his grief. Ex gratia of 5 lakh rupees will be given to the kin of the deceased. Karnataka government will be bearing all the medical expenses. Images that you are seeing on your screens are coming in from Hassan in Karnataka. There was a truck that rammed into the people who were taking part in the Ganpati procession. The truck lost control. Images that you are seeing are of the celebrations and then the injured being wheeled into the hospital. 8 people have been killed, over 25 people are injured. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has expressed his grief. An ex gratia, 5 lakh rupees will be given to the kin of the deceased. Karnataka government has said that they will be bearing the medical expenses. This is the Chief Minister who's given out a statement. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has said that the government will make sure that they bear the the cost of the medical expenses. Images that you are seeing, people being wheeled into the hospital. A truck lost control and rammed into the procession. Ganpati procession was taking place in Hassan in Karnataka. 8 people have been killed, over 25 are injured. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has expressed grief over this incident. Ex gratia of 5 lakh rupees will be given to the kin of the deceased. Karnataka government will be bearing the medical expenses. This is images that you are seeing on your screens came in last night. This is Hassan, where the procession was taking place. The truck that you are seeing, that truck lost control and rammed into the people. People were taking part in the Ganpati procession. This is a celebration that unfortunately turned into a huge tragedy. The death toll so far is 8. More than 25 people have been injured. They have been taken to the hospital. It's the state government which is now bearing the cost of the hospital. Ex gratia of 5 lakh rupees will now be given to the kin of the deceased. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has been apprised about everything that's happening. Also, Karnataka government is all set to bear the medical expenses. Moving now to the state of Telangana, where a shocking murder has come to the fore. In Kushiaguda, 40-year-old has been murdered in full public view. A man killed a 40-year-old. A man killed. His name was, he was 40 years old, Shrikant Reddy. The accused stabbed the victim multiple times. Those are the images that you are seeing on your screens coming in from Telangana. Now, this is a shocking murder which has been captured on camera and it took place in full public view. A 40-year-old man has been murdered. The accused stabbed the victim multiple times. These are the images that you are seeing on your screens coming in from Telangana. My colleague Abdul Bashir is now joining me on the story. Abdul, a very shocking case. What's even more shocking is that it has been captured on camera and this murder took place in full public view.
Well, yes, this incident has taken place yesterday around 5:30 to 6 p.m. is what the police has to say. That it is revealed that Devaraj and Daniel had killed Shrikant yesterday. The victim lying on ground is identified as Shrikant, who is a real estate, who does a real estate business. And Daniel and Devaraj had brutally killed Shrikant on a busy road in the daylight where people were filming the particular act, and they immediately after Devraj and Shrikant Devraj and Daniel had killed Shrikant, they had stopped Daniel on his way back and then handed him over to the police. A case has been registered and further investigation into the matter is underway as to what was the motive behind this particular murder that had taken place in broad daylight. Remember, just a day ago, there was a 50-year-old woman, Renu Agarwal, who was murdered in her own apartment by the domestic workers, and now Hyderabad is dealing with this particular murder, a shocking visual that has come out from the Kushiaguda police station limits, where this particular man is seen stabbing Shrikant several times, where he died on the spot. Medical team arrived, tried to give us CPR, but unfortunately couldn't save Shrikant, who was lying on the ground after the attack.
Thank you, Abdul, giving us those details. 40-year-old man has been stabbed to death in full public view in Telangana. Moving now to the state of Tamil Nadu, where the political fight is now heating up just ahead of the assembly elections. Now, actor turned politician Vijay is all set to launch his poll campaign. The poll campaign will be launched from the city of Trichy today. Ahead of this big rally, the TVK chief has hit out at the DMK government for failing to fulfill the promises they had made. He also slammed Tamil Nadu police for imposing what he calls unfair restrictions on his rally. Vijay also emphasized the importance of adhering to rules imposed by the police, urging the cadre to maintain discipline when the rally takes place. He has also asserted people's love will make his rally a huge success. TVK chief was allowed to hold his yatra only after accepting close to 22 conditions that were set by the police. Earlier, it was BJP leader Annamalai who sharpened his attack on Vijay, dismissing him as a weekend politician who meets people only on Saturdays and Sundays, unlike the BJP and the AIA-DMK, which he says are available to people 24/7. The DMK on its part, they have asserted Vijay's weekend rally poses no threat or even a concern for the government.
It is open-heartedly seen that it is 100% blessings by DMK to ADMK campaign, which is a part of a BJP alliance. So DMK wanted to support BJP alliance ADMK to do a very prompt and fresh campaign, and they are very much worried about our leaders' campaign, and we are deliberately seeing that on the ground. And definitely we are not worried about all this because we have people support. Our leader has people support. With all the support, definitely our leader will overcome all these problems, and definitely we'll be able to complete the program in next 3 months.
We're now taking a very quick break. On the other side, amid all the calls to boycott India-Pakistan game, politicians have also joined the chorus. Aditya Thackeray has slammed the BJP and BCCI over India-Pakistan match.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
उठो पार्थ गांडीव संभालो. The world today is caught in a complex chakravyuh. A battlefield of wars, economic slowdown, and a crisis of confidence. But in this chaos, India is rising. A civilization that has stood unbroken for thousands and thousands of years. A nation that now guides and navigates this complex world with confidence and with clarity. I'm Gaurav Sawant. This is Chakravyuh.
India's spirit, India's stories, India's podcast. Watch every Thursday, 5 p.m. on India Today YouTube.
You are watching India Today.
Now, India is all set to face arch rival Pakistan in the Asia Cup 2025 tomorrow. But this match has been beset by boycott calls by fans, and what's making things even worse, the ticket sales for this match have not been along the expected lines. Watch this special story to understand why there is a big hype around the blockbuster match, but it hasn't been quite the same this time around. Take a look.
An India versus Pakistan cricket match can usually sell itself. But this blockbuster encounter is proving to be a harder sell than usual in the ongoing Asia Cup. Amid calls for a boycott of the match on social media, a new public interest litigation was unsuccessfully filed in the Supreme Court of India seeking the cancellation of the high-profile match. That might not seem like bad news in isolation, but it follows a number of high-profile social media users putting out statements in which they said that they would not be covering the match in any manner. And even politicians now are joining the growing chorus against the match.
आपने कहा था पानी और खून एक साथ नहीं बहेगा. पानी और खून एक साथ नहीं बहेगा तो खून और क्रिकेट एक साथ कैसा चलेगा? कैसा चलेगा? पूरा देश खून से लथपथ हुआ था उस दिन. हाँ, तो ये क्या है? तो हम शिवसेना उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे हमने ये निर्णय लिया है, हम इस भारत पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट का जो मैच हो रहा है अबू धाबी में, हम उसका विरोध करेंगे। हमारी महिलाएं सड़क पर आएगी।
क्रिकेट में भी वही हो रहा है, वहाँ पे भी आपको इंडिया पाकिस्तान के साथ खेलना है। वहाँ पे टेररिस्ट अटैक हो गया कुछ महीना पहले पहलगाम में, जहाँ पे हम लोगों ने देखा हमारे देश के सिविलियंस मारे गए, हमारी आर्मी लोग मारे जाते हैं। जब भी लड़ाई होती है, टेररिस्ट अटैक होती है, उसके बाद आप चाहते तो इसको बंद करवा सकते थे इंडिया पाकिस्तान मैच, लेकिन आपको क्रिकेट भी खेलना है। जो लोग मरे हैं उन लोग के बारे में सोचना नहीं है।
आज जर खरी भाजप असती सत्तेत तर आज BCCIला प्रश्न विचारला असता की तुम्ही हिम्मतच कशी करता पाकड्यांबरोबर खेळण्याची। पण आज BCCI पैशांची लालच दाखवून आपण पाहतोय ज्या देशांनी आपल्या देशावर हमला केला, आपल्या बांधवांनी तिथे मारून टाकलं, सिंदूर पुसलं, जे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कदाचित भाजप बिहारमध्ये निवडणुकीसाठी वापरेल, त्याच पाकड्यांबरोबर आज BCCI क्रिकेट खेळत आहे। हे दुर्दैव आहे देशाचं।
Reports of fan apathy are reflected in the fact that ticket sales are low, with an Emirates Cricket Board official admitting that the ticket sales are crazy dull. However, that does not mean that interest in the match is completely gone.
People who would normally tease you for watching Pakistani dramas on YouTube, that's not banned, by the way, in Pakistan. In Dubai, because we live here. Yeah. So we often get, teased by some of our Indian friends and colleagues for some of us who love to watch Pakistani series. But those are the same sort of people now making the request that can we get tickets for the India-Pakistan match, which I found it really funny.
100%. I'm so excited. We're coming back. We're definitely coming back. Not going to miss it for anything.
Hope इंडिया पाकिस्तान वाले मैच के अंदर इंडिया जीते, बस यही है।
जो इंडिया और पाकिस्तान का मैच है वही हमारे लिए फाइनल है। Definitely up for it. We are looking forward to it and we are going to come back and we are going to see the match and enjoy the match.
Is the lack of hype around the India versus Pakistan match a result of off-field tensions, apathy towards the Asia Cup, or a bit of both? It's still too early to tell, but the organizers will hope that business picks up very soon. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Joining me on the broadcast, Vikrant Gupta, who's Senior Managing Editor and Head of Sports Tak. Vikrant, now the big question which almost everyone at the moment is asking is that why are we seeing this growing chorus amongst the fans to boycott the India versus Pakistan game in the Asia Cup? Politicians have also joined in. We have the likes of Aditya Thackeray, Manoj Tiwari, all of them questioning the government's green light to the game after Operation Sindoor. What's your take on these boycott calls?
Well, it's not the first time that the politicians have started the boycott India-Pakistan game chorus. They were the first ones. In fact, I was also surprised when they announced the Asia Cup. But I think that was the moment when India could have pulled out or not agreed to having an Asia Cup. Now that the Asia Cup's begun, now that India are going to play Pakistan, I don't think the team should boycott it. It's up to an individual to watch the game or not to watch the game. But imagine a situation where India lets go of this game. So you give Pakistan additional points and you suffer. Rather than that, the Indians can go out, play the game, win the game, beat them again, and if possible, there's a final between the two countries, beat them again. So I think what's going to happen is that the Indians will play to their potential and the pressure will be on Pakistan. India have got to exploit that rather than going by the jingoism which is being spread politically.
Vikrant, less than a day remaining for India versus Pakistan match, but the ticket sales reportedly have been lower than expected. What do you think is the reason for this lack of enthusiasm amongst fans?
It is surprising. I think this will be the first India-Pakistan game where the attendance may not be 100%. You're talking about the high-profile corporate boxes not being sold. That's also true. And I think what happens is that Dubai is a place for people to network. It is also a place for the socialites, the celebs to be seen, the page 3 people to be seen watching a game. And it's the reversal now. I don't think people would want to be seen watching a Pakistan game. That could be the reason for the corporate boxes not being sold. As far as the tickets are concerned, We all know that this is not the first game Dubai is hosting, and every year if there are a couple of India-Pakistan games or 3 or 4 games every year, obviously the game's stature goes down. Also, don't forget the fact that even though India are a great T20 team, they're without Virat Kohli, they're without Rohit Sharma, and look at Pakistan. They've got players, we in India don't even know them how good or bad they are.
Thank you, Vikrant, giving us all those details, and Vikrant also putting things in perspective with regards to the big match between India versus Pakistan in the Asia Cup. With that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Ashwara Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of It's Gone Viral. Now, in the next half an hour, we'll be showing you some of the images and videos that have gone viral over the last week and have created a lot of buzz.
Toronto witnessed a grand celebration as Toronto's Raja brought Ganesh Chaturthi forward to Canada. From Stapna Puja to energetic Dhol Tasha beats, nearly 10,000 devotees gathered in North York to seek Bappa's blessings. The vibrant event highlighted how Indians carry their traditions worldwide, creating a sense of unity and devotion even thousands of miles away from home. B.Ed students from Rajasthan made headlines after hiring a private helicopter to reach their exam center in flood-hit Uttarakhand. Well, they were determined not to miss their final paper, and they spent over 40,000 rupees for the ride. A now viral video shows the group seated inside the chopper as it lands in Munsiari, highlighting the lengths students sometimes go to secure their education. UK-based wildlife enthusiast Mike Halston, also known as the Real Tarzan, sparked controversy after sharing a video of himself manhandling a saltwater crocodile. While critics slammed the stunt as unsafe, Halston defended it as an educational effort. The Instagram reel has already amassed more than 4.5 million views, sparking an ongoing online debate about wildlife awareness versus exploitation.
Small, but they get much bigger than this. Man, a strong animal. This is juvenile. I think it can get 7 meters easily.
Viewers worldwide for its simple yet powerful social commentary. A man has gone viral for his unique tap dance performance to Mere Dholna from the Bollywood classic Bhool Bhulaiya. Shared on Instagram by dancer Vikas Arun, the clip has garnered over 167,000 views. The unusual fusion of tap dance with Indian classical music has been winning hearts online, with many praising the creativity and seamless rhythm of the performance. Marking 11 years in India, Russian-born Bengaluru resident Lulia Alsamova shared a heartfelt Instagram video about how the country transformed her life. Dressed in a traditional salwar suit with a small bindi, she listed 3 reasons why India became home despite her initial plans to stay for just 1 year. The video struck a chord, resonating with people across cultures. A Mumbai man celebrated his father's MBA achievement in a quirky way by throwing a themed party centered entirely around him. The unique celebration, captured in a viral Instagram reel by Maitri Sathe, has clocked over 316,000 views. From decor to food, everything reflected the father's personality, making the event a memorable and heartwarming family moment. Bharatanatyam dancers from a Karnataka engineering college stole hearts online after a video showed them performing the Hanuman Chalisa in pouring rain. Shared by Prarthana Rao, the clip has amassed over 4.8 million views. The performance was praised for its devotion, discipline and artistry, with viewers calling it a spiritual and cultural spectacle unlike any other. An Instagram reel of a Haryana mother racing her son who was driving a Porsche has taken the internet by storm. shared by Ashish Chahal with the caption, "Average Jat Mummy." The clip has already been viewed over 40 million times. Netizens have been left both amused and impressed by the mother's spirited energy and enthusiasm. A Russian woman living in Gurugram went viral after sharing a video detailing her monthly expenses for a good lifestyle. From rent costing 1.2 lakh rupees for a one-bedroom flat to other essentials, the clip sparked widespread discussions about affordability and expat living in India. Many viewers were shocked by the high cost compared to average local earnings.
A college student from Pune wowed audiences with his energetic dance to a 3-song remix at Ferguson College Fest. The performance, uploaded by Ritesh Udawant with the caption "Danced My Heart Out" at Ferguson, quickly went viral with over 5,43,000 views. The video has been praised for its lively moves and infectious joy on stage. A property tax debate in Cranford, New Jersey took a hilarious turn when council candidate Will Tilley started breakdancing mid-meeting. Shared on X by Colin Rugg, the clip shows attendees stunned as Tilley spun on the floor. The video has since gone viral, with many praising his unconventional campaign style while others questioned his seriousness. A viral video from Spain's La Tomatina festival showed a group of Indians singing Bollywood classic Chumma Chumma De De. Shared by Waqar Azmi, the clip sparked mixed reactions, some calling it harmless fun, others criticizing it as embarrassing representation abroad. Despite the debate, the video highlights Bollywood's global influence in the most unexpected settings. A heartwarming video from Bengaluru shows an auto driver navigating the city's busy roads while carrying his baby in his arms. Shared on Instagram by Ritu, the caption reads, "He drives to earn but carries what he lives for." The video quickly went viral, touching hearts everywhere with its tender glimpse into a father's love.
1 week முன்னாடி இந்த போனை இன்னொரு கண்ட்ரில தொலைச்சிட்டு வந்துட்டேன். அந்த கண்ட்ரியோட போலீஸ் வந்து ஃப்ரீ ஆஃப் காஸ்ட் என்கிட்ட திருப்பி கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. அப்படியே வாங்கிட்டு வரப்போ உங்ககிட்ட தான் சொல்லணும்னு நினைச்சேன்.
Chennai-based YouTuber Madan Gauri has shared a viral story about how Dubai police returned his lost phone within days at no cost. In his Instagram reel, he narrated how he misplaced the device at Dubai airport but was surprised to get it back so quickly. The video has earned praise for the city's efficient and trustworthy authorities.
இந்த கலர் கேஸ், கேம் ஆஃப் த்ரோன்ஸ், கால் ரோகோ ஸ்டிக்கர் இதெல்லாம் உடைஞ்சிருக்கும். எல்லாத்தையுமே வந்து சொல்லி
सबका उतारो मुर्शिद देखो सर आशुतोष गुवाईकर ही इज ऑन द सेम फ्लाइट एज मी आई एम सो हैप्पी सर.
अच्छा रूमी, इफ यू प्रॉमिस नॉट टू एडिट इट, ये मेरी खासियत है. आप लोग कपिल शर्मा शो देखिएगा इसके लिए कि हर एक कोई मुझे.
Bollywood actor Ashish Vidyarthi, known for his powerful villainous roles, was hilariously mistaken for filmmaker Ashutosh Gowarkar by a fan in a viral video. Instead of getting offended, Ashish humbly corrected the person, winning hearts online for his grace and humility. The resurfaced clip has sparked conversations about respect, memory, and the light-heartedness with which Vidyarthi handled the situation.
आशुतोष गोवारी का बुलाया, इसको आपको रखना पड़ेगा.
अच्छा देखिए मैंने आपको सही पहचाना है.
मेरा नाम आशीष विद्यार्थी है.
What was supposed to be a joyous car delivery turned disastrous for a young couple in Delhi. Their newly purchased Mahindra Thar Rocks flew off the dealership's first floor in Nirman Vihar, overturning on the footpath and damaging a motorcycle. The shocking moment caught on camera is now viral on social media, sparking debates about safety protocols at auto showrooms. A terrifying incident on the Philor-Ludhiana highway has shocked netizens. A woman was forced to cling onto a moving auto in a desperate attempt to escape a robbery. The dramatic visuals, now viral on social media, highlight rising safety concerns in Punjab. Netizens have criticized local law enforcement while praising the woman's bravery and quick thinking in a life-threatening situation. A viral video has stunned viewers with its jaw-dropping sequence of events sparking debates on karma and fate. A pedestrian fixed an open gutter lid in a zebra crossing, preventing accidents. But in an airy twist, as he bent down to close it, a street pole collapsed exactly where he had been standing moments earlier. Netizens are calling it divine intervention.
If you thought avocado was a fad, well, brace yourself.
Avocado has invaded Desi street food. Gurgaon's Prince Chaat is serving avocado pani puri at 220 rupees for 6 pieces. Instead of aloo masala, the crispy puris are stuffed with chilled avocado, onions and tomatoes. The quirky fusion dish has sparked a foodie debate online. While some call it innovative, others argue that classics should not be tampered with. Either way, it's viral.
Mind going for it again?
जॉली जी नमस्ते. वो हमें लक्ष्मी जी ने भेजा.
हम भी तो लक्ष्मी जी के लिए यहाँ बैठे हैं. आ जाओ भाई, आ जाओ, आ जाओ आगे. बस बिरबल, कोई भी ग्राहक जॉली को पूछने आए तो सीधे मेरे पास ले आना, समझे?
मैं तो नए केस ही नहीं ले रहा हूँ. इतना काम पड़ा है कि सांस लेने की फुर्सत नहीं हुई. तुम भी ना जॉली भैया, कितनी बार बोला 50 से ज्यादा का पेट्रोल डलवा लिया करो. डेली धक्का लगा देता है. देखिए हम बड़े प्रोफेशनल लोग हैं. काम करें या ना करें, पेमेंट पूरी लेते हैं. दो.
The makers of Jolly LLB3 have dropped a new trailer unveiled at a grand event in Meerut, featuring Akshay Kumar and Arshad Varsi reprising their iconic lawyer roles.
मुझसे पंगे लेगा ना तो गन्ने ही चूसने पड़ेंगे, समझा? इसे कहिए अगर परेशानी है तो अपना नाम बदल ले.
मैं ओरिजिनल जॉली हूँ.
मैं भी जॉली नंबर 2 हूँ.
2 नहीं है, 2 है. 2 नंबर ही तो क्लाइंट चोर.
The trailer showcasing their courtroom rivalry with a strong social backdrop involving farmers and politicians.
आदमी की पिटीशन में ना कोई दम नहीं. ये केस आज ही खत्म हो जाएगा.
टेक्निकल मैटर है ये जाहिल कत्था चूना लगा के पानी बेचना है
अबे जज की इज्जत कर रहा हूँ नहीं तो यहीं ठोक दूंगा साले छोटू
The sneak peek has reignited excitement among fans, promising a gripping mix of humor and hard-hitting drama.
Making his US TV debut, performing Boyfriend and Gabru from his new album, P-Pop Culture. Please welcome Karan Aujla.
Punjabi-Canadian sensation Karan Aujla made his spectacular debut on The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon.
ਤਾਈ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰੱਖ ਹੁਣ ਬਿੜਕਾਣਾ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਰੀ ਮਾਏ ਝਿੜਕਾਣਾ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨੂੰ ਹਾਂ ਕਰ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਸੀ
Performing a medley of his hit Boyfriend and MF Gabru, backed by live musicians and dancers, Aujla brought arena show energy to late night TV. Producer Icky joined him on stage, adding a rock twist. The performance marked a milestone in Aujla's global rise and Punjabi music's growing influence.
Karan Aujla! P-Pop Culture is out now. We'll be right back, everybody.
Loka Chapter 1 Chandra has taken Malayalam cinema by storm, introducing audience to a folklore-inspired female superhero, breaking barriers with breathtaking visuals, actions and storytelling. The film has struck gold at the box office, crossing the 200 crore mark. Fans and critics alike have hailed it as a bold leap into superhero genre for regional cinema, sparking nationwide excitement. Indian animation is reaching new heights with Vayuputra, the legend of Hanuman. Produced by Nagavamsi and directed by Chando Mondati, the 3D animated feature reimagines Hanuman's epic journey with cutting-edge visuals. Positioned as a landmark in Indian animation, the project promises to push storytelling boundaries while captivating audience with a modern yet devotional portrayal of the beloved deity.
योगी है ये हमारा क्या बिगाड़ लेगा मगर वे लोग भूल रहे हैं कि चाणक्य भी एक योगी थे भगवान परशुराम भी योगी
Ajay, the untold story of a yogi, is creating waves online with its gripping trailer inspired by Shantanu Gupta's book on Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. In just 4 days, it racked up 2 crore views. Directed by Ravindra Gupta and starring Anand Joshi alongside Paresh Rawal and Pawan Malhotra, the film promises to portray Yogi's journey from monk to a leader.
बाबा प्रकट होते हैं
तोहफा 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 लाया 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 सबको 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 भाया 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 जीएसटी का तोहफा मेरा दाम कम का प्रेजेंट मेरा मिडिल क्लास को चैन आ गया दिवाली जैसा मजा आ गया तोहफा 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 लाया 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 रोटी कपड़ा और मकान सब पे किया जीएसटी है कम त्योहारों की रौनक बढ़े जनता पे किया है बोझ कम मीठे को हमने महंगा किया मोटापे को कहिए अलविदा नशे की चीजों पे टैक्स बढ़ा दवाइयों का भी दाम घटा फिटनेस भी सबकी ठीक रहे ऐसा धमाका मेरा और ऑपोजिशन की नींद को उड़ाया
Watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi all set to visit Manipur today, first time since the ethnic clashes tore through the state 2 years ago in 2023. Prime Minister Modi will be kicking off projects worth 8,500 crore rupees. Rahul Gandhi says PM's trip is no big deal. Nepal gets the first female Prime Minister. Former Chief Justice Sushila Karki has now taken oath as the country's interim Prime Minister. Elections will be held in the next 6 months. 8 people killed and 25 others have been injured after a truck lost control and rammed in the devotees who were participating in the Ganesh idol immersion. Incident took place in Hassan district in Karnataka. The Chief Minister has announced 5 lakh rupee compensation to the victims. TVK Chief Vijay is all set to launch his poll campaign from Trichy today. Vijay hits out at DMK government for failing to fulfill the promises. BJP attacks Vijay, dismissing him as a weakened politician. DMK says Vijay's rally is not a concern. The top story that we are following here on India Today is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Manipur. This is his first visit since the ethnic clashes that tore through the state 2 years ago in 2023. Prime Minister Modi would be visiting the epicenter of the violence. This is Chauri Chandpur. Now this is the place that he will visit before he goes to Manipur's capital, that is the city of Imphal. Now under the banner of Viksit Bharat, Viksit Manipur, Prime Minister Modi will kick off projects worth 8,500 crore rupees. Now this is a hope, and also the government hopes that this heals the scorching wounds of Manipur. But politics also has erupted. Rahul Gandhi, who's the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha, says Manipur has been in turmoil for a long time and says Prime Minister Modi's trip is no big deal. He also insists that the real issue facing the country today is what he calls vote chori.
ये तो बहुत दिन पहले ही होना चाहिए था, ये दावा हम लोग भी पहले करते थे और अब वो जा रहे हैं। अब देखिए मणिपुर क्या बोलती है, यही सबसे महत्वपूर्ण होगा कि उनके क्या रिएक्शन। हम लोग तो सचमुच दुखित हैं कि एक राज्य में केवल एक एमपी सीट है या वहाँ पे ज्यादा राजनीतिक फायदा लेने वाली बात नहीं है करके आप उस राज्य को पूरा नजरअंदाज कर सकते हैं। ये बहुत दुखदायक है।
My colleague Piyush Mishra is now joining me from Aizawl in Mizoram. Piyush, this is a very, very important meeting and also very important visit by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. On one side, we will see Prime Minister Modi having a conversation with most of the people to understand what really is happening, and also the other thing, the projects that will be kicked off. So this is an outreach being done by the central government to make sure that there is development.
That's right, Ashura. For the very first time, we are now seeing as to how Narendra Modi is visiting the northeast India after the clashes which have taken place in Manipur. He will also visit to Manipur, but before that, he will come to the city of Aizawl, where for the very first time since independence, the city is going to get connected via the vast Indian railway network. PM Narendra Modi will first come to Aizawl at around 10 a.m. He is going to inaugurate the 3 railway stations, 3 railway trains connecting Kolkata, Guwahati and Delhi from Aizawl. And after taking part in various projects and inaugurating various projects here in Mizoram, he will fly to Manipur at around 12. He will first go to Churachandpur, where he is going to hold meeting with few people and also going to launch a developmental project. And after that, later in the day, he will fly to Imphal. So it's going to be a packed day for PM Narendra Modi, beginning from 10 a.m. in Aizawl, and then from Manipur he will go, from Mizoram he will go to Manipur, and this is the first visit of PM Narendra Modi after the violence which broke out there in the state. In the last few days, we have also seen as to how a series of meetings have been held by the social organizations, by the political organizations also to understand the ground situation. And after assessing each and everything, Prime Minister is visiting there in the state. It is also being seen as a very huge step at the part of government to reach out to both the communities there in the state so that the peace prevails in Manipur.
Right, Piyush, you are also pointing towards the fact that it's not just one state, but 2 states that Prime Minister Modi will be in. This is also an outreach, Piyush, by the central government to make sure that the northeastern states do not feel left out. Because since BJP came to power in 2014, there have been these programs, the development projects that have taken place. The government, very, very clear, Mizoram, Manipur, these states should not be feeling left out, and that's the reason why we will see all these development projects taking place.
Well, absolutely not only in the state of Mizoram, but also in Manipur, various developmental projects will be launched by PM Narendra Modi. And like you rightly mentioned that, yes, there's a vision of Modi government to ensure that each and every state of Northeast is connected via the railway network, and to ensure that better connectivity is provided to the people of Aizawl. Today, the Bairabi-Sairang railway project is going to be inaugurated by PM Narendra Modi. He will be here at around 10 a.m. And remember that for the very first time since independence, this city is going to hear the voice of a train, and this was also in fact a very complex project on which the Modi government was working for the last more than 1 decade. Multiple hiccups were there, but finally they have achieved the milestone, and today the 51-kilometer long Bairabi-Sairang railway line is going to be inaugurated by PM Narendra Modi, and at the same time he is going to flag off 3 additional trains connecting Delhi, Kolkata and Guwahati, which is going to provide a lot of ease to the people of Aizawl as far as travelling to other parts of the country is concerned. Earlier they had to travel via road network, and due to incessant rains and continuous rains and the temperature weather conditions, there are always problems felt travelling on roads, broken roads, and due to weather conditions sometimes there are blocked roads also. But now due to this connectivity, people will be able to travel easily. A lot of boom to economy, a lot of boom to tourism can be seen in coming few days after this big connectivity is given to the Aizawl city of Mizoram.
Thank you, Piyush, giving us all those details. We will see Prime Minister Narendra Modi making sure that there are development projects which are reaching the northeastern state also. Prime Minister Modi will be in Manipur. This is the first time since he is visiting the state. There were ethnic clashes that took place in 2023. He actually will be visiting the epicenter of the violence hit area of Chauri-Chandpur. Now, before going to Manipur's capital, Imphal, Prime Minister Modi will have a conversation with all those people who are extremely important in the state. Now, under the banner of Viksit Bharat, Viksit Manipur, Prime Minister Modi will also be kicking off projects worth 8,500 crore rupees. Now, this is something that the government hopes will add healing touch to the scorching wounds of Manipur. Indrajit Kundu brings you this report.
After 2 years of ethnic clash, Manipur hopes to heal in the coming months. The Prime Minister's promised visit on the 13th of September to Imphal would play a significant role in this process.
Honorable PM will be arriving in Manipur on 13th September 2025 from Aizawl. On his arrival at Chauri-Chandpur around 12:15 PM, he will first interact with some of the internally displaced persons in the district. The Honorable Prime Minister will address the public gathering at Peace Ground, Chauri-Chandpur.
Security has been heightened across Manipur and of course in capital Imphal. There is army, central paramilitary forces and of course the Manipur police working in tandem to make foolproof security arrangements in the state ahead of the Prime Minister's high-profile visit. Now, the Prime Minister will be addressing two events. One, of course, here at the Kangla Fort, which is a historic site in the capital Imphal. He is also supposed to visit Chauri-Chandpur, the other area which has been completely strife-torn in the past 2 years. Chauri-Chandpur, of course, is a tribal-dominated hill district, and that has been at the epicenter of the ethnic crisis in the past 2 years.
Over the past 27 months, Manipur witnessed prolonged periods of intense violence and displacement. More than 60 kilometers from Imphal in the hills, Chauri-Chandpur was the place where it all began and where it continued to smolder all along. The fault lines between the Kuki and the Meitei communities have not closed. There are around 57,000 people in over 280 relief camps across the Meitei majority valley and the Kuki-Zo majority hills in Manipur. They have witnessed the brunt of the 2-year-long ethnic clashes raging across the state.
We are immensely pleased that the PM of India is coming to our district for the first time in the long history of India, and we heartily welcome him. And along with this visit, we are hopeful that the Kuki people, the Kuki-Zo Council and the Kuki-Zo people, that there should be an amicable solution in spite of the ongoing conflict in Manipur.
I think it's very unfortunate that he come very late to the people of Manipur.
The boundaries between valley districts where Meiteis are in a majority and hill districts where Kuki-Zos are in a majority have hardened in the past 2 years.
It's a little bit late for him to come now because many people have lost their life and their house has been burned. A lot of weapons and other things are flowing all over the state, even though combing operation is carried out, but still I think there are many issues, ground realities which we don't know.
It's not useful. Like he is already late. It's been 2.5 years. There is no use of him coming here.
The Union Home Ministry has been constantly in talks with groups on both sides separately.
Ever since ethnic conflict broke out in Manipur, it has been a long-standing demand from the people in the state that Prime Minister himself visit Manipur at least once. That moment has finally arrived. However, it has taken 2 long years. Since then, people from both sides of the ethnic divide, be it the Kukis in the hill districts or the Meiteis in the valley, have begun to piece together their life from the ruins of the ethnic conflict. The big question that now looms large
whether or not the Prime Minister's visit will be able to bridge the trust deficit between the two ethnic communities. With camera person Tapas Bairi, Indrajit for India Today in Manipur.
My colleague Indrajit Kundu is now joining me from Imphal in Manipur. Indrajit, the first question, how are the people in Manipur seeing this visit? What's the sentiment on the ground?
Well, Aishwarya, I have been speaking to a cross-section of people from both sides of the ethnic divide. Everyone has welcomed the Prime Minister's visit, even though the sense on the ground is that it could perhaps, have been made, this trip could have been made earlier. And then probably things would have moved faster on the ground as far as the peace process is concerned. Because, for the past 7 months, Manipur has been placed under president's rule. So it's directly under the administration of the central government, and things have swiftly changed on the ground. We can see normalcy restored in both sides. In Imphal Valley right now, we've been seeing life going on in normal mode. Similarly, yesterday when we were visiting Churachandpur, we can see the same. The only thing that needs addressing right now are the pressing demands for justice for those people who are internally displaced, for those families who have lost their loved ones. They are seeking justice, and also to bridge the mistrust between the two ethnic groups, because the Kukis, on the other hand, who are based in Churachandpur Hill district, they are continuously saying that they need a political solution, and somehow they do not want to be part of the administration, which is mostly dominated by the Meitei community in Manipur. On the other hand, the Meitei civil society groups, the community here, are of strict belief that the territorial integrity of Manipur has to remain constant. It cannot be altered. So these are difficult political questions that need an answering. Perhaps they won't come from one visit of the Prime Minister, but what of course is expected is a healing touch from the person who is at the very top of the Indian administration, the Prime Minister himself coming down. The expectation is that he would be providing a healing touch to the sufferings of both the communities, and also give a fillip and impetus to the development programs. And that's the reason why 8,500 crore worth of development programs would be flagged off by the Prime Minister for Manipur today.
Right, Indrajit, you're making a very important point, healing the wounds. Do you believe this visit will actually heal some wounds, help in bridging the gap between the kind of fight that we have seen taking place?
Well, I'm sure it will, because, the Prime Minister is giving separate times to both the communities. He will first be going to Churachandpur. He will be meeting those who have been displaced, who have been out of their homes for the past 2 years. He would be meeting several civil society organizations and Kuki groups. And then he will address a public meeting in Churachandpur. So yesterday, when I was there in Churachandpur, I did speak to a lot of these communities, and they are saying that, we are going to welcome the Prime Minister with heavy hearts, because we've lost so many of our people from this tribal region, and there is still no sense of closure for those families. But nonetheless, since the Prime Minister is going to visit this place, we will be able to harp upon the point that why we need a separate administration, and look at the state of Churachandpur over the past 2 years. That is one sentiment. On the other hand, here in Imphal, if you speak to any Meitei community, they are also saying that as far as the territorial integrity of Manipur is concerned, that cannot be altered at any cost. And this demand for a separate state is not something that they subscribe to. However, they also want peace, because for any general public, the Aam Aadmi on the ground, peace is what is the most necessary ingredient to get back to normal livelihood and lives here in the state.
Thank you, Indrajit, giving us those details, putting things in perspective, and also bringing to the fore what the people at the moment are looking for with regards to Prime Minister's visit, especially in the state of Manipur. News that's coming in at the moment. Amid Donald Trump's global tariff war, United States tells the G7 to punish India and China with tariffs. United States has, in a statement to G7, said slap tariffs on nation buying oil from Russia. US Treasury Scott Bessent has said impose penalties on nations having energy trade with Moscow. Cutting off Russian revenue will end the war that Russia has with Ukraine. The G7 said they will explore options to end the Ukraine war. So this is the double speak that we are now seeing out in the open. It's the US which is now asking the G7 to punish India as well as China with penalties and with tariffs. Slap tariffs on nations that are buying oil from Russia. US Treasury Scott Bessent in a statement said one needs to impose penalties on those nations that are having energy trade with Moscow. Cutting off Russian revenue will end the war. The G7 has responded. They have said they will be exploring options to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. My colleague Pranay Upadhyay is now joining me on the story. Pranay, we are seeing Donald Trump's global tariff war taking place. On one side, he's saying that he has good conversation with Prime Minister Narendra Modi with India. But on the other side, it's the United States of America telling the G7 to punish India as well as China because both these nations have been buying oil from Russia.
You're absolutely right, Aishwarya. And if you see, this is typical and classic blow hot, blow cold policy of President Donald Trump. In his administration, on one side, he talks about resolving issues with India, having good relations, and praising Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his relation with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his friendship with India. But on the other side, his team is putting pressure on India and, in fact, calling out India as a country which is fueling so-called the Russia's war against Ukraine, which is not the case, overlooking the fact that China is the biggest buyer of the Russian oil, and not only India and China. In fact, the European countries to whom Mr. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary of the United States, is pursuing and asking them to punish these countries, they are buying. In fact, the European Union has the larger and the bigger oil and gas import from Russia. So this remains a dual policy as far as these issues are concerned. But yes, definitely, we cannot overlook the fact that India's the merchandise export and merchandise trade with the G7 countries, which include the United States as well as the other European countries, including all the Western nations, that has increased the merchandise trade between the India and G7.
Right.
Has gone multifold at around $248 billion.
Right. Thank you, Pranay, giving us all those details. We are now looking at the double speak coming in from the United States of America. On one side, saying India and US have good relations. On the other side, asking G7 to now impose penalties on both India and Russia, on India and China. Now, Nepal has a new face at the helm. Former Chief Justice Sushila Karki, she's taken oath as the country's interim Prime Minister, and there's a timeline which has been set. The elections will take place in the next 6 months. Karki, in fact, has scripted history. She's become the first woman Prime Minister of the Himalayan nation. The oath-taking ceremony took place at the Shanti Nivas, and it was administered by the President. Now, Hami Nepal and the supporters, they are hailing this as a fruit of patience, unity and sacrifice. Kathmandu's Mayor Balin Shah also struck a chord with Gen Z, saying that their struggle, that was the engine of change, saluted the martyrs and wished recovery to all those who were injured. The big question now, what will happen next? Sources tell India Today 3 cabinet ministers will take oath in the first batch, 7 more will follow in coming days. Gen Z will actually stay out of the government, but there will be a special advisory committee which will monitor and guide the interim setup.
I'm pretty sure that Sushila Karki will be able to manage the next elections. And it's not for the first time that this is happening. In 2013 as well, the Chief Justice at that time took the reins of government in his hands, following an all-party consensus around it, and got the elections conducted. So I think it's a very good development under the circumstances.
Do you know any constitution in the world which says that I can self-efface myself? It doesn't happen. So, there are this particular element. This is a kind of negotiation, but I'm glad that they are choosing a leader. Sushila Karki ji, the former Chief Justice. She has a reputation as being a straight individual, corruption, somebody who's fought against corruption, given many human rights answers, etc. She's also a senior person. We have fortunately studied at BHU. So when you see all this, you hope that, you are starting to rebuild in that sense, fill in the vacuum.
ये डिसीजन कैसे हुआ? आर्मी चीफ, प्रेसिडेंट and students, the generation Z, they met, and it's a अच्छा development है. और ये सुशीला बनारस में पढ़ी है. जो भारत ने करना है कि भारत ये नया गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट देना है.
She is the best and she is the capable lady for this situation, and at this moment Sushila is only the person who can control the situation, and she is the one who can deal the all everything. She's the one, she has to be there and she is there.
नहीं, मेरे हिसाब से तो अभी जो देश है वो राजा को सौंपना चाहिए. उसके बाद चाहे प्रधानमंत्री रखो चाहे कुछ भी रखो, लेकिन अभी देश को राजा की जरूरत है मेरे हिसाब से.
News that's coming in from Nepal. Curfew has been lifted from Kathmandu. The curfew and the orders that were imposed by the army, they have now been lifted. Curfew has now been lifted from 5 a.m. today. Curfew was imposed in Kathmandu after large-scale violence took place almost 3 days ago. On the 9th of September, that's when the Gen Z, the protesters, were out on the rampage, out in the streets, and had started protesting against the government. Curfew now has been lifted from Kathmandu. The curfew and all the orders that were imposed by the army have now been lifted. That's all the time we have on the bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Ashwara Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. RSS chief Bhagwat slams US tariffs. Says world fears India's growing influence. Akhilesh's remark on vote theft. Says India may face Nepal-like situation. Rising food prices accelerates August retail inflation to 2.07%.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Our next guest will run politics, someone who is one of the most controversial member of parliaments.
एक चीज़ बताइए, आप अमित शाह के बहुत खास हैं, ये कहा जाता है, सही है? निशिकांत दुबे जी के पास कोई कैबिनेट पोस्ट नहीं है, पर पोर्टफोलियो है उनके पास, गांधी, सही है?
प्रियंका गांधी जी किसी को नमस्ते करें ना करें पार्लियामेंट में, मुझे नमस्ते जरूर करती हैं और मैं उस नमस्ते का जवाब जरूर देता हूँ।
कि निशिकांत दुबे जी की इमेज ऐसी क्रिएट हो गई है कि वो महिलाओं की रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करते। एक पार्लियामेंटेरियन की बात करते हैं, उन्होंने भी बोला कि आपकी डिग्री फेक है। राजीव प्रताप रूडी जी ने जो बयान अभी दिया है कि निशिकांत दुबे जी पार्लियामेंट में ही अपनी सरकार चलाते हैं और वो आपकी सरकार में शामिल होना नहीं चाहते और अमित शाह जी का नाम यूज करते हैं।
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast. I'm Gaurav Samant. When blood and water cannot flow together, when terror and talks cannot happen together, can terror and sports happen together? There is nationwide anger that's reflected not just in hashtags like boycott India versus Pakistan cricket, but also from unsold tickets ahead of that India versus Pakistan Asia Cup cricket match. Pakistan is a state sponsor of radical Islamist terror that has repeatedly bled India. Be it the 1993 Mumbai serial blast that killed 257 and injured over 700 to 166 massacred during the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, to Pulwama, Pathankot, and most recently the Pahalgam terror attacks that resulted in India's Operation Sindoor. Should India and Pakistan be playing cricket at a time when Pakistan has taken absolutely no action to dismantle the India-centric military terror network in Pakistan? We debate that. But first, this report.
India versus Pakistan. Usually the cricketing clash that sells itself. But this Sunday's Asia Cup encounter in Abu Dhabi is struggling to find takers. Calls for a boycott after the Pahalgam massacre continue and even spilled into the Supreme Court, but the bench was unmoved. Justice J.K. Maheshwari bluntly remarked, "The match is on Sunday. What can we do about that? Let it be, the match should go on." But politicians are not letting go. Shiv Sena UBT MP Priyanka Chaturvedi accused the government and the BCCI of failing the nation.
केंद्र सरकार गप्प का आहे? जगभरात खासदारांचे डेलिगेशन्स पाठवले, विरोधी पक्षाचे खासदार त्याच्यात होते. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कसं झालं, ह्याच्या मागे पाकिस्तान कसं आहे, ह्याच्या मागे चायना कसं आहे, आपण जगाला सांगत गेलो. पण कदाचित दुर्दैव हे आहे की आज जी खरी भाजपा होती ती सत्तेत नाहीये. आज जर खरी भाजपा असती सत्तेत तर आज बीसीसीआयला प्रश्न विचारला असता की तुम्ही हिम्मतच कशी करता पाखड्यांबरोबर खेळण्याची.
Even cricketing voices are split. Harbhajan Singh says no cricket should be played until relations improve. Kapil Dev and others urge restraint.
अब ये ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ और उसके बाद सब लोगों ने बोला कि क्रिकेट नहीं होनी चाहिए, व्यापार नहीं होना चाहिए. और देखिए ये हम लोग अभी लेजेंड्स खेल रहे थे, हमने तो खेला नहीं वो मैच. मुझे लगता है कि जब तक देशों के रिलेशंस ठीक ना हो जाए तो फिर क्रिकेट या व्यापार नहीं होना चाहिए. वो मेरी अपनी सोच है.
Adding to the unease, influencers and high-profile social media accounts have declared that they will not cover the match. And if you thought that was just noise, ticket sales are telling the same story, with an Emirates Cricket Board official even calling them crazy dull.
India-Pakistan tickets, just like in any other country, whether it is in England or Australia, were sold out in no time. But we haven't heard any official statements this time from the Emirates Cricket Board about the status of the India-Pakistan match tickets for this Sunday. But I can tell you for a fact that, people are interested in watching this match.
India versus Pakistan, normally a sellout, this time seemingly a flop. Bureau Report, India Today.
So it's almost unheard of that India-Pakistan cricket seats and tickets unsold. Hashtags boycott India-Pakistan cricket. Even the cricket community is split right down the middle. Be it Harbhajan Singh or Kedar Jadhav. Indians say that Indians help Pakistani cricketers, including people like Imran Khan, build a cancer hospital, playing charity matches with Pakistan. But the same Imran Khan was quoted in Pakistan saying cricket against India is like jihad for Kashmir, or for cricketers like Imzimamul Haq, it's an opportunity to convert others to Islam, or for the Shahid Afridis who remain a stooge of the Pakistan ISI that repeatedly bleeds India. And yet, we play cricket with Pakistan. Is India's anger justified? Or is there merit in those saying sports should be above politics and keep it separate even when it comes to national security? Joining me on this India Today special broadcast, two former India cricketers, Madan Lal and Atul Vasan. Opposing the India-Pakistan cricket matches are Colonel Rohit Dev and Abhijit Iyer Mitra. And I want to begin by asking you, Madan sir, why should we play Pakistan when we say blood and water cannot flow together? When we say terror and talks cannot happen together? How can terror and cricket happen, sir?
I agree with you, terror and cricket should not happen. But the thing is, whenever this Pakistan-India match starts, the politics starts. All these people get together, start saying something. Most of the people you will see on Sunday, they will watching the game. Most of the people, And, this is a decision by the BCCI because they are hosting the this Asia Cups. Another thing is, this sort of matches generate a lot of money, which helps our cricket and other sports also. They help the other sports also. And you talking about the Shahid Afridi and Imran Haq, they are not well educated people, And I'm not thinking about Pakistan. I'm thinking about my own country. How are we going to grow about it? And how are we going to progress? Look at the Pakistan. Pakistan still is 75 years, still there, They're still crying for the food or a lot of other things. Another thing is, everything is happening. Everything is happening. It's not happening. It's via Dubai happening or via some other places. It's all happening, Pakistan still getting everything from India. But end of the day, when the cricket comes, we start the politics. And people get up and start saying, look, we should not play. And another thing which Gaurav, they said, Pahalgam, I also, I feel very bad about that, मेरे को भी बहुत दुख हुआ था जब ये अटैक हुआ, पर हमें उसका जवाब भी वैसे ही देना चाहिए. भाई अगर उन्होंने हमारे मारे तो हम उनके 200 मारे, 150 मारे, क्यों नहीं? Why not government can take a decision कि we're not playing cricket, And if this sort of thing happen, we should blast them,
Okay, that has to be a government decision. You say, Colonel Rohit Dev, even at the height of the Kargil war, India and Pakistan played cricket. So why are we opposed to cricket matches with Pakistan in today's day and age? You've hit them in Operation Sindoor. Now play cricket.
See, Gaurav, there is a paradigm shift from 1990s to now. India today has a stated policy. It's stated in no uncertain terms that you have nothing to deal with Pakistan so long as it fosters terrorism as its bedrock to impose punishment and punitive actions on India, not only in India as a state in terms of the military, but also the civilians and others as well. So I think from that perspective, the times have changed. What I'm saying is that not that India should not play cricket. India should play cricket. But India to yield its geopolitical leverage will take a few more years, where it will be able to tell the world, like example, how Russians were isolated, how the South Africans were isolated. That's the kind of talk India has to talk tough in this Committee of Nations. We are still a way away.
Okay.
I'm not even saying that India should not host the Asia Cup. India should host the Asia Cup. And what Madan Lal ji is saying, then it becomes an embargo upon yourself to make it a success as a story. That's also a given. The government of India has to also decide that where the restrictions have to be imposed and not to be imposed. And government has made it very clear on 22nd August to impose it not impose it on multilateral events. That's a government decision. But I am looking at the different perspective. What I'm saying is, it's my individual choice. It's your individual choice. So if I have a choice to give revenue to a match which finally leads to a bullet for my soldier on the border, it's my conscious decision. I will not support it.
Okay, so if you will not watch any India-Pakistan cricket match, no revenue from Indians for this cricket match is what your emotion is. Atul bhai, sports are always a part of any country's foreign policy. Look at the entire Western Bloc that boycotted the 1980 Moscow Olympic Games, or the then Soviet bloc that boycotted the 1984 Los Angeles Games. As Colonel Dev pointed out, look at the way Russia is now being isolated after the Ukraine war. Yet we continue to play cricket. It just shows, are we weak somewhere?
Well, why is this just microcosm of cricket with this patriotism? That's my problem, because I was also of the belief that, when we start playing cricket, things will get better. But now I've realized that it'll never get better, because they thrive on this. Their narrative is anti-India, because they got nothing. They've been left behind. And to just keep this, pipe dream in the country, to just say that, okay, if we beat India in cricket, then things are okay. And people have been sold this story. Because Pakistan is the only country in the world where all the countries in the world have got army. Pakistan is the only place where army has got a country, True. And all these people are running the cricket. But if we don't play, and I am sure that, our leaders, our Prime Minister and the whole think tank, no more than us. So there's a whole ecosystem behind this decision. You could have said we don't want to play because we don't lose anything. But because it is a dominoes effect, there's many livelihoods depending on it. And then the qualifying for Olympics, everything is connected. So unless you have got the power to ostracize Pakistan internationally, and we have seen the next day, the guy became a field marshal and went to USA, So yes. we see this is the kind of equations in the world, and we can't take this high ground that, okay, so let it be. But this is a necessary evil, because it's like chemotherapy, I mean, it's a pain point. We have to play, carry on, because it will kill the good cells also. But don't shake hands and all. Just snub them, because we have to go through this. Okay. And I think it can never come back to the old things where when we and Madiban we used to play and we were friends off the field. Yes. Those days are gone. Those days are gone. So now Indian players and Pakistani players are not friends off the field. No, they should not be. Because the other day Surya Kumar Yadav was shaking hands. I think he should have stopped them, because we have to play cricket with you, and there's not going to be any kind of mingling, and we just do the job, and whether you win or we win. But we will not keep that camaraderie and sportsmanship, because we are at loggerheads with you, and we don't want anything that gives you benefit. Just take away everything. That's a very important point you make there. But Abhijit Iyer Mitra, do we lack that heft? Because when it comes to cricket, we were told we have the finances, we have the power. India runs not just, India runs the ICC, and yet we are not in a position to isolate Pakistan or get them out. Look, South Africa was ostracized because of apartheid. Yeah. Terror is worse than apartheid. Do we lack the heft, or do we, Abhijit, lack the will to ostracize Pakistan?
I don't think we lack either the heft or the will. India accounts for most of the revenues and most of the viewership of international cricket. I think what we actually have a bit too much is greed, and a way too much personal greed. There is also this thing of relative strength. See, in an international arena like the Olympics, say America can have Russia ostracized. We may not be able to do that in the Commonwealth Games, because we're up against America and things like that. But in cricket, where you have such an extraordinary preponderance, this is nothing to do with heft. This is entirely to do with greed and the revenues that the cricketing bodies feel that they can generate from it. They don't care if that money is going into directly subsidizing the Pakistanis and freeing up funds, which can then be diverted to the army and used against you in terms of terror, bullets, what have you. Our problem then, since, Raja Jaichand, since Sirajuddaulla's time, Mir Jafar's time, to now has always been greed.
Greed. Is this lure of the lucre, is this money, Madan Lal ji, that we want more money and we think because India-Pakistan matches get revenue, that is why India is playing cricket with Pakistan. Pakistan will also get money and that money will be used for terror against India. And yet we play with Pakistan.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that. That money is they're going to use for terrorist activity. I don't know. But, like money, like we are also getting the money. You don't understand that the sports run by the money, because you have to, we are the best in the world at the moment. Look at when we used to go outside, that was a different story. Now everybody is looking for through India. Everybody is sitting here. They're making the money. All the English people, all the coaches, IPL coaches, they're all sitting here.
By the way, this money, what India will make is Mickey Mouse, pocket change. It's not the money. You have to realize the whole ecosystem. We can say this, don't play. You can burn it down. But when do we start again? Because things are never going to be better with them. We have realized. So if you keep on just say stop today, we don't know when we'll start again. And then 70, 80,000 people, 2 lakh people's livelihood is killed. And you will go back to your job and tomorrow. And you just don't play. And what happens to that whole ecosystem?
No, we're not saying don't.
Well done. Everybody's saying by not playing, we are patriotic. This is a signal going out. Am I not patriotic if I agree that we should play this match because it's multinational and get on with it? Because I am a builder. I am not a destroyer. Because I realize that if we say no and we equate patriotism with not playing with Pakistan, then you are burning families. Because I'll go back to my job tomorrow. What about the whole ecosystem?
Okay, the thing is, the ecosystem in India does not depend on Pakistan. The Pakistani ecosystem depends on India. If India chooses to blackface Pakistan and cut it out, it is Pakistani families which will suffer. And honestly, I don't give a damn about Pakistan or their families. I do give a damn about Indian families, and they are not going to suffer because we are too much of cricket. Even the domestic market is massive. All the other countries are still going to continue playing with us. The industry will go on just fine without Pakistan. Pakistan is a bit player. This is the same reason, America can go and attack Saddam Hussein when he invades Kuwait, but they dare not attack Russia when Putin invades Crimea. It is the same differential. It makes a huge difference between Russia and Kuwait. Let us not equate the two.
Okay.
In terms of international cricket, we are America. International sports, we are America. China is bigger than us, but say they are Russia. Pakistan is Pakistan is at best, it's not even Rwanda, Burundi, it's the Federated States of Micronesia, somewhere in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Okay, do you want to quickly respond to the point that Pakistan is a non-entity? So even if we ostracize Pakistan, we are not saying don't play Asia Cup, play Asia Cup minus Pakistan.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Tomorrow, if Neeraj Chopra is throwing in Olympics, he should abstain? Because India and Pakistani diplomats are meeting in various forums worldwide. So India should not even go where Pakistani guy is there.
That is exactly what I said. You do not have that relative strength in the Olympics.
We have to go there because, unless we can ostracize them, we can get them removed. Till that time, we have to suffer it. Okay? And carry on.
But that's an interesting point.
You can't equate Olympics with cricket. Like I said, it is all about relative strength. Your relative strength in the Olympics isn't high. Your relative strength in cricket is massive. And I never said this is about patriotism. The word patriotism did not come from my mouth. I am talking pure geopolitics and financially strangulating Pakistan. That is it.
Madan bhai.
See, you isolate them in a manner where they suffocate them. That's the only way you can. I don't know why the government can a strong decision, such a big country. इतना बड़ा कंट्री है कि एक डिसीजन नहीं ले सकता.
They have taken a decision that we'll play multinational.
Multinational, yeah, that's right. But we not have any tie with Pakistan.
It is smart thing to do because there is a lot of things connected to this going forward.
But Atul,
we can't burn down the whole thing just because we can't cut our nose to spite our face.
That's a very interesting point that you made. So 2 points, and I want Colonel Rohit Dev and Abhijit to respond to that. Colonel Dev, to you first. It's chemotherapy. Pakistan, that terror that comes from Pakistan is like cancer, and playing cricket or any kind of engagement with Pakistan is like chemotherapy. Some good cells also die, but you have to do it to kill the bad cells, is what Atul bhai says.
See, in terms of perspective, I totally disagree with that notion that Pakistan needs to thrive at all. Even cricket-wise, BCCI is a $2.8 billion industry. They earned about 11 or 1200 crores as a net worth of revenue of last year. Even IPL gets about 5,500 plus in terms of money. So insofar as the money power is concerned, we actually shake up about 70 to 85% of the revenue for the ICC. In return, we get about 37%, Pakistan gets 5%, amounts to about 34 million only. So as far as the power is concerned, we are actually the cricketing bully of the world.
We're never bullies. I mean, we're the cricketing giants. I wish we would.
So India, you know, why playing this Asia Cup? A lot of countries who are surviving on only Asia Cup for their cricket, you know. The other countries besides Pakistan and India.
I quite agree with you.
So they could die.
I agree with you.
Nobody is denying them their revenue. Correct. They're telling them if you want your revenue, keep Pakistan out. We will play all of you.
What we are saying is,
and whatever revenue
we are talking the same
Pakistan,
language.
split it amongst other countries.
Yeah. Gaurav,
just ostracize Pakistan as long as Pakistan
we are speaking the same language. He's saying the same thing.
Overrule the economics, you know.
See
the numbers.
But who's going to?
We are saying the same language, Atulji. What we are saying is that so long as we cannot take out Pakistan from the equation, they are there, right? What you are now also saying is that countries like Hong Kong and others who are coming like UAE, smaller countries, they need to come into the perspective. But what I'm saying is different. Just imagine two things. We go to that place, say we don't play with Pakistan, or like you were saying, snub them and play them. Both options are on the table. If you take the other option, not play and lose 3 points, and say you also lose Asia Cup, we are not getting poorer, right? That could be one notion. Second is, and this I made a statement a little while ago as well, is when the proceeds come from this tournament, and as a beacon of the cricketing world, BCCI should put each penny of the revenue earned in this as the Indian state, and also your contribution which you receive from ICC, into something very, very philanthropic. It can go to the families of Palgam. It can go anywhere else.
I think government is doing their own way.
Do not take money.
I agree with you.
Because finally you are a private.
The government is doing their thing.
You are a private entity.
Don't question it.
But Abhijit, there's another point I want to draw you into this conversation. Does that argument, India has made a bid for Olympic Games, and that's a big bid. You cannot boycott a country, or you cannot use sports as a political tool if you want to host the Olympic Games. Or is that a facade?
Look, this is a complete facade. It has never happened ever. Because remember, America boycotted the Moscow Olympics.
Yes.
They still get to host how many? There was the Atlanta Olympics after that.
Los Angeles
and all of that that happened. Moscow and the Warsaw Pact boycotted the other Olympics. There were many more Olympics. The Sochi Olympics was held. Winter Olympics was held out there. You know, these are all facetious arguments. They just put out for the sake of argumentation. They are not a serious argument at all. It never affects you in the Olympics at any rate.
Okay.
Let us also remember that there are other members in global cricket. Many of the same countries playing cricket right now that are, that we're saying are going to, it is going to be horrible. Many of them are the same countries that have imposed sanctions on Russia as well.
Yes.
So wrong argument, because if Russia was not allowed to play the Olympics, because that was International Olympic Committee. It was just America. So if ICC decides to ostracise Pakistan, I'm with you.
But there are countries in cricket, there are countries in the Asia Cup that have imposed sanctions on Russia.
What my point is that if you have to make ICC decide, then nobody will play Pakistan. Can you do that?
No.
Can we do that?
You don't want everybody to not play Pakistan. Hello. You are, first of all, you are misquoting and then...
America didn't...
No. We are not saying that. We are saying very simply, we will not play, and we will not play in any tournament. Tum apna ghar chala lo, but we will not play if Pakistan is playing. It is that simple. If they don't want to play, they won't get the money. That's it.
I also want to, for a moment, move forward on that one aspect. When did we last see, Atul Bhai, that when Pakistan bleeds India, yet when cricket matches were held, the stadiums were full, always full. Now, the stadiums, people are not buying tickets. People are going with this hashtag, boycott India, Pakistan cricket. Does that indicate that India is changing?
Not really, because there are 2-3 points to it. First of all, it's law of diminishing returns, because, once we keep on beating them, then the thrill is gone. And it's too expensive to go to Dubai. But there's a test called Norman Tebbit's test, because it was a member of parliament in England, that all the people living in England, when India plays England in England, how many people support England? And the test was very, very clear. So now the test is that when India plays Pakistan, what are the numbers coming for the eyeballs? That is matters more. Whoever is in the ground, that doesn't matter, because that is, microcosm of it.
Okay.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning? Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning? Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry.
तोहफा 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 लाया 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 सबको 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 भाया 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 जीएसटी का तोहफा मेरा दाम कम का प्रेजेंट मेरा मिडिल क्लास को चैन आ गया दिवाली जैसा मजा आ गया तोहफा 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 लाया 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 रोटी कपड़ा और मकान सब पे किया जीएसटी है कम त्योहारों की रौनक बढ़े जनता पे किया है बोझ कम मीठे को हमने महंगा किया मोटापे को कहिए अलविदा नशे की चीजों पे टैक्स बढ़ा, दवाइयों का भी दाम घटा, फिटनेस भी सबकी ठीक रहे, ऐसा धमाका मेरा और ऑपोजिशन की नींद को उड़ाया।
Watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi all set to visit Manipur today. First time since the ethnic clashes tore through the state 2 years ago in 2023. Prime Minister Modi will kick off projects worth 8,500 crore rupees. Rahul Gandhi says Prime Minister's trip is no big deal. Nepal gets its first woman Prime Minister. Former Chief Justice Sushila Karki now takes oath as the country's interim Prime Minister. Elections will be held in the next 6 months. 8 people have been killed and 25 others injured after a truck lost control and rammed in the devotees who were participating in Ganesh idol immersion in Karnataka's Hassan district. The Chief Minister has announced 5 lakh rupee compensation to the victims. TVK Chief Vijay all set to launch his poll campaign today from Trichy. Vijay hits out at the DMK government for failing to fulfill the promises. BJP attacks Vijay, dismiss him as a weekend politician. DMK now says Vijay's rally is not a concern for them. Amid Trump's tariff war, US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent now tells the G7 to punish India and China for buying oil from Russia. They claim this will cut off Russia's revenue and it will end the Ukraine war. News that's coming in at the moment is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's greeted Nepal's interim Prime Minister Sushila Karki. Prime Minister Modi said, India is committed to peace, India is committed to Nepal's prosperity. Sushila Karki took oath as Nepal's first woman Prime Minister. In various parts of Nepal, including Kathmandu, curfew also has now been lifted. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's sending his good wishes and greeting Nepal's interim Prime Minister Sushila Karki. Prime Minister Modi has said that India is committed to peace, India is committed to Nepal's prosperity. Sushila Karki took oath as Nepal's first woman Prime Minister. This is an interim government which has now been formed. The elections will take place in the next 6 months. 3 ministers have already been sworn in the cabinet. In the coming days, 7 more ministers will be sworn in. Representatives of Gen Z, those who were out on the streets and then the vandalism that started on the 9th of September, they are out of the government, but there will be an advisory committee which will be formed and representatives of Generation Z, the youth, will actually be a part of the interim government. They will be part of this advisory committee. My colleague Sumit Chaudhary is now joining me on the story. Sumit, we are now seeing it's Prime Minister Narendra Modi who's saying that India is committed to Nepal's peace. India is committed to make sure that there is peace not just in Nepal but in adjoining areas also. Prime Minister Modi has greeted Nepal's interim Prime Minister Sushila Karki.
And definitely, Aishwarya, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Indian government has warmly welcomed and congratulated for the formation of interim government in Nepal. We have seen from last 4-5 days what are the conditions in the Nepal, especially the violence and the uncertainty in the Nepal. Curfew has been imposed, but now yesterday the interim government Prime Minister has been appointed or selected by the president, and now the former Chief Justice Sushila Karki will be the face of interim government. And yesterday also the Foreign Affairs Ministry has expressed their solidarity, their warmness, and their welcome the interim government. And now the Prime Minister Modi have also warmly welcomed and congratulated the formation of new government in Nepal. Aishwarya, back to you.
Thank you, Sumit, giving us all those details. We are now seeing a congratulatory message coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's greeted the new interim Prime Minister in Nepal. India is committed to peace. India is committed to Nepal's prosperity is the big message coming in from Prime Minister Modi. Nepal now has a new face at helm. Former Chief Justice of Nepal, Sushila Karki, has now taken oath as the country's interim Prime Minister. A timeline of the next 6 months has been set for new elections to take place. Karki has scripted history. She's become the first woman Prime Minister of the Himalayan nation. The oath-taking ceremony took place at Shanti Niwas. President Ramachandra Paudel administered the oath. Hami Nepal and the supporters, they have hailed this. They are saying that this is a fruit of patience, unity and sacrifice. In fact, Kathmandu's mayor, Balin Shah, who actually struck a chord with Gen Z, is saying that this struggle became the engine of change. He saluted the martyrs and also wished speedy recovery to all those who have been injured. The big question now, what will happen next? Sources have told India Today 3 cabinet ministers have already taken oath in the first batch. 7 more would follow in coming days. Gen Z at the moment is staying out of the government, but a special advisory committee will monitor and guide the interim setup.
I'm pretty sure that Sushila Karki will be able to manage the next elections. And it's not for the first time that this is happening. In 2013 as well, the Chief Justice at that time took the reins of government in his hands, following an all-party consensus around it, and got the elections conducted. So I think it's a very good development under the circumstances.
Do you know any constitution in the world which says that I can self-efface myself? It doesn't happen. So, there are this particular element. This is a kind of negotiation, but I'm glad that they are choosing a leader. Sushila Karki ji, the former Chief Justice. She has a reputation as being a straight individual, corruption, somebody who's fought against corruption, given many human rights answers, etc. She's also a senior person. We are fortunately studied at BHU. So when you see all this, you hope that, you are starting to rebuild in that sense, fill in the vacuum.
We are now moving to Manipur, where Prime Minister Modi is all set to pay a visit today. Prime Minister Modi is visiting Manipur. This is a part of his 3-day trip. He will be in Assam and in Mizoram also. But his visit to Manipur, especially Churachandpur, is the highlight of this visit. He would be visiting the epicenter of violence first before going to Manipur, and then he'll be going to Manipur's capital, that is the city of Imphal. Under the banner of Viksit Bharat, Viksit Manipur, Prime Minister Modi will kick off projects worth 8,500 crore rupees. The central government is hoping that this would add a healing touch to the scorching wounds of Manipur. Politics also has erupted. Rahul Gandhi, who's the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha, is saying Manipur has been in turmoil for quite some time, and he's saying Prime Minister Modi's trip is no big deal. He's insisting that the real issue facing the country today is what he calls vote chori. My colleague Ashutosh is now joining me on the story. Ashutosh, you were in Manipur when the exact violence took place. You were on the ground 2 years ago. You covered the clashes. How are the people of Manipur now seeing this visit?
Well, since May 2023, I've been covering Manipur on and off, and almost every 3 to 4 months I've been visiting this place. There is a famous say, the time heals everything, and that's what exactly happened with Manipur. The time has perhaps healed more than 2 years now. May 23 it started, we are in September 2025. So gradually with the time, looks like the wounds have been covered. But the differences that is now between these two communities, be it the Kuki-dominated hilly areas in Churachandpur, where I am at the moment, or the Meitei majority-dominated Imphal Valley. So clearly still what we see, there is a buffer line, there is no man's land still drawn. Still the Kuki community people are not able to travel Imphal. The people from Imphal are not able to travel to Churachandpur or Kangpokpi. But with regards to the Prime Minister visit, makes it significant, not only in terms of infrastructure project inauguration, that Prime Minister will be inaugurating thousands of crores of infrastructure and also laying foundation stones for certain development projects, both in Churachandpur, the hilly districts, and in Imphal. So he will also meet the people who are internally displaced. Remember, thousands of the people have become IDPs in the conflict-ridden this state after the violence. We have seen hundreds of thousands of these people, particularly what happens caught in the crossfire are ultimately the women and children. From many houses were burned, villages were burned, the people were displaced, taking shelter, refuge everywhere. So all these places that will give a humanitarian touch and also an assurance that the government is taking care of them. Remember, now there is a precedent rule imposed in Manipur. Not a single report of violence is being reported recently. So clearly, as far as law and order, firing, violence, arsenal, everything is concerned, have been taken care, have been contained totally. We have seen the young boys who had picked up guns, literally making bunkers, protecting their territories, have gone back to their school and colleges. They are back in the football grounds. But it remains like the pain. And of course, bringing the harmony together of the Meiteis and the Kukis, that remains a major challenge. One is hopeful that after Prime Minister's visit, again the government will continue the dialogues. They will reopen the highways. Of course, the highways are now open for the transportation of the essentials. But when it remains bringing the harmony of two communities together, that still remains an uphill task.
Right, Ashutosh, you were also speaking about making sure that we bridge the gap. So do you think this visit will actually heal the wounds, help in bridging the gap? We have seen how both the communities have been at the other end of the spectrum. Do you think bridging the gap between communities will be possible? This brings an answer from the criticism that the BJP and the Prime Minister faced, that when there was demand of removing the Chief Minister, that did not happen. When there were demand of imposing President, that did not happen. And it took more than 2 years for the Prime Minister to visit. That's what the opposition criticizes. But it makes significant when the PM is visiting not only Imphal, but his visit begins here from Churachandpur, where I am at the moment. Churachandpur, the hilly districts dominated by the Kuki and the Zumi community, these tribals. Here he'll be meeting, inaugurating project, laying foundation stones, and then meeting the IDPs, those displaced people, giving them a humanitarian touch that the government is there with you. And at the same time, right after this event, he will further land to Imphal at the historic, iconic Kangla Fort. He will also meet people inaugurating projects, and then he will also meet the IDPs. So he is going to ultimately meeting people from both the sides, giving them assurance that the government is working for them. And that's how it begins. When the head of the government is giving you a touch that, look, we are here for you. It may be a little slightly delayed, but there is still a time the wounds will heal. And of course, that remains. This one visit or one way of communication probably may not work. But until and unless there is a full effort to bring and restore the normalcy, we are saying the Manipur is gradually restoring the normalcy. But bringing the harmony of the people together, it will begin when you open the highway. When one community is able to travel to the other side, the other community able to travel to this side, only then it will be beginning of, bridging that gap between two communities. Thank you, Ashutosh, giving us those details. My colleague Ashutosh, who's been very closely tracking what's happening in Manipur over the past 2 years. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, will be in Manipur. This is the first time he'll be visiting the state since ethnic conflict took place 2 years ago in 2023. He will be visiting the epicenter of the violence, Churachandpur. Then he'll be going to Imphal, which is Manipur's capital. Now, there is a banner, Viksit Bharat, Viksit Manipur. And under this banner, Prime Minister Modi will be kicking off projects worth 8,500 crore rupees. The central government is hoping to add a healing touch to the scorching wounds of Manipur. Indrajit Kundu brings you this report.
After 2 years of ethnic clash, Manipur hopes to heal in the coming months. The Prime Minister's promised visit on the 13th of September to Imphal would play a significant role in this process.
Honorable PM will be arriving in Manipur on 13th September 2025 from Aizawl. On his arrival at Churachandpur around 12:15 p.m., he will first interact with some of the internally displaced persons in the district. The Honorable Prime Minister will address the public gathering at Peace Ground, Churachandpur.
Security has been heightened across Manipur and of course in capital Imphal. There is army, central paramilitary forces and of course the Manipur police working in tandem to make foolproof security arrangements in the state ahead of the Prime Minister's high-profile visit. Now, the Prime Minister will be addressing two events. One, of course, here at the Kangla Fort, which is a historic site in the capital Imphal. He is also supposed to visit Churachandpur, the other area which has been completely strife-torn in the past 2 years. Churachandpur, of course, is a tribal-dominated hill district, and that has been at the epicenter of the ethnic crisis in the past 2 years.
Over the past 27 months, Manipur witnessed prolonged periods of intense violence and displacement. More than 60 kilometers from Imphal in the hills, Churachandpur was the place where it all began and where it continued to smolder all along. The fault lines between the Kuki and the Meitei communities have not closed. There are around 57,000 people in over 280 relief camps across the Meitei majority valley and the Kuki-Zo majority hills in Manipur. They have witnessed the brunt of the 2-year-long ethnic clashes raging across the state.
We are immensely pleased that the PM of India is coming to our district for the first time in the long history of India, and we heartily welcome him. And along with this visit, we are hopeful that the Kuki people, the Kuki-Zo Council and the Kuki-Zo people, that there should be an amicable solution in spite of the ongoing conflict in Manipur.
I think it's very unfortunate that he come very late to the people of Manipur.
The boundaries between valley districts where Meiteis are in a majority and hill districts where Kuki-Zos are in a majority have hardened in the past 2 years.
It's a little bit late for him to come now because many people have lost their life and their house has been burned. A lot of weapons and other things are flowing all over the state, even though combing operation is carried out, but still I think there are many issues, ground realities which we don't know.
It's not useful. Like he is already late. It's been 2.5 years. There is no use of him coming here.
The Union Home Ministry has been constantly in talks with groups on both sides separately.
Ever since ethnic conflict broke out in Manipur, it has been a long-standing demand from the people in the state that Prime Minister himself visit Manipur at least once. That moment has finally arrived. However, it has taken 2 long years. Since then, people from both sides of the ethnic divide, be it the Kukis in the hill districts or the Meiteis in the valley, have begun to piece together their life from the ruins of the ethnic conflict. The big question that now looms large, whether or not the Prime Minister's visit will be able to bridge the trust deficit between the two ethnic communities. With camera person Tapas Bairi, Indrajit for India Today in Manipur.
News that's coming in. There has been a shooting outside actor Disha Patani's residence. The incident took place at Disha Patani's UP's Bareilly house. The shootout after remarks that were being made over Hindu saints. Gangster Goldie Brar, he's the one who's now claiming responsibility. Goldie Brar is now sending out a warning to Bollywood. The police said several rounds were fired outside Disha Patani's house in Bareilly in Uttar Pradesh. This is the incident that took place at Disha Patani's house in Bareilly in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Shootout after remarks over Hindu saints. Gangster Goldie Brar, he's the one who's now claimed responsibility for this shootout.
भैया जो ये यूपी के अंदर जो बॉलीवुड एक्टर्स है वो दिशा पटानी और ये खुशबू पटानी है, इसके घर पे जो फायरिंग हुई है हमने करवाई है। इसलिए हमारे पूज्य स्वामी प्रेमानंद जी महाराज और अनिरुद्ध आचार्य जी हैं, इनके खिलाफ बहुत ही अभद्र भाषा का प्रयोग किया है और जो वीडियो बना के डाला है, इसको एक ही मैसेज है, टाइम से सुधर जा। दोबारा हमारे कोई संतों के बारे में तेरे मुंह से कोई टिप्पणी सुन ली या वीडियो सुन ली तो आपकी बात तेरे घर परिवार में कोई भी मरेगा ना तो उसकी जिम्मेवार तो रहेगी। और तो और इसलिए टेक नहीं करवाया क्योंकि हमारे सनातन धर्म में औरत के हाथ नहीं उठाते, सुधर जा टाइम से। और जितने भी एक मैसेज मेरे जितने भी बॉलीवुड के जो एक्टर्स है कलाकार है उनको एक ही मैसेज है, एक तो जो ये नंगा नाच है बंद कर दो और एक दूसरी ये जो फिल्मों के अंदर हमारे देवी देवताओं का अपमान करते हो, गलत चीजें दिखाते हो, ये टाइम से बंद कर दो, ये फिल्में बनाने लायक नहीं बचोगे तुम सारे, ठीक है? सारे कहीं के मैसेज सुधर जाओ टाइम से।
This is the case where shooting has taken place outside actor Disha Patani's residence. The incident took place outside her house in Bareilly in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Shootout after remarks were made over Hindu saints. Gangster Goldie Brar, he's now claimed responsibility for this. He's also sending out a warning message to Bollywood. Police said several rounds were fired right outside Disha Patani's house in Bareilly in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now condoled the Hassan tragedy that took place in the state of Karnataka. Hassan incident is heart-rending. Centers 2 lakh ex gratia for the kin of dead. Injured in the tragedy will be getting 50,000 rupees. This is a tragedy that has taken place in the state of Karnataka. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has condoled the Hassan tragedy. Hassan incident is heart-rending. Centers 2 lakh rupees ex gratia for the kin of dead. Injured in the tragedy will be getting 50,000 rupees from the central government. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has condoled the Hassan tragedy. In Hassan tragedy, 8 people have lost their lives. Close to 25 have been injured. The state government has said that they'll be giving an ex gratia of 5 lakh rupees to the victims. We are now moving on to the state of Tamil Nadu, where the political fight is heating up ahead of the assembly elections. Actor turned politician Vijay is all set to launch his poll campaign from Trichy today. Ahead of the mega rally, TVK chief has hit out at the DMK government for failing to fulfill the promises that were being made. He has also slammed Tamil Nadu police for imposing what he calls unfair restrictions on his rally. Vijay, however, has emphasized the importance of adhering to rules imposed by the police. He is urging his cadre to maintain discipline during the rally. He also asserted that people's love will make his rally a huge success. TVK chief was actually allowed to hold a yatra only after he accepted 22 conditions that were set by the Tamil Nadu police. BJP leader K. Annamalai is sharpening his attack on Vijay, dismissing him as a weekend politician who only meets people on Saturdays and Sundays, unlike the Bharatiya Janata Party and the AIADMK, which he says are actually available to people 24/7. The DMK on their part, they have asserted that Vijay's weekend rallies actually pose no threat, are not even a matter of concern for them.
It is open-heartedly seen that it is 100% blessings by DMK to ADMK campaign, which is a part of a BJP alliance. So DMK wanted to support BJP alliance ADMK to do a very prompt and fresh campaign, and they are very much worried about our leaders' campaign, and we are deliberately seeing that on the ground. And definitely we are not worried about all this because we have people support. Our leader has people support. With all this support, definitely our leader will overcome all these problems, and definitely we'll be able to complete the program in next 3 months.
My colleague Pramod Madhav is now joining me. Pramod, we are seeing, this will be the big startup for Vijay. The elections will take place early next year. Vijay himself is seeing, Vijay believes that he is a big contender. The DMK, however, Pramod, is dismissing these rallies.
Well, it surely is, and in fact, like before we even could start over there, let me show the crowd at this spot. Look at that. That is Vijay's TVK, Tamilnaga Vechi Kadagam, and over there you could see all those all those other people at this spot. And these are the TVK's carriers who are here since 8 a.m. We are expecting Vijay to leave from Chennai by 9:30 a.m. So he should be here around 10:30 or so. And for 25 minutes, he's allowed to speak at this spot. The interesting fact is that earlier already itself, 25 rules have been imposed over here not to block the road and make sure that he does not do a road show and such. But the way the crowd is gathered over here, the only thing is that the vehicle cannot come fast, and these are the carriers at the spot who are at this location. Everybody's cheering for Vijay. Now there is a contention claiming that there are, the DMK is trying to control the crowd and such. This is what TVK says, but on the police end they claim that such regulations are imposed for every other party who wants to conduct any kind of such campaign. But this is Vijay's first campaign. These are Vijay's carriers, Tamilnaga Vechi Kadagam party members over here who are waiting since 8 a.m. All are waiting. Why are you waiting? Edukku wait pandreenga? Hey, edukku wait pandreenga?
நான் தலைவரை பார்க்கணும், தளபதி எங்க அண்ணன் விஜய பார்க்கணும்.
Right from my colleague Pramod, who is right at the rally. This is the starting point for actor Vijay. He is now starting his poll campaign for the state elections. News that's coming in from the United States of America. US President Donald Trump is breaking his silence on the 50% tariff on India. He admits 50% tariff have soured ties with New Delhi. India is Russia's biggest customer. Not an easy thing for me to do. Tariffs is a big deal, causes rift with India. Now, this is something that he said during an interview to the US media. Donald Trump is now saying that the 50% tariff that have been levied by the United States of America on India, these tariffs have soured ties with New Delhi. India is Russia's biggest customer. Not an easy thing for me to do. Tariff is a big deal. It causes rift with India. This is something that US President Donald Trump said in an interview to the US media.
What is clamping down on Vladimir Putin?
Well, it'll be hitting very hard with sanctions to banks and having to do with oil and tariffs also. But I've already done it. I've done a lot. Look, India was their biggest customer. I put a 50% tariff on India because they're buying oil from Russia. That's not an easy thing to do. That's a big deal.
On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Ashwara Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. RSS chief Bhagwat slams US tariffs. Says world fears India's growing influence. Akhilesh's remark on vote theft. Says India may face Nepal-like situation. Rising food prices accelerates August retail inflation to 2.07%.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
उठो पार्थ गांडीव संभालो. The world today is caught in a complex chakravyuh. A battlefield of wars, economic slowdown, and a crisis of confidence. But in this chaos, India is rising. A civilization that has stood unbroken for thousands and thousands of years. A nation that now guides and navigates this complex world with confidence and with clarity. I'm Gaurav Sawant. This is Chakravyuh.
India's spirit, India's stories, India's podcast. Watch every Thursday, 5 p.m. on India Today YouTube.
I'm joined by a very special guest, someone who is the editor of Tughlaq, but a man of many parts, is proud to be an RSS pracharak way back in the early 1970s, has been an investigative journalism, chartered accountant, and so much more. Please welcome S. Gurumurthy. Mr. Gurumurthy, you are known to create controversy. And I've just seen your latest editorial in the Tughlaq, where you go on to say, DMK stole Chori, Tamil to market a failed Dravidian dream. Dravidianism is divisive, devoid of any form of spirituality and cultural identity. You even suggest there's a racial tinge to it. And then go on to praise Prime Minister Modi and claim he is trying to rescue Tamil Nadu and reconnect it with India's spiritual and cultural stream. What are you trying to say?
See, for that, you have to go at least 100 years when E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar was in the Congress party. He was in the Congress movement. But somewhere he became so disenchanted with the Congress, which was then dominated by the upper caste and particularly the Brahmins. He decided to strike an independent path, and he found that this Dravidianism, which is rooted in the British division of the Aryans and Dravidians, as racial concept. This is important. No racial concept as an ideology. White race, black race, yellow race. There is no ideology. It's only color. So he zeroed in on Dravidian identity, and he found that it completely contradicts the Tamil identity. If you look at the entire Tamil literature, of course, many of them may be knowing, the current generation may not even know, that if you touch Tamil, it is Sanatana Dharma. If you touch Tolkapiyam, it talks about Varna Dharma. Tolkapiyar says that he went and gave his thesis, his literature, which is Panini's grammar. He adopted Panini's grammar and gave it to an Adango to Asan who was well versed in 4 Vedas, got it approved by him, and then came and presented it to the Pandyan Sabha. The starting point of Tamil is Varna Dharma. In fact, Vaivaswata Manu was supposed to have been born in Madurai. My own thesis is Varna Dharma went from here to north, not from there here. So, E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar found that the entire Tamil literature celebrates Sanatana Dharma, Varna Dharma, Brahminism, and he said this whole thing has to go. And he called Tamil a barbaric language, Tamil people barbaric people. Tirukkural, the human stool kept on a golden plate. This was the DMK ideology till 1963.
But the fact is, Periyar, as large parts of the country know him, was also speaking out against the ills of this Brahminical Hinduism. What you are glorifying today as Sanatan Dharma, he saw as casteist, ritualistic and Brahminical.
He was absolutely right. In fact, he was the only honest thinker in Tamil Nadu. He found this entire Tamil culture, literature, Tamil scholars were all Brahminical, and Tiruvallur celebrated Brahmins, and he said if you want to attain moksha, you have to go touch the feet of a Brahmin. So he said, who are these people? Unless you give up all this and say these are all semi-barbaric language, and you adopt Dravidianism. He was the only honest thinker. The DMK is a dishonest party. In 1965, they had this anti-Hindi agitation. Suddenly they became Tamil lovers. For example, Annadurai, for whom I have, among the DMK people, I have some respect for Annadurai, because he was a very moderate man. He was a good man. He wrote 220 books, not one about Tamil literature, not one about Tirukkural. It is only after 1967, when he became the chief minister, he began talking about Tirukkural. So, when they were orphaned by the Dravidian racialism, they got hold of Tamil.
No, you're saying they got hold of Tamil. Today we are in 2025. Whether you like it or not, the DMK and the various Dravida parties claim to represent a sense of Tamil pride. Many of the leaders of the DMK today, who you say stole Tamil or saw Tamil as barbaric, all of them have written extensively in Tamil. Karunanidhi was a scriptwriter. Others also wrote volumes in Tamil. I mean, are you saying that in 2025, Dravidianism or Dravida identity does not represent Tamil identity?
No, I tell you, this is stolen identity. That's what I'm saying. You see...
Stolen from whom?
Stolen from the original Tamil people. The Dravidian people. You can't have Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam and have Tamil identity. This is my complaint.
No, why? Are you saying that Dravidian identity is not equal to Tamil identity?
No. Dravidian identity has no language. It is racial. And it is regional. If you say Tamil is Dravidian identity, then what about Malayalam, Kannadam, Telugu? They are all Dravidas. So there is a complete contradiction which E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar saw. He was probably the most well-read, competent, honest man. You like him or not? He explained what he wanted. But the DMK found that he has been orphaned and then took to Tamil. I will tell you two things. Tirukkural was perhaps the only literature which had more than 200 people who have explained the meaning of Tirukkural. Amazing. I don't think any other literature has been explained so well. Between 1950 and 1970, 24 people wrote explanations about Tirukkural. The DMK came to power, the number came down to 3. You know why? These people who oppose Tirukkural have to come to power, can I write or not? The number came down. Karunanidhi wrote about Tirukkural explanation for the first time in 1996. These people, because they had to find some way to identify themselves. So what I'm saying is, you said you are Tamil lover, you are Tamil converts, it's okay. But you call others Tamil drohis. They are all haters of Tamil. Another thing I tell you, the number of people taking to English medium education in Tamil Nadu as compared to the students taking Tamil medium, the difference is 74%. Where have you promoted Tamil? You have destroyed Tamil. Periyar said, promote English, destroy Tamil. And you are doing that.
You know, we'll make this even more contentious because along with what you're saying, you also go on, as I said, to praise Prime Minister Modi and claim he is trying to rescue Tamil Nadu and reconnect it with India's spiritual and cultural stream. Now, the general belief is the BJP is seen to reflect the idea of Hindustan, or even the RSS for that matter, which is antithetical to the very idea of India of a plural society. So you seem to at one level be disparaging about the DMK. On another level, you seem to suggest that Mr. Modi is trying to embrace the original Tamil cultural stream. You can't do it simply by wearing a veshti in an interview with a Tamil channel. There is more to it.
See, Rajdeep, you are going by the narrative of what RSS or BJP or Modi is. You have your own narrative. RSS would never have grown unless it had accepted local sentiments, local culture, local language. This is what the Congress failed to do. In fact, when I was sitting with you on the table, I was a congressman. In 1967 and 1971, we all worked against the DMK. The way the DMK's, the racial fervor was there, the DMK man will not eat but will work for the party. So that was the DMK which we fought against. The Congress never realized the deep regional and linguistic pride of Tamil people. So it vacated that place for the DMK to grab. If Congress in 1950s and 60s and 70s all over India had addressed local aspirations, there would be no other political party in this country. If the BJP is stepping into the place vacated by the Congress, it is Congress plus. The BJP has taken over all the pre-independence values, slogans, symbols of the Congress. Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Where did it get?
No, but where is this belief then, the ideological belief of Hindustan? Are you saying that that is not the ideological construct of the Sangh Parivar?
No, that was the starting point of it was never RSS. It was BJP. Hindustan was the original plank of the BJP, which grew in the north. Afterwards, when it spread, it began accepting other. Otherwise, for example, Kerala is the place where the BJP may not be able to win as many seats as it wants to, but the strongest RSS shaka is only in Kerala, in Karnataka. So it addressed the regional aspirations. It recognized the people's longing for their own values. So you can't say that RSS means what you say or your narrative. What Narendra Modi is doing is something unique. He is not talking about Dravidian. He is not talking about anything. He is only talking about how great Tamil language is. And he says now he will put up statues of Rajaraja Chola and Rajendra Chola. You know what it means? Under Rajaraja Chola statue, there will be an insignia, Shivapada Shekhara. Shivapada Shekhara means he was keeping Shiva's feet on his head. DMK cannot accept it, it cannot reject it. Rajendra Chola, he called himself as the inheritor of Rama's legacy, Surya Vamsha. Modi will put it. DMK cannot reject it, it cannot accept it. So he is creating a situation where the DMK will have to give up Dravidianism and accept Tamil, or give up Tamil and go by Dravidian. So this is the conflict he is creating for the DMK.
But then why is it that Tamil Nadu remains a bridge too far for the BJP? Why is it then, if all of what you're saying is true, the RSS and the Hindu Munani, for example, have grown over the years, both in Kerala and in Tamil Nadu. But when it comes to elections, it's the two Dravidian parties who dominate the political landscape. Are you saying that will change?
You see, please understand one thing. If DMK had remained committed to Dravidian or Tamil sincerely, it won't happen. Because they are not sincere to either. For example, I was talking to a DMK MP who was in the flight. I don't want to mention the gender. The person wanted to meet me, to talk to me. The person had just become the DMK MP. I kept on talking to that person in Tamil. That person kept on answering me in English. I said, I am talking in Tamil, you are talking in English. I have seen most of the DMK peoples, because from 1996 till 2004, I used to very closely move with the DMK leaders, including Murasaliman, who was a great friend. In no house I have seen Tamil words being used. You have driven Tamil out of, because E.V. Ramsam Naikar never had respect for Tamil. He always praised English. Tamil Nadu has become an English-speaking state, English-learning state. So, if
nothing wrong in that.
Nothing wrong in that. But don't say Tamil is the greatest language, we are the protectors of Tamil. This is dishonest.
So you're saying when DMK now goes on a campaign, for example, saying Hindi is being imposed on Tamil Nadu, we stand for a Tamil cultural identity, you're saying that's bogus?
I'll tell you one thing. This year, the number of people who got admitted into first standard in Tamil language is 70,000. Throughout Tamil Nadu, first standard Tamil admission. But those who got into Hindi Prachar Sabha to learn English is 80,000.
So that's because English is an aspirational language across India.
No, I'm talking about Hindi.
Are you saying, therefore, that a majority of Tamilians would want to actually learn Hindi?
Absolutely. I'm not saying people will love Hindi. They would like to learn Hindi. It's not because you want to learn a language because you love it. You find it is useful. People are maybe learning French or German or out of love. But you learn English for its utility. Hindi is utility. And you say Hindi is imposition. That's where the DMK is wrong. And these are all fake things. Dayanidhi Maran speaks Hindi. But he would not allow, DMK would not allow somebody else to speak Hindi. So this dishonesty will get exposed. I am telling you, after the social media explosion, the DMK cannot keep the people ignorant for too long.
You know, Mr. Gurumurthy, you still haven't...
You can call me Guru. I call you Sir Rajdeep.
Yeah, you know...
Guru is name as well as status, you must understand.
Sir, I'll call you, you're very senior to me, so I can call you Guru, Guruji. If I call you Guruji, you'll think I'm referring to Guruji Golwalkar, so I'm very careful. But, you know, Mr. Gurumurthy, what you're trying to suggest runs against the history of the last 50 years, is the point I'm making. Because the Dravidian movement surely has struck deep roots in these parts. No party could or movement could have survived for as long as it has unless it has struck strong regional roots. So the people of the state ultimately decides. Gurumurthy and Tughlaq do not decide what the people of Tamil Nadu want. If the people of Tamil Nadu feel that maybe Dravidianism is empowering, then maybe it is. Maybe it has broken from the Brahminism that in a way you represent.
I agree. In 1920, Dravidianism was a seed thought.
Yes.
And it grew into a very powerful movement in 1948 when Annadurai broke from the DK.
Yes.
But he still maintained those very policies. His objection was only to E.V. Ramsam Naikar marrying a woman. Otherwise, they had no problem. He even said this chairman's position, the president's position, is kept vacant for him. In 1963, he felt that Dravidianism was not going to work. He gave up the Dravida Nadu principle. Then he came to Tamil. Because that area had been vacated by the Congress party, he could just take it over. It was an untenanted property. Tamil was an untenanted property handed over free by the Congress to the DMK. DMK had nothing to do with Tamil. Congress had everything to do with Tamil. If you look at the 18th, 19th, 20th century Tamil scholars, they were all great nationalists. Not a single DMK man produced any literature worth the name until 1990. So, for the DMK to say that they have taken over, because it was a stolen property on the road. So what I'm saying is, this is a seed thought, which we are now sowing. It will take 15 years, 20 years. But to say that I should not sow it, is to say I should not sow the truth.
But then why I repeat again, why are right-wing pro-Hindu groups struggling over the years to get the kind of political acceptance in Tamil Nadu? What is it that has prevented them from getting that kind of acceptance?
I tell you, the society in Tamil Nadu has changed. In 1970s, when we were all political activists, there used to be so little crowd in the temple. Gods did not attract people. Gods have been driven out of Tamil Nadu. Now, the only place of attraction is temple, gods. So what E.V. Ramasamy Nayakar wanted destroyed has come back. But politics remains the same. But they cannot remain aligned for too long. So the politics has to now adjust to the aspirations of the people. The people have become religious. They have become spiritual. All that the DMK wanted destroyed, for example, firewalking, or there are self-torturing methods of, all that has come back. DMK people themselves are doing it. DMK is on a wicket which has already collapsed. It is only who is going to give that push. If anybody can give that push, it is only the BJP. BJP is not a pushover party today. It is a pushing party. I am not looking at it as someone RSS or who has sympathy for BJP. I am looking at it as how Tamil Nadu politics is moving. If BJP could lead a coalition, alliance of parties with 18% votes, which was unthinkable, Tamil Nadu is moving. So you can't say Tamil Nadu is not making an impact.
Okay, I just want to, for a moment, play what Udaynidhi Stalin said a couple of years ago, which created a controversy. And I want you to respond to that after listening to it. Listen in first to what Udaynidhi Stalin said. We'll just try and put that...
No, I know what he said.
Yeah, but I know what you said, but maybe some people in the audience need to be reminded of what Udaynidhi had said at the time. Can we play that? What Udaynidhi said?
It's a pity that I have to listen to what he says and comment on it.
Okay, we'll wait and see if we get that. Well and good. But what? Yeah.
கொசு, டெங்கு காய்ச்சல், மலேரியா, கொரோனா இதையெல்லாம் நம்ம எதிர்க்கக்கூடாது, ஒழித்து கட்ட வேண்டும். சிலவற்றை நாம் ஒழிக்கத்தான் வேண்டும், எதிர்க்க முடியாது. கொசு, டெங்கு காய்ச்சல், மலேரியா, கொரோனா இதையெல்லாம் நம்ம எதிர்க்கக்கூடாது, ஒழித்து கட்ட வேண்டும். சிலவற்றை...
Okay, so what he's saying is that how the battle will be pitched in the future?
No.
Those who promote Sanatan Dharma as you see it versus those who promote Dravidianism and a sense that Sanatan Dharma in its very form is hierarchical, casteist, ritualistic versus Dravidianism which claims it stands for a more egalitarian, rational society.
Rajdeep, you have no familiarity with how Tamil Nadu and DMK politics evolved in 1950s and 60s. This is at least listenable. They used to talk in such rotten language, which cannot be printed. We have listened to all that. This more gentlemanly presentation of Sanatana Dharma. You don't know the kind of pain religious people had undergone in Tamil Nadu because of these third-rate people who had come into politics in the name of Dravidianism have caused a collapse of the Tamil Nadu society. In fact, Tamil Nadu should have been the California of India. It is underperforming.
So it's on most social and economic indicators, Tamil Nadu is way ahead of the rest of the country.
I agree, because you see, Tamil Nadu has had a historical advantage of associating with modernity because the British came here first. You must understand that the present world in which if you want to succeed, you must have connectivity with modernity. Tamil Nadu established it. But Tamil Nadu established modernity without losing tradition. That became the social capital of Tamil Nadu. It didn't destroy its families, the community systems were not destroyed, relationship remained the same, the language was preserved. This is something which is completely contrary to the modern development model, the macroeconomic model, which says methodological individualism. You have to destroy the existing relationship to build a modern society. Tamil Nadu built a modern society without destroying tradition. That is Tamil Nadu. It should have performed so well, but for the corruption, you see. Today somebody was saying the kind of corruption that is going on. As I entered, sir, you please help us. Tamil Nadu should be leading India. It has that potentiality. It is underperforming because of Dravidianism.
Corruption is a national epidemic, sir. Some of the people you admire are not necessarily above board also, some of the politicians, but I take your point. I take your point that you could say much more could be done. There's a cleansing needed of public life, for example. But I do really want to ask you, over the years, you and others in Tamil Nadu have from time to time looked for options to the Dravidian parties. I recall a few years ago, you had suggested that BJP should not align with either AIDMK or DMK, instead should form its own identity with the likes of Rajnikant, for example, to lead it. That didn't work out. You seem to be constantly looking for someone who's going to take on this Dravidian identity and do a guru identity, if I may call it that.
No, I am not looking for somebody, looking on somebody. I am actually looking for adding on. You must understand, every party has to develop a core and then add, because today it is coalition politics. For example, you look at how M.G. Ramachandran broke the DMK. M.G. Ramachandran was the first U-turn that occurred in Tamil Nadu politics against Dravidianism. He openly went to, when they were proclaimedly against religion, he openly went to the temple in Karnataka, Mookambika temple. And he openly went to Acharyas. The Tamil Nadu sentiments turned against all that the DMK stood for. So this is a poison has been spread throughout Tamil Nadu against the Tamil way of life, Tamil culture, Tamil belief, Tamil literature.
That may have been the case.
No, I agree.
That may have been the case in the past. Today, you don't believe that Tamil cultural identity and Dravidianism can coexist? They can. Why can't they coexist?
Now, what I'm saying is it cannot coexist for two reasons, because even they don't believe in it. It is only a narrative. The way, for example, Annadurai adjusted himself from being a Dravidian to Tamil, Karunanidhi, Stalin couldn't do it. And this boy can never do it. They had a way of swaying the people. I used to be amazed at the way they used to speak in Tamil. They cannot do it. They are not trained to sway the people. It is swaying the people that mattered in favor of Tamil. They cannot do it because their narrative is failing by their own conduct.
Which is why the BJP next year is latching on to AIDMK. You see, if all that you were saying was true, then the BJP should courageously say, we are going to spend the next 20 years building an identity, a Tamil identity of our own.
I entirely agree. This is what I would advise the BJP. But do you mean to say I am speaking for the BJP?
No, I thought your advice is always taken by the BJP.
No, my advice will be listened to. It is not that it is taken.
What's the best thing about living in Tamil Nadu and being Tamilian?
You see, the best thing, it's a very moderate society. Despite all the extremism that has been spread, Tamil Nadu has never taken to violence. Except in patches. The DMK also could not turn Tamil Nadu into a violent society. Could not. It is the kind of work that was done by our rishis, alvas, Nayanmars, great people like Thiruvallur. It's not a joke. No other place, no other literature, no other language has this kind of personalities. So it has gone so deep into our society. We represent the best of what we call as Bharatiya.
Okay. That's my one-liner. Tamil Nadu represents the best of what we call Bharatiya. On that note, S. Gurumurthy for being provocative and contentious and controversial as ever, but always a pleasure listening to you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand to S. Gurumurthy.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Aizawl at the moment. The visuals that are coming in. Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav also.
Because of the Himalayan mountains and the deep valleys. In fact, one bridge in Mizoram is taller than Qutub Minar in Delhi. This line will now connect Mizoram with Guwahati, Kolkata and Delhi and many other destinations. Today, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji will start 3 new trains. First, Rajdhani Express to New Delhi. Second, Mizoram Express to Guwahati.
My colleague Piyush Mishra is now joining us from the spot. He's in Aizawl in Mizoram. Piyush, very, very important. Connectivity will get a big boost. We are just hearing the Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav speaking about the fact that 3 new trains They will start now and they will make sure that the northeastern part of our country is very well connected with the rest of the country.
अभी लगे हुए हैं क्योंकि चारों तरफ से बैरिकेडिंग की गई है। इससे अनुमान लगाया जा सकता है कि जो तीसरा जो आरोपी है फराज उसके
Can you hear me, Piyush?
And we are also starting cargo operations within this week. Cost of cement will reduce. Cost of steel will reduce. Time taken to bring the daily household items will significantly reduce. What used to take days will now be done in hours. And above all, we are also starting one refrigerated coach. The beautiful turmeric, the beautiful ginger and the very, very unique fruits of Mizoram will now find new markets. Friends, all this was possible.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting the northeastern states. At the moment, he's in Mizoram. This is Aizawl in Mizoram. Prime Minister Modi will be flagging off 3 new trains.
Now allow me to call on the Honourable...
My colleague Piyush is joining us from Aizawl in Mizoram. Piyush, connectivity will get a big boost now. We just heard the Railway Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, mentioning that 3 new trains will start. One of them will be the Rajdhani Express. Cargo trains will also start.
Well, yes, 3 new trains are connecting Aizawl with New Delhi, Kolkata and Guwahati, will be inaugurated by PM Narendra Modi as he has landed in Delhi, and it is going to provide a huge boost to economy and tourism sector here in the state. Right now, I'm present at Aizawl railway station, and let me try to show you the visuals of this very train, which is all set to be inaugurated by PM Narendra Modi. This is the Rajdhani train, and here it is written also flagging off train number 02057 Sairanga station on 13th September 2025. This is Rajdhani Inaugural Express, which is all set to be inaugurated by PM Narendra Modi in a short while from now. We also have EDIP Railway Board, Mr. Dilip Kumar. Let me understand from him, sir, how is it going to be beneficial for the people of Mizoram?
This project is very crucial. Now Mizoram is getting connected with the entire railway network of our country, and so now train movement can happen anywhere in the country, and we are going to start 3 new trains today. So the people of Mizoram can go to Guwahati, and there will be a daily Mizoram Express from Aizawl to Guwahati, and then there is a tri-weekly express train to Kolkata from this place, and then obviously this beautiful Rajdhani Express will connect Aizawl to our Delhi. So definitely all these three trains and the other services which we will be introducing later on will benefit the people. Their movement will be easy. The travel time will reduce by half. The movement of the freight items will be easy. We will be introducing some freight trains also. We are having very good products in this area, which can be sent to the other markets of our country.
So that's right. This is what Ashwarya Dilip Kumar is highlighting, who is the Railway Board EDIP, as to how the connectivity will become very easy for the people of Mizoram. But on my left hand side, you can also see as to how the preparations are taking place. People from different parts of Mizoram have come here in large number, and they are sitting there, under a shed. Because a couple of minutes back it was raining also, but yes, people have come here to take part in the inaugural function, which is also to take place from today. So if you talk about this connectivity, Ashwarya, for the very first time, the capital city of Mizoram has been connected with India's vast railway network. In the last 1 decade, we have seen as to how a lot of efforts were put in by the government to construct a railway line between Sairang and Bairabi. Bairabi is the last station of Assam, which comes under the Mizoram's border area, Assam-Mizoram border area. And till now, there was if one has to travel to Mizoram, the people had to deboard at the Bairabi railway station. And now, when there is a connectivity, people can go to Bairabi and then from Bairabi to Guwahati and to New Delhi. So it's a great connectivity which has now been provided, and this railway line
Right, Piyush.
has been connected from.
Right. That was my colleague Piyush, who's standing right at the spot where that train, the Rajdhani Express, will be flagged off by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What used to take days will now take hours. That's what the Railway Ministry at the moment is claiming. Also, they are saying Mizoram fruits will now find new markets. My colleague Indujit Kundu is also now joining me. Indujit, we are now seeing how connectivity will actually get a big boost. And what has been the focus of the government, at least from 2014, they have made sure. They also speak about the fact that they want to make sure that the northeastern part of the country, which according to BJP used to feel very alienated before 2014, does not feel the same. And we are now seeing the connectivity also improving. What's very important, the daily train that will be from Aizawl to Guwahati, that will also give big boost to the connectivity.
Well, absolutely, Aishwarya. This is, this Bairabi-Sairang connection is a landmark connection. Remember, through this, India's railway connectivity goes to the farthest eastern corner of India at a time when China is wrapping up its infrastructure on its Indian border. This has significant ramifications as far as our defense preparedness and our strategic preparedness is concerned. And the lane connectivity now reaches directly to Aizawl, which is the capital of Mizoram, and it has remained unconnected with the railway network for 78 years since independence. So you can understand the importance and the significance of this infrastructure project. And this project was created in a very difficult terrain. A lot of people lost their lives while this project was being created. There was a mishap a few years back. So this is going to be very, very important. And you are going to have a Rajdhani Express. Just imagine, for the first time, Mizoram is going to be connected by the Rajdhani Express. So two stations, the Anand Bihar station in New Delhi and the Sairang station in Aizawl will be connected weekly. So the first Rajdhani Express will be flagged off today by Prime Minister shortly, and then passengers would be able to board the train from 19th of this month. Aishwarya.
This is very important. You are saying from the 19th, passengers will be able to use this train. Indujit, in your experience, what have you seen? Do you believe the alienation that people who stay in the northern part, do you think that the alienation that they feel, that gap will be bridged now in coming years? Because that's the focus of the central government. At least they are saying that this is an outreach which we are trying to do, also making sure that the connectivity improves. And with that, maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to bridge the gap that we have seen over the past so many years between the rest of the country and between the northeastern states.
Well, that's right, Aishwarya. I mean, it's a point that is worth underlining. Every time we speak about alienation of communities in the Northeast, it also stems from the fact that, the distances are so, so large, and most often connectivity is extremely, extremely difficult. And in that sense, just imagine 78 years of independence, after independence, it has taken for a state capital, Mizoram, capital Aizawl, to be connected on the railway grid. So that's very, very important. And of course, here in Imphal, just like in Mizoram, there is a lot of anticipation for the Prime Minister's visit to the Strive Stone state. It's been 2 years since Manipur has been engulfed in the ethnic crisis. Behind me, of course, you can see we are here in Imphal, and there are posters of Prime Minister Modi everywhere, and we are right outside the historic Kangla Fort, and I will ask my camera person to show you. This is where the Prime Minister is going to come a short while from now, later in the afternoon, and heavy security presence is what we can see. Since yesterday, the entire Manipur capital, Imphal, has been completely, shrouded in very heavy security by all the agencies, the army, the paramilitary, and the state police. Kangla Fort, of course, decked up, ready to greet Prime Minister Narendra Modi this afternoon. So he will first go to Churachandpur, which is the hill district, and then from Churachandpur he will be coming here to the Manipur capital, Imphal, and meeting people, internally displaced people who have been homeless for the past 2 years and also address, a rally, a public meeting here. This is, of course, a government program where Prime Minister would be kicking off projects worth 8,500 crores. Now, you have the big project which is going to be inaugurated in Mizoram, which is also a few thousand crores. It's a big project. Similarly, in neighboring Manipur as well, the Prime Minister will be kicking off and inaugurating projects worth 8,500 crores of infrastructure project. So clearly, as you just began this conversation saying that there is a renewed push as far as infrastructure is concerned in India's northeast, and that seems to be the focus of Prime Minister Modi. Back to you.
Right, Indujit, Manipur at the moment, right. Indujit, you were also speaking about the fact that this is a government program. Prime Minister Modi will also be meeting with those people who have been displaced, who have been moved from one place to another place. Do you think after this trip, we could see the strengthening of relationship between the central government and the people of Manipur?
Well, that is what is being anticipated. So many people that we've been speaking to, and a lot of people will be coming here to the Kangla Fort to attend this program. There will be several CSO groups or civil society organizations which will be part of these outreach program that the Prime Minister is going to attend today. And as I've been saying, that there is massive security presence out here. So people will, in general, they are welcoming the Prime Minister's visit today. Both sides of the ethnic divide, be it the Meiteis in the valley or the Kukis in the hills, they're all welcoming the Prime Minister's visit. They're saying that perhaps it could have come a little earlier, but nonetheless, since it's happening today, it's historic, it's landmark, and they're hoping that there will be some sort of a resolution. Now, there are certain sticking points as far as both these communities are concerned. The Meiteis here in the valley, they are consistent in their demand that there has to be complete territorial integrity of Manipur, that Manipur as a state cannot be divided. Whereas on the other side, amongst the Kuki-Zook community, they are continuously stating that they cannot reside and live together under the same administration, that they want a separate state. So it needs a political solution, because they are saying that over the past 2 years, they have suffered under the administration, which they claim is predominantly, driven by the Meitei community, because there are the population here, of course, Imphal is the seat of power, and it's in the valley, and valley is where the Meiteis dominate. So these are long-standing problems that one cannot solve in just one single visit. But nonetheless, this is, of course, a big start, and it's historic that the Prime Minister finally comes to Manipur, a state that has been ravaged by ethnic crisis for the past 2 years. Much has changed because the state is under President's rule right now. Biren Singh has resigned as the Chief Minister. And if my camera person can quickly show, things have turned to normalcy, because you see normal traffic out on the streets of Manipur. These were not the scenes a few years back. I've been coming here for the past 2 years, and I've seen worse. There have been curfew after curfew, weeks and weeks of curfew. People won't be able to venture out on the streets. Essential commodities would be very, very expensive. So in the last 7 months, ever since President's rule have been imposed in Manipur, I have seen normalcy return on both sides of the ethnic divide, be it the hill districts or the valley. So people have been able to piece together their lives from the ruins of this ethnic crisis. And now that the Prime Minister comes in and he's trying to reach out to both the communities, the real anticipation and expectation is that this will provide the much needed healing touch to both the communities, and at least they will be able to come together on the negotiating table and perhaps find a long-lasting solution and long-lasting peace in the region. Aishwarya.
Indujit, the million-dollar question then, when will be elections be held? Because that's a big question, and I'm sure a lot of people, especially in Manipur, will be asking this question, that things are now a little bit back on track. The need of the hour, obviously, is to make sure that state elections are held at the earliest. Your assessment, Indujit, on the ground, do you believe this is something that the people at the moment are looking forward to the state elections?
Well, look, as far as, whether there will be a fresh election or whether, parties would be able to cobble up support and form a government. Like the BJP, of course, which was ruling the state even 7 months back, they still have the numbers, but will they be able to cobble up support and then approach the governor for fresh government formation is a question that's still looming large. We haven't been able to see any political movement on that front. In fact, the BJP in Manipur is treading cautiously because we haven't heard of any political statement coming in from the BJP leadership. Sambit Patra, who is the observer for the BJP in the state, he has been here for the past 24 hours and they've only spoken about the Prime Minister's visit and the official program and the development projects that the Prime Minister is going to kick off and inaugurate. So they are not, speaking in political terms, no political rhetoric coming in. The opposition, of course, the Congress party saying that this is too little, too late, but the BJP has strayed away from getting into any political rhetoric ahead of the Prime Minister's visit. So this is being looked at.
And transport and communication in India.
Right, Indrajit, what you are seeing at the moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi flagging off the 3 trains. This is from Aizawl. One of the most crucial trains that have been flagged off by Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the daily train that will now be moving between Guwahati and Aizawl. Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the moment in Aizawl. This is a big push, a big development push which has been given to the northeastern states by the central government. My colleague Ashutosh is now joining me from Churachandpur. Ashutosh, the place where you are, you have been very closely tracking with what exactly is happening in Manipur. And Churachandpur, Ashutosh, was the epicenter where we saw those big clashes take place.
The foothill areas, yes, were extremely vulnerable. But before I could speak, Ashwarya, I would just bring you some images that I see here in Churachandpur. That just before the PM's arrival, what we see, the kind of commotions and emotions in the people, that they are ready to welcome the Prime Minister with the national flag and placards. But yes, the rain is now being a spoiler, as after traveling Aizawl, inaugurating the projects, these people who have been waiting here, there's a massive rain and it's been more than a couple of hours and very unlikely that it's going to stop at least for another 2 hours. So in the market, we had to take the refuge in this market that is being run by the women, and that Manipur has always been a symbol of women empowerment, that every difficult task, from easy to difficult, everything is now literally being led by the women. Here the road has been
2014 में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री बने तो उन्होंने सबसे ज्यादा स्पेशल फोकस अगर कहीं पे किया तो वो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के डेवलपमेंट पे किया, और ये चौथा ऐसा राज्य है, हिमांशु आपको बता दें, नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स का जहां पर ट्रेन कनेक्टिविटी पहुंची और धीरे धीरे और जगहों तक भी ये कनेक्टिविटी पहुंचने वाली है। लेकिन अब तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहां पर आप देख सकते हैं कैसे ट्रेन चल पड़ी है और ट्रेन यहां से होते हुए नई दिल्ली की तरफ बढ़ रही है।
It was my colleague Piyush who's standing right at the platform from where the first train between Aizawl, the Rajdhani Express, now has been flagged off by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Ministers of the Mizoram government, MPs and other elected representatives, greeting to the wonderful people of Mizoram. I bow to Supreme God Pathyan, who watches over this beautiful land of the Blue Mountains. I am here at Mizoram's Langpui Airport. Unfortunately, due to bad weather, I am sorry that I am not able to join you at Aizawl. But I can feel your love and affection even from this medium. Friends, whether it is the freedom movement or nation building, the people of Mizoram have always come forward to contribute. The ideals of people like Lalnu Ropai Lianji and Pathaltha Khuangchera continue to inspire the nation. Sacrifice and service, courage and compassion, these values are at the center of Mizo society. Today, Mizoram is playing an important role in India's development journey. Friends, this is a historic day for the nation, particularly for the people of Mizoram. From today, Aizawl will be on India's railway map. A few years ago, I had the opportunity of laying the foundation stone for the Aizawl railway line. And today, we proudly dedicate it to the people of the nation. Overcoming many challenges, including difficult terrain, this Bairabi-Sairang rail line has become a reality. The skills of our engineers and the spirit of our workers made this possible. Friends, our hearts have always been directly connected with each other. Now, for the first time, Sairang in Mizoram will be connected directly with Delhi by the Rajdhani Express. This is not just a railway connection, but it is a lifeline of transformation. It will revolutionize the lives and livelihoods of the people of Mizoram. Farmers and businesses of Mizoram can reach more markets across the nation. People will be able to access more options for education and healthcare. This will also create employment opportunities in tourism, transport, and hospitality sectors. Friends, for a long time, some political parties in our country practice vote bank politics. Their focus was always on places which had more votes and seats. The entire Northeast, including states like Mizoram, suffered greatly because of this attitude. But our approach is very different. Those who were earlier neglected are at the forefront now. Those who were once marginalized are the mainstream now. For the past 11 years, we have been working for the development of the Northeast. This region is becoming the growth engine of India. Friends, over the years, many states of the Northeast have been put on the rail map of India. For the first time, rural roads and highways, mobile connectivity and internet connections, electricity, tap water and LPG connections. The government of India has worked hard to strengthen all kinds of connectivity. Mizoram will also benefit from the Udan scheme for air travel. Soon, helicopter service will begin here. This will improve access to remote areas of Mizoram. Friends, Mizoram has a major role in both our Act East policy and the emerging Northeast Economic Corridor. With the Kaladan multimodal transit transport project and Serang Humang Buchehua rail line, Mizoram will also get connected to the Bay of Bengal through Southeast Asia. Due to this, trade and tourism will be boosted across Northeast India and Southeast Asia. Friends, Mizoram is blessed with talented youth. Our work is to empower them. Our government has already started 11 Eklavya residential schools here. Work is going to start 6 more schools. Our Northeast is also becoming a major hub for startups. I am happy that around 4,500 startups and 25 incubators are operating in the region. Young people of Mizoram are actively joining this movement and creating new opportunities for themselves and others. Friends, India is quickly becoming an important hub for global sports. This is also creating a sports economy in the country. Mizoram has a wonderful tradition of sports, producing many champions in football and all other sports. Our sports policies are benefiting Mizoram as well. Under the Khelo India scheme, we are supporting the creation of modern sports infrastructure. Recently, our government has also come out with a national sports policy, Khelo India Khel Niti. This will open new doors of opportunities for the youth of Mizoram. Friends, whether in our country or abroad, it gives me great happiness to play the role of an ambassador of the beautiful culture of the Northeast. Encouraging platforms that showcase the potential of the Northeast is important. A few months ago, I had the opportunity to participate in the Ashtalakshmi festival in Delhi. It showcased the textiles, crafts, GI tag products and tourism potential of the Northeast. At the Rising Northeast Summit, I encourage investors to tap into the potential of the Northeast. The summit is opening up the path for massive investment and projects. When I talk about being vocal for local, it greatly benefits the artisans and farmers of the Northeast too. Mizoram's bamboo products, organic ginger, turmeric and bananas are well known. Friends, we are constantly taking steps to boost ease of living and ease of doing business. Recently, next generation GST reforms have been announced. This means lower taxes on many products, making life easier for families. Before 2014, even daily essentials like toothpaste, soap, and oil were taxed at 27%. Today, only 5% GST is applicable. During Congress rule, medicines, test kits, and insurance policies were heavily taxed. That is why healthcare was expensive and insurance was out of reach for ordinary families. But today, all these have become affordable. The new GST rates will also make medicines for serious diseases like cancer more inexpensive. After September 22nd, cement and construction materials will also become cheaper. Many companies that manufacture scooters and cars have already reduced prices. I am sure that the festive season this time will be even more vibrant across the nation. Friends, as part of the reforms, GST on most hotels had been reduced to only 5%. Traveling to various places, staying in hotels, and eating out will become cheaper. This will help more people travel, explore, and enjoy different parts of our country. Tourist hubs like the Northeast will particularly benefit from it. Friends, our economy has seen a growth of 7.8% in the first quarter of 25-26. It means India is the fastest growing major economy in the world. We are also seeing the growth of Make in India and exports. During Operation Sindoor, you all saw how our soldiers taught a lesson to those who sponsored terror. The whole nation was filled with a sense of pride about our armed forces. In this operation, Made in India weapons played a significant role in protecting our country. The growth of our economy and manufacturing sector is very important for our national security. Friends, our government is committed to the welfare of every citizen, every family, and every region. It is through the empowerment of the people that a developed India will be built. In this journey, I am confident that the people of Mizoram will play a very important role. Once again, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you all and welcome Aizawl to the railway map of India. Today, due to the weather, I could not come to Aizawl, but I'm sure that we will meet very soon. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
You just heard Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He started by highlighting the difference between the BJP government and the earlier governments. Prime Minister Modi said earlier the parties were only interested in vote bank politics, but now BJP has decided that the northeastern states will also be as developed as the rest of the country. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also welcomed Mizoram to the grid and said that now you have railway connectivity. Very soon we'll be seeing many more people from Mizoram travelling to the national capital. We are now taking a very quick break. More news coming up on the other side.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. RSS chief Bhagwat slams US tariffs. Says world fears India's growing influence. Akhilesh's remark on vote theft. Says India may face Nepal-like situation. Rising food prices accelerates August retail inflation to 2.07%.
This is India Today, exclusively on the ground in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, which is witnessing a uprising of youth, the Gen Z, and which is now turning violent. A few minutes back, where I'm reporting from, the tear gas cells can be felt here at this particular point. This is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Kathmandu.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
News that's coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu now. TVK is now launching a statewide rally across the state of Tamil Nadu. Vijay has sounded the poll bugle. This poll bugle has been sounded at Trichy. Sea of crowd could be seen at Vijay's Trichy rally. Vijay said this is a rally to meet people across the state of Tamil Nadu. People have lost faith in DMK. What you see, massive crowd at Vijay's rally. This is a rally that the TVK leader has now launched. It's a statewide rally. This is Trichy, and now you will see in days to come how Vijay will be canvassing across the state of Tamil Nadu. He sounded the poll bugle. The elections will take place in the first half of next year. Sea of crowd at Vijay's Trichy rally. We have seen how the politics now is heating up across the state of Tamil Nadu. BJP's Annamalai has pointed fingers at Vijay and has said that Vijay in fact is a weekend politician, someone who meets people only on Saturdays and Sundays. AIADMK and the BJP, both these parties have now formed an alliance for the upcoming elections in the state of Tamil Nadu. The DMK on their part, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin believes that Vijay in fact is not a cause of concern. Also believes that these rallies which are being held over weekend will not impact DMK's prospects in the upcoming state elections. My colleague Pramod is now joining me on the story. Pramod, massive crowd, massive appreciation and love which we can see spilling out on the streets in Trichy. People have gathered in large numbers to see Vijay.
Well, it is, Aishwarya. This is the first time Vijay is coming to Trichy as a district, and that's the reason you could see such a massive crowd behind us. And since 8 a.m. people have gathered over here. We understand there are like nearly 22 restrictions and rules have been imposed over here. Still, you can see the people all have been gathered at this spot just to see Vijay. For 30 minutes or so, Vijay is supposed to speak in Trichy, post which is going to Perambalur and then Ariyalur points in one day itself. And that is why the opposition is calling him as a weekend politician. Still, Vijay claims that whatever he says makes an impact, and that's the reason he wants to come and meet the people. In fact, his tagline is Unga Vijay Naan Varan, which means your Vijay, I'm coming. And that you can see the kind of like massive welcome he's going to receive in Trichy, Aishwarya.
Right. Thank you, Pramod, giving us all those details, what you're seeing on your screens. Large number of people out there in the streets in Trichy, all of them all set to see Vijay. Vijay is saying that this is just the beginning. He will now begin to canvass across the state of Tamil Nadu. The political fight in Tamil Nadu heating up just ahead of the assembly elections. Actor turned politician Vijay has now launched his poll campaign from Trichy. Ahead of this big rally, TVK chief hit out at DMK government. He is saying that the government has failed to fulfill the promises. He also slammed Tamil Nadu police for imposing what he says has been an unfair restriction on his rally. Vijay, however, emphasized that the importance is that one needs to adhere to the rules that have been imposed. He in fact urged his cadre to maintain discipline during the rally. He also asserted people's love will make his rally a huge success. In fact, TVK chief was actually allowed to hold this rally only after he accepted the 22 conditions that were set by the Tamil Nadu police. BJP leader Annamalai, however, has been pointing fingers and attacking Vijay, dismissing him as just a weekend politician, someone who meets people only on Saturdays and Sundays. Unlike the BJP and the AIA-DMK, Annamalai says that both these party and the people of the party, they are available to people 24/7. The DMK on their part, they have asserted Vijay's weekend rally actually poses no threat, is not even a matter of concern for them.
Tamilnaga Vetri Kalagam's first campaign of Vijay at this location in Trichy, and behind us you could see the crowd that has already gathered for this particular spot in Trichy. This is a location called as Marakadai, where Vijay fans, skaters and everybody of Tamilnaga Vetri Kalagam has gathered for the first campaign across Tamil Nadu, which has been initiated from Trichy. And here, after Vijay speaking here, he is going to go to Perambalur and Ariyalur. But you see the crowd over here already overjoyed, and at this location they are waiting. Now the program is going to start by 10:30, but you see this is Tamilnaga Vetri Kalagam's mass crowd. Even after 25 regulations have been placed about maintaining safety and security rules and regulations, there is a large crowd over here that is standing at this spot, all waiting for Vijay. And the thing is that they are trying to control the crowd and spot. Vijay has stated that this is perennial Tamil Nadu. These are the fans of Vijay. This seems to be their only motto. And that's what they're claiming over here. That you see over here. They are the fans of Vijay. There is much and they gather over here to see Vijay at the spot, and they claim that Vijay is going to be the chief minister.
It is open-heartedly seen that it is 100% blessings by DMK to ADMK campaign, which is a part of a BJP alliance. So DMK wanted to support BJP alliance ADMK to do a very prompt and fresh campaign, and they are very much worried about our leaders' campaign, and we are deliberately seeing that on the ground. And definitely we are not worried about all this because we have people support, our leader has people support. With all the support, definitely our leader will overcome all these problems, and definitely we'll be able to complete the program in next 3 months.
News that's coming in from the state of Karnataka now. Celebrations turn into tragedy in the state of Karnataka. Train rams into Ganpati procession. Truck loses control in Karnataka's Hassan. Hassan mishap has killed over 9 people. 25 have been injured. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has expressed his grief. An ex-gratia of 5 lakh rupees will be given to the kin of the deceased. Karnataka government will be bearing the medical expenses of those who have been injured. My colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath is now joining me on the story. Nagarjun, extremely heartbreaking, heart-wrenching visuals. There was a Ganpati procession that was taking place in Hassan. The government has said they'll be bearing the medical expenses.
Well, extremely unfortunate incident when last night when there was Ganapati Visarjan procession going on in Hassan, 13-14 kilometers away from the city town center, a truck or a canter from the opposite side jumped over the divider and then hit people, and 9 people have lost their lives and 20 people have been injured at this time. Government has announced 5 lakh compensation for the people who have lost their lives, and they would be taking up the medical expense for all the 20 injured. Now, as we speak, the District in Charge Minister, Mr. Krishna Baira Gowda, is in Hassan meeting all the victim families to express or extend the condolences from the government side.
Thank you, Nagarjun, giving us all those details. Celebrations turned into tragedy in the state of Karnataka. It was a Ganesh Visarjan celebration which turned out to be extremely tragic. There was a truck that lost control and plowed into several devotees. This happened in Karnataka's Hassan district. The incident occurred at National Highway 373. The truck driver was trying to avoid a bike that was approaching from the opposite direction. The driver was also injured, has now been taken into custody. Initially, 5 people were killed on the spot. 3 others succumbed to the injuries during treatment. Prime Minister Modi has condoled the loss of lives of this mishap He's announced an ex gratia of 2 lakh rupees for the next of kin, each of the deceased. And those who have been injured, they'll be getting 50,000 rupees from the central government. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also has now expressed that he is deeply saddened by the incident, and he's announced a compensation of 5 lakh rupees to the victims' families.
In this incident, majorly youths have gotten affected. Now already 9 people have been declared dead. All I want to ask Chief Minister and the government and even the district minister is, please try to be considerate and please increase. You see, 5 lakhs is very less of an amount. So please try to be considerate, because everybody, all the families, financially, I am sure they're not in such a great condition.
On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi flags off key projects in Mizoram size wall, inaugurates projects virtually from the airport because of bad weather. Prime Minister Modi hits out at the opposition over halting the Vikas in Northeast. Also hails Operation Sindhu. Prime Minister Modi will be arriving in Manipur. Prime Minister Modi's first visit since the ethnic clashes tore through the state in 2023. Prime Minister Modi will be kicking off projects worth 8,500 crore rupees. Rahul Gandhi, however, says Prime Minister's trip is no big deal. Nepal gets first female Prime Minister. Former Chief Justice Sushila Karki has now taken oath as the country's interim Prime Minister. Elections will be held in the next 6 months. Prime Minister Modi greets Sushila Karki. Nine people have been killed and 25 others have been injured after a truck lost control and rammed into the devotees who were participating in the Ganesh idol immersion in Hassan in Karnataka. Prime Minister Modi condoles the tragedy. TVK chief Vijay is all set to launch his poll campaign. From Trichy, he hits out at the DMK government for failing to fulfill the promises. BJP attacks Vijay, dismisses him as a weakened politician. DMK says Vijay's rally is not a concern. Amid Donald Trump's tariff war, US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells the G7 to punish India and China for buying oil from Russia, also claims cutting off Russian revenue will end the Ukraine war. The top story that we are following coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu, where TVK has launched a statewide rally. Vijay has sounded the poll bugle from Trichy. Sea of crowd could be seen at Vijay's Trichy rally. At the beginning of the rally, Vijay said this rally is to meet people across the state of Tamil Nadu. People have lost the faith in DMK. Big statements being made. This is just the beginning. This is what Vijay has said. He will now be touring through the length and the breadth of the state of Tamil Nadu. My colleague Pramod is now joining me on the story. Pramod, we are now seeing how a sea of people, many people, Pramod, were out there to see Vijay. Vijay also has been pointing fingers at the DMK and saying that all those promises that the Chief Minister had made, those promises have not been fulfilled.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. Vijay is now ready to go ahead with the elections for the 2026. Not just the chief minister, he's also called two as his political enemy and ideological enemy. One being BJP, other one being DMK. And behind us, you could see that massive crowd that is over there. In fact, we are not even able to go closer because of the huge crowd at the spot. And they are here. It's 8 a.m. in the morning. Vijay was expected to come here by 10:30 itself. It is being delayed by the crowd at the airport, and now expecting him anytime over here. And from this location, he will be taking a left and going into this narrow passage where it's also completely covered by people since 8 a.m. and where he's expected to meet and talk to the people. In fact, he called this as a Makkal Payanam, which means to meet the people. And this is the first campaign of Tamil Karagam Vijay over here, and he has decided to start it from Trichy. Many political parties believe Trichy to be a very a very important area, and this is how Vijay has also decided to start his campaign over here. Just like you mentioned, even before starting his campaign, he said that people have lost their hope on DMK and Vijay wants to be the next hope for them. Over here, most of the people we could see are children who have come to this spot, and they that Vijay is going to be the next chief minister. Believe me, if the election commission changes the rule that anybody under 18 can go and vote, Vijay will become the chief minister. That is the kind of popularity he has with children. And here we also see everybody gathered since morning just to welcome Vijay, Aishwarya.
Right. Thank you, Pramod, giving us all those details. Pramod, one of the things that, we have seen throughout the course of Tamil Nadu politics, we have often seen actors becoming into these big leaders. But, if we speak about the success rate, not that much. Vijay at the moment obviously is garnering a lot of attention, a lot of attraction. But do you believe a lot of it will get converted into votes?
One thing is very clearly mentioned. There have been so many who have turned into political.
In fact, once I was having a conversation with DMK Deputy Secretary A. Raja earlier, he very clearly mentioned that even MJR did not jump from cinema to politics just like that. He did travel with DMK for a very long period, and he was a treasurer in the party, and then only then he initiated his own party. Thereby, his face was already known as not just as an actor, but as a politician. But after that, it was Jayalalitha who was inside AIDMK. He was also successful. Vijay had a massive success in 2016 elections and such. But then we had Kamal Hassan, who did create ripples during the 2019 election as well. But right now, the situation has changed. That he is an MP with the help of DMK. Earlier in 2019, Kamal Hassan actually spoke against DMK. But right now, it is Vijay who has called in two parties as his political enemies. One political, one ideological, one being BJP and one being DMK. The entire place, in fact, you could see the crowd over there. These are the crowds. These are the fans of Vijay. Children, they are the ones who are over here. They've come to see Vijay, and you see, they have their, Vijay's flag and everything over here, their towel and such. How old are you? 13. He's 13-year-old. 13, 14.
Right.
That's the age group that's over here, and it's a major group that is here to see Vijay, Aishwarya.
Thank you, Pramod, giving us all those details, visuals that you are seeing on your screens. TVK has now launched a statewide rally across the state of Tamil Nadu. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has inaugurated Mizoram's first railway line. He's flagged off state's maiden Rajdhani Express connecting Aizawl to the national capital. Prime Minister Modi has slammed the opposition for neglecting Northeast for many years. He said Northeast had suffered decades of neglect, but his government's approach is to fully integrate the region into the national mainstream. He will now be travelling to Manipur and Assam as a part of his day-long tour to the northeastern states. At about 12:30, we will see Prime Minister Modi visiting Chura Chandpur in Manipur for the foundation's stowing leg ceremony at the Peace Ground. This will be followed by inaugurations at the Kangla Ground in Imphal at about 2:30 p.m. He will be concluding his visit in Guwahati, a special event marking the 100th birth anniversary of Bharat Ratna Dr. Bhupen Hazarika. Politics also has erupted. Rahul Gandhi, who's the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha, he said Manipur has been in turmoil for quite some time and said Prime Minister Modi's trip is no big deal.
That you can also see as to how the preparations are taking place. People from different parts of Mizoram have come here in large number, and they are sitting there, under a shed. Because a couple of minutes back it was raining also, but yes, people have come here to take part in the inaugural function, which is also to take place from today. So if you talk about this connectivity, for the very first time, the capital city of Mizoram has been connected with India's vast railway network. In the last 1 decade, we have seen as to how a lot of efforts were put in by the government to construct a railway line between Sairang and Bairabi. Till now,
from today, Aizawl will be on India's railway map. A few years ago, I had the opportunity of laying the foundation stone for the Aizawl railway line. And today, we proudly dedicate it to the people of the nation. Overcoming many challenges, including difficult terrain, this Bairabi-Sairang rail line has become a reality. Some political parties in our country practice vote bank politics. Their focus was always on places which had more votes and seats. The entire Northeast, including states like Mizoram, suffered greatly because of this attitude. But our approach is very different. Those who were earlier neglected are at the forefront now. Those who were once marginalized are the mainstream now.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to make a visit to Manipur, and this is to mark foundation lay and inauguration of thousands of crores of the project. The PM's visit makes it significant in the wake of the conflict that triggered in the state of Manipur in May 2023, and after May 2023 this is first visit of the Prime Minister. All the preparations are in a full swing. However, it's raining heavily. The Prime Minister visit will begin from the Kuki and Zumi dominated tribal areas of Churachandpur, and here laying foundation of several projects. The Prime Minister will also meet the IDPs, the internally displaced people, the victim of the violence in the state of Manipur. And before the visit, we see the massive arrangements have been done to welcome the Prime Minister. However, it's raining heavily since morning and perhaps since last night across Churachandpur. At the same time, these banner and posters, detailing about the project of the Prime Minister that he'll be laying the foundation for. Here, the road that connects to the iconic ground in Churachandpur. Now, because of the massive rain, we see the number of people on the road are very less. And not only Churachandpur. From here, Prime Minister will also travel to Impal and also meet the internally displaced people from the Meitei communities. So we are seeing the state that was burning, that was a conflict-ridden. Now there is a president rule imposed, and it is ultimate effort of the government to bridge the gap between these two communities who were living together for decades in a brotherhood, but now they became enemy. The time has now healed the wounds, but still a lot to be done to bridge the gap between these two communities of Manipur.
My colleague Piyush Mishra is now joining me from Aizawl in Mizoram. Piyush, just a couple of minutes back, we did see how a big boost to connectivity was given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Not one, but in fact 3 trains were being flagged off by Prime Minister Modi, one of them being the Rajdhani Express, which will now be joining Aizawl with the national capital.
Well, that's right, Aishwarya. It's a big connectivity boost to the northeastern state, Mizoram. For the very first time since independence, a train has reached the capital city of Aizawl. And after this connectivity, there will be a big boost not only to economy, but also to tourism, also to investment. And remember that Prime Minister also highlights that he is of the view of increasing investments in these untouched parts of northeast India. This is the fourth capital in northeastern India, which is now getting connected via the India's vast network of railways. Through this, people will be able to travel easily. There will be ease in business also, and a lot of convenience will be given to the people. And we are also talking about tourism. Remember that, Aishwarya, that if train passes through beautiful valleys, remember, you can imagine the kind of visuals that would be, the kind of scenic beauty would be when train will pass through beautiful mountains, beautiful valley to other parts of the country. And these are unexplored areas of northeast where if tourism comes, if this kind of connectivity comes, then a lot of tourism boost can also be seen. So not only economy, tourism will be there, people to people connect will increase, and like Prime Minister has been focusing on look east policy, and he is not only talking about the other countries, the eastern countries, but also about the northeastern states. So it's a big connectivity which has now been extended to the people of the state of Mizoram, and after that we can expect more and more things to come here in the state. Today Prime Minister inaugurated 3 big connecting trains, one from Aizawl to Delhi, another one from Aizawl to Guwahati, and the last one is from Aizawl to Kolkata. Very soon goods train will also ply from the same station, which is going to provide a lot of convenience to the businessmen, so that the goods of Mizoram can go to different parts of country, and from different parts of the country the goods and other things can come to Mizoram. So there will be a great connectivity, and also people to people connect in coming few years after this great connectivity which has now been extended to the state of Mizoram. Aishwarya.
Right, Piyush. Also one of the things which we heard the railway minister speak about is the fact that there are many exquisite things which are currently at the moment present in the state of Mizoram. Those things will also now get new markets. He spoke about the different kind of fruits available in Mizoram. He's very confident, the central government very, very confident, Piyush, that this will also give an economic boost to the state of Mizoram.
Well, there's no doubt that economic boost will be extended to the state of Mizoram. Why? Because earlier what used to happen, due to the continuous raining in these hilly areas, there is always a block in national highways. Road connectivity gets hampered due to continuous raining. And now when we have train connectivity, we can easily see goods to be transported to different parts of the country, and also if one has to transport goods to Mizoram, that can also be easily done. And very soon we can expect, Aishwarya, 2 to 3 goods train to be inaugurated by the Ministry of Railways. That is going to give a lot of ease to the people here in the state of Mizoram. Remember that Aizawl is a city which had been waiting for the railway connectivity for the past many decades. Various efforts have been put in by multiple governments, but no government could accomplish this technological marvel, engineering marvel. But now, after Modi government sworn in the office, we are now seeing as to there is a special focus on Northeast India. And since the time Prime Minister took over the office of Prime Minister, he has been looking forward to bring a lot of investments to the Northeast, and it's going to be the fourth capital city of Northeast India, which is going to get connected via India's rail network. So after this, we will see a lot of development, economic boost, tourism boost, and also people to people connect via this connectivity.
Right, Piyush, please stay on with me. We've got some more news coming in with regards to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's day-long visit to 3 northeastern states. It is Priyanka Gandhi who's spoken now with regards to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Manipur visit. I'm glad that he's decided to visit. This is what Priyanka Gandhi has said. She goes on to say he should have visited long time ago. Very unfortunate. He's allowed what has happened there to happen for so long. Many people got killed. That's not the tradition of Prime Minister of India. Right through the matter, where was the party? Wherever there was pain, they would go. This is being a tradition since independence. Now he is doing what he should have done quite some time ago.
I'm glad that he has decided after 2 years that it's worth him visiting. He should have visited much long before. And it's very unfortunate that he has allowed what is happening there to happen for so long, and so many people to get killed and so many people to go through so much strife before he has decided to visit. That's not been the tradition of prime ministers in India. Right through, no matter which party they were, wherever there was pain, wherever there was suffering, they would go. And that has been the tradition since independence. So he's fulfilling it after 2 years. I think he should have thought of it before.
We just heard Priyanka Gandhi from the Congress now pointing fingers and saying that the Prime Minister has allowed several people to die in Manipur. He should have visited Manipur long ago, but he's the one who allowed Manipur to burn. What has happened? He's allowed what was happening to happen for so long. Many people got killed, but that's not the tradition of Prime Minister of India. Right through the matter, where was the Bharatiya Janata Party? Whenever there is pain, the party and the Prime Minister need to be there. That has been the tradition since independence. This is Priyanka Gandhi, who's now pointing fingers at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Manipur visit and said it's very unfortunate that he's visited now. He should have visited long ago. News that's coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh now. Shooting outside actor Disha Patani's residence. Incident took place at Disha Patani's Uttar Pradesh Bareilly house. Disha Patani's family has now been given security. A dozen security personnel have been deployed outside the house. Now this shootout took place after remarks over Hindu saints were being made. Gangster Goldie Brar, he's the one who's now claimed responsibility. He sent out a warning message to Bollywood. This is the latest news coming in. Disha Patani's house in Bareilly, there has been a shootout outside the house. Her family members have now been given security. Many security personnel have now been deployed outside her house in Bareilly. Dozen security personnel have been deployed outside the house. The shootout took place after remarks were made over Hindu saints. It's gangster Goldie Brar. He's the one who's now taking responsibility for this shootout. His gang is now sending out warning messages to Bollywood. A dozen security personnel, they have been deployed outside the house. There are reactions coming in on the story. Let's listen in.
सोशल मीडिया है और सबको अपना कहने और बोलने का अधिकार है। श्री अनुरुद्धाचार्य जी ने महिलाओं के बारे में एक छोटी सी टिप्पणी करी थी कि महिलाएं अगर 24-25 साल की होती मुंह मार के आती हैं, ये उनका अपना सोचना था। लेकिन चूंकि बेटी मेरी महिला से है, आर्मी से है, तो उसने चूंकि कोई भी महिलाओं का वो अपमान नहीं सह सकते, महिला की NGO चलाती हो, तो उसने उनसे यही कहा था कि आप कैसे कह सकते हैं कि महिलाओं ने मुंह मार के आती है, आदमी भी तो मुंह मार के आता है। इतनी बात उसने कही थी, लेकिन उसकी इस बात को तोड़ मरोड़ कर उसको प्रेमानंद जी के साथ जोड़ दिया गया, उससे जोड़ दिया गया। और AI का ज़माना है। प्रेमानंद जी तो हमारे पूजनीय हैं। मैं तो कई बार इनसे कह चुका हूँ, अगर मौका मिले तो प्रेमानंद जी का आशीर्वाद लेना है। हमारे गुरु हैं, पूजनीय हैं, संत हैं, तो कैसे हम लोग अपने संतों के बारे में ये हम हिंदू धर्म को, हमारी संस्कृति को वो आज तक बचाए हुए हैं।
एक बात है, गोल्डी बरार गैंग ने इसमें ट्वीट करके वो लिया है कि भाई वो ये हमला जो है हम लोगों ने कराया, इस पर क्या कहेंगे?
अब मैं इस मामले में तो ट्वीट के बारे में कुछ नहीं कह सकता हूँ कि ट्वीट आया, लेकिन जब तक पुलिस उस नतीजे पे पहुँचेगी तभी हम इस बारे में बात।
बॉलीवुड एक्ट्रेस दिशा पाटनी के घर के बाहर ताबड़तोड़ फायरिंग हुई है। इस वक्त मैं बरेली के दिशा पाटनी के घर के ठीक बाहर मौजूद हूँ। ये जगदीश सिंह पाटनी जो दिशा के पिता है, उनका आलीशान कोठी है बरेली इलाके में। और यहाँ पर 12 सितंबर को तकरीबन रात के 3 बजे एक बाइक पर 2 अज्ञात हमलावर आते हैं और ताबड़तोड़ 6 से 7 राउंड फायरिंग करते हैं। फायरिंग के बाद परिवार में काफी दहशत है। वहीं अगर बात की जाए तो फायरिंग के कुछ घंटों के बाद अमेरिका में बैठे कुख्यात गैंगस्टर रोहित गोदारा की तरफ से सोशल मीडिया पर इस फायरिंग की जिम्मेदारी ली गई और सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट में दावा किया गया कि दिशा की बहन जो खुशबू है, उसने प्रेमानंद महाराज की बेइज्जती की है अपने बयान में, जिसके बाद ये फायरिंग कराई गई है और सोशल मीडिया पर रोहित गोदारा की तरफ से ये धमकी दी गई है कि ये तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, अगर किसी ने सनातन धर्म का अपमान किया तो नतीजे भुगतने होंगे। फायरिंग की घटना के बाद सिक्योरिटी अगर आप यहाँ पर देखें तो बढ़ा दी गई है। 6 से 7 पुलिसकर्मी अत्याधुनिक हथियारों से लैस यहाँ दिशा के घर पर तैनात कर दिए गए हैं और इस कोठी के अंदर भी जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं वो तैनात कर दिए गए हैं। बरेली पुलिस ने दिशा पाटनी के परिवार की सुरक्षा बढ़ा दी है और वहीं सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी बरेली पुलिस को मिला है जिसमें हमलावर फायरिंग करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। सीसीटीवी के आधार पर बदमाशों की तलाश की जा रही है।
We are moving now to India-US relationship. There seems to be quite many twists and turns, and this has become the order of the day between US and India. While Donald Trump has now admitted that these tariffs are affecting the India-US relations, his own cabinet is now pushing other nations to raise tariffs on India. In an interview, US President Donald Trump conceded that the steep tariff has now soured ties with New Delhi, saying it was not an easy thing to do for him. Meanwhile, US Treasury Secretary is urging the G7 leaders to hike tariffs on countries that continue to purchase oil from Russia, including India and China. In fact, the G7 finance ministers have discussed tightening of pressure on Moscow to force him to end the war with Ukraine. In another twist, the former National Security Advisor John Bolton has said India-US ties have been strained by Donald Trump's erratic behavior, stressing that he's singling out India with high tariffs while he's sparing Russia and China despite their sanction violations.
What is clamping down on Vladimir Putin?
Well, it'll be hitting very hard with sanctions to banks and having to do with oil and tariffs also. But I've already done it. I've done a lot. Look, India was their biggest customer. I put a 50% tariff on India because they're buying oil from Russia. That's not an easy thing to do. That's a big deal.
Trump doesn't have an overall national security strategy. He's very transactional. He is ad hoc, episodic. He sees things through personal relations. And I think much of the tension between India and the U.S. has been because of Trump's very erratic style. So, for example, although there are a number of concerns on the Indian side, the most recent, the biggest, is the 25% tariff for Indian companies' purchases of Russian oil and gas over the past several years. This is not part of the normal trade conversation. And it's part of Trump's approach to Russia's unprovoked aggression in Ukraine. But precisely that connection shows how erratic Trump can be, because he has not sanctioned or tariffed Russia for violating the sanctions, nor has he sanctioned or tariffed China for violating the sanctions. And China is a much bigger purchaser than India is. And there are many other purchasers, Turkey, Pakistan, and others.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Ashwara Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Karki becomes Nepal's first woman Prime Minister. Parliament dissolved. Trump on 50% tariff says that's a big deal. It caused rift with India. Tejasvi Yadav to launch Bihar Adhikar Yatra from September 16.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Our next guest for Run Politics, someone who is one of the most controversial member of parliaments.
एक चीज बताइए, आप अमित शाह के बहुत खास हैं, ये कहा जाता है, सही है? निशिकांत दुबे जी के पास कोई कैबिनेट पोस्ट नहीं है, पर पोर्टफोलियो है उनके पास गांधी, सही है?
प्रियंका गांधी जी किसी को नमस्ते करें ना करें, पार्लियामेंट में मुझे नमस्ते जरूर करती हैं और मैं उस नमस्ते का जवाब जरूर देता हूँ।
कि निशिकांत दुबे जी की इमेज ऐसी क्रिएट हो गई है कि वो महिलाओं की रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करते। एक पार्लियामेंटेरियन की बात करते हैं, उन्होंने भी बोला कि आपकी डिग्री फेक है। राजीव प्रताप रूडी जी ने जो बयान अभी दिया है कि निशिकांत दुबे जी पार्लियामेंट में ही अपनी सरकार चलाते हैं और वो आपकी सरकार में शामिल होना नहीं चाहते और अमित शाह जी का नाम यूज करते हैं।
Begin with a quick recap of what the assembly numbers look like previously, 2021, 2016. Naga, you want to run us through that?
We'll just flash a graphic for all of you so that we can get the data of what happened in 2016 and 2021. 2016, AIDMK's vote share was at 41% when former Chief Minister J. Jayalalitha was there, and then in 2021, it reduced to 33, and DMK went from 32 to 38, and Congress went from 6 to 4, and then BJP has remained the same, has not seen a growth in 16 and 21. This time around in 26, the scenario is quite different. The alliances are different, and the talking points are different, and this time we have some X factor called the Vijay. TVK party. We still don't know which party's votes is he eating up. But to start with, Mr. Saravanan, yes, it's natural to have anti-incumbency.
Yes.
This figures will be reversed this time, or you still see some respite and pro-incumbency with you?
Yeah, see, before diving headlong into this 2026, I think we'll have to set certain records straight. The chief economic advisor of Modi ji yesterday was here, and he was giving out so much of propaganda. I just want to point out two things. He said that DMK has stolen the identity of Tamil Nadu. We want to reiterate, we are Tamil Nadu. We are the cultural heritage. We represent the cultural heritage of Tamil Nadu. We reclaimed it in the last 100 years. And probably that is why he said what he said. And that apart, he said, I expect more from the state of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu should become California. We would have surpassed California if only federalism was followed in its truest form. US, we all know how the states are so independent. We don't want that kind of autonomy. We want the same kind of autonomy that is guaranteed by our constitution. We are better than California. There are no homeless people here in the state of Tamil Nadu. We abolished it by Tamil Nadu Slum Clearance Board, by the visionary scheme of Dr. Kalaignar. And in California, they don't thrust NEET down your throats. They don't ask their children to study 3 languages. Students in California study only 1 language. So we will do better when there is less interference. And this has a direct bearing on the 2026 elections.
But how long are you taking this same point, center versus state, language versus language? Is there no new narrative for the DMK?
It's not about no new narrative. It is about what that is thrust upon us. See, 2,500 crores was not given to the state of Tamil Nadu. It is not pocket change. We could do so many things with this 2,500 crores. Why it was not given to us? It was not given to us because we did not want Hindi as the third language. Not Hindi. We did not want any third language. And if this policy was uniformly followed across India, yes, we said, okay, BJP has some morality. But in Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis said nothing doing. No third language, no Hindi.
Okay.
But 2,500 crores under the SSA scheme was given to Maharashtra. Why? Because there was a BJP government. Here, opposition is ruling here. That is why, see, Man Mori Manam. That is the war cry of the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin.
Mr. Saravanan, let's also open this up to the other panelists. Mr. Kovai Satyan, what do you have to say? Mr. Saravanan says the only reason Tamil Nadu hasn't become California is because of the centre's interference. Do you think so?
I think people are sick and tired of listening to the rhetoric and fake promises of DMK. They turned out to be a party of fake factories, peddling lies all over. Like how NEET was gone with one signature. It's a reality, right? 2021, if we were voted to power, we will abolish NEET with one signature. And still people are waiting when M.K. Stalin will put his signature to get away with NEET. 525 poll promises. 3 years ago, they were claiming that 90% is fulfilled, 80, 85%. Take a number, they will say out and open. But when you question them, why don't you list out the achievements? Why don't you list out the promises that were being fulfilled? There will be no answers. This is the only government in India, post-independence, among all the other states, which ran only on advertisements, not by any leadership acumen, leadership skills, not by deliverables, as common man or common people expect.
The Dravidian model of governance. What do you think of the Dravidian model?
That's again is a brand, a part of advertisements, nothing else.
But Mr.
This is the number 1 state in borrowing since independence.
The brand has been
what
proving
has happened,
right. 39-0 in the recent Lok Sabha.
You have to understand, the brand is just started in 21, and what has happened is, by thinking that they are going overboard and taking it across global, the Dravidian icon Periyar was made a laughable stock by this chief minister. 210 pounds they paid to rent a hall. They had a picture of Periyar there, and they advertised saying that Oxford hosted EVAR's picture. We are happy to take Periyar global, where it was just a 210 pound exercise. That's what their priorities are. Their priority is to run government only by advertisements, and the lead actor in those advertisements is Mr. M.K. Stalin, nothing else.
We'll take the question to Mr. Vinod from the BJP. How is it with the new president, firstly? As the alliance with the AIDMK is in sync right now after Mr. Annamalai vacated the seat? How is the alliance doing, and what are the prospects of BJP in this election?
Alliances between political parties is beyond the ideologies. It is basically for the electoral numbers. And in that sense, today in Tamil Nadu, the DMK has only been able to win elections is because they've been able to somehow manage and keep their parties together, the alliances together, and that is the only reason they've been able to scrape through with elections. In 2024, there was a small error wherein the parties, especially the AIADMK and BJP, ended up contesting alone, and that is why, since you asked the question, a 39-0 was given to the DMK's alliance only because of the vote split which happened between BJP and the AIADMK. Now, if this had not transpired, the story would have been entirely different. But even otherwise, it doesn't matter because the parliament elections has never been a barometer for what will happen in the assembly. If you take the instance of 2009, the DMK alliance was able to win very, very handsomely in the parliament elections, but in 2011, DMK could not even be the principal opposition in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, that was the kind of anti-incumbency during the days of the late Karnanidhi. But today, the anti-incumbency against the DMK is 10 times more than what it was between 2006 and 2011. In 2021, the DMK created a Kamal Hassan to split the votes and to help them gain a victory. But this time around, it looks like the monster that they created called Vijay is going to be affecting the DMK themselves very badly. And especially coupled with the huge anti-incumbency the DMK is facing.
What have you done for the state of Tamil Nadu?
DMK,
seek votes.
With the huge anti-incumbency the DMK is facing. So you want to speak, I can wait. With the huge anti-incumbency the DMK is having right now, because the government basically for the last 4.5 years has been running on hatred, lies and PowerPoint presentations.
No, but you said DMK has created this monster called TVK.
I have a feeling that the DMK has created this monster called, because you know what has happened with Kamal Hassan? He was an aspiring CM candidate, but today he has sold his party for one Rajya Sabha seat and he's merged with the DMK. So what Vijay is doing today is again viewing for the same votes. He's again trying to fight for the same vote bank. He's again doing the same narrative, anti-BJP, anti-Modi, what the DMK is doing. So with coupled along with the huge anti-incumbency, because this is a complete failed model. The Dravidian model which the DMK is trying to boast of is a failed model. And this is not because I am saying, it's because what the numbers are saying. The the data, the statistics, what it's saying is it's a completely failed model. You take the case of law and order. You take the case of the Swachh Bharat Index of Tamil Nadu. You take the case of the industrialization. You take the case of education. You take the case of several parameters. Tamil Nadu has gone down the drain ever since the DMK came to power. Women's safety is a question mark. The usage of synthetic drugs has completely ruined this society, ruining the state day by day.
We'll take each of these issues, but quickly, because we have very limited time, I want to also give an opportunity to Lakshmi Ramachandran to make her opening remarks. For the Congress, have you become a non-player in the political arena of Tamil Nadu, playing second, maybe third fiddle to the DMK?
Good evening, everybody, and Vanakkam, Coimbatore. So before answering your question, I just want to make a point. See, one thing that I have to congratulate the current government is about steering the discussion in Tamil Nadu away from the emotive issues. Otherwise, election is round the corner. So you will hear this Kanda Sashti, Ayyappa, and all these issues starting. Today we are talking about investments, we are talking about growth. 11.19% is the GDP growth rate according to the center statistics. This is not a number that the Tamil Nadu government has come up with. So, and we are talking about breakfast scheme, we are talking about, reaching this growth to every citizen of Tamil Nadu. So the narrative, the discussion has been steered away from all these emotive issues. That we have to congratulate the government. Number two, is there opposition at all? Earlier we have heard about differences between BJP and ADMK. Today we are hearing about differences within BJP, within ADMK. I don't know, is there an opposition at all? So if there needs to be continuity in governance, they don't present themselves as a viable option for the people of Tamil Nadu. Now, let me finish with, let me answer your question. See, as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, every party here knows that no government can be made without the Congress party. That is the reality of the state. The DMK knows it, and the chief
Do you
minister
know that, Mr.
knows it
Saravanan?
very, very well.
You think so?
And he's always been respectful to the alliance
If you're such a
partners.
big player, why are you not asking for a ministry in the coalition?
See,
I mean, when the time comes, that's not...
Why
this
is it
not
always that Congress
when
is the
the
second
time
player?
comes, we will
Doesn't
do it.
Congress want to be in the cabinet?
Today it is about fighting the election. When the time comes, that's...
But
again,
you said
I
you are a
have
big
to say
player.
it's
Without you,
beyond my
no
pay
government
grade.
is formed.
What is it?
You said without the Congress, no government is formed in the Tamil Nadu state. So why doesn't
Yes.
the Congress demand a cabinet berth?
When the time comes, we'll talk about it. Today, it is about fighting the elections together. My leaders, when the time comes, they will, have those discussions. Right now, it is about continuity of the good governance that has been delivered by DMK, and we want to oppose communal divisive forces. So we are in this game together, and we will fight as an alliance, and we'll, up these numbers. There is no anti-incumbency. I would say it is like, it's the opposite. Can we come up with some term, pro-incumbency or something like that?
Yeah.
I think Mr. Annamalai spoke yesterday. I was there in a session.
Yeah.
He refused to accept that there is any anti-incumbency. He said
there is anti-incumbency.
no.
No, he said maybe it'll set in December. Right now, I don't see anything. It's what he said.
A moment, Lakshmi. The BJP spokesperson is blaming your government, your party for creating Vijay. You guys have a hand behind him. Are you promoting Vijay?
It is the BJP. There is a BJP which is promoting Vijay, and everybody is aware of it. People in the state of Tamil Nadu are aware of it, and the announcement that has come today has laid bare his interest in politics and the people of Tamil Nadu.
Vijay is everyone's B team. He's DMK's B team, he's BJP's B team.
They have to say that. They have to say that. That apart, you were asking whether Vijay would be, significant player here. He has announced rallies. He's going to meet people. You know when? Every Saturday from now on, he's going to meet people. Does he think that politics is a weekend activity? So let's discount. Let's not waste our time discussing him. There are bigger issues than that. The most important issue right now would be, you're talking about anti-incumbency. So I will ask this question. You are saying 4.5 years of good governance has created anti-incumbency in the state of Tamil Nadu. What about 11 years of anti-incumbency of the BJP? How will the ADMK take it? How will the BJP ADMK combine will be able to overcome that? It's next to impossibility, because now everything is controlled by the union government. Petrol, diesel prices controlled by the union government. We are getting cheap, just a moment. We are getting cheap Russian crude oil, but that benefit is not passed on to you and passed on to me. It is to benefit the coffers of the cronies of the BJP. Who has to point this out? Mr. Trump has to point it out. And nobody is addressing the white elephant, the elephant in this room. What is that? What theft allegations? Our Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin, has said that this government is illegitimate. The Japanese Prime Minister has resigned. And today, Nepal Prime Minister has resigned. I'm just saying.
So next
this is the sorry state of affairs. And let me conclude this segment by stating this. If you are talking about governance, Mr. Modi should come here, take lessons from our leader, Mr. M.K. Stalin, on how to run a government. I'll tell you why. I'll take only one example. Skill India program of the BJP government. Let them give me statistics. How many people have been benefited? It was announced amidst much fanfare. You would have realized last budget, 1 crore apprenticeships. What happened? Nothing. But here in the state of Tamil Nadu, we had non-Mudalvan scheme. Students studying in the government colleges, arts and science government colleges, are placed in multinational corporations. How was it made possible? Because of the governance skills of our leader, Mr. M.K. Stalin.
Mr. Saravanan is already in election rally mode and all charged up. Mr. Kovai Sathin, the elephant in the room in AIDMK is the infighting. We just saw a senior leader giving deadline to EPS, saying, why are they not taking United AIDMK? TTV has moved away. What's happening within AIDMK?
Thank you for asking this question. So let me summarize the 50-month rule of our leader EPS. Cite me one example or one challenge he has not encountered since assuming office as the Chief Minister of this state. From 134 MLAs, the 135 MLAs, there were 11 rebels. 3 independents were as good as the sleeper cells of DMK because morning they go to Arivalayam, afternoon they come to Secretariat. With just 125 MLAs on hand, he assumed office as the Chief Minister of the state. From there onwards, the challenges were manifold. Gaja, Ukki, Nivar, Varda, the natural calamities, which hit the economies really hard. But still then, when the national average of GDP was 4.3, Tamil Nadu clocked 8.6 in 2018. And out of all 50 months, 18 months went in Corona, which is a cherry on the icing. Despite this, he delivered a government which couldn't be shook by anybody, despite the tall claims and promises by MK Stalin that this government will be toppled, it will go away in 2 weeks, like an astrologer, it will go in 1 month time, 3 months time. So he has seen many more challenges, still delivered for the welfare of Tamil Nadu. I'll finish. 30 seconds. Let's travel 30 kilometers from here, we'll hit Kerala border, right? Let ask somebody from Kerala, do you have something called a protected agricultural zone in Kerala? Or let's go to any state in India. Can we find a protected agricultural zone? It is only there in the state called Tamil Nadu, which was possible only because of a leader who is a farmer, EPS, saving farmers. One more thing. Let's go to any other state. Let us, do they have 7.5% internal reservation for NEET for government school student aspiring to do medicine?
Campaign
No way.
Campaign.
It's
but what about
here.
Sengotin
So, challenges were there for our leader. He proved his leadership acumen and mettle.
No, but you have
way
to
back.
admit, sir,
Now,
that you need to be a... Look, the DMK is a giant. Do you concede that? A giant to beat in the upcoming elections. Do you concede that?
DMK has already lost on the ground. Let me tell you one more example.
So if elections are held today, you're saying you'll win.
Let's talk with data at some point. I hope Mr. Saravanan will be happy to take up this challenge. The 5 leisure trips of Chief Minister MK Stalin with family, without family, has yielded 35,000 crores of investment. You mean to say that a 35,000 crore of investment has resulted in 11% GDP? Isn't it a mockery and a joke? The global investors meet, which were conducted way back in AIDMK regime under leader EPS, wherein we signed MOUs for 3 lakh and 4,000 crores, are yielding results. That's what they are stickering now.
No, you haven't answered my question. Mr. Satyan, you haven't answered my question.
I'm coming to it. But other side,
that
Dravidian model.
He won't be able to.
Sengotin has met Amit Shah last night.
Wait,
there are rebels within the party just months before the election.
I'm coming to it. And much before it, they say with Dravidian model, everybody are flourishing. Just 100 kilometers from here, women are selling their kidneys. Hundreds of women have sold their kidneys. And where have you eradicated poverty? Where is Dravidian model? Where is your tall claim of per capita income is increased in Tamil Nadu, everybody are happy? And now, to answer your question, I am saying in 50 months of his regime, with a dual leadership model, in English there is a saying, nobody can work under 2 bosses, right? And we are victims of it. Even in that scenario, by sharing half of the power in the party, being the CM of the state, facing natural calamities, facing multiple challenges, he delivered as a leader. He delivered as a leader of a party. He delivered as a result of the state.
You have not answered my question.
And this
yes or no? Sir, then I'll give it to you as a yes and no question. Yes or no? AIADMK has to be a unified force to take on the DMK. Yes or no?
Let me educate the media. Hope this can go through others. AIADMK is not a split factions like they claim, neither in the election commission nor in front of judiciary. AIADMK is what? And the leader is EPS, General Secretary is EPS. There are people who had left the party. Those people are individuals. So you want to call Alagiri as a faction of DMK now? Alagiri, the brother of DMK, MK Stalin, would you call him as a faction of DMK?
No, but Sengotin was your leader till yesterday.
So leader till yesterday, he is still in the party. He is not terminated from the primary membership. Only the role is being taken. That's why I'm saying our leader has seen many challenges and he has demonstrated his leadership skill to steer the party in Tamil Nadu. Let me ask you, has MK Stalin faced any one of these challenges like what our leader has faced?
Okay.
Tell me one. Only one thing he did. You know what he did? When somebody questioned, will anybody from your family come into politics? Aage. Be it my son, aage. Be it my brother-in-law. Nobody from my family will enter into politics. But today his son is the prince waiting to be crowned. Isn't a stark clarity? Where is democracy there?
Okay.
People are questioning this on the ground. Rather than answering this, talking about what's happening. I'll sum it up in 26 because time is less. A state which has borrowed 4 lakh plus crores. A state which has increased all the taxes and got an additional revenue of 1 lakh and 14,000 crores. Crying for 2,150 crores, calling it as a state autonomy. I would call it as that is your incompetence. Whatever incompetence is there,
quickly,
you are
Mr.
trying to
Saravanan,
cover
we
it
are running out
up
of time,
in
Mr.
the name of
Saravanan,
governance
quickly.
issues.
Quickly, Mr.
Just a
Saravanan,
small
we'll have to bring in others.
Small interference.
This is what the reality is.
When you
It's
ask
a
for your
failure
right,
model.
it's 2,500 crores. Is that small pocket change? Asking that money.
I will
because
finish.
you have this
I will
slave
not
mentality.
interfere.
Okay.
Yeah, governance
You've fallen
issue.
at the feet of Mr. Amit Shah.
Yeah,
So
governance.
when you ask for your right, it will look like pocket
This
change
is not
to
the
you.
way you ask for your right. This is incompetence.
So what can you do with 2,500
This is incompetence. This is not asking for right. This is incompetence. Covering your incompetence. Let me tell you, governance issues are there in every government.
Vinod Selvam, in Tamil Nadu, there's constantly an image that's been created that BJP is the villain in Delhi, doesn't understand Tamil Nadu politics, outsider tag. How do you beat that, especially since you've heard from Mr. Saravanan, the DMK is constantly saying the centre's been unfair with Tamil Nadu?
Firstly, let me make myself very clear that to all DMK sympathizers, that let it be the Japanese Prime Minister Ibi Shah or the Nepalese Prime Minister Oli, we have Narendra Modi in India, who is the most tallest, most admired leader in the world today. So any daydreaming that India is going the way of Japan or Pakistan or Bangladesh or Nepal, it's not going to happen. History will remember Narendra Modi as the leader who stood up to the imposition of the Western world. So let's keep that in mind before we go ahead. Secondly, he's been talking about 2,500 crores, but he keeps forgetting that this government has borrowed 15,000 crores as a special assistance package from the central government, which is a 50-year loan, and the interest is being borne by the central government itself. And this money has never been taken into account. So much of money has been borrowed. And as Lakshmi ma'am said about the GDP of Tamil Nadu going up, also the crimes against women has gone up by 55% in the state, and no one talks about that. 25 lockup deaths in the last 4 years, no one talks about that. This state has completely lost its perception as a safe state in this country. Tamil Nadu's index has gone down to the 21st rank out of 31 cities with population over 1 million for safe cities. So, let's accept the fact that the anti-incumbency is very, very high against the ruling state government. And coming to the center, if Narendra Modi or the BJP has not understood Tamil Nadu, all these projects which have been sanctioned over the last 4 years, which again the DMK conveniently forgets to talk about, let it be the 65,000 crores given to the Metro Rail project, or let it be the 6,000 crores being given only in this year to the railways projects in Tamil Nadu, or let it be the 4,000 kilometers of national highways being laid in Tamil Nadu over the last 4 years, or last 10 years. So all of this is only because Narendra Modi understands Tamil Nadu. It's only because Narendra Modi cares for Tamil Nadu, and the DMK's policy, DMK basically thrives on one concept: division, diversion, distraction. And this is not going to work this time.
Vinod, but your party is trying to meddle with the AIDMK internal party politics. You are giving them the opportunity to meet your Home Minister, the former President Sengotin, reportedly, quote-unquote, met Amit Shah. Why is that the AIDMK leaders running to Delhi? We are time and again hearing that whenever there's a rebellion within the AIDMK, BJP tries to be the big father figure and tries to sort it out.
See, the major division between BJP and ADMK and the DMK and the Congress is that the BJP and ADMK does not belong to a family. Both these parties have leaders who have brains to think for themselves. The DMK and the Congress are factory-run enterprises. They are basically business organizations. So the cases of rebels will not happen there because they report to a family. But here they are individuals with aspirations for the betterment of their own parties, and they have different views. And the role of the BJP here is just to ensure that the DMK, which is not only a threat for Tamil Nadu, but for a threat of the entire nation, they are a national security threat, and this DMK government should go, and that is the entire idea for which the BJP is working, and we have aligned with the AIDMK to bring like-minded parties to achieve this goal of saving Tamil Nadu from the people of DMK.
BJP cannot hope to win the state of Tamil Nadu unless they steal the votes. And every DMK cadre at the booth level will not allow that. So BJP, whomever they ally with, they can never ever, lotus will never ever bloom in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Okay. Let's bring in Lakshmi Ramachandran. Let your ally also speak, sir, a little. On the charge that constantly is brought up of dynasty politics, of nepotism in the Congress, now in the DMK also, how do you respond to that?
I think Amit Shah I mean, I think this is, people are getting tired of this, this is it's not that BJP is devoid of dinas, you think of this Tejasvi Surya in Karnataka, his uncle is an MLA, and today Sushma Swaraj's daughter is an MP. I think that list is already there in the internet. People can Google and find out for themselves. But let's talk about important issues related to Tamil Nadu. I hope before the elections, Manoj will talk to his leaders in Delhi and get us the 2,500 crores that is due to our children. It is about the poor children of Tamil Nadu who go to the government schools. These are students who come from marginalized families. They have been deprived of 2,500 crores.
That number keeps coming up. 2,500 crores.
4 lakh crores is
fourth time 2,500 crores has been mentioned.
I hope also the DMK allows the poor children of Tamil Nadu to learn a third language, like how the CBSE schools owned by the DMK,
what is
owned by the Congress,
Isn't this
like how the
children
third
on
language
ransom? What
are being
doing?
allowed to learn in DMK run private schools. Why don't you allow them to learn? Your children might be knowing 3 languages, 4 languages. Why can't the poor children also learn that?
Thank you very much.
It was a lovely session. Thank you so much.
We apologize for that, but it gives you a sense of what really the Tamil Nadu 2026 election is also going to look like. Thank you all very much for joining us here at the India Today conference.
Indian cinema is gearing up for a historic moment as legendary superstars Kamal Haasan and Rajinikanth have officially confirmed that they will be reuniting on screen after an astonishing 46 years. The announcement was made by Kamal Haasan himself during the Nexa Seema Awards 2025 held in Dubai, sending waves of excitement through the Tamil film industry and across fans worldwide. While details about the film remain tightly under wraps, strong rumors suggest that the much-anticipated project will be directed by Lokesh Kanagraj. Lokesh has previously collaborated with both actors individually, directing Rajinikanth in Coolie
Super!
and Kamal Haasan in the blockbuster Vikram.
One man's revolution.
Rajinikanth and Kamal Haasan, both products of legendary filmmaker K. Palachander's mentorship, shared the screen in several iconic films during the 1970s. Their notable collaborations include classics like Apurva Rangagal, Mundra Mudishu and 16 Vayathinili, which remain fan favorites even today.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi lands in Manipur. This is Prime Minister's first visit since the ethnic clashes tore through the state in 2023. Prime Minister Modi will kick off projects worth 8,500 crore rupees. Rahul Gandhi says Prime Minister's trip is no big deal. Prime Minister Modi flags off key projects in Mizoram's Aizawl, inaugurates virtually from the airport because of bad weather. Prime Minister hits out at the opposition over halting the Vikas of Northeast. Also hails Operation Sindoor. Nepal gets its first woman Prime Minister. Former Chief Justice Sushila Karki has now taken oath as the interim Prime Minister in Nepal. Elections will be held in the next 6 months. Prime Minister Modi greets Sushila Karki. Shooting outside Bollywood actress Dita Patani's Bareilly residence. Shootout after her remark over Hindu saints. Gangster Goldie Baral. He is now claiming responsibility for this. Security has been beefed up at her residence. TVK chief Vijay is all set to has launched his political campaign in Trichy today. He is hit out at the DMK government for failing to fulfill the promises. BJP attacks Vijay, dismisses him as a weekend politician. DMK says Vijay's rally are not a matter of concern. Amid Donald Trump's tariff war, US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells the G7 that they need to punish India and China for buying oil from Russia. They claim cutting off Russian revenue will end the Ukraine war. News that's coming in at the moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed at the Imphal airport. The itinerary has been changed because of bad weather. Prime Minister Modi is now en route to Churachandpur by road. Churachandpur is where it was the epicenter of the ethnic clashes that took place 2 years ago. Prime Minister Modi at the moment en route to Churachandpur. He's landed at the Imphal airport. Itinerary has been changed because of bad weather. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's full-day tour of 3 northeastern states. Prime Minister Modi already was in Mizoram. In Mizoram, he flagged off 3 trains. One of them is the Rajdhani Express, which will now be connecting the national capital with Aizawl. Cargo train will also start in Mizoram very soon. My colleague Ashutosh Mishra is now joining me from Manipur. Ashutosh, very, very critical. In fact, Ashutosh is joining me from Churachandpur. This has been the epicenter of where the clashes took place. Ashutosh, you were back there in 2022. You were an eyewitness to the kind of clashes that took place. Fast forward almost 2 years now, we are seeing Prime Minister Narendra Modi coming to Manipur and meeting with some of the people who have been displaced when the violence took place.
And that's why this northeastern state visit by the Prime Minister, what makes most significant is the visit to Manipur. Remember, there have been criticism by the opposition at large, the people, that why it's been 2 years Prime Minister is not visiting. Today, he is making a visit, and not just one part of the capital, Imphal, but he's visiting the 2 different regions of Manipur. Now, Churachandpur, where I am at the moment, let me show you the preparations that is being done. And since a few minutes ago, Prime Minister just landed to Imphal, you rightly said the itinerary has been changed, and now Prime Minister is travelling via road from Imphal to Churachandpur. The total distance is around 60 kilometers, so it would take around 30 to 35 minutes. So maybe in few minutes, Prime Minister will be reaching to Churachandpur. Here, as we know, there is some foundation that will be done by the Prime Minister, the project worth around 7,000 crores. But more than it is the project or the infrastructure, and I've been speaking to the people so far, and ever since we have been connecting to these people who have been victim of the ethnic clashes in Manipur. The Churachandpur, remember, one of the worst affected, and if I could show you, just barely 200 meters at the centenary gate, that mark where we have seen the caskets were placed by the people, those who have lost their life, their family members. They made even a wall of remembrance at this area, and this is exactly the iconic ground, just barely a few hundred meters, where the Prime Minister will be addressing the people. He'll be meeting, so along with the laying foundation for the infrastructure project, he'll be meeting the IDPs, the internally displaced people. Now remember, the victims were at both the sides. When the houses were burned, the people were being killed. Many of these young boys, the men, they picked up arms, they made their bunkers, and the foothill areas become the borders, the buffer zone, the line of control between 2 communities. The one state, one district was literally divided. Now we see there is no gun battle, it's all peace, it's all calm prevailing. But the tension that grips with the major question looming around, that how you gonna bridge that gap between 2 communities. If I could just pan the camera on the other side, still the people, those who are willing to wish to meet the Prime Minister, because he is here to meet the people. We are seeing in a huge number, men, women, young children. In fact, these barricading that you see on the road was actually with the previous itinerary that Prime Minister from Aizawl will be landing to Churachandpur, and through this road he'll be taking a road show, and all these people in the hilly areas, they'll be waving and greeting the Prime Minister. But because of the weather plate spoil, it's massively raining for last 3 to 4 hours. The Prime Minister changed the schedule. He landed at Imphal, and from Imphal via Bishnupur, via Toibang, all these areas he'll be reaching to Churachandpur. When he'll be meeting the displaced people, then he'll further go to Imphal in the valley at Kangla Fort, the very iconic place of Manipur. Then there also he'll meet the victims, the IDPs from the other communities. Now remember, when this all arsenal, the vandal, the violence that started, the people were affected, be it the Meiteis in the hilly areas or the Kuki, Zo communities in the Meitei areas. So that marks a significance, because ultimate need for the Manipur at the moment is to bridge the gap between community. Now if I tell you the people, those who are living like Zumis and Kukis, if they have to travel to Delhi even for the medical emergency, they are not able to travel to Imphal. They are not able to travel Imphal 60 kilometers, which takes 45 minutes, and from flight another 2 hours they'll be able to reach the emergency health services. All the way they have to go to Aizawl via crossing the hilly terrains, which marks around 12 to 13 hours. That's a situation for more than 2 hours. Their supplies have been affected. The supplies are coming via different routes. So all this makes extremely difficult, and moreover, there is a security concern and threat for the people. They don't feel safe, be it the people in the valley coming to the hill areas or the people in the hill to the valley areas. So what it makes extremely important that after Prime Minister visit, now there is already, the government was replaced. There's a precedent rule have been imposed that at least now there will be more and more effort to bridge the gap.
Right.
Bring the harmony of the people together,
Right.
ensure security of the communities if they are traveling from one to another. And if that happens, Manipur will see the peace and brotherhood that it has been known for.
Right, Ashutosh, please stay on with me. Let's now tell our viewers what exactly Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been doing through the course of the day and what the central government is trying to do with regards to the northeastern states. Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to visit Manipur today. This in fact is his first visit since the ethnic clashes tore through the state 2 years ago in 2023. He will later be travelling to Assam, and this is part of his day-long tour of the northeastern states. Prime Minister Modi has already landed in Imphal, but because of the bad weather conditions, he is now travelling to Churachandpur, where he will be laying the foundation stone for multiple projects worth 7,000 crore rupees. Prime Minister Modi will also be inaugurating projects worth 1,200 crore rupees. With this, he will conclude his visit in Guwahati in Assam. There is a special event marking the 100th birth anniversary of Bharat Ratna, Dr. Bhupen Hazarika. There is also a lot of politics which is taking place. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, in fact, has hit out at Prime Minister Narendra Modi and is alleging that Prime Minister allowed so many innocents to be killed in the northeastern violence, and added that Prime Minister Modi should have visited the state long ago. Even Rahul Gandhi, who is the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha, said Manipur has been in turmoil for many years. He is now saying Prime Minister Modi's trip at this moment is no big deal.
I'm glad that he has decided after 2 years that it's worth him visiting. He should have visited long before, and it's very unfortunate that he has allowed what is happening there to happen for so long, and so many people to get killed and so many people to go through so much strife before he has decided to visit. That's not been the tradition of prime ministers in India. Right through, no matter which party they were, wherever there was pain, wherever there was suffering, they would go. And that has been the tradition since independence. So he's fulfilling it after 2 years. I think he should have thought of it before.
My colleague Ashutosh is with me on the story. He said Manipur, he in fact is in Churachandpur. That was the place which became the epicenter of those very violent clashes. Ashutosh, you were also mentioning about the fact that connectivity is a big problem in Manipur, and with these kind of projects that are coming up, one of the things, and this will be good for everyone who stays in the northeastern part of our country, the connectivity boost actually will help them in a big way. Also an economic boost, Ashutosh.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, economically, if we say in the hilly area, there are barely jobs. The people do in a construction work, that's what they do for their living. Now, what happens if they have to travel to Delhi, as I said, the Imphal is hardly 60 kilometers. Ever since the ethnic clashes started, the people had to travel from the Kuki, from the Zo, all these areas, the tribal people from the hilly terrains, they had to go all the way to Aizawl, to the neighboring state Mizoram, because all the supplies essentially were coming from Mizoram, because the supply line, the national highway was literally blocked for more than a year. In fact, Manipur was perhaps one state that became an example of how in one state, one district, there were literally no man's land, buffer zone, line of control were drawn. The people from that side do not come here, people from this side do not come there. And in that case, all these people from this terrain were going Aizawl to board a flight for their education purpose. And if any connectivity that was essentially required for them to travel beyond Manipur was way through all the way to Aizawl. The barely road is 300 to 400 kilometers, but that was taking more than 13 hours. Now with this infrastructure project, the connectivity will ease. Further, the infrastructure will ease, and that will create jobs, employment, another opportunity for these people.
Right, thank you Ashutosh giving us all those details, also breaking down how these projects will actually give more opportunities, job opportunities and economic reforms also in the northeastern state. When we speak about Mizoram, big Vikas push is being done by Prime Minister Modi in Mizoram's Aizawl. Prime Minister Modi flagged off key projects worth 9,000 crore rupees. He inaugurated the project virtually. He was not able to reach the venue because of bad weather. Prime Minister Modi said that the Northeast, including Mizoram, had suffered long from the neglect because of previous governments. But his administration is committed to integrating the region with the national mainstream through development, connectivity and youth empowerment. Calling it a historic day in the state, Prime Minister Modi announced that Aizawl had been placed on the Indian Railway map, Mizoram directly now connected to the national capital through the Rajdhani Express. He said this would give access to farmers to larger markets and other residents for better options with regards to education and healthcare. Prime Minister Modi also hailed Operation Sindoor in his speech at the rally, saying that it was pride of India and the people of Northeast must feel very proud about it.
पहली बार आइजोल से ट्रेन चलकर दिल्ली की तरफ जा रही है। राजधानी एक्सप्रेस यहाँ से निकल पड़ी है। प्रधानमंत्री ने हरी झंडी से इनको दिखा दिया है और ये देखिए साइरंग आनंद विहार टर्मिनल यानी आनंद विहार की तरफ ये ट्रेन, दिल्ली के आनंद विहार के टर्मिनल की तरफ ये ट्रेन चल पड़ी और चेहरों पर मुस्कान देखिए, चेहरों पर उत्सुकता देखिए लोगों के जो काफी खुश हैं। ये देखिए यहाँ से लोग हाथ हिलाते हुए, पाई करते हुए आपको नजर आएंगे। ये लोग बेहद खुश हैं, तालियां यहाँ पर बजाई जा रही हैं और ये देखिए चेहरे पर उत्सुकता है, चेहरे पर खुशी, क्योंकि पहली बार ट्रेन मिजोरम की राजधानी आइजोल से भारत की राजधानी नई दिल्ली की तरफ जा रही है। यानी कि जो कनेक्टिविटी जिसका इंतजार दशकों से मिजोरम के लोग कर रहे थे, वो अब इंतजार खत्म हुआ। ट्रेन यहाँ से चलकर नई दिल्ली की तरफ जा रही है और 1000 से ज्यादा 1000 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा लंबा जो है ये सफर लोगों का होने वाला है, जो यहाँ से निकल चुके हैं और धीरे धीरे ट्रेन अपना रास्ता देखते हुए आगे बढ़ रही है। और ये तस्वीर काफी मनमोहक है कि एक तरफ ना सिर्फ आपको एक कनेक्टिविटी मिलती है, आपको ट्रैवल करने में आसानी मिलेगी, बल्कि साथ साथ वो प्रदेश जो देश से अछूता रहा, देश के लोग यहाँ तक आने में काफी दिक्कतों का सामना करते रहे, अब वो आराम से आ पाएंगे। ना सिर्फ नई दिल्ली बल्कि कोलकाता, गुवाहाटी और कई अलग अलग देश के इलाकों के लिए ये ट्रेन यहाँ से जो है चलेंगी।
फ्रॉम टुडे आइजोल विल बी ऑन इंडियाज रेलवे मैप। A few years ago, I had the opportunity of laying the foundation stone for the Aizawl railway line. And today, we proudly dedicate it to the people of the nation. Overcoming many challenges, including difficult terrain, this Bairabi-Sairang rail line has become a reality. Some political parties in our country practice vote bank politics. Their focus was always on places which had more votes and seats. The entire Northeast, including states like Mizoram, suffered greatly because of this attitude. But our approach is very different. Those who were earlier neglected are at the forefront now. Those who were once marginalized are the mainstream now. During Operation Sindoor, you all saw how our soldiers taught a lesson to those who sponsored terror. The whole nation was filled with a sense of pride about our armed forces. In this operation, Made in India weapons played a significant role in protecting our country. The growth of our economy and manufacturing sector is very important for our national security. Friends, our government is committed to the welfare of every citizen, every family, and every region.
My colleague Piyush Mishra is now joining me from Aizawl in Mizoram. Piyush, we have seen how the central government is making sure that there is better connectivity between the rest of the country and northeastern states. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also highlighted the fact that earlier governments did not pay heed. They were only interested in vote bank politics. But the BJP government, especially since coming to power in 2014, very, very clear. They want the development of the entire northeastern region.
Well, that's right. And Prime Minister has once again highlighted that he is of the view of development, and that's why the connectivity is being extended to various parts of northeastern India. And Aizawl becomes the fourth capital, Aishwarya, which will now be connected via India's vast railway network. And remember, the Prime Minister also said that after this connectivity is given to the people of Aizawl, people from other parts of the country will be able to explore the unexplored natural beauty of Aizawl. And right now I'm standing at a place which is the peak point of Aizawl, and right behind me you can see as to how this mountainous capital city is completely covered in clouds. You can see the beauty of Mizoram, beauty of Aizawl, and after this rail connectivity, people from different parts of the country can easily come here. Three big trains have been inaugurated by PM Narendra Modi today, which includes Rajdhani Express, which connects at Aizawl with New Delhi, and then after that we have connectivity till Guwahati and then till Kolkata. So apart from that, the railways is also planning to ply the cargo trains, the refrigerated trains, which will be helpful for the farmers also. So it is not only going to give you a great connectivity, but also going to boost tourism, going to boost economy. The important spices of Aizawl will now go to different parts of country, and Railway Minister also highlighted that how famous ginger, famous turmeric of Aizawl, when it will go to the other parts of the country, then it will have its own market. So it is going to boost economy and will provide a lot of job opportunities to the people of Aizawl. So the connectivity has increased, and apart from that, thousands and crores of developmental projects have also been inaugurated by PM Narendra Modi. He also highlighted about the Operation Sindoor, about the indigenous weapons those were used in that, and he also spoke about the India's economic situation. He said that the GDP is growing. It has recently it was marked at 7.8%. So a lot of things were highlighted by PM Narendra Modi. But yes, as far as his visit to northeastern state is concerned, he began his visit with the inauguration of train connectivity to Aizawl, and then he is right now in Manipur, and apart from that he will also travel to other parts of northeast.
Thank you, Piyush, giving us all those details. Prime Minister Narendra Modi now in northeast already has inaugurated 3 trains in Manipur. We're moving now to the state of Tamil Nadu, where we are seeing the political fight now heating up just ahead of the assembly elections. Actor turned politician Vijay has now launched his poll campaign from Trichy today. Massive crowds gathered at the rally. There were hundreds that were out on the streets to catch a glimpse of Vijay. The TVK chief earlier had hit out at the DMK government for failing to fulfill the promises. He slammed Tamil Nadu police for imposing what he says are unfair restrictions on his rally. Vijay also emphasized the importance of adhering to rules imposed by the police. He urged the cadre to maintain discipline during the rally. BJP leader Anna Manai, however, He sharpened his attack on Vijay, dismissed him as a weekend politician, someone who meets people only on Saturdays and Sundays, unlike the BJP and the DMK, which are available to the people 24/7. The DMK, on their part, they have asserted that Vijay's weekend rally actually posed no threat or not even a matter of concern for them.
It is open-heartedly seen that it is 100% blessings by DMK to ADMK campaign, which is a part of a BJP alliance. So DMK wanted to support BJP alliance ADMK to do a very prompt and fresh campaign, and they are very much worried about our leaders' campaign, and we are deliberately seeing that on the ground. And definitely we are not worried about all this because we have people support. Our leader has people support. With all the support, definitely our leader will overcome all these problems, and definitely we'll be able to complete the program in next 3 months.
Another celebrity now has come under the K-gang lens, with threats being issued and warning shots being fired. A fighting incident has been reported right outside Disha Patani's house in Bareilly in the state of Uttar Pradesh. There were multiple rounds that were fired, including 2 aerial shots at about 4:30 in the morning. No one was injured, fortunately. And now it's gangster Goldie Brar. He's the one who's claimed responsibility through a social media post. Gangster Goldie Brar has cited spiritual reasons behind the shooting, accusing the actor of showing disrespect to spiritual figures. He's also warned further consequences to Bollywood personalities engaging in such acts. Disha's father has spoken out, saying that Disha's statements have been twisted. He added, being an army kid, she will not tolerate such threats.
एक्ट्रेस दिशा पाटनी के घर के बाहर ताबड़तोड़ फायरिंग हुई है। इस वक्त मैं बरेली के दिशा पाटनी के घर के ठीक बाहर मौजूद हूं। ये जगदीश सिंह पाटनी जो दिशा के पिता है, उनका आलीशान कोठी है बरेली इलाके में, और यहां पर 12 सितंबर को तकरीबन रात के 3 बजे एक बाइक पर 2 अज्ञात हमलावर आते हैं और ताबड़तोड़ 6 से 7 राउंड फायरिंग करते हैं। फायरिंग के बाद परिवार में काफी दहशत है। वहीं अगर बात की जाए तो फायरिंग के कुछ घंटों के बाद अमेरिका में बैठे कुख्यात गैंगस्टर रोहित गोदारा की तरफ से सोशल मीडिया पर इस फायरिंग की जिम्मेदारी ली गई और सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट में दावा किया गया कि दिशा की बहन जो खुशबू है, उसने प्रेमानंद महाराज की बेइज्जती की है अपने बयान में, जिसके बाद ये फायरिंग कराई गई है और सोशल मीडिया पर रोहित गोदारा की तरफ से ये धमकी दी गई है कि ये तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, अगर किसी ने सनातन धर्म का अपमान किया तो नतीजे भुगतने होंगे। फायरिंग की घटना के बाद सिक्योरिटी अगर आप यहाँ पर देखें तो बढ़ा दी गई है। 6 से 7 पुलिसकर्मी अत्याधुनिक हथियारों से लैस यहाँ दिशा के घर पर तैनात कर दिए गए हैं और इस कोठी के अंदर भी जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं वो तैनात कर दिए गए हैं। बरेली पुलिस ने दिशा पाटनी के परिवार की सुरक्षा बढ़ा दी है और वहीं सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी बरेली पुलिस को मिला है, जिसमें हमलावर फायरिंग करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। सीसीटीवी के आधार पर बदमाशों की तलाश की जा रही है।
सोशल मीडिया है और सबको अपना कहने और बोलने का अधिकार है। श्री अनुरुद्धाचार्य जी ने महिलाओं के बारे में एक छोटी सी टिप्पणी करी थी कि महिलाएं अगर 24-25 साल की होती मुंह मार के आती हैं, ये उनका अपना सोचना था। लेकिन चूंकि बेटी मेरी महिला से है, आर्मी से है, तो उसने चूंकि कोई भी महिलाओं का वो अपमान नहीं कर सकते, महिला की एनजीओ चलाती हो, तो उसने उनसे यही कहा था कि आप कैसे कह सकते हैं कि महिलाओं ने मुंह मार के आती है, आदमी भी तो मुंह मार के आता है। इतनी बात उसने कही थी, लेकिन उसकी इस बात को तोड़ मरोड़ कर उसको प्रेमानंद जी के साथ जोड़ दिया गया, उससे जोड़ दिया गया। और एआई का ज़माना है। प्रेमानंद जी तो हमारे पूजनीय हैं। मैं तो कई बार इनसे कह चुका हूँ अगर मौका मिले तो प्रेमानंद जी का आशीर्वाद लेना है। हमारे गुरु हैं, पूजनीय हैं, संत हैं, तो कैसे हम लोग अपने संतों के बारे में ये हम हिंदू धर्म को, हमारी संस्कृति को वो आज तक बचाए हुए हैं।
एक बात है, गोल्डी बरार गैंग ने इसमें ट्वीट करके वो लिया है कि भाई वो ये हमला जो है हम लोगों ने कराया, इस पर क्या कहेंगे?
अब मैं इस मामले में तो ट्वीट के बारे में कुछ नहीं कह सकता हूँ कि ट्वीट आया, लेकिन जब तक पुलिस उस नतीजे पर पहुँचेगी तभी हम इस बारे में बात
We are now taking a very quick break. On the other side, amid all the tariff war that is happening between India and US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is now saying that G7 should punish India and China for buying oil from Russia.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Karki becomes Nepal's first woman prime minister. Parliament dissolved. Trump on 50%. Tariff says that's a big deal. It caused rift with India. Tejasvi Yadav to launch Bihar Adhikar Yatra from September 16.
You are watching India Today.
A lot of twists and a lot of turns with regards to the ties between India and the United States of America, and it seems like this has become the order of the day. While Donald Trump now has admitted that tariffs have affected India-US relations, his own cabinet is actually pushing other nations to raise the tariffs on India. In an interview that was given by US President Donald Trump, he conceded that the steep tariff have now soured ties with New Delhi. But he said it was not an easy thing to do for him. US Treasury Secretary at the moment is urging the G7 leaders to hike tariffs on countries that are buying oil from Russia, which includes India and China. In fact, the G7 finance ministers are also discussing on ways how to make sure that there is pressure on Moscow to force him to end the war. In another twist, former National Security Advisor John Bolton, he's the one who's saying that India-US ties have been strained because of Donald Trump's erratic behavior. He also stressed that it's Donald Trump who has singled India out with high tariffs, while on the other hand, he has spared China and Russia despite their sanction violations.
What is clamping down on Vladimir Putin?
Well, it'll be hitting very hard with sanctions to banks and having to do with oil and tariffs also. But I've already done it. I've done a lot. Look, India was their biggest customer. I put a 50% tariff on India because they're buying oil from Russia. That's not an easy thing to do. That's a big deal.
Trump doesn't have an overall national security strategy. He's very transactional. He is ad hoc, episodic. He sees things through personal relations. And I think much of the tension between India and the U.S. has been because of Trump's very erratic style. So, for example, although there are a number of concerns on the Indian side, the most recent, the biggest, is the 25% tariff for Indian companies' purchases of Russian oil and gas over the past several years. You know, this is not part of the normal trade conversation.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
This is India Today exclusively on the ground in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, which is witnessing a uprising of youth, the Gen Z, and which is now turning violent. A few minutes back, where I'm reporting from, the tear gas cells can be felt here at this particular point. This is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Kathmandu.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The air in Kathmandu is thick, not just with smoke and dust, but with defiance. As sirens wailed, boots pounded, and the cries of a restless people echoed off the walls of centuries-old temples, it was clear this wasn't just a protest. It was a reckoning. A nation caught between its past and its future, standing at the crossroads of power and people, of tradition and transformation. You're watching our special show, The Revolt Files, Nepal's Gen Z uprising.
Nepal's youth have spoken loud and clear.
तो ये उनसे बता रही है कि सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म बैन किया है, इसने किया है, लेकिन वो बात नहीं है, वो वजह भी है, लेकिन हमारा मेन वजह ये है कि हमारा ये ज्यादातर करप्शन ज्यादा हुआ, इसलिए हम ये सब कर रहे हैं.
What started as a fight against social media bans exploded into nationwide protest, shaking the very core of the government. From censorship to corruption, Gen Z hit the streets for a new Nepal, one where their voices truly matter.
यहाँ पनि गोली खाएको छु, मेरो चस्मा फुट्यो, I gave this, मैले proper documentation बनाएको छु, यो मेरो रगत हो, नेपालीको रगत हो.
Nepal's youth said no more, and the whole country erupted.
ना रोजगारी है, ना स्वास्थ्य सेवा है, ना शिक्षा सेवा है, टोटली करप्शन मात्रै होता है.
Parliament burned, blood spilled, ministers fled. As a 48-hour protest changed Nepal forever, the fight for Nepal's future is just beginning. And this time, the youth are leading the charge.
A dramatic 48-hour protest changed the fate of Nepal forever. And this time, it's the so-called keyboard warriors, the Gen Z, that led the dramatic changeover in Nepal. They kicked off a movement that shook the very core of the country. Here's what unfolded on the streets of Nepal on September 8th and 9th that's forever changed the political landscape in Nepal, and so much more.
A protest by Gen Z, for Gen Z, of Gen Z. September 2025 will go down in history in Nepal. A tumultuous 48-hour protest that changed the country forever. The spark, the government banning social media platforms. Gen Z and online activists view this as censorship. Anger builds on social media. Plans for protests begin. On the 8th of September, protests begin. Thousands gather near Parliament, largely youngsters from schools and colleges. But in hours, it quickly escalates. Protesters breach Parliament's gate. Some set it on fire. The police, struggling to control the situation, issue shoot-at-sight orders.
ये प्रोटेस्ट करप्शन के लिए है. हम सब लोग अब जागरूक हो चुके हैं कि अब नहीं सह पाएगा. अब जो होगा, अब युवा पुस्ता करेगा. हम लोग को ये बूढ़ा लोग नहीं चाहिए. अब जो देश चलाएगा वो युवा लोग चलाएगा.
And the next day, a new dawn of protests and regime collapses. Gen Z woke up with a resolve to put an end to the Oli regime.
यहाँ नेपाल में रहने कुनै कौन वातावरण नै नहीं है.
ऐसा देश बना दिया कि ऐसा देश बना दिया कि सब बेकारी बना दिया है नेपाली जनता से.
They are the murderers of our nation. They killed our 14 years children on gunshot in head, and this is very brutal for our Nepal country.
पुलिस आयो जो भी आओ, हम लोग मरने के भी तैयार है, लेकिन हम लोग को सत्ता परिवर्तन होना चाहिए, जैसे भी ये प्रधानमंत्री का राजीनामा देना चाहिए.
The protest spread beyond Kathmandu and completely out of the government's control.
A capital of Nepal which is witnessing a uprising of youth, the Gen Z, and which is now turning violent. The crowd has set the traffic installations and the public property on fire. The police fired several rounds of tear gas shells from the other side, right here at the Gaushala road of Kathmandu, and you could see even the buildings have sustained a certain amount of damage because of the protest that happened yesterday as well. On the ground, the protesters are now saying that this protest can no longer be peaceful. क्या चुनाव चाह रहे हैं या ये सरकार का इस्तीफा चाह रहे हैं?
यो सरकार ने परिवर्तन हुनु पर्यो, अब जनताले चाहेको जस्तो हुनु पर्यो हैन.
1 साल होगा, 2 साल होगा, लगभग 14 से 15 बार ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर बन गया, लेकिन डेवलपमेंट नाम पर जीरो हुआ. अभी तक कुछ हुआ है, सिर्फ करप्शन ही हो रहा है.
The parliament, torched by protesters, thick dense smoke over the building covered the sky.
Protesters from the Gen Z community are wanting to have complete dissolving of the parliament, and we do not know when that is going to happen, but certainly the crowd here has lost faith on the political class of Nepal, and they want a complete transformation right now.
KP Sharma Oli's private residence in Balkot was attacked. The houses of Home Minister Ramesh Lekhak, Nepali Congress President Sher Bahadur Deva, and CPN Maoist Center Chief Prachanda set on fire. Finance Minister Bishnu Prasad Paudel was beaten up by protesters on the streets. A mob set former Prime Minister Khanal's house on fire, with his wife trapped inside, leading to her suffering critical burn injuries. The Hilton Hotel was vandalized and set on fire by protesters. All this vandalism and violence ultimately led to what protesters wanted. KP Sharma Oli resigns by the evening of September 9th. But the damage was monumental, not just to property, but to lives. September 10th, Nepal woke up to the aftermath, the smoldering remains of the protest.
From inside Nepal's parliament, which was set on fire by the Gen Z protesters yesterday. And we are getting you those exclusive visuals from inside the Nepal's parliament, inside the complex, inside the Nepal Parliament House, where the law was, drafted and legislations were brought into effect. This is the main entrance of the main complex. You can see the flames which are still ablaze inside the floor of the house of the parliament building of the parliament complex in Nepal.
The situation on the ground in Birganj continues to remain tense. However, the Nepal army has now tried to take control of the situation on ground zero, and right now I am present at the Ghantaghar Chowk in Birganj, which has been the epicenter of past 2 days. The movement, the revolution that is going on in Kathmandu, its after effects has also been witnessed in Birganj for the last 2 days. Several parts of Birganj has been burning, and the epicenter was the Ghantaghar Chowk, and you can see pictures here yesterday night, yesterday afternoon, how this area was literally burning. Several vehicles were torched here.
From hashtags to handcuffs, Nepal's Gen Z moved from scrolling to storming the streets. Digital rebellion became a full-blown street revolution. The path forward remains uncertain. But the voices of Gen Z are no longer silent. With Amit Bharadwaj and Rohit Singh in Nepal, Bureau Report, India Today.
Thousands of Nepal's youth hit the streets for 2 consecutive days, defying curfew, defying lathi charge and water cannons. They've sacrificed their young lives for a clean change. triggered by social media ban. This youth protest raged across the Himalayan country and was deep-rooted in frustration over lack of economic growth, over nepotism, and importantly, over corruption as well.
I'm here to protest about corruption. The country has gotten so bad that for us youth, there is no grounds for us to stay back in the country. We were here to participate in the peaceful rally to seek improvement in the country, but the police and the administration decided to get violent and shoot first with tear gas and then with bullets. Our demand and desire is for peace and end to corruption so that the people can actually work and live back in the country. We will work to continue putting pressure on the government.
Nepal, a Himalayan country of 30 million people, is known for its turbulent politics. It has seen more than a dozen governments since it transitioned to a republic after abolishing its 239-year-old monarchy in 2008. And that too came after a decade-long civil war. Even then, this protest is the worst unrest in decades.
I don't think this is a fight about monarchy or anything. This is rather a fight against corrupted system. We want directly elected PM and an interim government. That is the actual want from our country. It is an anti-corruption movement without any other vested interest towards monarchy, any other inclination towards monarchy. It might have started from the social media ban, but that was not the major issue. It was rather the corruption that has been going on, and people are frustrated with it. The last straw was the social media ban, where people felt their voices were oppressed.
These protests, the organizers claim, are a reflection of generational frustration at poor economic opportunities in the Himalayan country. A World Bank report shows that the unemployment rate for youth aged 15 to 24 in Nepal was 20.8% in 2024. Nepal's economy is heavily reliant on remittance money sent by Nepalis living abroad. More than a third, that is 33.1% of Nepal's GDP, came from personal remittances. And that number has been on a steady rise over the past 3 decades. As people in general battled with the economy, a viral online movement against Nepo kids, politicians' children, showing off their lavish lifestyles fueled further anger among people.
September 8.
The last nail in the coffin was the government's 4th September decision to block 26 social media platforms, including Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, X, and YouTube. About 24 social network platforms widely used in Nepal were repeatedly given notices to register their companies officially in the country. They were asked to appoint grievance handlers and remove flagged content. Only 5 companies, including TikTok and Viber, complied with the order, and when the others failed, they were blocked in the first week of September. Social media has been the platform for protest and all protest organizations since the last 2 decades. KP Sharma Oli miscalculated its power, and banning it led to complete chaos in Nepal. Bureau Report, India Today.
What Nepal is currently witnessing is about more than just a social media ban. Beneath the chaos lies a deeper, long-brewing economic crisis. For years, Nepal's economy has been quietly faltering. There's been rising debt, joblessness, and shrinking investments. We tell you more in our next report.
But the recent social media ban that triggered the outrage is merely the tip of the iceberg. The real crisis runs much deeper. It is rooted in Nepal's faltering economy. Nepal's unemployment rate has hovered above 10% for over 3 decades. In 2024, it stood at 10.7%, more than double the global average of 4.9%. The nation's economic output is weak, which its low per capita GDP clearly reflects. Nepal's per capita GDP in 2024 was just half of South Asia's average and a quarter of global average. That means most Nepalis are earning far less than even their regional neighbors. A high unemployment rate and low economic output are evident when examining Nepal's investment data. According to Nepal's finance ministry, the country's gross fixed capital formation or investment fell from over 33% of GDP in 2014 to just over 24% in 2024. But while investment fell, public debt increased. High debt often acts as a boon for capital expenditure, but such has not been the case for Nepal. As debt rose, capital expenditure remained benign. From 7.8% of the GDP in financial year 2018, capital expenditure fell to just over 3% a decade later. So while the social media ban sparked this mass uprising, it was years of joblessness, falling investment and economic frustration that blew the fire. Nepal's current crisis isn't just political, it is deeply economic. Bureau Report, India Today.
Nepal's Gen Z is not just clashing over its prime ministerial pick, but is also now facing credibility issues. Why? Well, the protesters are picking their next leader through Discord polls. But India Today's open source intelligence team has demonstrated how the polls allow non-Nepalis to vote as well, raising concerns really over fairness and of foreign interference.
Let's throw Molotov at the Home Minister and the Prime Minister. Life of a Neta for every dead body. Kill the fake leadership. These are some of the messages posted in Discord groups created and managed by Nepal's Gen Z, the organizers of the mass anti-corruption movement that has overthrown the regime. The young tech-driven protesters chose their own ways, picked their own platforms, but ultimately caused an outcome that even traditional methods of dissent seldom lead to. And now, even though the violence has subsided, the social media platforms remain massively important in the movement. The Gen Z is now using Discord to vote for their future leadership. Polls have been organized on the platform to pick a representative who could put forward Gen Z's agenda. But the Discord-led dissent carries its own flaws, and major ones at that. The Gen Z mechanism of running polls on the app allows non-Nepali citizens to cast votes to pick the country's future representative. To demonstrate this flaw, India Today's open source intelligence team cast multiple votes on the Discord channel. These votes were cast from outside Nepal and without any valid Nepali credentials. The votes were then removed to ensure zero contribution to the final tally. But the demonstration proved how suspicious foreign actors may have used the same vulnerability to interfere in the Nepalese Gen Z movement. Nepal's youth, that was not long ago united against the government, is now divided over their next leader. At this time of heightened chaos and uncertainty, the youth movement's technological loopholes are adding to serious credibility concerns and piling on the risk of foreign interference amid political instability. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's talk about really what all of this means for India. Nepal may be a small neighbor, but its unrest does carry consequences for India as well. The fact that instability in Kathmandu is never actually confined to Nepal alone, because it spills over into states of India that border Nepal: Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Sikkim. And so for India, the strategic challenge also is very, very clear.
Normalcy is slowly returning to Nepal after violent clashes left the country shaken. Streets that saw anger and arson are quieter today, but the underlying discontent with the political class remains unresolved. For India, this episode is a reminder that Nepal's turbulence is not just a neighbor's affair. It has direct implications across the border. Each crisis in South Asia has a way of spilling over, testing India's diplomatic bandwidth and regional influence. Afghanistan remains under Taliban rule. Sri Lanka is still nursing the wounds of its economic collapse. Bangladesh is gripped by political unrest. And now New Delhi finds Kathmandu caught in fresh instability. But beyond the immediate unrest, there is a deeper political undercurrent taking shape. Nepal's former Chief Justice Sushila Karki is now the interim leader, but whether she can bring in some political stability remains to be seen. For India, its neighborhood is part of a larger pattern, an arc, where every shift has consequences for New Delhi's security, economy, and influence. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the big question after the Gen Z uprising and their successful step of ensuring a regime collapse, what happens next in Nepal? The next few months will decide whether Nepal finally gets on the course of development, whether the Gen Z protest was actually fruitful. You can trust us here on India Today to get you those updates. Thanks for the moment, for tuning in.
A day after Israeli military launched an attack in a residential area in Doha,
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
News that's coming in at the moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached Churachandpur in Manipur. Prime Minister Modi travelled by road from Imphal to Manipur. Prime Minister Modi is meeting the families of all those who have been hit by violence. This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to Manipur since the ethnic unrest took place in 2023. Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting with the families of those who have been displaced and those who have been the worst affected by the violence that took place in Manipur. The ethnic clashes between the Kuki and the Meiteis in 2023 had led to massive unrest across Manipur. This was Prime Minister Modi's first visit since the clashes took place. Massive politics also being played now. We have seen how the Congress leaders, the Gandhi family, Priyanka Gandhi as well as Rahul Gandhi, they have commented on Prime Minister Modi's visit. Priyanka Gandhi said that it is too late for Prime Minister to be visiting Manipur now. He should have visited Manipur earlier. Rahul Gandhi said that this trip does not make any difference. Also, he spoke about the fact that the real issue at the moment across the country is vote chori. Visuals that you are seeing on your screens coming in from Churachandpur. Churachandpur had become the epicenter of the violent clashes that took place between the Kukis and the Meiteis in Manipur in the year 2023. Prime Minister Modi travelled by road from Imphal to Manipur. It's raining heavily in Churachandpur. Images that you are seeing on your screens, Prime Minister Modi meeting with the families of those who were badly affected by the violence. This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to Manipur since the ethnic unrest. Prime Minister Modi is on a day-long tour to northeastern states. After Manipur, he'll be visiting Assam. And before Manipur, he was in Mizoram. He flagged off 3 trains. Those trains will now be connecting Mizoram with one of them. The Rajdhani Express will be connecting Aizawl to the national capital. All the 3 will now boost connectivity. Prime Minister Modi, while he was speaking in Mizoram, clearly pointed towards the fact that earlier state governments as well as the central government, they have neglected the development of the northeastern states. But BJP very, very clear that they want to make sure that the northeastern states develop at the same pace that the rest of the nation is developing. New markets will also open up for northeastern products, for northeastern fruits. And now with better connectivity, the government, central government is now hoping that the economic development of all the northeastern states will be very swift. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's in Manipur. Manipur saw ethnic clashes taking place for many days. Almost for 40 days, there were clashes that took place between Kukis and Meiteis. Many people were displaced. Many, unfortunately, also lost their lives. At that point, the government had given assistance to all those people. Now, Prime Minister Modi is meeting select few, those people who were displaced after the ethnic clashes. My colleague Indrajit Kundu is now joining me on the story. Indrajit, we are seeing these pictures. Prime Minister Narendra Modi smiling, meeting with the families of those who were hit by violence. This is Prime Minister's first visit to Manipur.
Well, Ashwarya, that's right. Prime Minister's first and very, very significant visit to Manipur in the last 2 years, ever since the ethnic conflict broke out in the state. And this is seen as very, very significant by all stakeholders in the road to peace for Manipur. Prime Minister, of course, the head of the state. The state of Manipur right now is under President's rule, so directly under the central rule right now. So in that context, after 7 months since the President's rule was imposed, we have seen some semblance of normalcy return in the lives of people on both sides of the ethnic divide. In Churachandpur, where the Prime Minister right now is meeting the Kuki Zoo community, and also once he comes back to Imphal Valley, and he will be meeting members of the Meitei community. Now, what is interesting, Aishwarya, is that the weather is extremely inclement. There is massive, downpour across Manipur right now. Therefore, the Prime Minister's schedule was tweaked. He was supposed to land and take the air route and land directly in Churachandpur, which he could not. So he had to land at the Imphal airport. And the Prime Minister took the 2-hour road trip from Imphal airport to Churachandpur. So that tells you the kind of significance that the Prime Minister himself attaches to his visit this time, that he had to undertake that road trip, which is fraught with certain security challenges. But the administration has made full-proof security arrangement for the Prime Minister, who is now landed at Surachandpur.
Right, Indrajit, please stay on with me. Maria Shakil, my colleague, managing editor, is also now joining me on the story. Maria, this is a very significant trip that Prime Minister Modi is making in different states in the northeastern part of our country. In Manipur, this is Prime Minister's first visit since the ethnic clashes took place.
That's right. And the significance of the fact that the Prime Minister, drove for 2 hours to reach Surachandpur, it cannot be missed. So the message that has gone here is loud and clear, that yes, the Prime Minister is visiting Manipur for the first time since the ethnic violence erupted in the state in 2023, Aishwarya. But the Prime Minister is here to interact with people, that this is an outreach which is coming directly from the top of the union government. Surachandpur, a word on that, is a stronghold of the Kuki community and was one of the worst affected areas in the violence that claimed at least 260 lives, and several thousands were displaced. Because of the heavy rainfall, Prime Minister, instead of flying directly to Surachandpur from Mizoram in a helicopter, instead landed in Impal and chose to travel by road from there to Surachandpur, is a huge message which is coming in here. And he'll inaugurate and lay foundation stones for development projects worth almost 10,000 crore in the state. And overall, if you look at it, yes, there is politics which has erupted over it, as was expected. Mallikarjun Kharge, Priyanka Gandhi, all of them speaking about it. But this will be seen as a massive outreach by the government, by Prime Minister himself, who has chosen to interact with the people of Manipur at a time when the state faces a lot of questions. In the morning, he was in Aizawl, where he inaugurated that very crucial railway link, which in fact links Mizoram to Indian Railways for the first time. Remember, Aishwarya, ever since Prime Minister Modi came to power in 2014, his Look East policy has been one of the most big takeaways. That the Seven Sisters in the Northeast should not be disconnected from New Delhi has always been a message that has come directly from the top. Be it his regular travel to Assam, to Guwahati, to Mizoram, to multiple states, to Sikkim, and to other states in the Northeast, has been a message that has come directly from the Prime Minister. There is also a minister in charge of the Northeast, Aishwarya. As someone who covers the government, you would understand that as well. So the significance of that regular connect with the Northeast cannot be missed. And Prime Minister himself making his first trip to Manipur since the ethnic violence in 2023. And the choice, if you remember, Aishwarya, when Ajay Kumar Bhalla was sent as the governor of Manipur, that in itself was seen as a huge message that the government is looking to ensure that the people of Manipur feel more, connected with the center. There are projects worth, several urban roads and drainage and asset management improvement programs and other programs, which will also include working women's hostel at 9 locations, national highway projects. All of them will be inaugurated by the Prime Minister. But the larger message that they want normalcy to return, the center is keen on that, is the message which is coming in with the Prime Minister having undertaken a road journey to reach Surachandpur.
Right, Maria. Maria, the important thing that you were pointing towards is Jyotiraditya Scindia actually, he's the minister who's looking at donor, which means that he's looking at the entire Northeast. So that's the kind of bridge that the central government, especially Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he's been trying to make, connecting the entire Northeastern region, the 7 sisters, the 7 states with mainland, and also making sure that this area also progresses at the same pace that we are seeing the rest of the country progress.
That's right, and the people of Northeast should feel part of the development story of the country. That people of these states feel that they are as much connected to New Delhi, and they are part of the development story. Be it the construction of AIIMS, because I remember visiting Manipur in 2023, Aishwarya, And I did interact with students at the newly built AIMS in Churachandpur, and they were connected with the students, in Imphal as well. So the message has been very, very clear of continued outreach. But because the government was facing that question, the questions coming in directly from the Congress party as to why the Prime Minister has not visited Manipur, I think there comes an answer. It was kept under the wraps because the government was hoping that there would be some kind of, that trust deficit which was being spoken about. It will be bridged. Efforts have been made in that direction in the last few months in particular, that message of trust with which the Prime Minister has gone to Churachandpur to reach out to the people. Remember, in multiple places in Churachandpur and other districts also, there are people living in relief camps for the last few months.
Right.
So in order to ensure normalcy, in order that people feel confident that they can interact with their Kuki brothers, the Meitei-Kuki rivalry has been, historic in nature. It has been historical, and it has been there for several years. So
Right.
this kind of outreach will be seen as that human touch that we keep talking about, Aishwarya, particularly at the time of strife.
Thank you, Maria, giving us those details. Managing Editor Maria Shakil giving us perspective with regards to Prime Minister's visit to Mizoram first, Manipur now, and Assam later. My colleague Indujit Kundu is also joining me on the story. Indujit, since coming to power at the centre, the Modi government has been focusing a lot on the development in Northeast. They have inaugurated multiple projects. In fact, the central government, the BJP, often says that Northeast is the gateway to Southeast Asia.
Well, look, look East policy or the Northeast policy, there has been an impetus by the Modi government over the past 1 decade. We've seen several, big infrastructure projects to boost connectivity, and one such project was, of course, the Bairabi-Sairang railway connectivity, which was flagged off by the Prime Minister today. In Manipur, of course, the situation is different. The context is different because Manipur, for the past 2 years, has been ravaged by ethnic conflict. So, on one hand, you have the Prime Minister's infrastructure push, where 8,500 crores of developmental projects will be inaugurated, kicked off by the Prime Minister. But nothing is lost on the consciousness of the common Manipuri, because the fact is that the Prime Minister will also be reaching out to various CSOs, civil society organizations, the internally displaced people, people who have not been able to return to their homes. At this point in time, the Prime Minister is meeting those people in Churachandpur, and why this visit is significant and why, despite the rain, you can see behind me, this is the historic Kangla Fort. Shortly, in a few hours from now, the Prime Minister will once again, come back to Imphal, and then he will address a gathering here. And braving the rain, it's heavy downpour out here in Imphal, but braving the rain, a lot of people have already started lining up here at Kangla Fort. I was just inside the Kangla Fort a short while back, and I met the former Chief Minister Biren Singh, overseeing the preparations inside. We will be able to play out his exclusive interview where I did ask him about the significance of the Prime Minister's visit, and he said that this is going to be a turning point as far as the state's ethnic crisis is concerned. And everybody, he's saying, at least the BJP seems confident that the Prime Minister's healing touch will be something that would be able to change things on the ground. So a lot of people coming in. I can see BJP supporters, government officials are slowly lining up at the Kangla Fort, where the Prime Minister is expected to speak. At this point in time, of course, the Prime Minister is in Churachandpur, and as I said, the Prime Minister was supposed to go to Churachandpur directly from Aizawl. But due to inclement weather, the Prime Minister could not, land at Churachandpur. So instead, he landed at the Imphal airport. So he came to Imphal airport, and then he took the route to Churachandpur, which is about 2 hours from the Imphal Valley. So that, tells you the kind of significance that the Prime Minister attaches to this program. Despite the weather, he made sure that he reached Churachandpur so that he could meet those people, civil society organizations and the internally displaced people, and perhaps give them a sense of hope. That's very, very essential, because there are certain key issues which still requires
political resolution. As far as the Kuki-Zo community is concerned, they are welcoming the Prime Minister's visit, but they are also adamant that they're seeking a separate administration, that they cannot live together with an administration which has a Meitei dominance here, mostly in the valley. As far as Meiteis here in the valley is concerned, they are saying that Manipur's territorial integrity cannot be compromised. So these are issues that will require some amount of deft political negotiation to bring both sides not just to the table, but to an agreement. Because even though things look normal, on ground here in Imphal, people are going about their work, and there is no curfew. Similarly, in Churachandpur, things are coming back to normalcy, but there is still a buffer zone. There is still this anxiety between these two communities, and people from both these communities still can't visit each other in these two regions. So it's like a state divided. Meiteis cannot visit the hill districts of Churachandpur. Kuki-Zo community people cannot come to the valley. So how do they access the airport? So these are issues that needs resolution. Over the past 7 months, there has been some semblance of normalcy, but the Prime Minister coming here does provide some sort of a turnaround as far as this entire crisis is concerned. The opposition, Congress, of course, hitting out at the Prime Minister, saying that this entire trip, it has been given, it almost looks like a managed event, and they are saying that this is nothing but to make the crisis invisible. But the BJP seems, as I spoke to the former Chief Minister, they seem very confident that this is really going to be a turnaround as far as Manipur's ethnic conflict is concerned.
Indrajit, please stay on with me. Indrajit is joining me from Imphal. Ashutosh, my colleague, is at Churachandpur. That's the place where Prime Minister at the moment is. He's speaking with all those people who have been displaced. Ashutosh, now after this visit, there will be a certain section that will now push for elections. Manipur at the moment is under the presidential rule.
Aishwarya, honestly to tell you, ever since that violence started, the first thing that people were demanding from both the sides was the president rule. That let's center take charge. Eventually there was anger against the Biren Singh then government, most of the people, because there was anticipation that the state government failed, and because of the failure and also the handling by the center, somewhere there was mishandling, and because of that situation escalated in such a way that now it's been 2 years, 4 months. However, the violence has stopped, but again the gap between two communities, the vulnerability, the fear, and the apprehensions in the minds, that takes a lot of time. Particularly if we talk about the people, the Meiteis are not able to travel in Churachandpur, in the hilly areas. The people in the hilly areas are not able to travel to Imphal because there is a fear that continues. However, there is no violence, no bunkers, no armed men anymore. But what makes it important, that election perhaps will not be a priority for any of the sides, be it the Meitei or the Kukis or the Zoomies. Because elections is just a mathematical game. So if you dissolve, there is re-elections or the formation of the government. So this all can be handled by the magic number. What Manipur requires is actually the healing touch. And at least what I remember so far in all my visits to Manipur, never heard about any individual talking about that there is a reformation of government that is required. Unless and until you bridge the gap, bring the people together, restore the absolute normalcy, only one can think about holding the election, because the people were only wanting the president rule here.
Right, Ashutosh. My colleague Ashutosh bringing perspective and also saying at the moment that, what people require. Ashutosh, one of the other things that a lot of people at the moment looking at, life has been very difficult, still is very difficult in Manipur. The economic boost, that is something that all these states, the 7 sisters, they actually need.
Medical care closer to the people, ensuring better
economic push, infrastructure push, and Manipur, if you remember, even before the conflict, there have been a different kind of conflict. Often, almost every year, couple of years, we hear about economic blockade being imposed. So those have been different issues. Also, the militancy. Now we have the Sioux agreement with those armed groups. The Sioux agreement was signed in. There was, opposition from the Meitei side, from the Valley people, that we need to suspend the Sioux agreements with the government. But all these actions were taken by the the due consideration. Remember, there were multiple round of dialogues with the officials from the Home Ministry in Delhi and in different places. The government sent Ajay Bhalla as the governor of Manipur, and things started coming back to normalcy when it comes to law and order. Infrastructure push essentially required not only for the valley but also for the people of hilly areas. And if I could tell you that Aizawl being 300 to 400 kilometers, the people who are not able to take, even during the medical emergency, a flight from Impal traveling all the way to capital Aizawl of Mizoram, that takes around 12 to 13 hours, and then they take flight for even the medical, so they eventually lose the golden hour. So when you have these kind of situation and a crisis here, subsequently when it comes to infrastructure, you have a better infrastructure that will also give you employment. Here in Churachandpur, or we talk about Kangpokpi or in Senapati, which is dominated by the Nagas, the Zumis, the Kuki. So eventually there is no source of income. So they are in the construction work, a very limited number of the government job. The people who are also, if you remember, during the agitation, during the violent period, the people were in the hilly areas were also demanding a separate administration, because now the apprehension continues is that so long the administration finances, the funding remains under the control of the people from the valley, eventually the development and infrastructure of the hills will be ignored. And since we see the president rule imposed, there have been more and more dialogues. We see the people from the communities were called to Delhi where the officials met them. There were dialogues also from the Meitei community. So all these dialogues that have been initiated in a two-way. One, to give a healing touch. Another, to ensure violence doesn't take place anymore. Forget about it, because it was spread pan state of Manipur. Third, to ensure smooth access transportation of the essentials, the supply line which has now been restored. So at multiple stages, multiple steps were taken, and which is now eventually delivering. But when it comes to bridging the gap of the people, there's those two people that I've seen living in brotherhood in the areas where they have been living in brotherhood, going in the same school, eating together, playing together, have now become an enemy. And now there is even threat that that persists, that they're not able to travel in each other's area, because and unless you restore that absolutely normal, clear out the apprehension that perhaps one administration, one government that will work for all, there is no separation is required, eventually all is done will still be a far, fresh dream. So for now, all I see here that government's first priority at the moment is to ensure the gap is bridged between the people, along with the infrastructure that will also create many opportunities, providing them education infrastructure, healthcare infrastructure, road infrastructure, employment at the. So all these steps that have been taken over this period of time is now what I see is being delivered in Manipur.
Right, Ashutosh, as you were speaking, we have seen how there are gaps that have come in between the people. So restoration of faith, that is something that the government should look at, bringing together people, making sure that people are able to sit on a table, are able to talk. That should be the focus. We have seen how the Ministry of Home Affairs also has made sure that both the people sit on a table, they have talks, they actually look at doing what next. A middle ground, that's something that the government should be looking at, isn't it, Ashutosh?
Absolutely, absolutely. And when Prime Minister meeting the IDPs, the internally displaced people, that is also giving a healing touch to the people. Now, if I tell you in Churachandpur, hundreds of the Meiteis were living, the conflict triggered in May 2023. And within, the couple of days, their houses were burned, many people were killed, and all these Meiteis were forced to flee from the hill to the valley. And where to go? Many people, those who have their relatives in different cities, in other cities, they left. But what about the rest of the people? The majority of those displaced were placed in school, in dharamshalas, in a relief camp, and you know the situation of how these relief camps.
श्रीमान अजय भल्ला जी राज्य प्रशासन के अन्य अधिकारीगण और इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित मणिपुर के मेरे भाई और बहनों, आप सबको नमस्कार। मणिपुर की ये धरती हौसलों और हिम्मत की धरती है। ये हिल्स प्रकृति का अनमोल उपहार है और साथ ही ये हिल्स आप सभी लोगों की निरंतर मेहनत का भी प्रतीक है। मैं मणिपुर के लोगों के जज्बे को सैल्यूट करता हूं। इतनी भारी बारिश में भी आप इतनी बड़ी संख्या में यहां आए, मैं आपके इस प्यार के लिए आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। भारी बारिश के कारण मेरा हेलीकॉप्टर नहीं आ पाया, तो मैंने सड़क मार्ग से आना तय किया और आज मैं सड़क पर जो दृश्य देखे तो मेरा मन कहता है कि परमात्मा ने अच्छा किया कि मेरा हेलीकॉप्टर आज नहीं चला और मैं रोड से आया और जो रास्ते भर तिरंगा हाथ में लेकर के अबाल वृद्ध सबने जो प्यार दिया, जो अपनापन दिया, मेरे जीवन में मैं इस पल को कभी नहीं भूल सकता। मैं मणिपुर वासियों का सर झुका करके नमन करता हूं। साथियों, इस क्षेत्र की संस्कृति और परंपराएं, यहां की विविधता और वाइब्रेंसी भारत का बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्य है और मणिपुर के तो नाम में ही मणि है। ये वो मणि है जो आने वाले समय में पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट की चमक को बढ़ाने वाली है। भारत सरकार का निरंतर प्रयास रहा है कि मणिपुर को विकास के रास्ते पर तेजी से आगे ले जाएं। इसी कड़ी में मैं आज यहां आप सभी के बीच आया हूं। थोड़ी देर पहले इसी मंच से करीब 7,000 करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट का शिलान्यास हुआ है। ये प्रोजेक्ट मणिपुर के लोगों की, यहां हिल्स पर रहने वाले ट्राइबल समाज की जिंदगी को और बेहतर बनाएंगे। ये आपके लिए हेल्थ और एजुकेशन की नई सुविधाओं का निर्माण करेंगे। मैं मणिपुर के आप सभी लोगों को, चुरा चांदपुर के लोगों को इन परियोजनाओं के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, मणिपुर बॉर्डर से सटा राज्य है। यहां पर कनेक्टिविटी हमेशा से बहुत बड़ी चुनौती रही है। अच्छी सड़कें ना होने की वजह से आपको जो परेशानी आती रही है, वो मैं भली भांति समझता हूं। इसलिए 2014 के बाद से मेरा बहुत जोर रहा कि मणिपुर की कनेक्टिविटी के लिए लगातार काम किया जाए और इसके लिए भारत सरकार ने 2 स्तर पर काम किया। पहला, हमने मणिपुर में रेल और रोड का बजट कई गुना बढ़ाया और दूसरा, शहरों के साथ ही गांवों तक भी सड़कें पहुंचाने पर जोर लगाया। साथियों, बीते वर्षों में यहां नेशनल हाईवेज पर 3,700 करोड़ रुपए 3,700 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए गए हैं। 8,700 करोड़ की लागत से नए हाईवेज पर काम बहुत तेजी से चल रहा है। पहले यहां गांवों में पहुंचना कितना मुश्किल था आप भी जानते हैं। अब सैकड़ों गांवों में यहां रोड कनेक्टिविटी पहुंचाई गई है। इसका बहुत अधिक लाभ पहाड़ी लोगों को, ट्राइबल गांवों को हुआ है। साथियों, हमारी सरकार के दौरान ही मणिपुर में रेल कनेक्टिविटी का विस्तार हो रहा है। जिरीबाम इंफाल रेलवे लाइन बहुत जल्द राजधानी इंफाल को नेशनल रेल नेटवर्क से जोड़ देगी। इस पर सरकार 22,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर रही है। 400 करोड़ की लागत से बना नया इंफाल एयरपोर्ट एयर कनेक्टिविटी को नई ऊंचाई दे रहा है। इस एयरपोर्ट से राज्य से दूसरे हिस्सों के लिए हेलीकॉप्टर सर्विसेज भी शुरू की गई है। ये बढ़ती हुई कनेक्टिविटी मणिपुर के आप सभी लोगों की सुविधाएं बढ़ा रही है। यहां के नौजवानों के लिए रोजगार के नए मौके बना रही है। साथियों, आज भारत बहुत तेजी से विकसित हो रहा है। हम बहुत जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने वाले हैं और मेरा पूरा प्रयास है कि विकास का लाभ देश के कोने कोने में पहुंचे। एक समय था जब दिल्ली से घोषणाएं होती थी और उनको यहां पहुंचते पहुंचते दशकों लग जाते थे। आज हमारा चूरा चांदपुर, हमारा मणिपुर भी बाकी देश के साथ विकास कर रहा है। अब जैसे देश भर में गरीबों के लिए हमने पक्के घर बनाने की योजना शुरू की, इसका फायदा मणिपुर के भी हजारों परिवारों को मिला। यहां करीब 60,000 घर बन चुके हैं। इसी तरह इस क्षेत्र में पहले बिजली की कितनी समस्या होती थी, हमारी सरकार ने आपको इस परेशानी से मुक्ति दिलाने का प्रण लिया है। इसी का नतीजा है कि यहां मणिपुर में भी 1 लाख से अधिक परिवारों को मुफ्त बिजली कनेक्शन दिया गया है। साथियों, हमारी माताओं बहनों को पानी के लिए भी बहुत सारी मुश्किलें होती थी। इसके लिए हमने हर घर नल से जल स्कीम शुरू की। बीते सालों में 15 करोड़ से अधिक देशवासियों को नल से जल की सुविधा मिल चुकी है। मणिपुर में तो 7-8 साल पहले तक सिर्फ 25-30 हजार घरों में ही पाइप से पानी आता था, लेकिन आज यहां 3.5 लाख से अधिक घरों में नल से जल की सुविधा मिल रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि बहुत जल्द मणिपुर के हर परिवार के घर में पाइप से पानी आने लगेगा। साथियों, पहले के समय में पहाड़ों में, ट्राइबल एरियाज में अच्छे स्कूल कॉलेज, अच्छे अस्पताल, ये भी सपना होते थे। कोई बीमार हो जाए तो मरीज को अस्पताल पहुंचाते ही बहुत देर हो जाती थी। आज भारत सरकार के प्रयासों से स्थिति बदल रही है। अब चूराचांदपुरा में ही मेडिकल कॉलेज तैयार हो गया है। यहां अब नए डॉक्टर भी बन रहे हैं और स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं भी बेहतर हो रही है। आप जरा सोचिए, आजादी के अनेक दशकों तक मणिपुर के पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों में मेडिकल कॉलेज नहीं था। ये काम भी हमारी सरकार ने ही किया है। हमारी सरकार पीएम डिवाइन स्कीम के तहत 5 पहाड़ी जिलों में आधुनिक हेल्थ सर्विस विकसित कर रही है। आयुष्मान भारत योजना के तहत भारत सरकार गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा भी दे रही है। मणिपुर के भी करीब 2.5 लाख मरीजों ने इस योजना के जरिए अपना मुफ्त इलाज कराया है। अगर ये मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा ना होती तो यहां मेरे गरीब भाई बहनों को अपने इलाज पर 350 करोड़ रुपए खुद के जेब से खर्च करने पड़ते। लेकिन ये सारा खर्च भारत सरकार ने उठाया है। वो इसलिए क्योंकि हर गरीब की चिंता को दूर करना हमारी प्राथमिकता है। साथियों, मणिपुर की ये धरती, ये क्षेत्र आशा और उम्मीद की भूमि है। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से हिंसा ने इस शानदार इलाके को अपनी चपेट में ले लिया था। थोड़ी देर पहले मैं उन प्रभावित लोगों से मिला हूं जो कैंप्स में रह रहे हैं। उनसे बातचीत के बाद मैं कह सकता हूं कि उम्मीद और विश्वास की नई सुबह मणिपुर में दस्तक दे रही है। साथियों, किसी भी स्थान पर विकास के लिए शांति की स्थापना बहुत जरूरी है। बीते 11 वर्षों में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में दशकों से चल रहे अनेक विवाद, अनेक संघर्ष समाप्त हुए हैं। लोगों ने शांति का रास्ता चुना है, विकास को प्राथमिकता दी है। मुझे संतोष है कि हाल ही में हिल्स और वैली में अलग अलग ग्रुप्स के साथ समझौतों के लिए बातचीत की शुरुआत हुई है। ये भारत सरकार के उन प्रयासों का हिस्सा है जिसमें संवाद, सम्मान और आपसी समझ को महत्व देते हुए शांति की स्थापना के लिए काम किया जा रहा है। मैं सभी संगठनों से अपील करूंगा कि शांति के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़कर अपने सपनों को पूरा करें, अपने बच्चों के भविष्य को सुनिश्चित करें। और मैं आज आपको वादा करता हूं, मैं आपके साथ हूं। भारत सरकार आपके साथ है, मणिपुर के लोगों के साथ है। साथियों, मणिपुर में जिंदगी को फिर से पटरी पर लाने के लिए भारत सरकार हर संभव प्रयास कर रही है। जो बेघर हो गए ऐसे परिवारों के लिए 7,000 नए घर बनाने के लिए हमारी सरकार मदद दे रही है। हाल में ही करीब 3,000 करोड़ रुपए का स्पेशल पैकेज भी स्वीकृत किया गया है। विस्थापितों की मदद के लिए 500 करोड़ रुपए का विशेष प्रावधान किया गया है। साथियों, मैं मणिपुर के ट्राइबल नौजवानों के सपने और उनके संघर्षों के बारे में अच्छी तरह जानता हूं। आपकी चिंताओं को दूर करने के लिए अलग अलग समाधानों पर काम हो रहे हैं। सरकार का प्रयास है कि गवर्नेंस की जो लोकल बॉडीज है उनको भी मजबूत किया जाए। इनके विकास के लिए उचित फंड्स की व्यवस्था भी की जा रही है। साथियों, आज हर ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी का विकास ये देश की प्राथमिकता है। पहली बार आदिवासी क्षेत्रों के विकास के लिए धरती आबा जनजातीय ग्राम उत्कर्ष अभियान चल रहा है। इसके तहत मणिपुर के 500 से ज्यादा गांवों में विकास के काम हो रहे हैं। ट्राइबल एरियाज में एकलव्य मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूलों की संख्या भी बढ़ाई जा रही है। यहां मणिपुर में भी 18 एकलव्य मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल बन रहे हैं। स्कूलों और कॉलेजों के आधुनिकीकरण से यहां के पहाड़ी जिलों में एजुकेशन की सुविधाएं बहुत अधिक बढ़ने वाली है। साथियों, मणिपुर का कल्चर नारी शक्ति को बढ़ावा देने वाला रहा है और हमारी सरकार भी नारी शक्ति को एम्पावर करने में जुटी है। सरकार वर्किंग विमेन हॉस्टल का भी निर्माण कर रही है ताकि मणिपुर की बेटियों की मदद हो सके। साथियों, हम मणिपुर को पीस, प्रॉस्पेरिटी और प्रोग्रेस का प्रतीक बनाने का लक्ष्य लेकर चल रहे हैं। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, मणिपुर के विकास के लिए विस्थापितों को जल्द से जल्द उचित स्थान पर बसाने के लिए, शांति की स्थापना के लिए भारत सरकार यहां मणिपुर सरकार का ऐसे ही सहयोग करती रहेगी। मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी को विकास परियोजना की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और आपने जो प्यार दिया है, जो सम्मान दिया है, इसके लिए मैं मणिपुर वासियों का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मेरे साथ बोले, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Mr. Narendra Modi, he was speaking at a rally in Churi-Chandpur. Prime Minister Modi travelled by road from Imphal to Manipur, and in fact he also said that he is grateful that he was able to travel by road because then he was able to see the kind of preparations that were being done by the people of Manipur for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's also given out an assurance and said that we will form the next government in the state of Manipur, and the central government and the state government in Manipur, they will together work for the progress of the state. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, also met with the families of all those who were hit by violence 2 years ago when there were clashes that took place between the Kuki and the Meitei communities. Since coming to power at the centre, Modi government has been focusing a lot on the development in the northeastern states, the Seven Sisters as they are commonly referred to as. Prime Minister Modi, over the course of the last 10 years, have already inaugurated multiple projects. My colleague Ashutosh is now joining me on the story. Ashutosh, Prime Minister Modi's first visit, and he has given out a promise to the people that the central government will make sure that the state of Manipur progresses very quickly. Also said that these people of Manipur, while he was travelling on the road, he saw the kind of love and the kind of welcome that was given by the people of Manipur to Prime Minister Modi.
And Aishwarya, if you remember, since morning, this is exactly what I have been reporting, that what people of Manipur are expecting, more than the just infrastructure project, the healing touch, a healing touch by top of the government authority, that now the efforts are being done. We have been reporting how, the efforts are being done by the center to bridge the gap between two communities. And when the Prime Minister from the stage coming out in the Churachandpur, one of the worst affected during the conflict and ethnic violence, appealing people that violence is no solution. This need to end, and the differences need to, keep aside. And when the people come, that will be ultimately keeping in the way of development towards Manipur. So everything that perhaps was the need of the hour and is need of the hour for the state of Manipur, when the state is divided between the community, all has been said by, and that's exactly what a healing touch is being given by the Prime Minister, along with the development that look what are the projects are coming up, how they're planning a big roadmap for the state of this beautiful state, hilly state of Manipur, the education infrastructure, health infrastructure. Also, when PM talk about how the people, the worst affected caught in the crossfire are ultimately the women and the children, and they are the one who most displaced. And so while the Prime Minister also addressed that concern that now 7,000 houses are being built for them, and eventually at the last when he said this is also being ensured that all those displaced will be placed back to their houses regardless of their identity, regardless of their ethnic identity or the topography, whether it was in the hills or in the valley. So all these are actually a booster message and also giving a confidence to the people that while the dialogues are happening to ensure the peace, while the dialogues are happening with the different tribes and the community in the national capital, there is another step being taken, and which is now to ensure peace and harmony. Because once peace and harmony prevails, eventually all this infrastructure boost that we see in other regions of the northeast, that will similarly positively add and take it in fact with a booster speed to the even this state of Manipur, Aishwarya.
Right. Thank you, Ashutosh, giving us all those details. Now let's listen in to what Prime Minister Modi said when he was in Churachandpur. He thanked the people for the very warm welcome that they have given to Prime Minister Modi. Listen in.
मैं मणिपुर के लोगों के जज्बे को सैल्यूट करता हूं। इतनी भारी बारिश में भी आप इतनी बड़ी संख्या में यहां आए, मैं आपके इस प्यार के लिए आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। भारी बारिश के कारण मेरा हेलीकॉप्टर नहीं आ पाया, तो मैंने सड़क मार्ग से आना तय किया और आज मैं सड़क पर जो दृश्य देखे तो मेरा मन कहता है कि परमात्मा ने अच्छा किया कि मेरा हेलीकॉप्टर आज नहीं चला और मैं रोड से आया और जो रास्ते भर तिरंगा हाथ में लेकर के अबाल वृद्ध सबने जो प्यार दिया, जो अपनापन दिया, मेरे जीवन में मैं इस पल को कभी नहीं भूल सकता। मैं मणिपुर वासियों का सर झुका करके नमन करता हूं। मणिपुर की ये धरती, ये क्षेत्र आशा और उम्मीद की भूमि है, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से हिंसा ने इस शानदार इलाके को अपनी चपेट में ले लिया था। थोड़ी देर पहले मैं उन प्रभावित लोगों से मिला हूं जो कैंप्स में रह रहे हैं। उनसे बातचीत के बाद मैं कह सकता हूं कि उम्मीद और विश्वास की नई सुबह मणिपुर में दस्तक दे रही है। साथियों, किसी भी स्थान पर विकास के लिए शांति की स्थापना बहुत जरूरी है। बीते 11 वर्षों में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में दशकों से चल रहे अनेक विवाद, अनेक संघर्ष समाप्त हुए हैं। लोगों ने शांति का रास्ता चुना है, विकास को प्राथमिकता दी है। मुझे संतोष है कि हाल ही में हिल्स और वैली में अलग अलग ग्रुप्स के साथ समझौतों के लिए बातचीत की शुरुआत हुई है। ये भारत सरकार के उन प्रयासों का हिस्सा है जिसमें संवाद, सम्मान और आपसी समझ को महत्व देते हुए शांति की स्थापना के लिए काम किया जा रहा है। मैं सभी संगठनों से अपील करूंगा कि शांति के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़कर अपने सपनों को पूरा करें, अपने बच्चों के भविष्य को सुनिश्चित करें। और मैं आज आपको वादा करता हूं, मैं आपके साथ हूं।
My colleague Indrajit is now joining me on the story. Indrajit, very quickly, just wanting to understand, we are saying the politics is peaking. Congress is now trying to make sure that they come out and they protest against Prime Minister's visit.
Well, that's right. Just a short while back, we saw Congress workers protesting at just outside the Congress headquarters in Imphal, which is just a stone's throw distance from this venue behind me, the Kangla Fort. However, police stopped the Congress workers. They were, stopped inside the Congress headquarter premises, and then additional CRPF personnel were deployed outside. But what we do see right now, of course, is the Prime Minister has finished his speech in Churachandpur. Any moment now, he will be leaving for Imphal, and the stage is all set here in Kangla. We see hundreds of people now. The pace of people coming in has suddenly gone up in anticipation because it was raining. It was heavy downpour just a short while back. And I spoke to the former Chief Minister, Biren Singh, who was overseeing the preparations inside the Kangla Fort. Hopefully, we will be able to play that interview out. Biren Singh was very confident. He said that this is going to be a full house today, and it's very visible. You can see this entire stretch of road. Massive amounts of people are slowly pouring in to listen to Prime Minister here, and women here in traditional Manipuri attire.
Right.
Coming to greet the Prime Minister. So there is quite an, enthusiasm as far as the mood out here in Imphal is concerned. Very, very upbeat right now to hear the Prime Minister speak at the historic Kangla Fort.
Thank you, Indrajit, giving us all those details. My colleague Indrajit is standing right at the point where Prime Minister Modi will be coming next. On that note, we are now wrapping up this bulletin. That's all the time we have on the show. Thank you for watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
उठो पार्थ गांडीव संभालो। The world today is caught in a complex chakravyuh. A battlefield of wars, economic slowdown, and a crisis of confidence. But in this chaos, India is rising. A civilization that has stood unbroken for thousands and thousands of years. A nation that now guides and navigates this complex world with confidence and with clarity. I'm Gaurav Sawant. This is Chakravyuh.
India's spirit, India's stories, India's podcast. Watch every Thursday, 5 p.m. on India Today YouTube.
Indian cinema is gearing up for a historic moment as legendary superstars Kamal Haasan and Rajinikanth have officially confirmed that they will be reuniting on screen after an astonishing 46 years. The announcement was made by Kamal Haasan himself during the Nexa Seema Awards 2025 held in Dubai, sending waves of excitement through the Tamil film industry and across fans worldwide. While details about the film remain tightly under wraps, strong rumors suggest that the much-anticipated project will be directed by Lokesh Kanagraj. Lokesh has previously collaborated with both actors individually, directing Rajinikanth in Coolie
Super!
and Kamal Haasan in the blockbuster Vikram.
One man's revolution.
Rajinikanth and Kamal Haasan, both products of legendary filmmaker K. Balachandra's mentorship, shared the screen in several iconic films during the 1970s. Their notable collaborations include classics like Apurva Rangagal, Mundra Mudishu and 16 Vayathinile, which remain fan favorites even today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
News that's coming in at the moment after the big peace and progress message in Chandpur. Prime Minister Modi is now on his way to Imphal. Prime Minister Modi is being greeted with tricolour all the way. Those are the images that you are seeing coming in from Chandpur in Manipur. This is Prime Minister Modi being greeted by the tricolour all the way. In fact, Prime Minister Modi, while he was addressing the rally, also spoke about the fact that he is glad that he took the route. He travelled all the way from Imphal to Chandpur because on the way he could see how people were excited to meet him. Also spoke about the beautiful state that is Manipur. After big peace and progress message in Chandpur, Prime Minister Modi is now on his way to Imphal. PM being greeted with tricolour all the way. Prime Minister Modi thanked the people of Manipur for the very warm welcome that he received. Images that you are seeing on your screens are of Prime Minister Modi meeting with those people who were displaced after violence rocked the state of Manipur in 2023. Prime Minister Modi met those who were displaced from their homes after ethnic violence took place between the Methi and the Kuki-Zo people. Now, the violence erupted on 3rd of May 2023. The central government, in fact, has been very, very clear. Look east is what Prime Minister Modi has been speaking about over the past 11 years. In fact, recently, Jyotiraditya Scindia, he's the minister who's looking at the entire northeastern region. The Ministry of Development for Northeastern Region, that's the ministry that comes under Jyotiraditya Scindia. Central government has been pushing for development in the Seven Sisters. My colleague Indujit Kundu is now joining me on the story. Indujit, on one side, we are seeing how Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been speaking about the fact that the central government wants to push for progress, wants to push for development, and also wants to make sure that all the 7 states in northeastern India, they all progress at a very fast pace. What we are seeing are these images of people holding the tricolour, but we also understand at the moment it's politics which is speaking. The Congress trying to disrupt the rally being conducted by Prime Minister Modi.
Well, just a short while back, Aishwarya, this is the historic Kangla Fort as we have been reporting, and just about 50 meters away from this is the state Congress headquarters, and Congress workers with placards in their hand were raising slogans and wanted to protest against the visit of the Prime Minister. They were, of course, contained by the Manipur police within the Congress headquarter premises. They were not allowed to come out, and then additional deployment of CRPF personnel were made to stop the Congress workers. So that, of course, had got over, but they were protesting just a short while back. And what we do see right now outside Kangla for the braving the rain, hundreds of people have started gathering here. Clearly, the visuals that we do see right now is very different from what we were seeing in the morning. There were apprehensions that whether or not this program would be able to go through, given the kind of downpour that we were seeing. The entire arena inside Kangla Fort, that had gone wet, the ground. But we also met the former Chief Minister Biren Singh, who was himself personally looking into the arrangements of getting people inside the Kangla Fort. And he spoke to us, and you can see BJP supporters in BJP cap, they are making a beeline to enter. What we also saw was large number of women supporters coming in to hear Prime Minister Modi. So already the information from inside the Kangla Fort is that already the arena where this entire event has been organized is full. But yet a lot of people are still moving in, and this entire location has been filled up with people who are expecting that they will be allowed inside sometime soon. The Prime Minister, of course, has already finished his speech at Churachandpur. He is en route Imphal right now, and as we have been reporting, the Prime Minister took the road route to Churachandpur, and so again he will be taking the road route to Imphal right now. It will take about an hour and a half's time, and till then there are people who are queuing up, huge queue of people. My camera person Tapas Bairi will show.
Right.
This is a long queue of people who are still stuck here. They're waiting for the security checks to get over so that they can get access inside Kangla, where the Prime Minister is expected to meet internally displaced people, as well as address this gathering and speak to the Meitei community here in the valley.
Right. Indrajit, please stay on with me. We've got some more news which is coming in from Imphal at the moment. It's the Congress which is now protesting in Imphal. Congress workers protesting near Prime Minister Narendra Modi's event site. Barely 50 meters away from the Kangla Fort, outside the Congress Bhavan, additional security personnel have now been moved to the location. Police have blocked the Congress protesters inside the state Congress headquarters. Images that you are seeing on your screens coming in from Imphal. Just a few minutes ago, we saw how the Congress workers were protesting. They were trying to come near the Prime Minister's event venue, just away, some meters away from Kangla Fort, right outside the Congress Bhavan. My colleague Indrajit, who's right outside the venue where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing a rally. Indrajit, we are seeing how on one side, Prime Minister Modi, the central government, they have been focusing on the fact that they are trying to make sure that connectivity improves, the economics of the 7 states, especially the state of Manipur, it also improves, but the Congress also not letting this event go, trying to come very close to where the Prime Minister's event is. We are seeing the visuals on our screens there, Indrajit, how the police has been deployed, additional forces have been deployed, and this is barely meters away from the Kangla Fort.
Well, that's right. As I said, about 50 to 70 meters away from this very Kangla Fort, and Congress workers, a handful of them, they were raising slogans. Immediately, the police rushed and stopped them inside the Congress headquarters. They, of course, were raising slogans against the Prime Minister's visit, saying that Prime Minister should actually meet the various civil society organizations. That they were seeking answers from the Prime Minister over the atrocities that had been faced by several Manipuris over the past 2 years. I spoke to the MP from Inner Manipur, Bimal Akhaijam, and he was also of the view that the Prime Minister's visit, the way it has been designed, the Congress believes this is to obfuscate from the main issue. They say that the Prime Minister is trying to make the entire crisis invisible, but trying to show or portray that everything was fine and normal, whereas it was not. The ethnic divide between the two communities is yet to be bridged, and there has to be some action that has to be taken by the central government. The Prime Minister, of course, did mention that. He spoke about the importance of maintaining peace. He appealed to both the communities to maintain peace and come to the negotiating table. He said that the central government was in touch with various agencies.
Right.
Various central government agencies were in touch with various civil society groups from both these sides, and negotiations were underway. So the Prime Minister did state that.
Right.
It would be interesting to see what the Prime Minister now speaks when he reaches Imphal short while from now.
Indrajit, please stay on with me. My colleague Indrajit had a conversation with Biren Singh. He said Imphal is waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit. The former Manipur Chief Minister said weather will not deter our enthusiasm. He hails the historic visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This will usher in peace in Manipur. Prime Minister Modi at the moment is en route to Imphal after he spoke with internally displaced people in Churachandpur. Listen into what Biren Singh said.
Birenji, it's raining profusely. The Prime Minister is coming and you are here overseeing. I can see it's raining so hard and yet so many people are coming in and you're overseeing the... so what's your expectation from Prime Minister?
The people are very enthusiastic. Just we're waiting. The Honorable Prime Minister Modi is busy. We don't care about the sun, about the rain, about the weather, but only we do care, we do love our Prime Minister Modi ji. So you see the people.
So weather can't deter the Prime Minister's visit?
Nothing. Nobody can stop it. Nobody can stop it. You see the people. How many people, huge number of people are coming.
You think this is going to be a historic...
historic.
And will this, usher in renewed hope and peace in Manipur?
Yeah, why not? PM is merely to bringing peace in the state of Manipur, peace and development.
Yes.
That is the motto. That's why we are here. So, you see the people. Hi. Good. Welcome.
And for 8,500 crore worth of project, which the PM is going to kick off and inaugurate, but the Congress is saying that he's not addressing the main problem, and that is the crisis and the conflict. Do you think
No. He's meeting with the IDP, the internally displaced person. He's focusing on it. He's meeting both in Chochanpur and Impal also. He's doing his job.
He's made the effort of taking the road trip to Chochanpur.
Congress always unnecessarily bucking wherever they want. But people doesn't listen. Don't care of Congress.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
My colleague Indrajit is still with me on the show. Indrajit, we just played your exclusive interview with the former Chief Minister of Manipur. He was seeming very, very confident, but we are also seeing how politics is peaking. Now, when we see what Congress is doing on the ground, they are trying to protest. On the other side, the top leaders of the Congress, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, also pointing fingers and saying that it's a little too late for Prime Minister to be visiting Manipur.
Well, Ashwarya, look, this, of course, the Prime Minister's event is not a political event, but, the political significance of his visit is not lost on anybody, even though this is a Government of India event where the Prime Minister will be inaugurating, kicking off various Government of India initiatives. But what we do see is large number of BJP karyakartas, cadres, supporters have lined up here at the Kangla Fort. So this is also an effort to rejuvenate the BJP's cadre base here in the state. You would know that last year when the Lok Sabha elections took place, both the seats, Lok Sabha seats in the offing, went to the Congress party. So there was anger on the streets of Manipur against the ruling dispensation, the BJP, which was in power in the state, and they are in power at the center. So somewhere down the line, there was some amount of disillusionment. The BJP establishment, of course, and Biren Singh had to resign. So now they are trying to bring back things into their fold, and through the Prime Minister's visit, even though it's a government and official visit, the BJP hopes that they would be able to recharge their cadre base, which in a sense had got a little demotivated given the kind of ethnic conflict that the state has witnessed over the past 2 years.
Right, Indrajit, please stay on with me. Let's now break down what exactly has happened through the course of the day today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Manipur today. During the first visit, this is his first visit after the ethnic clashes tore through the state almost 2 years ago in 2023. Now, this actually is a healing touch which has been given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the northeastern state. After Prime Minister Modi landed in Imphal, he headed towards Churachandpur. Now, this is the place where he laid the foundation stone for multiple projects worth 7,300 crore rupees. He also interacted with people who were displaced because of the Manipur ethnic violence. During the event, Prime Minister Modi stressed on bringing peace in Manipur and claimed that peace was imperative for progress. He also made a promise that he will stand with the people of Manipur. Prime Minister Modi also urged all the group to adapt the path of peace. Meanwhile, there is no end to the politics with regards to the visit. Priyanka Gandhi hit out at Prime Minister Modi and alleged that Prime Minister allowed so many innocents to be killed in northeastern state. Also said Prime Minister should have visited the state long ago. Even Rahul Gandhi, who's the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha, said that Manipur has been in turmoil for quite some time. He said Prime Minister's trip is no big deal.
मणिपुर की ये धरती, ये क्षेत्र आशा और उम्मीद की भूमि है, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से हिंसा ने इस शानदार इलाके को अपनी चपेट में ले लिया था। थोड़ी देर पहले मैं उन प्रभावित लोगों से मिला हूं जो कैंप्स में रह रहे हैं। उनसे बातचीत के बाद मैं कह सकता हूं कि उम्मीद और विश्वास की नई सुबह मणिपुर में दस्तक दे रही है। साथियों, किसी भी स्थान पर विकास के लिए शांति की स्थापना बहुत जरूरी है। बीते 11 वर्षों में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में दशकों से चल रहे अनेक विवाद, अनेक संघर्ष समाप्त हुए हैं। लोगों ने शांति का रास्ता चुना है, विकास को प्राथमिकता दी है। मुझे संतोष है कि हाल ही में हिल्स और वैली में अलग अलग ग्रुप्स के साथ समझौतों के लिए बातचीत की शुरुआत हुई है। ये भारत सरकार के उन प्रयासों का हिस्सा है जिसमें संवाद, सम्मान और आपसी समझ को महत्व देते हुए शांति की स्थापना के लिए काम किया जा रहा है। मैं सभी संगठनों से अपील करूंगा कि शांति के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़कर अपने सपनों को पूरा करें, अपने बच्चों के भविष्य को सुनिश्चित करें। और मैं आज आपको वादा करता हूं, मैं आपके साथ हूं। भारत सरकार आपके साथ है, मणिपुर के लोगों के साथ है। साथियों, मणिपुर में जिंदगी को फिर से पटरी पर लाने के लिए भारत सरकार हर संभव प्रयास कर रही है। जो बेघर हो गए ऐसे परिवारों के लिए 7,000 नए घर बनाने के लिए हमारी सरकार मदद दे रही है। हाल में ही करीब 3,000 करोड़ रुपए का स्पेशल पैकेज भी स्वीकृत किया गया है। विस्थापितों की मदद के लिए 500 करोड़ रुपए का विशेष प्रावधान किया गया है। साथियों, मैं मणिपुर के ट्राइबल नौजवानों के सपने और उनके संघर्षों के बारे में अच्छी तरह जानता हूं। आपकी चिंताओं को दूर करने के लिए अलग अलग समाधानों पर काम हो रहे हैं। मणिपुर बॉर्डर से सटा राज्य है। यहां पर कनेक्टिविटी हमेशा से बहुत बड़ी चुनौती रही है। अच्छी सड़कें ना होने की वजह से आपको जो परेशानी आती रही है वो मैं भली भांति समझता हूं। इसलिए 2014 के बाद से मेरा बहुत जोर रहा कि मणिपुर की कनेक्टिविटी के लिए लगातार काम किया जाए। और इसके लिए भारत सरकार ने 2 स्तर पर काम किया। पहला, हमने मणिपुर में रेल और रोड का बजट कई गुना बढ़ाया। और दूसरा, शहरों के साथ ही गांवों तक भी सड़कें पहुंचाने पर जोर लगाया। साथियों, बीते वर्षों में यहां नेशनल हाईवेज पर 3,700 करोड़ रुपए 3,700 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए गए हैं। 8,700 करोड़ की लागत से नए हाईवे पर काम बहुत तेजी से चल रहा है। पहले यहां गांवों में पहुंचना कितना मुश्किल था, आप भी जानते हैं। अब सैकड़ों गांवों में यहां रोड कनेक्टिविटी पहुंचाई गई है। इसका बहुत अधिक लाभ पहाड़ी लोगों को, ट्राइबल गांवों को हुआ है। मैं मणिपुर के लोगों के जज्बे को सैल्यूट करता हूं। इतनी भारी बारिश में भी आप इतनी बड़ी संख्या में यहां आए, मैं आपके इस प्यार के लिए आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। भारी बारिश के कारण मेरा हेलीकॉप्टर नहीं आ पाया, तो मैंने सड़क मार्ग से आना तय किया और आज मैं सड़क पर जो दृश्य देखे तो मेरा मन कहता है कि परमात्मा ने अच्छा किया कि मेरा हेलीकॉप्टर आज नहीं चला और मैं रोड से आया और जो रास्ते भर तिरंगा हाथ में लेकर के अबाल वृद्ध सबने जो प्यार दिया, जो अपनापन दिया, मेरे जीवन में मैं इस पल को कभी नहीं भूल सकता। मैं मणिपुर वासियों का सर झुका करके नमन करता हूं।
I'm glad that he has decided after 2 years that it's worth him visiting. He should have visited much long before. And it's very unfortunate that he has allowed what is happening there to happen for so long and so many people to get killed and so many people to go through so much strife before he has decided to visit. That's not been the tradition of prime ministers in India. Right through, no matter which party they were, wherever there was pain, wherever there was suffering, they would go. And that has been the tradition since independence. So he's fulfilling it after 2 years. I think he should have thought of it before.
How do you see his visit?
You know, I have been saying this, the kind of issues that we have, the crisis that we've gone through, are still going through. Given that, I was expecting that he would be more upfront to say that I'll be visiting the state, announce it earlier, and then have a series of consultative meetings with the political leadership, opposition party, ruling party, civil society groups, women group, student organizations, and then have a meeting with the top brass administrators here, and visit perhaps the relief camp and try to look. That kind of a seriousness is something that I was expecting it. What happened is that they didn't announce it. Was only officially 48 hours mein nahi hoga bhi, they just announced it. So much secrecy. Then ultimately, as it gets unfolded, it turns out that he's addressing a public meeting and inaugurating certain projects and so on, completely sidelining what we have been going through for the last 2 years. So his visit is less to do with the crisis that we have gone through. So it was so casual, so I got offended by this.
My colleague Indrajit Kundu, who's standing right outside the venue where Prime Minister Modi will be addressing a rally shortly, is joining me on the broadcast. Indrajit, you've been speaking with people, you have been speaking with people on the ground. How are they looking at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit? Is there hope that situation will improve in days to come?
Well, of course there is hope. I mean, one has to remain hopeful. Manipur, for a long period of time, has had various crises. This is a state which is extremely resilient. The people are extremely resilient. Aishwarya, I've been covering, Manipur for over a decade right now. I've seen long economic blockades, and yet people have been able to. And you can see, as I said, even though this is not a political rally that the Prime Minister is going to address, but clearly BJP workers and the BJP leadership here seems confident that they will be able able to recharge their support base in the state, because the BJP government, which was here 7 months back with Chief Minister Biren Singh at the helm, he had to resign, and President's rule was imposed in Manipur because the critique was that a state administration had completely collapsed, that Biren Singh was not being able to bring a semblance of law and order together. Now, over the past 7 months, ever since President's rule has been imposed, Governor Bhalla, who played a very important role earlier as well, has been able to bring in some semblance of normalcy on both sides of the ethnic divide.
Right.
You see Imphal today, the kind of visuals that we are showing our audiences, this was not visible, about a year back. Because there wouldn't be normal traffic, there would be often curfew imposed, so people had a very, very difficult life. Now they are breathing a sigh of relief. They are piecing together their life from the ruins of the ethnic conflict. However, the ethnic divide still continues. There is a buffer zone between the valley and the hill areas. People can't travel or move freely along this border. That shouldn't exist in any state in a sovereign country like India. That needs addressing.
Thank you, Indrajit, giving us all those details. My colleague is standing right at the spot where Prime Minister Modi will be addressing a rally shortly. There's a mega Vikas push that has been given by Prime Minister Modi in Mizoram's Aizawl. Prime Minister Modi flagged off key projects worth 9,000 crore rupees. He inaugurated the project virtually. He could not reach the venue because of bad weather. Prime Minister Modi said that the Northeast, including Mizoram, all of them have suffered from neglect because of previous governments. But it is his administration that was committed to integrating the region into national mainstream through the development, connectivity and youth empowerment. He said this was a historic day for the state. Prime Minister Modi announced that Aizawl has been placed on the Indian Railway map finally. Mizoram will now directly be connected to Delhi through the Rajdhani Express. He said this will give farmers access to larger markets and other residents better options for healthcare and for education. Prime Minister Modi hailed Operation Sindoor in his speech. He said that it was the pride of India and people of Northeast must feel very proud about Operation Sindoor.
पहली बार आइजोल से ट्रेन चलकर दिल्ली की तरफ जा रही है। राजधानी एक्सप्रेस यहाँ से निकल पड़ी है। प्रधानमंत्री ने हरी झंडी से इनको दिखा दिया है और ये देखिए साइरंग आनंद विहार टर्मिनल यानी आनंद विहार की तरफ ये ट्रेन, दिल्ली के आनंद विहार के टर्मिनल की तरफ ये ट्रेन चल पड़ी और चेहरों पर मुस्कान देखिए, चेहरों पर उत्सुकता देखिए लोगों के जो काफी खुश हैं। ये देखिए यहाँ से लोग हाथ हिलाते हुए, पाई करते हुए आपको नजर आएंगे। ये लोग बेहद खुश हैं, तालियां यहाँ पर बजाई जा रही हैं और ये देखिए चेहरे पर उत्सुकता है, चेहरे पर खुशी, क्योंकि पहली बार ट्रेन मिजोरम की राजधानी आइजोल से भारत की राजधानी नई दिल्ली की तरफ जा रही है। यानी कि जो कनेक्टिविटी जिसका इंतजार दशकों से मिजोरम के लोग कर रहे थे, वो अब इंतजार खत्म हुआ। ट्रेन यहाँ से चलकर नई दिल्ली की तरफ जा रही है और 1000 से ज्यादा 1000 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा लंबा जो है ये सफर लोगों का होने वाला है जो यहाँ से निकल चुके हैं और धीरे धीरे ट्रेन अपना रास्ता देखते हुए आगे बढ़ रही है। और ये तस्वीर काफी मनमोहक है कि एक तरफ ना सिर्फ आपको एक कनेक्टिविटी मिलती है, आपको ट्रैवल करने में आसानी मिलेगी, बल्कि साथ साथ वो प्रदेश जो देश से अछूता रहा, देश के लोग यहाँ तक आने में काफी दिक्कतों का सामना करते रहे, अब वो आराम से आ पाएंगे। ना सिर्फ नई दिल्ली बल्कि कोलकाता, गुवाहाटी और कई अलग अलग देश के इलाकों के लिए ये ट्रेन यहाँ से जो है चलेंगी।
फ्रॉम टुडे आइजॉल विल बी ऑन इंडियाज रेलवे मैप। अ फ्यू इयर्स एगो I had the opportunity of laying the foundation stone for the Aizawl railway line. And today, we proudly dedicate it to the people of the nation. Overcoming many challenges, including difficult terrain, this Bairabi-Sairang rail line has become a reality. Some political parties in our country practice vote bank politics. Their focus was always on places which had more votes and seats. The entire Northeast, including states like Mizoram, suffered greatly because of this attitude. But our approach is very different. Those who were earlier neglected are at the forefront now. Those who were once marginalized are the mainstream now. During Operation Sindoor, you all saw how our soldiers taught a lesson to those who sponsored terror. The whole nation was filled with a sense of pride about our armed forces. In this operation, Made in India weapons played a significant role in protecting our country. The growth of our economy and manufacturing sector is very important for our national security. Friends, our government is committed to the welfare of every citizen, every family, and every region.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
All eyes on you.
How has he seen it all?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Karki becomes Nepal's first woman prime minister. Parliament dissolved. Trump on 50%. Tariff says that's a big deal. It caused rift with India. Tejasvi Yadav to launch Bihar Adhikar Yatra from September 16.
Our next guest will run politics, someone who is one of the most controversial member of parliaments.
एक चीज बताइए, आप अमित शाह के बहुत खास हैं, ये कहा जाता है, सही है? निशिकांत दुबे जी के पास कोई कैबिनेट पोस्ट नहीं है, पर पोर्टफोलियो है उनके पास गांधी, सही है?
प्रियंका गांधी जी किसी को नमस्ते करें ना करें पार्लियामेंट में, मुझे नमस्ते जरूर करती हैं और मैं उस नमस्ते का जवाब जरूर देता हूँ।
कि निशिकांत दुबे जी की इमेज ऐसी क्रिएट हो गई है कि वो महिलाओं की रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करते। एक पार्लियामेंटेरियन की बात करते हैं, उन्होंने भी बोला कि आपकी डिग्री फेक है। राजीव प्रताप रूडी जी ने जो बयान अभी दिया है कि निशिकांत दुबे जी पार्लियामेंट में ही अपनी सरकार चलाते हैं और वो आपकी सरकार में शामिल होना नहीं चाहते और अमित शाह जी का नाम यूज करते हैं।
दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स, 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome to this India Today special. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. There's a new superhero in town. I know it's not from the usual Marvel or DC universe. It's from our very own Bollywood. Loka Chapter 1 has taken the country by storm, minting hundreds of crores. But beyond that, everyone's talking about this female superhero, mythological social film. That's the thing about this movie. It's got so many layers, I can't even box it into one genre. But joining me for this special broadcast is actor Kalyani Priyadarshan, aka Chandra, and director Dominic Arun, the man behind the Loka success. Namaskaram, thank you so much for joining me. Hope both of you are doing well, Kalyani and Dominic.
Yes, thank you for having us.
Yeah. Congratulations, first of all. Before I go into the success of Loka, look, I must talk about the current reveal that's just happened. It's got me and so many others excited. Kalyani will begin with that. Now the confirmation finally is in that Mammootty is part of the Loka universe. What do I call it? Multiverse universe? I don't know. But it's great. Mammootty is part of it. That confirmation has come, Kalyani.
Yeah, I mean, for those that guessed from his voice, obviously it was his voice in the film. But yeah, we were very excited to finally announce it officially for his birthday.
I saw your Instagram post in which, you're giving a detailed tribute to Mamuka, but you also say, surprise on set. So did you not know that he was also going to be a part of Loka? Was it a surprise to you?
No, we knew there was only one person in our mind when the character was written, or in his mind when the character was written. And but him visiting us on set was just a surprise. That was just him being very supportive of us and just wanted to see what these little kids were up to, I think. And so he just visited one day, the first week of shoot. And I think all of us were quite shocked that he was there. I was very jealous because all the boys, as you can see, I'm hiding behind there. Like, we're all closely, he's watching the first couple of things that we've shot and we're all like closely watching. It's like having someone grade your exam in front of you. And it was just great because he was very light, very chill, but we're all like extra tense. So,
amazing. Yeah. And clearly he's approved. You may be sitting behind wondering what he's had to say. Clearly he's approved. I think the world is approved. Dominic, the success of this film has been huge. We'll talk about whether you expected it or not. But are you looking at creating, for lack of a better word, a multiverse here? Because it's not just Mamuka. There are teasers now coming out of Tovino, of Dulquer, all being a part of this, franchise that you've created.
The audio is...
We lost your audio for a second.
Okay, Dominic, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was asking Dominic about this franchise that you're creating now, where you've got all of the biggest stars coming together in this particular film. Teasers dropping now of Tovino, of Dulquer, all part of this. Was this part of the plan?
Yes, it was always part of the plan because, even during the initial scripting stages, we had these characters planted in the film, and we definitely wanted big stars to play that because we wanted to expand the world of Loka. And to become bigger, you need bigger stars in the film. So it was all definitely part of the plan. But yeah, it's nice to see everything fall in place at the right time.
Fall in place, and how, Dominic, let's talk about that, the mention that I made earlier about whether you expected this kind of success and the kind of reviews that are coming in for the film. Were you expecting this? It's no longer just about Kerala. I think the entire country is talking about this movie.
Yeah, I mean, we never expected something like this to happen, but we knew that we've done a lot of hard work and we've put together a good film, but we were not sure about how much of love like we're getting right now is going to happen. But yeah, it feels really special because every part of the country is actually speaking about the film. They are sending us reviews, they're sending us fan-made posters, memes. It's been amazing. It's been really crazy actually the last 2-3 weeks. So no, we weren't expecting something like this, but it really feels good.
Yeah, I'm sure this is a pinch me moment for both of you and for everyone who's been associated with this film. Kalyani, there's been so much talk about your character. I love celebrating any film that puts the spotlight on women, honestly, and this has done it so beautifully, so well. I started off talking about how this is a social, woman-led superhero mythological flick. I can go on and on with the number of genres it covers. But was that really the biggest attraction for you? The fact that you have a woman-centric film that sends across such a massive, important message?
Firstly, thank you for all the kind things that you said. But to be very honest, when I signed on board, I was mostly just excited to be a part of of telling such a cool story. And I don't think at that time I realized what kind of a responsibility this would be or what this could do for female-led films. I think my responsibility at that time, all I kept thinking was, I was responsible to my producer and to him and his vision and to figuring out how to make that vision come alive.
Yeah.
And I think through the course of time and through the reception, I kind of realized that no, the responsibility is much bigger. And I have to embrace that. But at the same time, I'm glad I never felt that while we were shooting, because I think the pressure would have just been too much. So yeah, I mean, it's a great feeling. And I think I was telling someone that, superheroes always, they give you the ability to like dream big and think of something that's bigger than life. And if the character that we've created, I won't say my character, but the character that was created by Dominic, if that gives any girl the sort of feeling that she can be strong in her own way, then I think that's a win for all of us.
Absolutely. You're saying you didn't feel the pressure. And I see all the pictures that you've been posting of what it's been like shooting this film. I want to know really, what was it like? Was it a whole lot of fun? Because it definitely looks like it in all of the pictures. The entire experience must have been absolutely amazing. So many people, all so talented, immensely talented, coming together for this movie. But at the same time, looks like you all, had a ball at the time of your life shooting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a great bunch of technicians working for us, and it was a really cool set. I mean, there was no shouting, or there was no angry people. We didn't have angry people. We were just all working with a lot of passion, a lot of energy, and everybody wanted to give their best for the film. So I think everything fell in place, and maybe that's why it's been talked about a lot.
Yeah, honestly, it kind of felt like we were just working with family.
Yeah.
And I was just telling them also, this win feels great only because I have all of these guys to share it with. I don't think it would ever feel this, I would feel this happy about a win like this otherwise. So,
you know, all the photos that have been put out of all of you, all smiles, I think it makes all of us also, in a way, I know it's not true, but it makes us all feel like, you know, we were part of the process, which is great. It's a great feeling because we're getting to celebrate the film with you. We're getting to celebrate the making, the process with you as well. But Dominic, I think that I've seen many of your interviews where you speak about what really it took to make this film possible. And a big element of that was the kind of support that you got from Dulquer Salmaan. Just take us through that. How did Loka actually become a reality?
To do a female-centric action superhero film, it requires a minimum budget to actually pull something off like this. And not just our industry, I think for any industry, it's a big budget film. If you say it's a 30 crore film, it's just a 30 crore is a big budget for us in Malayalam.
Very true.
So for a producer to actually share the same vision that we have and have the same conviction and actually encourage us to have if you need to spend money in this, you go ahead and spend it, because if it's going to make it look better and look good, and if whatever you have in your mind, if you want to bring that out, if you need to spend money, spend it. So that kind of encouragement we had from DQ and from Wayfarer Films. So I've said this before. I don't think there is Loka without DQ, because you need that same passion and same energy from the production as well to pull something off like this.
Okay, so our thanks to them then to have ensured that Loka made it to the big screen and that we all got to also see it and kind of get a glimpse of the vision that you have, Dominic, because I sense that this is just the beginning, considering we're looking at this massive franchise that's building up. Kalyani, I want to understand, you know, with a film like Loka, and I think in the last 1 year or so, the kind of films that we've been seeing from Bollywood, it also feels like these are films that cater to a younger audience as well. You know, Bollywood is known for these deep thinking films, great storylines, great plot, and sending across a very important message to society, which this one does too, and I'll talk about that in a bit. But do you think that these films serve a greater purpose in also reaching out to your younger audiences in an industry like Bollywood?
I mean, I think that's a big question to answer. But I think at the end of it, at a time when people constantly talk about how no one's going to theatres and how, the theatre culture seems to be dying, it feels great when someone shows us 6 a.m. shows that are full. And people are cheering and people are happy, and I think that just makes us really happy. I don't know if we all set out with the purpose of this is what we want to achieve, but it's always nice when that becomes the sort of end result. So,
I want to get to the meat of really what this film is about. And Dominic, in this entire movie, there are strong social, I'd say even philosophical undertones. So what really is the message that you wanted to send across with this particular film? Because there are several.
I think it's what the viewer's perspective. I'm just leaving it to that, because I'm not a person, I'm not a filmmaker who wants to send a message through a film, even though it has got underlying things. But primarily what I try to do is entertain the audience. I just want the people to be entertained for 2.5 hours. And that is the primary purpose. Everything that is subtle is, I prefer not to talk about it, because if people talk about it, I think it's better and it's great, because that's for them to understand. I just want to, it's out there for them, let them talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
Kalyani, what about you? I know this is treading a bit on the controversial line, so I don't want to, force you to answer, but do you think that it kind of also ensures that we have a conversation about caste, about equality, which unfortunately is still relevant, valid today?
I mean, how do we answer such a big question that I think requires so much more than 2 minutes of us speaking a few words about it. But I mean, how do you answer this question?
No, it has got.
Yeah, I mean, I think people have seen things that were meant to be seen. People have understood things that were meant to be understood. And those conversations are happening within people, I mean, within groups that have watched this film together. And I think that's a great thing that's happened. So, yeah.
Okay, so the message that needs to go out is for the audience essentially to decide. But the fact that, we're seeing so much conversation around it itself tells you that there are several takeaways from chapter 1. And I think chapter 2 will have more of that, hopefully. But Kalyani, also, the film and the process that's gone into this particular, into the making of Loka chapter 1, how has that changed you, either as an actor or as a person?
I mean, as an actor, I've grown to understand. I mean, I think I've grown as an actor in this film because there was so much of my own, I think, naturalism that I had to forget and leave behind while playing Chandra. But at the same time, I was just telling these guys about how I sort of grew up as someone who was never athletic, and to be able to do some of the things that I actually ended up doing in the film was me like patting my childhood self in the back and being like, hey, listen, look, you were able to do that. So it feels nice because these are perspectives of my own self that I was able to change. It's great. All the love that's coming is great, but I think this has done a lot for my own child, inner child.
Can I just put out one particular post, and this is something that you'd put out on social media, on your Instagram, of what your father had to also say about the success of Loka. What a beautiful message. Can I just say, it's amazing to see the kind of love in that message, but also very, very important advice to go back to, I'm sure, at every point of your career, to stay rooted, to kind of, stay on the course. How do you do that? How do you live up to your father's advice?
I mean, I grew up with the person who sent this message as a father. This wasn't the only time he's ever given advice like this. So I think all my life I've heard things like this, and I think it is a part of my personality. It is never about, I mean, it's about, okay, now this happened, what next? How else can I learn? How else can I grow? How else can I sort of become the kind of actor that I at one point want to be? So, yeah.
Amazing, but beautiful message. Like I said, I think so many people kind of resonated with that, because it's very often our dads who kind of say, look, stay the course, don't get carried away. It's very often the dads who give that advice. Dominic, before I wrap this up, look, you've got to have to hurry up, Dominic, and put out chapter 2. Everyone's very impatient, everyone's waiting. And I know you can't give us too many details, but what can we expect? Bigger, better, grander?
Yeah, that is the whole idea, because chapter 1 was a small glimpse into the world of Loka. Chapter 2 will be a little more expansion of the world. You'll see a lot more characters. You'll see a lot more of Tobido Thomas.
Great. I'm looking forward to that. I love Tobina as an actor, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. Thank you so much, both of you, Dominic and Kalyani, for joining us. Congratulations once again for the success of Loka, and I'm very proud, that we're seeing again Malayalam cinema being spotlighted in this manner. It's amazing to see. It's amazing to celebrate. So I feel so very proud of that. So thank you for that. And thank
you so much.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Sana. Here's your weather update. Daily maximum 34 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai maximum 33 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
You are watching India Today.
Now, India is all set to face arch-rival Pakistan in the Asia Cup 2025 tomorrow. But this match has been beset with boycott calls both from the fans and also from experts. And what's making things worse? Ticket sales for this match have not been along the expected line. Watch this special story to understand why there is hype with regards to the blockbuster match, but it's quite some time when we see that same things have not been around. Take a look.
An India versus Pakistan cricket match can usually sell itself, but this blockbuster encounter is proving to be a harder sell than usual in the ongoing Asia Cup. Amid calls for a boycott of the match on social media, a new public interest litigation was unsuccessfully filed in the Supreme Court of India seeking the cancellation of the high-profile match. That might not seem like bad news in isolation, but it follows a number of high-profile social media users putting out statements in which they said that they would not be covering the match in any manner. And even politicians now are joining the growing chorus against the match.
आपने कहा था पानी और खून एक साथ नहीं बहेगा, पानी और खून एक साथ नहीं बहेगा, तो खून और क्रिकेट एक साथ कैसा चलेगा? कैसा चलेगा? पूरा देश खून से लथपथ हुआ था उस दिन, हाँ? तो ये क्या है? तो हम शिवसेना, उद्धव बालासाहेब ठाकरे, हमने ये निर्णय लिया है, हम इस भारत पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट का जो मैच हो रहा है अबू धाबी में, हम उसका विरोध करेंगे। हमारी महिलाएं सड़क पर आएगी।
क्रिकेट में भी वही हो रहा है, वहाँ पे भी आपको इंडिया पाकिस्तान के साथ खेलना है। वहाँ पे टेररिस्ट अटैक हो गया कुछ महीना पहले पहलगाम में, जहाँ पे हम लोगों ने देखा हमारे देश के सिविलियंस मारे गए, हमारी आर्मी लोग मारे जाते हैं। जब भी लड़ाई होती है, टेररिस्ट अटैक होती है, उसके बाद आप चाहते तो इसको बंद करवा सकते थे इंडिया पाकिस्तान मैच, लेकिन आपको क्रिकेट भी खेलना है। जो लोग मरे हैं उन लोग के बारे में सोचना नहीं है।
आज जर खरी भाजप असती सत्तेत तर आज BCCIला प्रश्न विचारला असता की तुम्ही हिम्मतच कशी करता पाखड्यांबरोबर खेळण्याची, पण आज BCCI पैशांची लालच दाखवून आपण पाहतोय ज्या देशांनी आपल्या देशावर हमला केला, आपल्या बांधवांना तिथे मारून टाकलं, सिंदूर पुसलं, जे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कदाचित भाजप बिहारमध्ये निवडणुकीसाठी वापरेल, त्याच पाकड्यांबरोबर आज BCCI क्रिकेट खेळत आहे, हे दुर्दैव आहे देशाचं.
Reports of fan apathy are reflected in the fact that ticket sales are low, with an Emirates Cricket Board official admitting that the ticket sales are crazy dull. However, that does not mean that interest in the match is completely gone.
People who would normally tease you for watching Pakistani dramas on YouTube, that's not banned, by the way, in Pakistan. Oh, sorry, in Dubai, because we live here. Yeah. So we often get, teased by some of our Indian friends and colleagues for some of us who love to watch Pakistani series. But those are the same sort of people now making the request that can we get tickets for the India-Pakistan match, which I found it really funny.
100%. I'm so excited.
We're coming back.
We're definitely coming back. Not going to miss it for anything.
Hope इंडिया पाकिस्तान वाले मैच के अंदर इंडिया जीते, बस यही है।
जो इंडिया और पाकिस्तान का मैच है वही हमारे लिए फाइनल है। Definitely up for it. We are looking forward to it and we are going to come back and we are going to see the match and enjoy the match.
Is the lack of hype around the India versus Pakistan match a result of off-field tensions, apathy towards the Asia Cup, or a bit of both? It's still too early to tell, but the organizers will hope that business picks up very soon. Sports Bureau, India Today.
On that note, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download the app. This is me, Aishwarya Paliwal, signing off.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry.
तोहफा 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 लाया 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 सबको 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 भाया 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 जीएसटी का तोहफा मेरा दाम कम का प्रेजेंट मेरा मिडिल क्लास को चैन आ गया दिवाली जैसा मजा आ गया तोहफा 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 लाया 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 रोटी कपड़ा और मकान सब पे किया जीएसटी है कम त्योहारों की रौनक बढ़े जनता पे किया है बोझ कम मीठे को हमने महंगा किया मोटापे को कहिए अलविदा नशे की चीजों पे टैक्स बढ़ा दवाइयों का भी दाम घटा फिटनेस भी सबकी ठीक रहे ऐसा धमाका मेरा और ऑपोजिशन की नींद को उड़ाया
Watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching India Today. I'm Sushila Sound. We get you the latest on Prime Minister's Manipur visit and the other top stories that are making news this Saturday afternoon. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Prime Minister Modi's big message and progress that he indicates in Manipur. Prime Minister meets those displaced during ethnic violence in the state. Opposition protests in Impal.
By Mark. मैं सभी संगठनों से अपील करूंगा कि शांति के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़कर अपने सपनों को पूरा करें.
Prime Minister Modi flags off key projects in Mizoram's Aizawl, inaugurates projects virtually from airport due to bad weather. Prime Minister hits out at opposition over halting Northeast Vikas, also hails Operation Sindoor. TVK chief Vijay launches his poll campaign from Trichy today, hits out at DMK government for failing to fulfill its promises. BJP attacks Vijay, dismissing him as a weekend politician. DMK says Vijay's rally is not a concern. Nepal gets first female Prime Minister. Former Chief Justice Sushila Karki takes oath as country's interim Prime Minister. Polls to be held in 6 months. Prime Minister Modi greets Sushila Karki. Shooting outside Bollywood actress Disha Patani's Bareilly residence. Shootout after her remark over Hindu saints. Gangster Goldie Brar gang claims responsibility. Security beefed up at her residence. Politics snowballs over the upcoming India-Pakistan Asia Cup match. AAP burns effigies in protest against the match. Congress highlights hypocrisy over the two nations playing each other after Pahalgam. Parties like NC voiced support for the spirit of the game. And latest details just coming in after that mega peace and progress outreach in Churachandpur. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to arrive in Imphal any time. In fact, next what is on the cards, Prime Minister's mega address that will be from Imphal. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in that visit where the highlight is development and of course in the tough times that Manipur has faced, he also put out the message of peace and progress. This was the massive outreach in Churachandpur, and shortly from now we hear that he is set to arrive in Imphal. In fact, Prime Minister's mega address that will also be delivered from Imphal. Prime Minister in the land of Manipur, where he spoke of courage and determination. He said that the hills are a priceless gift of nature. Prime Minister putting out that message from Churachandpur, where he urged all outfits to embark on the path of peace in Manipur. In fact, he also laid foundation stones for projects over 7,300 crore rupees. This from Manipur's Churachandpur district. And among these projects were Manipur Urban Roads Drainage Asset Management Improvement Initiative worth 3,647 crore rupees, Manipur Infotech Development Project worth 550 crore rupees. He also laid the foundation for 9 working women's hostels worth 142 crore rupees and super specialty and healthcare facilities to be developed at 105 crore rupees. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who laid emphasis on infrastructure development and the strengthening of facilities of 120 schools at the cost of 134 crore rupees in all 16 districts. For the moment, I want to cut across to Indrajit Kundu to get further details of when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to reach Imphal and, of course, the much-awaited address by the Prime Minister. Indrajit?
Yes, hi. Could you repeat your question once again?
Wanting to get details from you on when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to touch down in Imphal and the key points that will make it to his address from Imphal. What's expected?
Well, Suvesha, what we are given to understand from higher officials here who are present here that the Prime Minister has just landed at the Kangla Fort behind me. It's raining heavily since morning and the Prime Minister has reached, his cavalcade has entered the Kangla Fort from the other entrance. This, of course, is the main entrance of the Kangla Fort. You can see very, very heavy security. Just a short while back, even about an hour back, we'd seen a lot of people waiting outside in queue to enter. Most of them have entered right now. They have taken their seats. Shortly from now, you would be able to see the Prime Minister on dais once he comes up and the program will formally begin. So the Prime Minister has just reached Imphal once again, back from Churachandpur, where he took the road trip. So this was, in a sense, a changed schedule for the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister was initially scheduled to come to Churachandpur in a chopper, in a helicopter from Aizawl itself. But due to the inclement weather and heavy rains since morning, the Prime Minister decided to land at the Imphal airport, then took the road route to Churachandpur, which is about a 2 hours distance. Then he went and addressed the gathering there. He's back once again to Imphal right now, and shortly from now you would be able to see him at the event very shortly, where he would be addressing the crowd which has gathered here, and it's quite a substantial crowd who have braved this very, very bad weather and have entered the Kangla Fort.
Indeed. Indrajit, I want to thank you for getting us the latest. Of course, we'll come back to you for further updates and, of course, cut into that live address by Prime Minister Narendra Modi when it happens. For the moment, more breaking news coming in. And well, TVK's mega rally in Tamil Nadu's Trichy, where Vijay will play the poll bugle. We have been seeing the kind of political attacks that have been happening, especially with Vijay's entry into politics, the formation of TVK, and most importantly, how he has been challenging his political luminaries, including the DMK and the BJP in Tamil Nadu, of being called a weekend politician by them. But Vijay saying that he is there to meet with the people in Tamil Nadu, and the pictures speaking for themselves of the kind of crowds that have gathered to listen into Vijay, who has launched this huge campaign from Tiruchirappalli in Tamil Nadu. One that was highly awaited by all his supporters, and there you see the magnanimity and the scale at which this campaign is happening. And there we are getting you those latest pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's reached Imphal. In fact, shortly from now, he will also be delivering that address. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived in Imphal, And this is a very important visit. First, he was in Mizoram, then in Manipur, and now in Imphal. Prime Minister Narendra Modi especially touching down where the focus, of course, is on development, but most importantly, the message of peace that he puts out, where he has urged all outfits to ensure peace in Manipur is what he said. He also highlighted how he said that he is with the people. And now we are getting you those pictures from Imphal, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is speaking to the victims of violence in Imphal. Remember, this is his first visit to the state since the 2023 ethnic violence. The opposition has been criticizing him for not reviewing the situation, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi there putting out the message of peace, of development, and of wellness of all people in this region. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also laid down and inaugurated projects worth 7,300 crore rupees. Now he is also set to address a public gathering in Imphal, where he will be inaugurating projects worth 1,200 crore rupees in Imphal. He's just touched down, and shortly from now he will inaugurate and lay the foundation stone of several projects to the tune of 1,200 crore rupees in Imphal. Just a short while ago, when he was in Manipur, he had said that Manipur was scarred by unrest, but largely Prime Minister reiterating the message of peace, saying, "I'm with you." He says that it is hope and aspiration that must lead the people who have been at the suffering end. Let me cut across to Indrajit Kundu as we stay with these pictures. Indrajit, Prime Minister interacting with the victims of violence in Imphal. Take us through the details of what is happening there.
Well, that's right. It's part of his, two-city program. First, he was in Churachandpur. He did the same, where he met the internally displaced people and then addressed the gathering there. And now he's meeting those who were homeless, those who have not been able to return to their homes. The Meitei from the Meitei community, they are gathered here. They have been brought here by the government, and the Prime Minister interacting with them, shortly after which the Prime Minister will be addressing the gathering at the historic Kangla Fort behind me. The Prime Minister, of course, would be inaugurating, kicking off about 1,200 crore worth of infrastructure projects. The total, worth of the projects for Manipur today, which the Prime Minister would be inaugurating and laying the foundation stone off, and would be around 8,500 crores. So this is, in a sense, a big infrastructure push as far as the central government is concerned. The Prime Minister, of course, would be, giving his message of peace. We heard him in Churachandpur, where he spoke about and made an appeal to all the communities to come on the negotiation table because peace is the only way for progress, is what he said. One can only expect that the Prime Minister will reiterate what he has said in Churachandpur here in the Manipur capital of Imphal.
Continue talking to us, Indrajit, because like you're saying that the weather has not been conducive in that sense, but huge crowds that have gathered to listen into what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has to say. Meanwhile, the opposition upping the ante. In fact, Congress also staged protests, so much so that the security had to be heightened. We now understand that the protests are quite in control. What is the situation like?
Well, that's right. Firstly, there was a political war of words that has ensued with the opposition Congress party, of course, hitting out at the BJP, at the Prime Minister, saying that this is too little, too late, and also the way the Prime Minister's visit has been designed by the central government. They say this only normalizes, or rather it's an attempt to make the crisis invisible. The Prime Minister's infrastructure push, the fact that he is here to inaugurate certain projects, they are saying that that is not the need of the hour. Of course, infrastructure and development are necessary. But the precursor, of course, is peace, to establish peace. And what they are saying is that the Prime Minister should have met all the stakeholders available in this crisis and show that gesture. So that's the Congress on its part. There were some Congress workers who also, with posters and placards in their hand, protested right outside this venue. Where the Congress party headquarters, of course, is not very far away from the location where we are. So they were contained within the Congress headquarters premises by police and additional CRPF security. Now things have, of course, calmed down, and the Prime Minister, of course, is inside the venue, attending the event, and shortly from now, he will be addressing the crowd who have gathered here. And I can tell you, I was there inside the Kangla for just a short while back. The former Chief Minister Biren Singh himself was overseeing the situation. I did have a word with him. So, the entire venue is full of water right now. There is waterlogging in certain areas. It's raining heavily since morning, but despite all this, the inclement weather, people, BJP supporters of Prime Minister Modi, they have gathered in large number inside the event venue right now just to listen to him. And the significance of this program is not lost to anybody because it comes 2 years after ethnic conflict broke out in the state. And as I said, it is also politically significant. It may not be a political program, but the BJP and the ruling administration here hopes that this will only be able to rejig and re-energize the BJP Karyakarta, ordinary Karyakarta on the ground. Because 7 months back, the BJP Chief Minister N. Biren Singh, he had to tender his resignation and his government was dismissed and President's rule was imposed. So the BJP does not have a government here, while they hope that they will be able to, somehow cobble up support sometime in the future and once again stake claim. But till such time that happens, the BJP would want to re-energize their cadre base on the ground. And what better way to do that through the Prime Minister's visit today. Sushila.
Talking about inclement weather, Indrajit, Prime Minister also referring to how he could not take to the chopper because of the weather, and he rather cherished the fact that he had to take the road route because it helped him interact with people a lot more, and that is what he's there to tell the people, that I'm with you. That is the message that he largely puts out.
Well, absolutely. Make no mistake about that. This is a very significant visit. And the fact that, there was a lot of apprehension that whether the Prime Minister's program will actually go through, whether he will be able to make his way to Churachandpur, given the kind of weather that we are seeing since yesterday. Of course, he couldn't visit Churachandpur using his helicopter, but he did decide to land in Imphal. And mind you, from Imphal to Churachandpur, it's about 2 hours. And the Prime Minister did insist on taking the road route because of the kind of significance that he attaches to this trip. And that is something that is being read by many as very, very important. So the Prime Minister went to Churachandpur, attended the program there, no matter how the weather was. Since yesterday, when I was personally there in Churachandpur, I saw how difficult it was for the district administration to make preparations at the ground due to the heavy rain. And then what happened was the similar situation was witnessed here. There were efforts being made to somehow drain the water because the field on which the Prime Minister's event is scheduled a short while from now, it's completely soggy right now. Everybody who has come, you can see people who are slowly making their way out, some of them, because they couldn't enter at the last moment. They're all wearing rain jackets, raincoats. Because it's a high-profile visit, the Prime Minister is protected by the SPG. A lot of restrictions there. People can't enter with umbrellas. So they had to literally get drenched in rain, but nonetheless, it did not deter them. So, as I said, Manipur eagerly awaits to hear from the Prime Minister today. One leg of his journey is over. The second leg is just about to begin when Prime Minister begins his speech here at the Kangla Fort anytime now.
Indrajit, I request you to stay on with us. We'll play out some of the excerpts of Prime Minister's address at Churachandpur, after which I come back to you.
भारत सरकार आपके साथ है, मणिपुर के लोगों के साथ है। साथियों, मणिपुर में जिंदगी को फिर से पटरी पर लाने के लिए भारत सरकार हर संभव प्रयास कर रही है। जो बेघर हो गए ऐसे परिवारों के लिए 7,000 नए घर बनाने के लिए हमारी सरकार मदद दे रही है। हाल में ही करीब 3,000 करोड़ रुपए का स्पेशल पैकेज भी स्वीकृत किया गया है। विस्थापितों की मदद के लिए 500 करोड़ रुपए का विशेष प्रावधान किया गया है। साथियों, मैं मणिपुर के ट्राइबल नौजवानों के सपने और उनके संघर्षों के बारे में अच्छी तरह जानता हूं। आपकी चिंताओं को दूर करने के लिए अलग अलग समाधानों पर काम हो रहे हैं। मणिपुर की ये धरती, ये क्षेत्र आशा और उम्मीद की भूमि है, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से हिंसा ने इस शानदार इलाके को अपनी चपेट में ले लिया था। मैं उन प्रभावित लोगों से मिला हूं जो कैंप्स में रह रहे हैं। उनसे बातचीत के बाद मैं कह सकता हूं कि उम्मीद और विश्वास की नई सुबह मणिपुर में दस्तक दे रही है। मैं सभी संगठनों से अपील करूंगा कि शांति के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़कर अपने सपनों को पूरा करें, अपने बच्चों के भविष्य को सुनिश्चित करें। और मैं आज आपको वादा करता हूं, मैं आपके साथ हूं।
And we also get you these live pictures coming in from Imphal on the left of your screens, where huge crowds have gathered to listen in to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's set to deliver their address shortly. As I also stay with my colleague Indrajit Kundu, who's tracking every development there in Imphal. Prime Minister Narendra Modi largely putting out a message of peace and progress and huge sums of money that have been channeled towards infra projects that have been inaugurated earlier in Manipur and now in Imphal, that he is set to inaugurate projects to the tune of 1,200 crore rupees. Prime Minister saying that development projects would transform the lives of people, and these are key projects in the state that are dedicated towards infrastructure and improving access to healthcare. On the left of your screens are live pictures coming in from Imphal. Prime Minister Narendra Modi being felicitated, and as he is on the dais shortly from now, he will be delivering that address in Imphal. Indrajit, I want to come back to you. As we stay with these pictures, very correctly that you pointed out that despite the weather, against all odds, large crowds that have gathered to listen in to what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has to say, and of course the big development push, projects to the tune of 1,200 crore rupees to be inaugurated in Imphal.
Well, that's right. As I said, it's a big infrastructure push. It has taken 7 months since President's rule were imposed in Manipur. Slowly we are seeing some sort of normalcy being restored in both the sides. But there is always a concern as to how to bridge the ethnic gap. Now, as I was hearing the Prime Minister's speech at Churachandpur, he did talk about Ummeed and Vishwas, hope and trust. Now, those two are the key areas, or perhaps the theme of Prime Minister's, message during this historic visit to the state. It is historic or landmark in a sense because the Prime Minister chose this occasion. It's been 2 years and the entire opposition has been hitting out at the Prime Minister, saying that why did he not visit? We heard just a short while back Priyanka Gandhi. We've spoken to the Congress leadership here in Manipur. Everybody was hitting out at the Prime Minister and the BJP, saying that the Prime Minister should have visited the state earlier. Nonetheless, better late than never. The Prime Minister has come here. I've been speaking to a cross-section of people out here. They have all welcomed this visit, saying that some of the issues which are difficult ones, which are there on the negotiation table, these needs to be highlighted. Now, these may not be, issues that can be solved within a few weeks' time or with just one visit by the Prime Minister. While the Kuki community have been steadfast in their demand of a separate administration, complete separation and separate administration from mostly the Meitei-dominated administration in the valley. On the other hand, the Meitei community has been sticking to their demand that there has to be complete territorial integrity of Manipur, and they do not, and they will never support any division of Manipur. So these are issues that requires a deft political handling. The first step, of course, would be to restore peace and normalcy, and that's what the Prime Minister said. That think about the future of your children and allow normalcy to prevail. I have been covering Manipur for over a decade right now, and I've seen the people here in the state are extremely, extremely resilient. Manipur has seen months and months of economic blockade on several highways. This is not something which is new. Now that in the past 2 years, what we have seen is the unfolding of a humongous humanitarian crisis through the ethnic conflict. That was never seen before. But what Manipur had witnessed earlier was long-standing economic blockades. And therefore, people are resilient. They have been able to sift through these challenges, and they are now slowly picking up on the remains of their lives through the 2 years of ethnic strife that the state has witnessed. Now that things are slowly returning to normalcy, one can only hope that the central government and the president's rule that's in place in Manipur will be able to give fillip to the state's infrastructure, and most importantly, the process for a political solution to the kind of demands that have been raised by both sides will be settled. One can still move freely between the valley and the hills. There are multiple checkposts. We personally face at least 6 to 7 such checkposts where you have to show your ID card. It almost feels like a foreign land. Now, that should not be the case for any Indian citizen who has the constitutional right guaranteed in the constitution for free movement. But a Meitei Indian citizen cannot freely move and go to Churachandpur or the Hill District. Similarly, a Kuki Indian citizen cannot move freely and come to the Imphal Valley. So there is huge amount of mistrust between these two communities, which have been ravaged by violence perpetrated by both these, and they were under unsocial and miscreants and elements. So this trust deficit is something that needs to be bridged, and gap needs to be bridged, and we hope that when the Prime Minister speaks and delivers his speech at this very venue, the historic Kangla Fort, because it is steeped in history of Meitei culture and Manipuri history. So the significance, the historic significance of this location is not lost on anybody. The only point is that once Prime Minister leaves, will the peace process get accelerated? Will there be some political solution? And will people from both sides of the ethnic divide, will they be able to once again coexist peacefully? Will Meiteis be able to live in the houses that they have left behind, which have been, burnt in Kuki-dominated hill districts? Will the Kuki Zoo community be able to come to Imphal Valley once again and access the airport? Imagine the difficulty, the very normal, days of life. Anybody who needs to go to any other place, say suppose Calcutta or Delhi for, students, any Kuki student will not be able to come to Imphal and access the airport. They will have to take the long route, which is a treacherous terrain, to Aizawl, to Mizoram in the neighboring state, and then fly out of the Aizawl airport. So this is the crisis that people have actually braved for the past 2 years. That is what requires a solution right now, and one can only hope that the Prime Minister's visit will be able to provide some acceleration to a process of peace and reconciliation between these two communities. Sushila.
Oh yes, completely agree with you, Indrajit. In fact, the internal strife in Manipur and the loss of lives that was heartbreaking for the entire country, and a solution to bring the communities together is obviously what everyone awaits an answer on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi time and again as part of this visit emphasizing on the need for further development, and that is why the inauguration of these key projects, because he also says that this will help transform people's lives. In fact, I also want to quote him on when he said that Manipur is a border state. Connectivity has been a major challenge and people have faced a lack of good roads, which is why he said that his government has used the two-pronged strategy since 2014, where budgetary allocations have been for roads and railways in Manipur, by expanding last mile rural connectivity to ensure that that gap gets bridged. Indrajit?
Well, absolutely. That is the emphasis. And infrastructure will play a key role because Manipur for long, or the Northeast in general for long, has been yearning for some of the mega infrastructure projects. Remember, this morning the Prime Minister was in Mizoram. So now Mizoram is a neighboring state to Manipur. It's also taken 78 years for Mizoram's capital, Aizawl, to get connected on the railway grid. Imagine the new railway circuit that was inaugurated by the Prime Minister today with Sairang station, which is barely about 20 kilometers from Aizawl. That connects the Mizoram capital with the railway grid of India. So with this, India's farthest eastern corner gets connected to India's railway system. Now, this is very, very important, but it has taken 78 years. 78 years after independence, this has happened. This at a time when on the other side of the border in China, we are seeing massive infrastructure push and development that's taking place. So it has security ramifications. It has ramifications for our economy in the far-flung regions of the Northeast. So therefore, infrastructure, these key infrastructure projects, which have gained pace in the past 1 decade under the Modi government, is something that has been time and again highlighted by the NDA government, and the Prime Minister once again driving home that point that infrastructure development will help in the economic growth of the region. And that's why 8,500 crore rupees worth of infrastructure projects will be kicked off and inaugurated by the Prime Minister today at this very program. So as I said, this is a government program, but also the political significance of it is not lost on anybody, because the BJP really wants to, re-energize its cadre base here in the state, because 7 months back, its elected Chief Minister, the BJP government, that had to be dismissed. The Chief Minister had to resign, and President's rule was imposed. What was touted initially as a double-engine success became the worst example of the double-engine Sarkar in recent years, because Manipur for last 2 years have been engulfed in the ethnic crisis. So, as I said, people on ground trying to piece together their lives, and the Prime Minister's visit is just a continuation of that very project, because the last 7 months the central government has taken control of the administration in the state. Of course, Ajay Bhalla, sending Ajay Bhalla as the governor of Manipur was a part of that very key strategy, because he was with the MHA, so he knew a thing or two about the security. And as you just mentioned, that Manipur shares a very long border with Myanmar. And all through this conflict that we have been following over the past 2 years, we've seen how even Biren Singh, when he was the Chief Minister, he would continuously say that the Myanmar border was porous. Why is it not being sealed? And how is it that the allegation was that illegal arms were being smuggled through the Myanmar border, and terrorists were also moving in. You see, in Myanmar, there is a political crisis. There is a junta government. There is a continuous, fight going on between the rebels and the juntas. And often what we see is that a lot of people come in from the other side. So that was a concern. So in order to demilitarize this area, especially the border areas, there has been an effort by the state administration. There have been several drives, in fact, by the administration calling on people and citizens who had actually taken up arms. There are so many insurgent groups, underground groups with who the central government now has a suspension of operation or SOO agreement. So this Manipur is not an easy state. It's a very, very complex society. It's a complex state, an insurgency-prone state, a bordering state. So these are challenges that are now directly in front of the central government, because Manipur is now under president's rule, and therefore who better to answer all these things or provide hope than the head of the state, and none other than the Prime Minister. So he's here, and we are awaiting his address at the gathering here in Imphal shortly.
Oh yes, absolutely, Indrajit. Meanwhile, the opposition having left no stone unturned to go all out to criticize this visit, from calling it tokenism to saying that it is a whitewash of the crisis, to saying that the Prime Minister is visiting Manipur to divert public attention. Criticism coming in full swing from the opposition to even the protests that were staged on the ground.
Well, absolutely. The Congress did protest on the ground. In fact, we could play out the interview with Bimal Akoijam, who is the MP, Congress MP from Inner Manipur. He's back in the state. In fact, he got an invite, he told us, last night from the state government, inviting him to attend this program and also the one at Churachandpur. I did ask him whether or not he will be able to attend that program. He said that he wishes he could attend the program as a Meitei in Churachandpur, but he had asked for additional security to be provided to him, apart from the one that he already enjoys as an MP. But this is where, the mistrust comes in, because there is still so much of animosity and mistrust between these two communities, the Meitei groups here in the valley and the Kuki Zoo tribal community, that even though the dialogue process is on and several rounds of negotiations have come underway, there is a SOO agreement that has been carried out with some of the underground organizations. The arms have been recovered. So quite a lot of activity has taken place in the past 7 months, but a lot needs to be done, especially to somehow bridge the gap. And perhaps one factor that could initiate this entire process is the return of the internally displaced people. Will they be able to return to their own places? The onus clearly lies on the government, in the administration. They will have to ensure that if one single Meitei Indian citizen, if they wish to visit Churachandpur, get back to their house in those areas which had been vandalized, broken down, that the government will be able to provide them security. It's the same with the Kuki Zoo community. Whoever was working here 2 years back when the crisis first unfolded, they were attacked, they were targeted here in Imphal and in the valley. They had all fled to Churachandpur. Will the state administration be able to guarantee their safety and security if they return to their homes in those areas, in those localities where they were in large numbers? So this has to happen. Unless that happens, unless people are still there in the relief camps, and relief camps are operational in Manipur, I don't think there will be a sense of closure. And also, what about justice for those hundreds of people who have died, who have given their lives in this conflict? There are more than 200 people who have died in this conflict. What about closure and justice for those families? Those cases are on. You remember that horrific visual of 2 women being paraded naked on this, somewhere in the suburbs of Manipur, in the rural belt, and they were molested and they were gang raped. Those cases are pending before the courts. What about justice? Will that be expedited? So there are so many issues, unpleasant ones and that, which also needs to be discussed, unlike not just the glim and glamour and this huge event that has today been put out by the state government. They have left no stone unturned to make this a success. Massive security preparation, huge amount of crowd being mobilized to come and attend the Prime Minister's program. But these are all temporary things, because when the Prime Minister leaves, and leaves with a message of peace, which is very, very important, coming as it is from the head of the state, these are the issues, as I enumerated, will have to be looked at, and the onus clearly lies on the government. And here, under President's rule, it is the central government which will have to answer these very difficult questions and probably also provide solutions to them.
Very correct. Indrajit, very correct, and agree with every point that you said. In fact, the incident that you mentioned had jolted the entire country and sent shockwaves of what had happened during those tough times in Manipur. But this cannot just be a mere eyewash. There have to be larger issues that need resolution and peace that trickles into every part of the state where it comes to the two communities feeling safe, and most importantly to be able to go back to their homes to resume livelihood is the bigger challenge that lies in front of the government. Indrajit, I want to touch upon the other point where Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke of the message of inclusion. And he said that there was a time when decisions were made in Delhi. It took decades to reach here, but now that is not the case because now Manipur is progressing together with the country. In fact, he pointed out highlighting the welfare schemes where he said that nearly 60,000 homes were built in Manipur under the centre's housing program, providing dignity and security to thousands of families. And he also said that there was a time when tap water a decade ago reached only 25,000 to 35,000 homes, but now it covers more than 3.5 lakh households in the state. Point is that is this the scale of development, the pace at which it is going? Is it reaching out to the people, and are they getting that message from the centre?
Well, there's no doubt about the fact that there has been a renewed focus on India's northeast in the past 1 decade under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and under the BJP government. So it's clear, it's visible. As I said, the Prime Minister's inauguration of the very, very important railway project today in Mizoram, and the fact that the Mizo capital, Aizawl, got connected to the railway grid, it has taken 78 years, is no joke. That's a reality. Now that has been fulfilled. So yes, under this government, there has been a huge push on infrastructure development in the northeastern region. Several of the airports are being developed. Railway connectivity has been boosted. Several very important key infrastructure projects like tunnels and bridges have also been sanctioned. Some of them have been inaugurated by the Prime Minister, be it in Assam, be it in Arunachal Pradesh. So these are critical areas. As I said, India's northeast is a treacherous terrain.
भारत माता की मणिपुर के गवर्नर श्रीमान अजय भल्ला जी, राज्य प्रशासन के अन्य अधिकारीगण और मणिपुर के मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों, नमस्कार। आज मणिपुर के विकास के लिए हजारों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट्स का शिलान्यास और लोकार्पण हुआ है। ये प्रोजेक्ट आप सभी लोगों की ईज ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ाएंगे, यहां इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करेंगे और मणिपुर के युवाओं के लिए, यहां के बेटे बेटियों के लिए एम्प्लॉयमेंट के नए मौके भी बनाएंगे। साथियों, जो काम आज शुरू हुए हैं उनमें 2 परियोजनाएं बहुत अहम हैं। मणिपुर अर्बन रोड प्रोजेक्ट, जिसकी लागत 3,600 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा है, और मणिपुर इंफोटेक डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट, जिसकी लागत 500 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा है। ये परियोजनाएं इम्फाल में सड़क इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करेगी, और मणिपुर के उज्जवल भविष्य को नई ऊर्जा से भर देगी। मैं मणिपुर के लोगों को सभी इस विकास योजनाओं के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, आजादी के बाद देश के पश्चिमी और दक्षिणी हिस्से के बड़े शहरों में विकास हुआ, वहां सपने पले, नौजवानों को नए मौके मिले। अब 21वीं सदी का ये समय ईस्ट का है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का है। इसलिए मणिपुर के विकास को भारत सरकार ने निरंतर प्राथमिकता दी है। इसी का परिणाम है कि मणिपुर की विकास दर लगातार बढ़ रही है। 2014 से पहले मणिपुर की विकास दर 1% से भी कम थी, 1% भी नहीं थी। अब मणिपुर पहले से कई गुना तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। मणिपुर में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर निर्माण का नया दौर शुरू हुआ है। मुझे संतोष है, मणिपुर में सड़कें बनाने की, नेशनल हाईवे बनाने की रफ्तार भी कई गुना बढ़ी है। यहां गांव-गांव तक सड़कें पहुंचाने के लिए भी तेजी से काम हो रहा है। साथियों, हमारा इम्फाल संभावनाओं का शहर है। मैं इम्फाल शहर को भी विकसित भारत के उन शहरों के रूप में देखता हूं जो हमारे यूथ के सपनों को पूरा करेगा, देश के विकास को गति देगा। इसी सोच के साथ यहां स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन के तहत अनेक प्रोजेक्ट्स पूरे किए गए हैं। सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए के और भी कई प्रोजेक्ट पर तेजी से काम किया जा रहा है। साथियों, इम्फाल हो, मणिपुर के दूसरे इलाके हो, यहां स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, टेक्नोलॉजी आधारित उद्योगों के लिए नए मौके बन रहे हैं। आईटी स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन, इससे इन संभावनाओं को बल मिलेगा। इस जोन की पहली बिल्डिंग भी ऑलरेडी बन चुकी है। मणिपुर में नई सिविल सेक्रेटेरिएट की बिल्डिंग बनाने की मांग बहुत पुरानी थी, अब ये बिल्डिंग भी तैयार है। इस नई बिल्डिंग से नागरिक देवो भव के मंत्र को और मजबूती मिलेगी। साथियों, मणिपुर के अनेक साथी कोलकाता और दिल्ली भी आते जाते रहते हैं। वहां भी कम कीमत में ठहरने की व्यवस्था हो, इसके लिए दोनों शहरों में मणिपुर भवन बनाया गया है। इन भवनों से मणिपुर की बेटियों को बहुत मदद मिलेगी और जब बच्चे वहां सकुशल होंगे तो यहां माता पिता की चिंता भी कम रहेगी। साथियों, हमारी सरकार पूरी संवेदनशीलता से आपके जीवन की मुश्किलों को कम करने का पूरा प्रयास कर रही है। मैं जानता हूं मणिपुर के कई हिस्सों में बाढ़ से भी बहुत परेशानी होती है। इस समस्या को कम करने के लिए भी सरकार कई प्रोजेक्ट पर काम कर रही है। साथियों, मणिपुर देश का वो राज्य है जहां माताएं बहनें इकोनॉमी के फोरफ्रंट में है। ईमा कैथल की परंपरा इसका बहुत बड़ा प्रमाण है। मैं नारी शक्ति को भारत के विकास की, आत्मनिर्भर भारत की भी धुरी मानता हूं। इसकी प्रेरणा हम यहां मणिपुर में देख रहे हैं। यहां हमारी सरकार बनने के बाद हमने महिलाओं के लिए स्पेशल हाट, बाजार, ईमा मार्केट का निर्माण शुरू किया था। मुझे खुशी है कि आज 4 ईमा मार्केट का भी उद्घाटन किया गया है। इन ईमा मार्केट से मणिपुर की बहनों को बहुत मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, देश के हर नागरिक का जीवन आसान बनाना ये हमारा लक्ष्य है। मणिपुर ने तो वो पुराने दिन देखे हैं जब यहां सामान पहुंचाना कितना मुश्किल होता था। रोजमर्रा की चीजें सामान्य परिवारों की पहुंच से बाहर होती थी। बीते सालों में हमारी सरकार ने उन पुरानी परेशानियों से मणिपुर को बाहर निकाला है। मैं आप सभी के लिए एक और खुशखबरी लेकर आया हूं। हमारी सरकार चाहती है आपकी बचत बढ़े, आपका जीवन और आसान बने। इसलिए अब सरकार ने जीएसटी को बहुत कम कर दिया है। इससे मणिपुर वालों को डबल फायदा होगा। इससे हर रोज इस्तेमाल होने वाली अनेक चीजें जैसे साबुन, शैम्पू, हेयर ऑयल, कपड़े, जूते, ये सब सस्ती हो जाएगी। सीमेंट और घर बनाने के सामान की कीमतें भी कम होने जा रही है। सरकार ने होटलों पर, खाने पीने पर भी जीएसटी को बहुत कम कर दिया है। इससे यहां के गेस्ट हाउस वालों को, टैक्सी ढाबे वालों को बहुत फायदा होगा। यानी यहां पर टूरिज्म बढ़ाने में भी मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, मणिपुर की हजारों वर्ष पुरानी समृद्ध विरासत है। यहां संस्कृति की जड़ें मजबूत है, गहरी है। मणिपुर मां भारती के मुकुट पर सजा मुकुट रत्न है। इसलिए हमें मणिपुर की विकासवादी छवि को निरंतर मजबूत करना है। मणिपुर में किसी भी तरह की हिंसा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। ये हिंसा हमारे पूर्वजों और हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के साथ भी बहुत बड़ा अन्याय है। इसलिए हमें मणिपुर को लगातार शांति और विकास के रास्ते पर आगे लेके जाना है और मिलकर के जाना है। भारत की आजादी की लड़ाई में, भारत की रक्षा में मणिपुर के योगदान से हमें प्रेरणा लेनी है। ये मणिपुर की ही धरती थी जहां इंडियन नेशनल आर्मी ने पहली बार भारत का अपना ध्वज फहराया था। नेताजी सुभाष ने मणिपुर को भारत की आजादी का द्वार कहा था। इसी मिट्टी ने अनेक वीर बलिदान दिए हैं। हमारी सरकार मणिपुर के ऐसे हर महान व्यक्तित्व से प्रेरणा लेते हुए आगे बढ़ रही है। हमारी सरकार ने और एक बड़ा कदम उठाया है। अंडमान और निकोबार द्वीप में माउंट हैरियट का नाम बदलकर माउंट मणिपुर रखा गया है। ये मणिपुरी स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों को भारत के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की श्रद्धांजलि है। साथियों, आज भी मणिपुर की अनेक संतानें देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में मां भारती की रक्षा में जुटी है। अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में दुनिया ने भारत की सेना के सामर्थ्य को देखा है। हमारे सैनिकों ने ऐसा कहर बरपाया कि पाकिस्तान की सेना त्राही त्राही करने लगी। भारत की सफलता में मणिपुर के भी अनेक वीर बेटे बेटियों का शौर्य शामिल है। ऐसे ही हमारे एक जांबाज शहीद दीपक चिंगखम के शौर्य को मैं आज नमन करता हूं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान उनका बलिदान देश हमेशा याद रखेगा। साथियों, मुझे याद है कि साल 2014 में जब मैं यहां आया था तब मैंने एक बात कही थी। मैंने कहा था कि मणिपुरी संस्कृति के बिना भारतीय संस्कृति अधूरी है और मणिपुर के खिलाड़ियों के बिना भारत के खेल भी अधूरे हैं। मणिपुर का नौजवान तिरंगे की शान के लिए जी जान से जुटने वाला नौजवान है। उसकी पहचान को हमें हिंसा के काले साए में दबने नहीं देना है। साथियों, आज जब भारत ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का पावर हाउस बन रहा है, तब मणिपुर के नौजवानों का दायित्व और भी अधिक है। इसलिए तो पहली नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए भारत सरकार ने मणिपुर को चुना। खेलो इंडिया स्कीम और ओलंपिक पोडियम स्कीम से आज मणिपुर के अनेक खिलाड़ियों को प्रोत्साहन दिया जा रहा है। मणिपुर के युवाओं के लिए यहां आधुनिक स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी बनाया जा रहा है। पोलो को बढ़ावा देने के लिए यहां दुनिया की सबसे ऊंची पोलो प्रतिमा के साथ मार्जिंग पोलो कॉम्प्लेक्स स्थापित किया गया है। यहां के ओलंपियंस को सम्मानित करने के लिए ओलंपियन पार्क भी बनाया गया है। कुछ दिन पहले ही सरकार ने नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स पॉलिसी खेलो इंडिया नीति इसकी घोषणा की है। इससे आने वाले समय में मणिपुर के नौजवानों को बहुत अधिक फायदा मिलेगा। साथियों, मणिपुर में शांति और स्थिरता आए, यहां के लोगों के हित सुरक्षित रहे, जो कैंपों में रहने को मजबूर है उनका जीवन फिर पटरी पर आए, इसके लिए हमारी सरकार निरंतर काम कर रही है। सरकार द्वारा विस्थापितों के लिए 7,000 नए घर स्वीकृत किए गए हैं। हाल ही में केंद्र सरकार ने मणिपुर के लिए लगभग 3,000 करोड़ रुपए का विशेष पैकेज भी घोषित किया है। इसमें विस्थापितों की मदद के लिए 500 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का प्रावधान किया गया है। जिन्होंने हिंसा की आंच सही है वो जल्द से जल्द सामान्य जीवन की तरफ लौटे, ये हमारी बहुत बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। मणिपुर पुलिस के लिए बना नया हेडक्वार्टर भी इसमें आपकी बहुत मदद करेगा। साथियों, आज मणिपुर की इस धरती से मैं नेपाल के मेरे साथियों से भी बात करूंगा। हिमालय की गोद में बसा नेपाल भारत का एक मित्र है, करीबी दोस्त है। हम साझा इतिहास से जुड़े हैं, आस्था से जुड़े हैं, साथ मिलकर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं आज नेपाल में अंतरिम सरकार की प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में पदभार संभालने पर 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की तरफ से श्रीमती सुशीला जी को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि वे नेपाल में शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगी। नेपाल की पहली महिला प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में सुशीला जी का आना महिला सशक्तिकरण का वह बहुत उत्तम उदाहरण है। मैं आज नेपाल में ऐसे हर एक व्यक्ति की सराहना करूंगा जिसने ऐसे अस्थिरता भरे माहौल में भी लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को सर्वोपरि रखा। साथियों, नेपाल में हुए घटनाक्रम में एक और बात विशेष रही है जिसकी ओर लोग दिनों से नेपाल के युवक युवतियां नेपाल की सड़कों पर सफाई और रंग रोगन का काम बड़ी मेहनत और पवित्रता के भाव से करते हुए देखे जा रहे हैं। सोशल मीडिया पर आ रही उनकी तस्वीरें मैंने भी देखी है। उनकी ये सकारात्मक सोच, ये सकारात्मक कार्य न केवल प्रेरणादायक है बल्कि ये नेपाल के नवोदय का स्पष्ट संकेत भी है। मैं नेपाल को उसके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, 21वीं सदी में आगे बढ़ता हुआ हमारा देश एक ही लक्ष्य लेकर चल रहा है, विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य। और इस लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए मणिपुर का विकास भी जरूरी है। हमारा मणिपुर असीम संभावनाओं से भरा हुआ है। विकास के हम एक कदम भी ना बढ़े, ये हम सभी का कर्तव्य है। मणिपुर के पास सामर्थ्य की कोई कमी नहीं है। जरूरत इस बात की है कि हम संवाद का रास्ता निरंतर मजबूत करें। हमें हिल्स और वैली के बीच सौहार्द का एक मजबूत सेतु बनाना है। मुझे विश्वास है मणिपुर देश की ग्रोथ का एक बहुत मजबूत सेंटर बनेगा। एक बार फिर आप सभी को इन विकास परियोजना की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi concluding that address in Imphal, where he once again reiterated the message of peace and progress and emphasizing on how that is what the people of Manipur need. There he's waving out to the huge crowds that made it against all odds to listen in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who once again assured every citizen that the NDA is doing everything possible to be able to ease the troubles of the people of Manipur. In fact, he also said that this is a new era of infrastructure growth that Manipur is witnessing. There was no vikas in the state before 2014, and Imphal will push India's growth. He also reiterated the message of inclusion, where he said that earlier decisions were taken in New Delhi, but by the time its effect would trickle down to the states of Northeast, it would take more than decades. But now he says that Manipur is growing at the same pace, that New Delhi is also planning towards the same. He said that while lauding players in Manipur, saying that India needs that sort of talent, and the government is certainly committed towards the youth of Manipur. Remember, in Imphal itself, Prime Minister Narendra Modi dedicating projects worth 1,200 crore rupees to Manipur from Imphal there. And he once again reiterated how India's culture is incomplete without Manipur. He said that from Imphal. This is Prime Minister's first visit to the state since 2023 ethnic violence. More than 200 lives were lost. The opposition, of course, has been going all guns blazing, criticizing the Prime Minister for not visiting the state until now. Some calling it a diversionary tactic, the others calling it tokenism. In fact, there were protests also staged on the ground ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Manipur. And I'd like to bring in my colleague Indrajit Kundu, who has been tracking every single development through Prime Minister's visit to Manipur. Indrajit, once again, Prime Minister not just assuring the people of Manipur, but largely reminding them that it is important to eliminate these differences, to work above them, to come together as a state and work towards the development.
Well, on expected lines, Sushila, the Prime Minister, of course, reiterating what he has already said in Churachandpur, that the road to peace begins from negotiation. So all stakeholders must sit for a dialogue. He ended his speech saying that there has to be you have to bridge the trust between the hills and the valley. And that seems to be the crux of the message that the Prime Minister has delivered in his speech in both Churachandpur and now in Imphal, because that is the crux of the matter. How to bridge the mistrust between the two communities, because it is the ethnic conflict which is at the heart of the entire problem in Manipur. Yes, the infrastructure push is important, but development can only come if peace is in place in Manipur, which was not there for last 2 years. Manipur has been ravaged by ethnic violence. So the Prime Minister harping on peace, and the peace process being taken forward by the central agencies and the central government, various organizations. He also had a message for neighboring Nepal. The Prime Minister, of course, congratulating the first woman Prime Minister, Sushila Karki, who took oath yesterday. So, in a sense, the statesman in him spoke out once again with the Prime Minister, not only focusing on the internal affairs of India, but also using this government platform to, dish out a message for neighboring Nepal, and also hailed the participation of the youth. He did say that given the kind of chaotic situation that's prevalent in Nepal, the fact that the people of Nepal were able to choose a democratic process and bring somebody who is a historic figure right now. The first female Prime Minister of Nepal is what the Prime Minister said. So congratulated Sushila Karki. And of course, the rest of the message were the central government schemes. He spoke about GST. He said that the recent GST push by the central government will also benefit citizens in Manipur. They will have, more cash in hand. And he also harped on the message that in order to fulfill his vision of Viksit Bharat, as he called it, a prosperous Manipur was imperative, and therefore Manipur must, join the economic, the progress of the rest of the country. So Prime Minister's overall holistic approach, of course, was peace and development, and that's the message the Prime Minister reiterated just as he spoke just a short while back in Churachandpur as well.
Very correct, Indrajit. In fact, multiple points that he harped upon, and I'll discuss that with you in greater detail. But for the moment, we'll listen into some of the excerpts of that address that he delivered in Imphal.
देश के पश्चिमी और दक्षिणी हिस्से के बड़े शहरों में विकास हुआ, वहां सपने पले, नौजवानों को नए मौके मिले। अब 21वीं सदी का ये समय ईस्ट का है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का है। इसलिए मणिपुर के विकास को भारत सरकार ने निरंतर प्राथमिकता दी है। इसी का परिणाम है कि मणिपुर की विकास दर लगातार बढ़ रही है। 2014 से पहले मणिपुर की विकास दर 1% से भी कम थी, 1% भी नहीं थी। अब मणिपुर पहले से कई गुना तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। मणिपुर में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर निर्माण का नया दौर शुरू हुआ है। मुझे संतोष है, मणिपुर में सड़कें बनाने की, नेशनल हाईवेज बनाने की रफ्तार भी कई गुना बढ़ी है। यहां गांव तक सड़कें पहुंचाने के लिए भी तेजी से काम हो रहा है। हमारा इम्फाल संभावनाओं का शहर है। मैं इम्फाल शहर को भी विकसित भारत के उन शहरों के रूप में देखता हूं जो हमारे यूथ के सपनों को पूरा करेगा, देश के विकास को गति देगा। इसी सोच के साथ यहां स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन के तहत अनेक प्रोजेक्ट्स पूरे किए गए हैं। सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए के और भी कई प्रोजेक्ट पर तेजी से काम किया जा रहा है। हमारी सरकार पूरी संवेदनशीलता से आपके जीवन की मुश्किलों को कम करने का पूरा प्रयास कर रही है। मैं जानता हूं मणिपुर के कई हिस्सों में बाढ़ से भी बहुत परेशानी होती है। इस समस्या को कम करने के लिए भी सरकार कई प्रोजेक्ट पर काम कर रही है।
Indrajit, I want to come back to you on the point you mentioned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, from congratulating the Nepal interim Prime Minister to highlighting Operation Sindoor to saying any kind of violence in Manipur is unfortunate, to praising GST reforms, to even saying that the 21st century is the time for the Northeast. A holistic approach, exactly what he took, as you mentioned.
Well, you know, often when we cover Northeast, there is always this talk about alienation from the mainstream, the mainland. So in a sense, Prime Minister, by talking about GST, by talking about Operation Sindoor, by talking about Manipur's contribution to the armed forces, the fact that Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose played a very key role with his INA in Manipur, that the Indian tricolour was first hoisted on Manipuri land, he tried to connect the mainland with Manipur and address that issue of alienation. So this is Prime Minister's own way of putting out that message to the Manipuri youth, that Manipur, as he said, that in order to achieve his vision of Viksit Bharat, Manipur needs to prosper. He even spoke about Imphal, the capital city, and spoke it in context of the smart city mission. So there are various development projects under the Modi government that have been highlighted over the past 1 decade. Several of them have come across in the Prime Minister's speech today. Of course, peace is a precursor to development. One couldn't not mention that point, and therefore the Prime Minister, right at the end of his speech, said that there is a necessity to bridge the mistrust between the hills and the valley. That is the crux of the matter. Hopefully that message would percolate down people. As you can see, hundreds of people, I'll ask my camera person, that they're all leaving the arena, the Kangla Fort, drenched in rain, hearing the Prime Minister. Many of the women, if you see, they are in Manipuri traditional attire. A lot of youngsters have also come in, BJP supporters, of course, rallying up in large number here. And the message is loud and clear from the Prime Minister. One can only hope that after taking home this message, the larger process of building long-lasting peace in the state will get some sort of a fillip. And various civil society organizations, in fact, women play a very, very key role in Manipur, Sushila. You know the Mira Paibis or the mothers of Manipur, they play a very, very key role. We've always seen over the past several years how they're out on the streets on various occasions protesting with candlelight vigil. So they will also have to, worst sufferers of any such conflict, especially one that we've witnessed in Manipur, the ethnic conflict, have been women and children, especially the internally displaced people whom the Prime Minister met today at this program, and the one in Churachandpur. You know, the condition at some of the relief camps, especially outskirts of Imphal, are terrible. In fact, not just in Manipur, when the crisis was unfolding ever since in 2023, I had visited a neighboring Mizoram as well. Treacherous terrain, a lot of people, hundreds of them, had traveled to Mizoram from the Kuki-Zu community via Churachandpur, seeking shelter, and the government there was supporting them, the civil society organizations were supporting them, but the conditions were not adequate. So can these people go home is the big question right now. Hopefully, after the Prime Minister's address, the administration will take note and make efforts to bring those people back to their homes.
Certainly the biggest question, and for the moment, Indrajit, I want to thank you for getting us all that has happened through this visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Also listening into the other side, how the Congress has cornered Prime Minister on his Manipur visit. Listen in to those responses.
I'm glad that he has decided after 2 years that it's worth him visiting. He should have visited much long before, and it's very unfortunate that he has allowed what is happening there to happen for so long, and so many people to get killed and so many people to go through so much strife before he has decided to visit. That's not been the tradition of prime ministers in India. right through, no matter which party they were, wherever there was pain, wherever there was suffering, they would go. And that has been the tradition since independence. So he's fulfilling it after 2 years. I think he should have thought of it before.
How do you see his visit?
I have been saying this, the kind of issues that we have, the crisis that we've gone through, are still going through. Given that, I was expecting that he would be more upfront to say that I'll be visiting the state, announce it earlier, and then have a series of consultative meetings with the political leadership, opposition party, ruling party, civil society groups, women group, student organizations, and then have a meeting with the top brass administrators here, and visit perhaps the relief camp and try to look. That kind of a seriousness is something that I was expecting it. What happened is that they didn't announce it. Was only officially 48 hours mein nahi hoga bhi, they just announced it. So much secrecy. Then ultimately, as it gets unfolded, it turns out that he's addressing a public meeting and inaugurating certain projects and so on, completely sidelining what we have been going through for the last 2 years. So his visit is less to do with the crisis that we have gone through. So it was so casual, so I got offended by this.
Well, that's all we can back for you in this edition of the news. Thank you for watching India Today. News and updates continue on the other side. You can also log on to our website, indiatoday.in. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Mizoram gets first rail link. PM inaugurates Bairabi-Serang line. Sushila Karki becomes Nepal's first woman PM. Parliament dissolved. Powerful 7.3 earthquake strikes Russia's Kamchatka east coast.
This is India Today exclusively on the ground in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, which is witnessing a uprising of youth, the Gen Z, and which is now turning violent. A few minutes back, where I'm reporting from, the tear gas cells can be felt here at this particular point. This is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Kathmandu.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
when you are a party president and a leader of a party like this, a dysfunctional, corrupt, exploitative party whose DNA is to lie to people, it's about corrupting and exploiting people, then what else do? You have only one recourse, which is to create a fake narrative and hope that people will be confused. I have said this before and I say this again. Rahul Gandhi today is sitting astride a party that is extremely dissatisfied with him, extremely disappointed with him and upset with him, his leadership.
राजनीति का स्तर कितना हल्का हो सकता है, ये आरजेडी, राजद और कांग्रेस ने बता दिया है। जब इस धरती से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की मां को गाली जब कोई निकालता है, तो बिहार की जनता मुंह तोड़ जवाब गालीबाज कांग्रेस और राजद को देगी।
आप हर चुनाव जीतोगे, धमका के ईडी सीबीआई पैसा से खरीद कर हर दल को तोड़कर, तो इस परंपरा का निर्वहन कैसे होगा? पहले ही आप उपराष्ट्रपति के पदों की गरिमा को खत्म किए हो, बेच दिए हो। आप पहले ही धनखड़ और सतपाल जी को खत्म किए हो। अब क्या भरोसा कि आप
Ram Charan met with Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in Mysuru on his cordial invitation. The meeting took place as the actor was in the city for the shooting of his film Petty. The meeting occurred amid a brief pause in the film's production schedule due to the demise of Allu Kanakaratnam. Ram Charan, who is Allu Arjun's cousin, cancelled the shoot for a short period to attend to family commitments. For the unversed, Peddi is directed by Bucci Babu Sana and features Ram Charan in a transformed rural avatar. This would also mark a significant departure from his previous roles. Along with Ram Charan, the film would also star actors Janhvi Kapoor, Shivaraj Kumar, Jagapati Babu and Divyendu Sharma.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
As you can see the backdrop, this is a special episode indeed. That's the Steve Jobs Theatre at the Apple Park, and this episode is indeed an Apple special because we are getting you all of the announcements made at this year's Apple event. We have the new iPhone Air, the iPhone 17 Pro and the Pro Max, and the new iPhone 17 Plus. We have all the other gadgets that have been announced at the event, and I'm also going to give you a glimpse of what really goes down at an Apple event, and it's going to be crazy. So gear up, because this episode is something that you definitely don't want to miss. This is Cyrus, and let's kick off Tech Today.
Microsoft and OpenAI have reached a non-binding agreement to redefine how they work together. Details about the new commercial terms are still under wraps, but both companies confirmed they are finalizing a definitive deal. OpenAI will control a new public benefit corporation through a $100 billion stake and decision-making authority, according to a memo from Brett Taylor, chairman of OpenAI's non-profit board. Gmail is making it easier to track your online shopping. Ahead of the festive season, a new Purchases tab will show your orders all in one place, past and upcoming deliveries. Google says this will give users a simple and organized view of their packages, so you don't have to dig through emails for receipts or tracking updates. Amazon's ultra-fast delivery service, Amazon Now, is expanding to Mumbai. The brand promises deliveries in just 10 minutes, joining Bengaluru and Delhi. Over 100 tech-enabled fulfillment centers are already set up near customer neighborhoods. These centers stock essentials based on local demand to ensure quick and safe order processing. Amazon plans to scale up with hundreds more by the end of the year. Samsung has launched the Galaxy F17 5G, one of its slimmest and toughest smartphones, starting at just 13,999 rupees. The phone is powered by the Exynos 1330 chipset, features a 5000 mAh battery with 25-watt fast charging, and is protected by Corning Gorilla Glass. For photography lovers, it has a 50 MP OIS camera, plus macro and ultra-wide lenses for stunning shots. A 13 MP front camera ensures sharp and beautiful selfies. It also brings Gemini Live, a new AI tool for real-time visual conversations, along with Google's Circle to Search feature.
Just at the gates of Apple Park, we were welcomed by Apple employees. Just a few yards walk and there I saw it, the iconic Steve Jobs Theatre. Crowds were already pouring in, the energy just electric. Right now, I am standing inside of an iconic building. This is the inside of the Steve Jobs Theatre. The disc that you see above me, that's carbon fiber and surrounded by columns of glass. Again, it's a marvel of engineering and innovation. And this is exactly where journalists and content creators from across the globe assemble before the iPhone event. So I just wanted to give you a preview of what really goes down, how people are interacting with each other before the event really kicks off. And this is something that I really wanted to bring to you because even I had a great experience. I met some of the most inspiring figures in the tech industry and also some of the biggest celebrities and influencers. So a glimpse of what really goes down before the actual event kicks off. Inside, the theatre was packed. Over 1,000 people, each one ready for Apple's next big chapter. And that's when my fan moment happened. I spotted Marques Brownlee, MKBHD himself. And just minutes later, I ran into Mr. Beast. It was truly one of those moments for me. Soon after, we moved to the main theatre where the keynote kicked off when Tim Cook, Apple's CEO, walked onto the stage to a thunderous applause, welcoming us all. As the film rolled on, the audience was glued to the screen. Every new announcement was met with applause, whistles, and cheers. The kind of atmosphere that makes you realize this isn't just about products. It's about belonging to a global community of people who live and breathe technology. By the time the hour-and-a-half keynote wrapped up, I knew one thing. Being here in this theatre, surrounded by the best in tech and culture, watching Apple set the tone for the future, it's an experience unlike any other. And that was just the beginning of my day at Apple Park. Later, it was time to take a look at what Apple launched at the event. Let's start with the one that people are most curious about, the iPhone 17 Air. Now, you saw a plethora of launches at the Apple event, but the one headline maker truly was indeed the iPhone Air, the slimmest, the thinnest iPhone till now. Now, the unique quality about that phone is what is on the inside. You're getting the most powerful chipset, the A19 Pro. And not only that, the slim form factor is really something that people would want to experience about this phone. And not only the camera, 48 megapixel, a fusion camera is what you are getting. But again, the slim form factor, the battery, the camera, all of that ecosystem cannot be complete without Apple Intelligence. So on the show, I want to give you a quick look of the iPhone Air, the slimmest iPhone till now, and what it offers. And when it comes to India, by the way, yes, the pricing might be on the steep side, but you're getting the experience, remember. So let's take a quick look at the new Air. This is the lightest iPhone ever. Powerful, stylish, and unmatched. It's the thinnest iPhone Apple has made, only 5.6 millimeters thick and 156 grams in weight. For comparison, the Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge is 5.8 millimeters thick. The Air comes out on top. You get the 6.5-inch Pro Motion display, smooth scrolling, crisp visuals, and vibrant colors. Built with 80% recycled titanium, it's strong and sleek at the same time. Replacing the Plus model, the Air sits between the iPhone 17 and the Pro lineup. Performance is expected to be top tier indeed. It features the same 3nm A19 Pro chip used in the iPhone 17 Pro and the Pro Max. Even the standard iPhone 17 gets a less powerful version. The camera setup seems impressive too. A 48 megapixel primary camera that supports 4 focal lens. It can record video from both front and the back cameras at the same time. With 8 GB of RAM, Apple Intelligence features are fully supported. Apple doesn't list the battery size, but it's probably the smallest in the 17 series. Still, it promises an all-day battery life, though real-world use will tell us the full story. You now get fast wired and wireless charging, and also get new cases and a custom MagSafe battery pack. The device is available in 4 colors: black, white, gold, and sky blue. stay tuned to India Today as we'll be getting you a full review when the device comes to us. So with the iPhone 17 this year, yes, a lot of minimalism being adopted. A lot of the changes are coming on the inside of the device, especially with Apple Intelligence and also the A19 chipset. So let me give you a quick look of what the iPhone 17 truly offers, because remember, what's really changing is on the inside, the hardware. Yes, you are getting more protection, the better battery is what we are talking about. I think the highlight feature is definitely the 120Hz Pro Motion display, which now comes across the iPhone lineup. So here's a quick look at the newly launched iPhone 17 and what it offers. The iPhone 17 does look more appealing than ever. It finally brings ProMotion's smooth 120Hz display to users outside the Pro lineup. Everything feels more fluid, scrolling, gaming, and even browsing. Its 6.3-inch display hits the perfect balance, easy for one-hand use while offering plenty of space. The new center stage front camera lets you shoot landscape selfies without turning your phone. Great for group photos and video calls. The dual 48-megapixel rear cameras are expected to deliver sharp and detailed photos in good lighting. It does have a telephoto zoom lens like the Pro models, but the 2x optical zoom from the main lens covers most everyday photography needs. Battery life reaches up to 30 hours of video playback, enough to last a full day. The A19 chip keeps things running smoothly and should stay relevant for years. Prices are a bit higher than last year, but 256GB is now the base storage. It comes in 5 colors: black, lavender, mist blue, sage and white. So the next two devices we want to talk about on the show are the iPhone 17 Pro and the Pro Max. Now, in terms of the design, if you look at the iPhone portfolio, these two stand out. And if you look at the rear, yes, these are new designs that are coming to the iPhone lineup. What really stands out for me is the camera island, that plateau that has been changed completely to accommodate more camera sensors. And also remember, the iPhone 17 Pro Max has a bigger battery this time around. Also, vapor chamber cooling system, that is an addition that will definitely help the gamers get the best out of their iPhone 17 Pro. So in this segment, I want to give you a lowdown of what really the Pro series will offer this time around and whether you should really buy it, because remember, the pricing is a bit steep when you consider the Indian market. So here's a quick look at the new iPhone 17 Pro and the Pro Max and what they will offer in terms of the features, the camera, the AI, and also something extra, especially in the camera department. The iPhone 17 Pro gets a bold redesign focused on power and photography. Its aluminium unibody with vapor chamber keeps the A19 Pro chip cool under heavy use, ideal for gaming and recording. The raised back houses upgraded tech and a bigger battery. Where it truly stands out is its camera system. The triple 48-megapixel setup includes a new telephoto lens with 8x optical zoom, the longest ever on an iPhone. The photonic engine enhances color accuracy and preserves fine details using machine learning. Advanced video tools like ProRes RAW, Apple Lock 2 and Genlock support make it perfect for serious content creators. The 6.3-inch screen keeps the Pro feel while being easier to hold than the Max. Battery life reaches 39 hours thanks to efficient cooling and design. It's pricier than last year's model, but again, 256GB storage is the base variant and feels like a solid value. Do remember, we'll be getting you a review of the Pro series very soon on the show. The Pro Max shares most of the Pro's features but takes the game a bit bigger and bolder. It's massive with a 6.9-inch display and is perfect for streaming, gaming and productivity. With a peak brightness hitting 3000 nits, it's easy to view even under direct sunlight with twice the contrast of earlier models. Performance is on par with the Pro thanks to the A19 Pro chip and vapor chamber cooling. The camera setup is identical, capturing stunning photos and videos. Even with a larger screen, battery life stays at 39 hours, proving Apple's efficiency. For the first time, 2 TB storage is available, overkill for most, but ideal for pros shooting lots of ProRes footage or storing huge files. Colors are the same for the Pro: the cosmic orange, deep blue and silver. Which one do you like? So, which iPhone should you choose? Pick the iPhone Air if design is your priority and if you're okay with a few trade-offs. Go with the 17 if you want strong performance, great cameras and modern features without paying a premium. The iPhone 17 Pro is great for people who like photography and also if you like flagship features in a compact design. Opt for the 17 Pro Max if you want the biggest screen and don't mind its size. It's the ultimate media powerhouse. Every iPhone 17 model has its strengths. Think about how you use your phone, what features matter most, and whether extra upgrades are worth the price. No matter which you choose, you'll still have a great phone for years to come. And if these feel too premium, don't forget about the iPhone 16 or the 16e, still offering excellent performance and cameras at wallet-friendly prices. Apple also unveiled the AirPods Pro 3, its latest generation of premium wireless earbuds 3 years after the previous model. But this isn't just about music. The new AirPods Pro 3 now track your health. They monitor heart rate and calories burned with data updating in real time. You can track up to 50 types of workouts even without wearing an Apple Watch thanks to the built-in activity sensor. The earbuds also feature a redesigned airflow system. Apple says it delivers clearer sound while making noise cancellation twice as effective as before and 4 times stronger than the original AirPods Pro. A standout feature is live translation powered by Apple Intelligence. With a simple gesture, users can translate speech in real time. The original voice is lowered while the translation is made louder for clarity. When 2 people wear earbuds, conversations in different languages can flow naturally both ways. Translations can also appear on your iPhone screen or be spoken aloud.
Vale.
Apple has also redesigned the fit. The earbuds are now smaller and reshaped to sit better in the ear canal. 5 sizes of ear tips ensure a secure fit, especially during workouts. They also come with IP57 sweat and water resistance, making them more durable than ever before. The AirPods Pro 3 are more than earbuds. They're smart, adaptive, and built for how you live. Apple also unveiled 3 new smartwatches: the Apple Watch Ultra 3, the Apple Watch SE 3, and the Apple Watch Series 11. Each one has its own upgrades in screen size, materials, connectivity, and health features. Like the Apple Watch Series 11, it comes with new hypertension alerts using long-term heart rate data to spot risks of high blood pressure. There is also a new sleep score system built from over 5 million nights of sleep studies to give you detailed insights into your rest. You'll also find 5G connectivity, better scratch resistance with Ion X glass, and up to 24 hours of battery life. Now the Watch Ultra 3 is built for adventure seekers. It adds satellite connectivity so you can send emergency texts, share your location, or message others even when you're off the grid. Apple redesigned the radio and antenna to make satellite signals stronger, especially in low Earth orbit. It also has the largest display Apple has ever put on a watch, with thinner bezels and the new LTPO3 tech that helps save power. You can expect 42 hours of battery life or 72 hours in low power mode. The Apple Watch SE 3 is the most affordable option, but it's packed with new features. It now has an always-on display, along with 5G support, faster charging, and better durability. You will also get health tools like sleep scoring, ovulation tracking, and sleep apnea detection, all at a price that's easier on the wallet. With these new models, Apple is making sure there is something for everyone. Whether you're an athlete, a sleep tracker, or someone who just wants smart features at an affordable price. Whichever watch you choose, it's all about staying connected, staying healthy, and staying on top of your day. So these were the big announcements at this year's Apple event. With the iPhone 17 Air, the Pro, and the 17 coming to India very soon, you can expect full reviews of all these devices very soon on the Tech Today show. So that's it for this week's Tech Today. Hopefully you enjoyed the content, and also, what do you really think about the new iPhone 17 series? Do you like the Air? Do you like the Pro series more? And remember, when these devices come to India, we'll be getting you a comprehensive review of all of the Apple products launched here at the event. So stay tuned for that. As for me, I'm going to explore more of this magnificent place. So stay tuned to Tech Today. We'll be getting you more Apple stuff in the next episode. Take care, guys.
Hello, I am Sana. Here's your weather update. Daily maximum 34 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai maximum 33 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Sushila, getting you the top headlines we're tracking for you at 5 p.m. this evening. Prime Minister Modi's big peace and Vikas message in Manipur. Prime Minister meets those displaced during ethnic violence in the state, says those who've suffered are our top priority.
जिन्होंने हिंसा की आंच सही है, वो जल्द से जल्द सामान्य जीवन की तरफ लौटे, ये हमारी बहुत बड़ी प्राथमिकता है.
Prime Minister Modi congratulates Nepal's interim first woman Prime Minister Sushila. Karki hails role of Nepalese youth and Gen Z, says hopeful that peace and prosperity will be restored in Nepal. TVK chief Vijay launches his poll campaign from Trichy today, hits out at DMK government for failing to fulfill its promises. BJP attacks Vijay, dismissing him as a weakened politician. DMK says Vijay's rally is not a concern. Shooting outside Bollywood actress Disha Patani's Bareilly residence. Shootout after her remark over Hindu saints. Gangster Goldie Brar gang claims responsibility. Security beefed up at her residence. Politics snowballs over the upcoming India-Pakistan Asia Cup match. AAP burns effigies in protest against the match. Congress highlights hypocrisy over the two nations playing each other after Pahalgam. Parties like NC voice support for the spirit of the game. Breaking news coming in over the TVK versus DMK face-off that is brewing in Tamil Nadu, where cops denied permission for TVK's latest rally. In fact, no permission for TVK rally is what the cops have said. This at Nagapattinam. Cops also stating that the permission was already granted for DMK rally, and which is why TVK's rally is not possible now. They've said that TVK can look for an alternate venue, but this has become a big flashpoint between the TVK and between the two parties, as permission was granted for Vijay's campaign at Nagapattinam that has been denied. Authorities have asked TVK to find different location, as permission was already granted to the DMK event is what cops have stated. Let me cut across to Pramod Madhav to get us further details of what the TVK is stating as far as denial of permission at Nagapattinam is concerned.
Well, Sushila, initially for the permission in Trichy, Arilur and Perambalur itself, TVK was trying to claim that the DMK was trying to impose a lot of hurdles for TVK, considering that nearly 22 kind of conditions were imposed upon them to conduct the particular rally. However, today's rally, many conditions, we saw that it has been completely not followed. For instance, Vijay was supposed to initially speak around 10:30 a.m., but he only reached the venue point by 3 p.m. So there was no permission for any kind of road show. But Vijay coming on the bus from the Trichy airport to the venue itself turned out to be a road show. That's so TVK is definitely blaming for everything that is happening wrong with their own party kind of campaign issues on DMK. In fact, there was no audio also, no proper audio in the venue today. Now, what has happened is, just like you mentioned, the issue is that the authorities claim that already permission was provided for DMK over there, and that's the reason permission has not been provided for DMK. And they also, it looks like seriously TVK has to go ahead and revamp its team over getting permissions for such programs, campaigns, and also make sure that the audio works fine, because the first speech of Vijay today and the actual audio provided them completely did not work, and that turned out to be a huge issue. However, we hope next in Perambalur and Arilur, Vijay is going to speak and the audio will be fine over there, Sushila.
All right, Pramod, many thanks for getting us the latest. Of course, this face-off that has been continuing on every front, and we wait and watch what happens as far as Nagapattinam is concerned. For the moment, we move on. And yes, a day after Sushila Karki took oath as Nepal's interim Prime Minister, Prime Minister Modi has congratulated the former Chief Justice for assuming charge and scripting history by becoming the first female Prime Minister of Nepal. Now, speaking in Manipur, Prime Minister Modi expressed optimism that Sushila Karki will pave the way for peace and stability in Nepal. He also hailed the protesters for sticking to democratic values even amid the chaos. Modi reaffirmed that Nepal is India's closest friend and wished for a bright future for the Himalayan nation. A 6-month timeline that has been set for fresh polls in Nepal. Soon after the swearing-in, Karki was shifted from her personal residence to secure government accommodation, with the army being deployed at her home. So what's next as far as Nepal is concerned? Well, sources tell India Today 3 cabinet ministers will take oath in the first batch. 7 more could follow in the coming days. Gen Z will stay out of the government, but a special advisory committee that will monitor and guide the interim setup.
आज मणिपुर की इस धरती से मैं नेपाल के मेरे साथियों से भी बात करूंगा। हिमालय की गोद में बसा नेपाल भारत का एक मित्र है, करीबी दोस्त है। हम साझा इतिहास से जुड़े हैं, आस्था से जुड़े हैं, साथ मिलकर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं आज नेपाल में अंतरिम सरकार की प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में पदभार संभालने पर 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की तरफ से श्रीमती सुशीला जी को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि वे नेपाल में शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगी। नेपाल की पहली महिला प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में सुशीला जी का आना महिला सशक्तिकरण का वह बहुत उत्तम उदाहरण है। मैं आज नेपाल में ऐसे हर एक व्यक्ति की सराहना करूंगा जिसने ऐसे अस्थिरता भरे माहौल में भी लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को सर्वोपरि रखा।
हमारे वतन को इसके बारे में खामोशी इख्तियार करनी चाहिए। वो उनका वतन है, मुझे उम्मीद है उसको वो ठीक करेंगे खुद ही। अगर हमने उसमें किसी भी तरह से दरअंदाजी की तो वो समझेंगे कि हिंदुस्तान इसमें जिम्मेवार है, जैसे बांग्लादेश का हुआ।
And we now focus on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's healing touch for Manipur. 2 years after the ethnic clashes tore the northeastern state, Prime Minister Modi has finally visited Manipur to know it is Man Ki Baat. After landing in Impal, Prime Minister Modi inaugurated several projects and also laid the foundation of a slew of projects in Churachandpur. Modi interacted with people displaced due to Manipur ethnic violence at both these locations and assured them full support. During the visit, Prime Minister also stressed on bringing peace in Manipur and claimed that the peace was imperative for the progress of Manipur. He also promised that he will stand with the people of the state. Prime Minister Modi also clearly stated that his government's top priority was violence victims living in camps. Meanwhile, politics over his visit continues unabated. Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi, who claimed that Prime Minister should have visited Manipur a long time ago and that he allowed so many innocents to be killed in the state's violence.
साथियों, मणिपुर में शांति और स्थिरता आए, यहां के लोगों के हित सुरक्षित रहे, जो कैंपों में रहने को मजबूर है, उनका जीवन फिर पटरी पर आए, इसके लिए हमारी सरकार निरंतर काम कर रही है। सरकार द्वारा विस्थापितों के लिए 7,000 नए घर स्वीकृत किए गए हैं। हाल ही में केंद्र सरकार ने मणिपुर के लिए लगभग 3,000 करोड़ रुपए का विशेष पैकेज भी घोषित किया है। इसमें विस्थापितों की मदद के लिए 500 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का प्रावधान किया गया है। जिन्होंने हिंसा की आंच सही है, वो जल्द से जल्द सामान्य जीवन की तरफ लौटे, ये हमारी बहुत बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। मणिपुर पुलिस के लिए बना नया हेडक्वार्टर भी इसमें आपकी बहुत मदद करेगा। भारत सरकार आपके साथ है, मणिपुर के लोगों के साथ है। साथियों, मणिपुर में जिंदगी को फिर से पटरी पर लाने के लिए भारत सरकार हर संभव प्रयास कर रही है। जो बेघर हो गए ऐसे परिवारों के लिए 7,000 नए घर बनाने के लिए हमारी सरकार मदद दे रही है। हाल में ही करीब 3,000 करोड़ रुपए का स्पेशल पैकेज भी स्वीकृत किया गया है। विस्थापितों की मदद के लिए 500 करोड़ रुपए का विशेष प्रावधान किया गया है। साथियों, मैं मणिपुर के ट्राइबल नौजवानों के सपने और उनके संघर्षों के बारे में अच्छी तरह जानता हूं। आपकी चिंताओं को दूर करने के लिए अलग अलग समाधानों पर काम हो रहे हैं।
I'm glad that he has decided after 2 years that it's worth him visiting. He should have visited long before, and it's very unfortunate that he has allowed what is happening there to happen for so long, and so many people to get killed and so many people to go through so much strife before he has decided to visit. That's not been the tradition of prime ministers in India. Right through, no matter which party they were, wherever there was pain, wherever there was suffering, they would go. And that has been the tradition since independence. So he's fulfilling it after 2 years. I think he should have thought of it before.
क्या ये रोड शो उन्हीं सड़कों पर है जहां महिलाओं को नग्न करके परेड कराया गया था? शर्म आएगी उनको वहां रोड शो करते हुए। जब महिलाओं को इन सड़कों पर परेड कराया जा रहा था तब कहां थे प्रधानमंत्री? जब हमदर्दी की जरूरत थी मणिपुर को तब कहां थे प्रधानमंत्री? चले गए अब रिबन काटने 3 घंटे के लिए, अपने बैनर पोस्टर लगवाने, अपने आप को निहारने। इसलिए होता है क्या प्रधानमंत्री? आज लोगों ने अपना रोष जाहिर कर दिया वो बैनर फाड़ के। वो एक बड़ा पावरफुल स्टेटमेंट है वो बैनर्स को फाड़ना। मणिपुर के दिल में क्या है उस बैनर को फटने से आपको दिख रहा है। ये है मणिपुर के दिल में गुस्सा है।
How do you see his visit?
You know, I have been saying this, the kind of issues that we have, the crisis that we've gone through are still going through. Given that, I was expecting that he would be more upfront to say that I'll be visiting the state, announce it earlier, and then have a series of consultative meetings with the political leadership, opposition party, ruling party, civil society groups, women group, student organizations, and then have a meeting with the top brass administrators here, and visit perhaps a relief camp and try to look. That kind of a seriousness is something that I was expecting it. What happened is that they didn't announce it was only officially 48 hours mein nahi hoga bhi, they just announced it. So much secrecy. Then ultimately, as it gets unfolded, it turns out that he's addressing a public meeting and inaugurating certain projects and so on, completely sidelining what we have been going through for the last 2 years. So his visit is less to do with the crisis that we have gone through. So it was so casual, so I got offended by that.
प्रधानमंत्री जी गए हैं तो बहुत देर किए और मुझे लगता है कि मणिपुर का मामला जल्द से जल्द जो है शांत होना चाहिए। काफी लंबा जो है चल गया। अब देखते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी वहाँ तो गए हैं, लेकिन असम में भी जो है कई लोग जो है आंदोलन कर रहे हैं। आपको लगता है मणिपुर गए तो असम भी हो लेना चाहिए।
I want to cut across to my colleague Indrajit, who has been tracking every movement of Prime Minister through this visit. Indrajit, politics, of course, playing out in full swing of how the opposition went all guns blazing against the Prime Minister over this visit. But Prime Minister putting out the message of peace and progress. How it really translates, time will tell. But do take us through all the highlights of this visit.
Well, two separate locations, but the message was same. Prime Minister, of course, speaking about development, and precursor to development would, of course, be establishment of peace, without which no development project would ever take off in strife-torn Manipur. That's the sense on the ground. As you heard from a cross-section of political leadership, especially the opposition here in Manipur, the Congress, they are saying that this is ill-timed, that it should have happened earlier, that it doesn't make any sense for the Prime Minister to inaugurate a slew of central government projects. But what is important is that the Prime Minister did speak about a special package for Manipur which has been sanctioned by the central government, and he also spoke about rehabilitating the internally displaced people. Now, these are the crux of this entire, visit, because talking about peace is one thing. To take steps on ground and ensure that peace is restored in the lives of those who have suffered the most is what matters at this point in time. For last 7 months, as I said, Manipur has been under central government, under the presidential rule. So therefore, the onus does stop with the central government. With Prime Minister coming here and meeting internally displaced people, and I spoke to a few of them outside the Kangla fort. They have all told and shared their grim stories with the Prime Minister personally. They have told the Prime Minister how they lost their homes, how their homes were burned, how their livelihoods were shattered. And for past 2 years, they have been living in shelter camps spread across Manipur. The Prime Minister did say that 500 crores have been allotted for rehabilitation of these internally displaced people, that homes will be built. But the big question on ground, of course, as these people in the relief shelters are asking, when will that get operational? When will they be able to return to the location where they used to live, and with full safety and security? Because that has not happened on ground yet.
Right. Of course, that is something we await of what happens after Prime Minister's visit. But for the moment, Indrajit, many thanks for getting us all those details. Mega Vikas push by Prime Minister Modi in Mizoram's Aizawl. Prime Minister Modi flagged some of the key projects worth 9,000 crore rupees in Aizawl. He inaugurated slew of projects virtually. Prime Minister on Saturday flagged off Mizoram's first ever Rajdhani Express connecting Sairang near Aizawl with Anand Bihar Terminal. Take a look at this report.
Big Vikas push by PM Modi in Mizoram's Aizawl. Launching projects worth 9,000 crore rupees in Mizoram. PM addressed a public rally virtually from Lengpui Airport near Aizawl as he could not reach the venue due to heavy rain. PM launched the Berabi-Sairang line, which brought landlocked Mizoram to the country's railway map. PM said it was a historic day for the state as it would connect the state capital Aizawl with major metropolises.
पहली बार आइजोल से ट्रेन चलकर दिल्ली की तरफ जा रही है। राजधानी एक्सप्रेस यहाँ से निकल पड़ी है। प्रधानमंत्री ने हरी झंडी से इनको दिखा दिया है और ये देखिए साइरंग आनंद विहार टर्मिनल यानी आनंद विहार की तरफ ये ट्रेन, दिल्ली के आनंद विहार के टर्मिनल की तरफ ये ट्रेन चल पड़ी और चेहरों पर मुस्कान देखिए, चेहरों पर उत्सुकता देखिए लोगों के, जो काफी खुश हैं। ये देखिए यहाँ से लोग हाथ हिलाते हुए, पाई करते हुए आपको नजर आएंगे। ये लोग बेहद खुश हैं, तालियां यहाँ पर बजाई जा रही हैं और ये देखिए चेहरे पर उत्सुकता है, चेहरे पर खुशी।
टुडे Aizawl will be on India's railway map. A few years ago, I had the opportunity of laying the foundation stone for the Aizawl railway line. And today, we proudly dedicate it to the people of the nation. The ideals of people like...
Taking a direct dig at the opposition, PM Modi said that the Northeast had earlier suffered heavily due to vote bank politics.
Some political parties in our country practice vote bank politics. Their focus was always on places which had more votes and seats, including states like Mizoram, suffered greatly because of this attitude.
PM Modi also invoked Operation Sindoor during his speech, hailing the valor of forces and indigenous made-in-India weapons used in Operation Sindoor.
During Operation Sindoor, you all saw how our soldiers taught a lesson to those who sponsored terror. The whole nation was filled with a sense of pride about our armed forces. In this journey,
PM Modi concluded by reaffirming the government's commitment to welfare of every citizen and every region. Bureau Report, India Today.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
With that, it's a wrap on this edition of the news. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download our app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Our next guest will run politics, someone who is one of the most controversial member of parliaments.
एक चीज़ बताइए, आप अमित शाह के बहुत खास हैं, ये कहा जाता है, सही है? निशिकांत दुबे जी के पास कोई कैबिनेट पोस्ट नहीं है, पर पोर्टफोलियो है उनके पास गांधी, सही है?
प्रियंका गांधी जी किसी को नमस्ते करें ना करें पार्लियामेंट में, मुझे नमस्ते जरूर करती हैं और मैं उस नमस्ते का जवाब जरूर देता हूँ।
कि निशिकांत दुबे जी की इमेज ऐसी क्रिएट हो गई है कि वो महिलाओं की रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करते। एक पार्लियामेंटेरियन की बात करते हैं, उन्होंने भी बोला कि आपकी डिग्री फेक है। राजीव प्रताप रूडी जी ने जो बयान अभी दिया है कि निशिकांत दुबे जी पार्लियामेंट में ही अपनी सरकार चलाते हैं और वो आपकी सरकार में शामिल होना नहीं चाहते और अमित शाह जी का नाम यूज करते हैं।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome to Health 360, your one-stop destination for all things health, wellness and fitness. On the show this week, we will tell you all about phone use in the toilet and your risk of developing hemorrhoids. Also on the show, the link between dementia and hearing loss and why hearing loss in seniors needs urgent attention. GLP-1 weight loss drugs are now in the World Health Organization's list of essential medicines. What does it even mean for you and me? That and much more up ahead on the show. I'm Sneha Mordani. You're watching Health 360. Now, most of us take our phones everywhere, including the bathroom. What really starts as a quick scroll while you do your business often turns into 10, maybe 15 minutes hunched over TikTok, texting or reading the news. Sounds harmless, doesn't it? Well, not exactly. Turns out that this innocent habit could be putting more than just your screen time at risk. It might be increasing your chances of developing hemorrhoids. Here's more. We've all been there, sitting on the toilet, scrolling through social media or catching up on the news. It feels like a harmless way to pass the time, right? A recent research suggests that this common habit might be more harmful than we think. A study published in PLOS One has found that adults who use smartphones while sitting on the toilet have actually a 46% higher risk of developing hemorrhoids compared to those who don't. The research conducted at Beth Israel Diakonis Medical Center surveyed 125 adults undergoing colonoscopies and compared their bathroom habits. Of the participants, 66% admitted to using their phones on the toilet. Those who did were more likely to spend extended periods in sitting, often exceeding 5 minutes per visit. This prolonged sitting increases pressure on the anal veins, contributing to the development of hemorrhoids. Interestingly, the study revealed that the increased risk wasn't due to factors like constipation or straining, but was primarily associated with the extended time spent on the toilet. Smartphone users were 5 times more likely to sit for more than 5 minutes compared to non-users. Now, in spite of similar levels of constipation and straining between both groups, the key differentiator was the duration of toilet time.
There is a strong, nerve-gut axis. Your intestine should get the signal from the brain, what we call it as a brain-gut axis. If somebody is concentrating on the mobile, that your attention is you will not get the brain signal will not reach your intestine. Okay. So with the proper time when the stool is supposed to come out, that time the sphincter doesn't get relaxed. And your attention is not just once you pass little stools that you can concentrate on the mobile. No, your intestinal evacuation, that's a bubble movement, is a very, very complicated process. It is not that simple. So you have to, that your concentration on your bubble movement should be continuous. So that the bubble is the signal should come from the brain continuously, so that the bubble, intestine is able to expel completely. That should. So I advise that nobody, when you go to the toilet, you cannot carry anything in your mobile. Some people have got a habit of carrying your newspapers. So nothing in your hand when you go and sit on the toilet seat. Okay. And the other thing is like even long hours of sitting, that itself like, that even gravity like causes this blood vessels get to swollen. So you should not, you should not even sit for a longer time, not just on your toilet seat, even in workplace, the present work conditions, like, IT, especially the IT professionals, they sit for hours together in one place without even moving. Even that causes like hemorrhoids. So what they should do is they should make it a point to get up from their seat every 1 hour. If not much, like, at least walk for maybe 2 to 5 minutes, then come back and say.
The immersive nature of smartphone content, such as videos and social media, can make time slip by unnoticed, leading to longer sitting durations. This behavior not only increases the risk of hemorrhoids, but also reflects broader lifestyle patterns, including reduced physical activity. While it might seem like a small indulgence, using your phone in the toilet can have significant health implications. Your phone is a germ magnet. Studies show it can carry up to 17,000 bacterial gene copies, making it dirtier than a toilet seat. That means every time you take your phone into the bathroom, you're putting it in contact with germs that could make you sick, and then those germs follow you back into the rest of your home. PCOS is one of those things a lot of women deal with, but not many talk about it. While it is confusing, frustrating, and often brushed off as just hormones. So when someone in the public eye decides to speak up about it, it really does matter. Recently, Sarah Tendulkar, the daughter of cricket legend Sachin Tendulkar, opened up about her own struggles with PCOS, and her honesty is striking a chord with women everywhere. Polycystic ovary syndrome is a hormonal condition affecting many young women, yet it often remains hidden in conversation. What really explains this increase in cases of PCOS in the last few years?
Basically, we have seen a vast jump in the amount of cases we are seeing in PCOS, especially in the adolescent population. And now the age group is going from 10 years up to 24 years, which has shown a jump in the incidence as well as the prevalence. Now, the major causes can be grouped into dietary changes that have come up, plus the lifestyle that we have of our kids, the stress, the sleep. All that has contributed, and along with that, the environmental toxins, the plastics, the bisphenols, they all contribute to having PCOS, and having an unhealthy lifestyle kind of aggravates the condition. So when we talk about PCOS, basically it's a polycystic ovarian syndrome, which not only affects our ovaries or our fertility, but also affects our menstrual cycles. They have menstrual irregularities, they have sudden weight gain. They're not even eating that much and they have sudden weight gain. Now, this is because the hormones are changing. The hormone and milieu is changing in the body. So what happens, the hunger hormones that are present in our gut, they increase. And there are hunger suppressive hormones like the GLP-1, which we are hearing so much about. So the hunger suppressive hormones are reduced in them.
I want to ask you, doctor, that this has also got a lot to do with insulin resistance that we are seeing, in a larger section of the younger population as well among women, and also particularly unhealthy lifestyles that we all seem to have given into, isn't it?
Yes, and sleep, we kind of underrate the amount of, the impact sleep has in our health overall. Going from the brain to the rest of our body, it has impact on every organ of our body. And if it is uninterrupted sleep, if it is sleep before 11 p.m., these all will increase the melatonin and it will help in our overall endocrine as well as the bodily functions. So we have to make sure we have uninterrupted sleep. We try to sleep before 11 p.m. and we try to avoid getting up and having these interrupted sleep patterns.
That's right. Dr. Ankita, talk to us about how this can really be prevented, because we do know that, eventually girls would be developing this problem. So is there any way that an early lifestyle, early interventions that younger women can prevent it?
That's a very interesting question, because the research coming up is showing that PCOS sets in at an age wherein we're not even looking for PCOS. At the age of 9 years, 10 years, that's when PCOS really sets in. And it goes ignored because most of the signs and symptoms of PCOS match the physiological changes that are taking place in the body. So menstrual cycles are irregular at the beginning of the cycles. Like when the girl attains her menarche around 10 years, 11 years, 12 years. So menstrual cycles have not become regular. For the first 1 or 2 years, they stay irregular. So this is a physiological change, and it does not alarm us yet that there is a problem. So the important thing now is to start looking into it at an earlier age. By 10 years, 11 years, we start looking out and watching out for symptoms, sudden weight gain, especially around the abdominal area, mood swings, and changes in these menstrual patterns need to be picked up at that point. If we engage our girls and adolescents at that age in the physical activity, which is around 30 to 40 minutes per day, at least 3 times a week, just that much will actually expedite our management and help in preventing PCOS to a large extent.
Experts say this can be prevented. In India, PCOS impacts roughly 6 to 11% of women, with some regions seeing rates as high as 18%. Globally, prevalence hovers around 9%, though it varies by diagnostic standard. 124.7 million women worldwide live with PCOS-related infertility as of 2021. Notice how PCOS is shedding its silence. That's why stories from public figures like Sara Tendulkar matter. Known as an advocate for fitness and self-care, she shared her personal journey, including dealing with hormonal acne. Her openness helps normalize conversations about PCOS and encourages countless young women in India to pay attention to their health early. Ever felt that burning sensation in your chest after a big meal or late night snack? Well, you're not alone. The classic heartburn is a sign of gastroesophageal reflux disease. And while it might just seem like a common annoyance, there's actually more to it than meets the eye. Here's the thing. If you're dealing with acid reflux regularly and brushing it off as mere something which happens or normal, it might be time to pay closer attention to this. Chronic acid reflux doesn't just disrupt your comfort. It can actually increase your risk of developing something much more serious, esophageal cancer. We all experience heartburn occasionally, a burning sensation in the chest after a spicy meal or a rich dessert. But when heartburn becomes persistent, occurring more than twice a week, it could be a sign of something more serious, such as gastroesophageal reflux disease, which affects a significant portion of the population. So how common really is heartburn? In India, for example, studies indicate that the prevalence of acid reflux or heartburn ranges from 7.6% to 30%, with urban populations experiencing higher rates due to lifestyle factors. Globally, the prevalence is approximately at 13.98%, translating to an estimated 1.03 billion individuals affected worldwide. When occasional heartburn is common, persistent heartburn can lead to complications. How can persistent heartburn lead to Barrett's esophagus and stomach cancer? What's the link really?
Yeah, what actually happens is that the persistent acid exposure, the acid is not supposed to come beyond the Z line from the stomach into the esophagus. But if there is a persistent contact, then the mucosa changes. The inner lining it changes from the normal mucosa to dysplasia and then to metaplasia, which means that there is a gradual change in the epithelium that causes the cancerous cells to start forming.
So that essentially is what leads to cancer, because this is a niggling problem, and if it's not addressed, that could lead to maybe a precancerous stage.
We call it a Barrett's esophagus, right? So Barrett's esophagus is definitely a precancerous condition, but not all Barrett's esophagus necessarily lead to cancer. So what is important is the routine surveillance here.
So how common is cancer because of acid reflux?
Per se, the incidence is less, I'd say. There are many other causes like smoking, other kind of addictions, spices, and alcohol. They are also major reasons. But I'd say 0.5% would be the incidence where Barrett's esophagus actually leads to cancer esophagus. But we should be more careful.
When does one really think that, this is becoming way too frequent, this acid reflux? And when does one then decide that it's time now to consult the doctor?
Yeah, the typical symptoms are heartburn. That is, you feel a sensation of burning sensation in the lower part of your chest or upper abdomen. And reflux. Reflux is when the acid actually comes out through your food pipe into your mouth. So these are two very common symptoms. And apart from that, there are some less common symptoms, which we call atypical symptoms. They are persistent laryngitis. You have a cough there, constant feeling of an acidity in your mouth in the morning, particularly in the early morning, and pain while you are swallowing. Yeah, what happens is normally people tend to take some over-the-counter medications like pantoprazole, which your normal physician, your family physician or the chemist subscribes to you. But even if you are taking them, and in spite of those medications, in spite of antacids, when you are having this persistent problem for more than 6 weeks, or if there are no factors that are confounding this thing, like you are eating a pretty normal diet, but in spite of medications, they are not getting better, that's the time when you are supposed to consult your surgeon or your gastroenterologist.
We're pausing for a quick commercial break here, getting you much more news around health, wellness and fitness on the other side.
Hello, I am Sana. Here's your weather update. Daily maximum 34 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai maximum 33 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
notice someone constantly asking, "What did you say?" or turning the TV volume way up? It might seem like just a sign of getting older, but recent research is showing there could be more to it. Hearing loss isn't just about the years. It's now being linked to something much deeper, to dementia. Scientists are finding that untreated hearing loss could significantly increase the risk of cognitive decline over time. And it makes sense when you think about it. When your brain is working overtime just to hear and process these words, there's less energy left for memory, for focus and thinking clearly. It's a connection that is often overlooked, really, but it is incredibly important. We often think of hearing loss as a normal part of getting older, something to live with, something to laugh off. But doctors now say ignoring those missed words and say that again moments could actually be linked to something much bigger, to dementia. Dementia isn't just about forgetting names or misplacing keys. It's a serious condition where memory, thinking, and daily life slowly slip away. And here's the surprising part. Hearing loss is one of the biggest preventable risk factors for it. How are the two connected? Think about it this way. Talk to us about how both of these are really connected. Neha.
Yeah, thanks, Neha. So there has been a lot of research, you're right, but now it's a very well-established fact that hearing loss is indeed connected to dementia. And it's one of the modifiable risk factors, which basically means that you can, once you identify that there is hearing loss setting in, you can actually either delay the onset of dementia or, kind of prevent the decline, the speed of decline of dementia. So I see it in three parts. When the brain sort of struggles to, decode sounds, there is, sort of a stress on our existing brain systems. So there is a constant overload, which sort of, in a way, accelerates our decline. So what happens is, as a result of that, there is a biological overload. There's a structural and biological overload on our, temporal lobe, which is sort of responsible for our, it's a key area of brain which is responsible for hearing, and that leads to faster shrinkage.
I have a question to you because I've seen this in my circles as well in the elderly population, is that there's a lot of, reluctance to accept that there is a hearing problem, and then wearing, hearing aids, and senior citizens just don't want to wear hearing aids. What would be your word of caution, both for senior citizens and their loved ones, the family members who are, taking care of them? Neha.
Absolutely. I think, so India, I think I wouldn't say India, but everywhere stigma and denial is strong. And many elders or many people feel that wearing a hearing aid is a admission that you're aging in a way, right? So this resistance is unfortunate, but I would say very simply that hearing loss is not just about years. Think of it like this. It's about the brain. So if you're treating it early, you're actually not just preserving one of your sensory organs, you're preserving memory, you're preserving dignity, you're also preserving your quality of life for very long. So it's very critical.
Absolutely. Well, so the next time you or your loved one struggles to follow a conversation, don't shrug it off. It's not just about the years, it's about keeping the brain healthy as well. Why does this really matter? 63 million Indians with hearing loss, often silent and overlooked. 8.8 to 10 plus million older individuals living with dementia right now. Cases are expected to rise dramatically. Up to 1/3 of dementia cases tied to hearing loss. Early action clearly would make a difference. The World Health Organization has added weight loss drugs to essential medicines list. What does it mean for the world and for India here? Well, the WHO has taken a big step by adding certain weight loss medications to its essential medicines list, or EML. This move goes beyond just medical science. It actually reflects a change in how the world views obesity and its related health risks. For many years, obesity was seen mainly as a lifestyle problem, something linked to diet and exercise. But now, WHO is officially treating it as a serious medical condition that requires proper medicines, just like diabetes or heart disease. What are essential medicines then? Well, essential medicines are those drugs that WHO recommends every country should make available to its people. They are considered the most effective and necessary for public health, and governments are encouraged to stock them in public hospitals, include them in national health schemes, and work to keep them affordable. By adding weight loss drugs to this list, WHO is saying that treating obesity is no longer optional. It is a global health priority. Why this matters globally then? Obesity is a major risk factor for many serious illnesses such as type 2 diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure, stroke, and some cancers. Millions of people worldwide are struggling with these conditions, and medicines that can help with weight loss may reduce these risks very significantly. By being on the essential medicines list, these drugs could soon become more widely available through public health systems instead of being limited to expensive private prescriptions, which is the case right now. Insurance companies may also be pushed to cover these costs, making treatments more accessible for ordinary families. World Health Organization's decision could also encourage global negotiations for lower prices. When medicines are recognized as essential, pharmaceutical companies often face pressure to reduce costs so that countries can buy them in bulk for the public. The rise of GLP-1 medicines. The weight loss medicines that have caught global attention belong to a group called GLP-1 receptor agonists. These include drugs like liraglutide and semaglutide, originally developed to treat type 2 diabetes but later found to be highly effective for weight loss. In recent years, these medicines have become hugely popular in Western countries and now even in India and other countries in Asia. Semaglutide, sold under brand names like Ozempic and Wegovy, has become almost a household name thanks to social media trends, celebrity endorsements, and reports of dramatic weight loss. Demand has been so high in countries like the US and the UK that there have been shortages of supply. Their popularity comes from the fact that they not only help people lose weight, but also improve blood sugar control, reduce the risk of heart disease, and may have other long-term health benefits. However, they remain very expensive and are currently out of reach for most people in low and middle-income countries. Well, by adding GLP-1 medicines to the essential medicines list, WHO is signaling that these drugs should no longer be luxury items for the wealthy, but treatments that need to be made affordable and accessible worldwide. What does this really mean for India? Well, the India story is especially important here. According to the National Family Health Survey, more than 24% of Indian men and 24% of Indian women are overweight or obese, and the numbers are rising sharply in urban areas. This increase is leading to higher cases of diabetes, heart disease, and hypertension at younger ages as well. Right now, most GLP-1 medications available in India are very costly and limited to private hospitals or clinics. Only wealthy patients are usually seen using them. Now, by adding this to essential medicines list, there's a chance that the government may consider including them in public healthcare schemes like Ayushman Bharat or state-level programs. But if that happens, these medicines could reach millions more people, especially in middle and low-income families. At the same time, India faces unique challenges. Public hospitals are already actually struggling with shortages of essential medicines for cancer, for tuberculosis, and other diseases. Adding costly weight loss drugs to the system will require budget adjustments and strong negotiations with pharmaceutical companies. Well, that brings us to the end of this edition of Health 360. We hope you enjoyed watching the show as much as we did putting it together for you. Find these reports and much more up on our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can in fact download the app. All of India Today's social media platforms carry these reports. It's Instagram, Twitter, which is X, Facebook, and of course, YouTube. Thank you so much for watching. Take very good care of yourself. Bye for now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thank you for tuning into India Today. I'm Sushila. First up, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking for you at 6 p.m. this evening. Prime Minister Modi's big peace and Vikas message in Manipur. Prime Minister meets those displaced during ethnic violence in the state, says those who've suffered are top priority.
जिन्होंने हिंसा की आंच सही है, वो जल्द से जल्द सामान्य जीवन की तरफ लौटे, ये हमारी बहुत बड़ी प्राथमिकता है.
Prime Minister Modi congratulates Nepal's interim first woman Prime Minister. Sushila Karki hails role of Nepalese youth and Gen Z, says hopeful that peace and prosperity will be restored in Nepal. Big Supreme Court order on Waqf Act on the 15th of September. Top court to hear plea challenging validity of Waqf Amendment Act. Supreme Court to pronounce interim order on Waqf plea. Shooting outside Bollywood actor Disha Patani's Bareilly residence. Shootout after her remark over Hindu saints. Gangster Goldie Brar gang claims responsibility. Security beefed up at her residence. Politics snowballs over the upcoming India-Pakistan Asia Cup match. AAP burns effigies in protest against the match. Congress highlights hypocrisy over the two nations playing each other after Pahalgam. Parties like NC voice support for the spirit of the game. And we now get you details of how Trump is pleading to NATO nations to sanction Russia. Trump has said to NATO, stop buying oil from Russia. Trump has called for a 50 to 100% tariff on China. Trump has also said more tariffs on China will weaken Russia. In fact, adding, if NATO does as I say, he quoted, the war will end quickly. And that, according to a letter sent by Donald Trump to all NATO nations and the world. In this letter, he stated, I am ready to do major sanctions on Russia when all NATO nations have agreed and started to do the same thing. And when all NATO nations stop buying oil from Russia, as you know, NATO's commitment to win has been far less than 100%, and the purchase of Russian oil by some has been shocking. It greatly weakens your negotiating position and bargaining power over Russia. Anyway, I'm ready to go when you are. Just say when. I believe that this plus NATO as a group placing 50% to 100% tariffs on China to be fully withdrawn after the war with Russia and Ukraine is ended will also be of great help in ending this deadly but ridiculous war. China has a strong control and even grip over Russia, and these powerful tariffs will break that grip. This is not Trump's war. It would never have started if he said in this letter if he was president. It is Biden's and Zelensky's war. I am only here to help stop it and save thousands of Russian and Ukrainian lives. 7,118 lives have been lost last week alone. If NATO does as I say, the war will end quickly and all of those lives will be saved, unquote. Let's get further details on this letter from my colleague Geeta Mohan, who now joins us on the phone line. Geeta, over to you.
Well, this is Donald Trump pivoting clearly, Sushila, because we do know that there was some conciliatory note and message that was sent by Donald Trump to India and to Prime Minister Modi. But that does not make a difference in terms of what he's saying on the ground, what his teams are doing on the ground in terms of the trade talks, and certainly in terms of how he first asked the European Union, then he's asked G7, and now he's written a letter to NATO to sanction China and India, particularly those countries that are importing oil from Russia, and in that China and India figure at the top. So yes, this is yet again Donald Trump targeting India.
All right, Geeta, many thanks for getting us the latest as far as this letter is concerned. Meanwhile, twists and turns in India-US ties that have seemed to become the order of the day. Donald Trump has now admitted that tariffs affected India-US relations. His own cabinet is pushing other nations to raise tariffs on India. In an interview, US President Donald Trump conceded that the steep tariffs soured ties with New Delhi, calling it not an easy thing to do for him. Meanwhile, the US Treasury Secretary has urged G7 leaders to hike tariffs on countries buying Russian oil, including India and China. In fact, G7 finance ministers have discussed tightening pressure on Moscow to force an end to the war. And another twist, former National Security Advisor John Bolton has said India-US ties have been strained by Trump's erratic behavior, stressing that he singled out India with high tariffs while sparring China and Russia despite their sanction violations.
What is clamping down on Vladimir Putin?
Well, it'll be hitting very hard with sanctions to banks and having to do with oil and tariffs also. But I've already done it. I've done a lot. Look, India was their biggest customer. I put a 50% tariff on India because they're buying oil from Russia. That's not an easy thing to do. That's a big deal.
Trump doesn't have an overall national security strategy. He's very transactional. He is ad hoc, episodic. He sees things through personal relations. And I think much of the tension between India and the U.S. has been because of Trump's very erratic style. So, for example, although there are a number of concerns on the Indian side, the most recent, the biggest, is the 25% tariff for Indian companies' purchases of Russian oil and gas over the past several years. This is not part of the normal trade conversation.
And well, a cricket clash between India and Pakistan is usually a blockbuster, but this time it is being boycotted. India is set to play Pakistan tomorrow in the ongoing Asia Cup, but the match remains beset by boycott calls by fans and now politicians who have joined the growing chorus against the match. The Aam Aadmi Party held protests against the match in Delhi earlier today. AAP leader Saurabh Bhardwaj accused the centre of humiliating the victims of Pahalgam terror attack by going ahead with the match. The party also warned Delhi clubs against screening it. And Aam Aadmi Party is not alone. From Congress to Shiv Sena, opposition leaders have slammed the BCCI and blamed the BJP for not taking a stronger position. The opposition has said that the government mentions Operation Sindoor for political use but allows cricket and terrorism to go together.
इंडिया पाकिस्तान का दुबई में एशिया कप का मैच होना है, उसको लेकर के देश भर में विरोध की आवाज जो है वो उठ रही है। और हम इस वक्त मौजूद हैं आम आदमी पार्टी दफ्तर में। आप देख सकते हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी दफ्तर में भी विरोध जो है वो साफ तौर पर नजर आ रहा है। आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता पाकिस्तान के क्रिकेटर का जो है पुतला लेकर के पहुंचे हैं और आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से बहिष्कार जो है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी की तरफ से ये सवाल उठाया जा रहा है कि जब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर चलाया गया और तब ये कहा गया था पानी और खून एक साथ जो है वो नहीं बह सकता, ऐसे में खून और क्रिकेट कैसे खेला जा सकता है, इसको लेकर के आम आदमी पार्टी जो है वो विरोध कर रही है। और सोशल मीडिया पर आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से आज आम आदमी पार्टी का कहना है कि एक नेता की तरफ से, क्रिकेटर की तरफ से एक सोशल मीडिया पे पोस्ट किया गया जो कि राणा फहीम है उनकी तरफ से एक जो भारत माता है की जो फोटो है उसको किस तरीके से पेश किया गया, उसका यहाँ पर विरोध जो है वो साफ तौर पर नजर आ रहा है। और सीधे तौर पर आम आदमी पार्टी का कहना है कि कल देश भर में जहाँ पर भी क्लब में, किसी होटल्स में अगर इंडिया पाकिस्तान का मैच दिखाया जाएगा तो उसको भी वो एक्सपोज जो है वो करेंगे। आप देख सकते हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ जमकर इस वक्त नारेबाजी जो है वो होती हुई आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएगी।
मुझे लग रहा है डूब मरना चाहिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार को और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उन कपूतों को जो बीसीसीआई और आईसीसी के अंदर बड़े बड़े पदों पे बैठे हुए हैं, उनको डूब मरना चाहिए। हम इसका पूरी तरीके से विरोध करते हैं और कल जो दिल्ली के अंदर क्लब, जो नाइट क्लब, जो रेस्टोरेंट इन पाकिस्तानियों के क्रिकेट मैच को दिखाएगा, हम लोग उनको भी पूरे देश के सामने एक्सपोज करेंगे कि ये वो लोग हैं जो पाकिस्तानियों के क्रिकेट मैच को अपने क्लब और रेस्टोरेंट में दिखाते थे। और हमें इंश्योर करेंगे कि जनता उन क्लबों को और उन रेस्टोरेंट्स को बायकॉट करे, उनके यहाँ कोई ग्राहक ना जाए।
वो भतीजे का मामला है, जय शाह उनका भतीजा है, भतीजे ने कहा तो उसको थोड़ी वो मना करेंगे, भतीजे के आदेश पे को वो चल रहे हैं। ये जो परिवारवाद वहाँ चल रहा है भारतीय जनता पार्टी में, इसी वजह से पाकिस्तान के साथ खेला जा रहा है। सिंधु जल समझौते को आपने अबेंस में डाल दिया, कहा कि पानी और खून इकट्ठे नहीं बह सकता। क्रिकेट क्या उससे भी ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है? क्यों? क्योंकि पैसा आ रहा है जय शाह के पास।
मेरी बहनों के मांग के सिंदूर जिन्होंने उजाड़े, उनके साथ आप मैच खेलने जा रहे हो। शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको, शर्म आनी चाहिए। और सरकार को भी शर्म आनी चाहिए कि उसके अंदर इतनी नैतिकता नहीं बची है कि आप कहाँ तो कह रहे थे खून और पानी साथ नहीं बहेगा, आप क्रिकेट खिला रहे हो, आपको शर्म नहीं है।
अरे यही आदित्य ठाकरे छुप के भारत पाकिस्तान का मैच देखेगा बुर्खा पहन के, और उसका फायदा ऐसा है आवाज भी हेल्प कर देगा उसको। मैं औरत हूँ, हो गया ना खत्म। बुर्खा पहनेगा, ऐसा आवाज आएगा, कौन बोलेगा वो आदित्य ठाकरे? चलो मैडम बैठो, हो गया काम। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
प्लेयरों पे तो दबाव तो थोड़ा होना ही होना है, क्योंकि क्या है पब्लिक बोलती है बाद में कि आपने खेला क्यों, लेकिन क्या है वो उनका डिसीजन नहीं होता है, वो डिसीजन रहता है गवर्नमेंट का डिसीजन रहता है, बीसीसीआई का डिसीजन रहता है। तो उनके हिसाब से उनको खेलना ही है, कुछ भी हो जाए तो उसमें उनका कुछ रोल ही नहीं है। सामने से डिसीजन आता है कि नहीं खेलना है तो नहीं खेलना है, अगर खेलना है तो खेलना है, और उसमें 100% देके जाकर हमको खेलना पड़ेगा।
देखिए जी, बिल्कुल बड़ा मैच होता है लोगों के लिए, उनके पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखा जाए तो, बट ऐसा है कि हम लोग एज अ टीम इस चीज़ को नहीं देखते। हम ये देखते हैं कि हमारे लिए डे बाय डे जो नेक्स्ट मैच आ रहा है उसमें हमारा वही सेम प्रोसेस फॉलो करें। वी आर नॉट जस्ट लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू पाकिस्तान इंडिया मैच, वी आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू विन द टूर्नामेंट।
पाकिस्तान मुर्दाबाद। खून और क्रिकेट एक साथ नहीं चलेगा।
And cutting across to my colleague Anmol Bali now joining us on the broadcast. Anmol, needless to say that the match being played is wrong messaging that goes across. But with regards to who is also speaking against it, because when such sermons come in from the Aman Ki Asha gang, it doesn't reflect well either. Now with the Aam Aadmi Party burning effigies and criticizing the centre, the opposition certainly taking it on as far as playing the match is concerned.
As you know, the upcoming India versus Pakistan match has now become a political controversy between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the opposition parties. Opposition parties like Congress, Aam Aadmi Party, Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray have clearly asked government to boycott the match, and they have even asked people to boycott the match. But on the other hand, the Bharatiya Janata Party's Anurag Thakur, the member parliament statement came where he said that this could lose India's points in the tournament. He also said that this is a bilateral, this is not a bilateral match, this is a tournament match. So BJP is kind of shielding the BCCI, but on the other hand, the opposition parties and the opposition leaders like AAP's Saurabh Bhardwaj, Omar Abdullah, CM of Jammu and Kashmir, Uddhav Thackeray, Shiv Sena's Aditya Thackeray, they are all condemning this and they are asking people to boycott. Even Kith and kin of the Pahalgam attack are also coming out. They are also asking to people to not watch the match on the OTT, online, and even the BCCI saying that they're boycotting the match very hiddenly. They are not promoting promoting the match. So people are saying that the money, the revenue which will be made from this match will be used for terrorism. And on the other hand, the opposition parties are targeting the Bharatiya Janata Party. आप कहते हैं कि खून नहीं बहेगा और साथ रिश्ते नहीं रहेंगे. So they are making these kind of statements to targeting the BJP. But on the other hand, the BJP shielding the BCCI and international cricket community on this match.
For the moment, many thanks for joining us. And breaking news coming in, we are learning from our sources that Nepal interim government's Prime Minister Sushila Karki may expand her cabinet. This will happen tomorrow in all likelihood. Interim government Prime Minister Sushila Karki, who is all set to expand cabinet. She was busy in discussions with Gen Z representatives and others throughout the day today. Now, according to sources close to Karki, there is a strong possibility of swearing in tomorrow after the decision on the names who will make it to the cabinet will be confirmed. And if all well goes today, then this swearing in could happen tomorrow. Pankaj Das joining us from Kathmandu with further details on the discussions that are underway with regards to who will be included in the cabinet and can the swearing happen as soon as tomorrow?
जी बिल्कुल, आज दिन भर जो है सुशीला कार्की अपने टीम के साथ जो जेनजी के उनकी जो एडवाइजरी बॉडी है उनके साथ वो लगातार किस किस को अपने कैबिनेट में शामिल किया जाए उसको लेकर उनके नेम लिस्ट तैयार कर रही हैं और पूरी उम्मीद है कि कल जो है कल शाम तक भी कैबिनेट का एक्सपेंशन हो जाए और कल उनकी शपथ ग्रहण करा दी जाए, क्योंकि कैबिनेट के नहीं होने से बाकी सारे जो काम है वो रुके हुए हैं और उनको कई सारे महत्वपूर्ण फैसले लेने हैं अपने कैबिनेट से, कई सारी बातें को आगे बढ़ाना है, तो इसलिए उनके लिए बहुत जरूरी है और वो प्रेशर भी बहुत है कि इसको जल्द से जल्द कर लिया जाए। जहां तक नामों की बात है तो कई सारे नाम चल रहे हैं, लेकिन कुछ बातें ये भी आ रही है कि बहुत लोग इस गवर्नमेंट को ज्वाइन करने के पक्ष में नहीं दिख रहे, जिनका नाम बहुत दिन से चल रहा था, जिसमें एक कुलमान घिसिंग का नाम है, जिनका नाम बहुत दिन से चल रहा था कि उनको कैबिनेट में लिया जा सकता है कह के, या पहले तो उनके सपोर्टर भी कह रहे थे कि उनके लीडरशिप में इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट बनाई जाए, लेकिन उन्होंने, हमारे जो सोर्स बता रहे हैं कि उन्होंने मना कर दिया इस कैबिनेट में जाने से। इसी तरह एक जो आर्मी के रिटायर्ड ऑफिसर है बालानंद शर्मा, उनका नाम चल रहा है कि उनको होम मिनिस्टर या डिफेंस मिनिस्टर बनाया जा सकता है। इसी तरह ओम प्रकाश अरियाल है जो लगातार सुशीला कार्की के साथ रह रहे, उनके एडवाइजर की तरह है, प्रेसिडेंट के यहाँ बातचीत में भी वो लगातार शामिल थे, उनको कोई पोर्टफोलियो दिया जा सकता है। बाकी और नामों की चर्चा हो रही है, जो हामी नेपाली टीम है वो सॉर्ट आउट कर रही है जो नामों को, और उनको सभी के नामों पर विचार कर रहा है। वो चाहते हैं कि कुछ एक्सपर्ट जो है उन एक्सपर्टों को, अलग अलग एक्सपर्ट, मिनिस्ट्री के जो एक्सपर्ट हैं उनको इस कैबिनेट में दिया जाए, ताकि लोगों को इस सरकार के प्रति, ये जो इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट है उसके प्रति एक भरोसा बन सके कि हाँ, उनको लगे कि एक जो है कि अच्छे तरीके से ये गवर्नमेंट काम करने वाली है।
जी पंकज, फिलहाल धन्यवाद इस जानकारी के लिए। And of course, all eyes on who all will make it to the cabinet. This is the day after Sushila Karki took oath as Nepal's interim Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi also congratulated the former Chief Justice for assuming charge and scripting history by becoming the first woman Prime Minister of Nepal. Speaking in Manipur, Prime Minister Modi expressed optimism that Sushila Karki will pave the way for peace and stability in Nepal. He also hailed the protesters for sticking to democratic values even amid the chaos. Modi reaffirmed that Nepal is India's close friend and wished for a bright future for the Himalayan nation. A 6-month timeline that has been set for fresh polls in Nepal. Soon after the swearing-in, Karki was shifted from her personal residence to secure government accommodation, with army being deployed at her home. So what's next for Nepal? Sources tell India Today 3 cabinet ministers who will take oath in the first batch, which could also happen tomorrow. 7 more could follow in the days to come. Gen Z will stay out of the government at the moment, but a special advisory committee will monitor and guide the interim setup.
आज मणिपुर की इस धरती से मैं नेपाल के मेरे साथियों से भी बात करूंगा। हिमालय की गोद में बसा नेपाल भारत का एक मित्र है, करीबी दोस्त है। हम साझा इतिहास से जुड़े हैं, आस्था से जुड़े हैं, साथ मिलकर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं आज नेपाल में अंतरिम सरकार की प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में पदभार संभालने पर 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की तरफ से श्रीमती सुशीला जी को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि वे नेपाल में शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगी। नेपाल की पहली महिला प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में सुशीला जी का आना महिला सशक्तिकरण का वह बहुत उत्तम उदाहरण है। मैं आज नेपाल में ऐसे हर एक व्यक्ति की सराहना करूंगा जिसने ऐसे अस्थिरता भरे माहौल में भी लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों को सर्वोपरि रखा।
And we now shift focus to Prime Minister Modi's Northeast blitz that continues after Mizoram and Manipur. Prime Minister Modi is in Assam. Prime Minister Modi's mega rally that now continues in Guwahati. It is a 2-day visit, and as part of this visit, he is also set to inaugurate multiple projects as he has been doing as part of this visit. In fact, Prime Minister will inaugurate and lay the foundation stones of projects worth 19,000 crore rupees. He's arrived in Guwahati on this 2-day visit to Assam. He will attend a special tribute meeting for legendary singer Bhupen Hazarika. Prime Minister Modi was received at the Lokpriya Gopinath International Airport by Governor Lakshman Prasad Acharya, Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma and his cabinet colleagues. Prime Minister arrived after he had visited Churachandpur and Imphal. He drove straight to the venue of Bhupen Hazarika centenary celebrations at the veterinary ground in Khanapara area in Guwahati. Prime Minister is set to spend the night here, and on Sunday, that is tomorrow, he will visit Mangaldoi in Darang district and Numaligarh refinery in Golaghat, where he will inaugurate and lay foundation for projects worth 19,000 crore rupees, and he will also hold a public gathering where he'll deliver an address. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be visiting both locations. Manipur governor, who said that there's been remarkable improvement in the law and order situation, and massive preparations for Prime Minister Modi's visit to Guwahati now. And while the underworld menace has returned to Bollywood's doorstep, shots fired outside Disha Patani's house in Bareilly, gangster Goldie Brar claims responsibility, citing spiritual reasons, while Disha's family stands defiant. Threats against celebrities only seem to be mounting, raising the chilling question, can Bollywood ever escape the underworld's grip?
The dark shadow of the underworld is back to haunt Bollywood. A shooting outside Disha Patni's house in Bareilly. Multiple rounds fired. Fortunately, no injuries reported.
12 सितंबर को तकरीबन रात के 3 बजे एक बाइक पर 2 अज्ञात हमलावर आते हैं और ताबड़तोड़ 6 से 7 राउंड फायरिंग करते हैं। दिशा की बहन जो खुशबू है, उसने प्रेमानंद महाराज की बेइज्जती की है अपने बयान में, जिसके बाद ये फायरिंग कराई गई है और सोशल मीडिया पर रोहित गोदारा की तरफ से ये धमकी दी गई है कि ये तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है।
Gangster Goldie Brar comes out to claim responsibility. In a social media post, he cites spiritual reasons. Brar accuses the actor of insulting spiritual figures, warns Bollywood with more consequences. But the actor and her family hits back. Says her words were twisted, misinterpreted, and that she will not tolerate such threats.
सोशल मीडिया है और सबको अपना कहने और बोलने का अधिकार है। श्री अनुरुद्धाचार्य जी ने महिलाओं के बारे में एक छोटी सी टिप्पणी करी, तो उसने उनसे यही कहा था कि आप कैसे कह सकते हैं कि महिलाओं ने मुंह मार के आती है, आदमी भी तो मुंह मार के आता है। इतनी बात उसने कही थी, लेकिन उसकी इस बात को तोड़ मरोड़ कर उसको प्रेमानंद जी के साथ जोड़ दिया गया।
From Bishnoi's threats to Salman Khan to the K-gang targeting Kapil Sharma, the menace is only mounting. A chilling reminder of the Dawood era, only now there are many gangs, all with different motives and targets. The big question, can Bollywood ever escape the shackles of the underworld? With Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, it's a wrap on this edition of the news. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the app. Joining you on the other side is my colleague Nikhil Nas. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi says, need to take Manipur forward on path of peace and development. JP Nadda slams Lalu. Says Jungle Raj thrived under RJD rule. Fire filed against Nepal's ex-PM KP Oli over crime allegations.
This is India Today, exclusively on the ground in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, which is witnessing a uprising of youth, the Gen Z, and which is now turning violent. A few minutes back, where I'm reporting from, the tear gas cells can be felt here at this particular point. This is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Kathmandu.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Ramcharan met with Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in Mysuru on his cordial invitation. The meeting took place as the actor was in the city for the shooting of his film Petty. The meeting occurred amid a brief pause in the film's production schedule due to the demise of Allu Kanakaratnam. Ramcharan, who is Allu Arjun's cousin, cancelled the shoot for a short period to attend to family commitments. For the unversed, Peddi is directed by Bucci Babu Sana and features Ramcharan in a transformed rural avatar. This would also mark a significant departure from his previous roles. Along with Ramcharan, the film would also star actors Janhvi Kapoor, Shivaraj Kumar, Jagapati Babu and Divyendu Sharma.
Hello and welcome to our special Desert Storm India-Pakistan edition. Now, India-Pakistan games on the cricket field is never a straightforward encounter, considering the history that these two countries share. But this time around, it is even more complicated, and that is primarily because of what happened in Pahalgam, then Operation Sindoor. So India is set to face arch-rival Pakistan in the Asia Cup 2025 tomorrow. We're going to be looking ahead to that encounter, looking at the hate as well as the boycott call that is coming on social media with our cricket analyst in Mr. Sunil Gavaskar, who will be joining us live on the broadcast. But before that, let's take a look at what is it that is happening in the world of social media. What is it that the fans are saying at the moment? The match has been bested by boycott calls by fans. And to make things worse, ticket sales for the match have not been along expected lines. Here's a special story on why the hype around the blockbuster match hasn't been quite the same this time around.
An India versus Pakistan cricket match can usually sell itself. But this blockbuster encounter is proving to be a harder sell than usual in the ongoing Asia Cup. Amid calls for a boycott of the match on social media, a new public interest litigation was unsuccessfully filed in the Supreme Court of India seeking the cancellation of the high-profile match. That might not seem like bad news in isolation, but it follows a number of high-profile social media users putting out statements in which they said that they would not be covering the match in any manner. And even politicians now are joining the growing chorus against the match.
आपने कहा था पानी और खून एक साथ नहीं बहेगा, पानी और खून एक साथ नहीं बहेगा तो खून और क्रिकेट एक साथ कैसा चलेगा? कैसा चलेगा? पूरा देश खून से लथपथ हुआ था उस दिन। हाँ, तो ये क्या है? तो हम शिवसेना, उद्धव बालासाहेब ठाकरे, हमने ये निर्णय लिया है, हम इस भारत पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट का जो मैच हो रहा है अबू धाबी में, हम उसका विरोध करेंगे। हमारी महिलाएं सड़क पर आएगी।
क्रिकेट में भी वही हो रहा है, वहाँ पे भी आपको इंडिया पाकिस्तान के साथ खेलना है। वहाँ पे टेररिस्ट अटैक हो गया कुछ महीना पहले पहलगाम में, जहाँ पे हम लोगों ने देखा हमारे देश के सिविलियंस मारे गए, हमारी आर्मी लोग मारे जाते हैं। जब भी लड़ाई होती है, टेररिस्ट अटैक होती है, उसके बाद आप चाहते तो इसको बंद करवा सकते थे इंडिया पाकिस्तान मैच, लेकिन आपको क्रिकेट भी खेलना है। जो लोग मरे हैं उन लोग के बारे में सोचना नहीं है।
आज जर खरी भाजप असती सत्तेत तर आज BCCIला प्रश्न विचारला असता की तुम्ही हिम्मतच कशी करता पाखड्यांबरोबर खेळण्याची। पण आज BCCI पैशांची लालच दाखवून आपण पाहतोय ज्या देशांनी आपल्या देशावर हमला केला, आपल्या बांधवांनी तिथे मारून टाकलं, सिंदूर पुसलं, जे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कदाचित भाजप बिहारमध्ये निवडणुकीसाठी वापरेल, त्याच पाकड्यांबरोबर आज BCCI क्रिकेट खेळत आहे, हे दुर्दैव आहे देशाचं.
Reports of fan apathy are reflected in the fact that ticket sales are low, with an Emirates Cricket Board official admitting that the ticket sales are crazy dull. However, that does not mean that interest in the match is completely gone.
People who would normally tease you for watching Pakistani dramas on YouTube, that's not banned, by the way, in Pakistan. Oh, sorry, in Dubai, because we live here. Yeah. So we often get, teased by some of our Indian friends and colleagues for some of us who love to watch Pakistani series. But those are the same sort of people now making the request that can we get tickets for the India-Pakistan match, which I found it really funny.
100%. I'm so excited. We're coming back. We're definitely coming back. Not gonna miss it for anything.
Hope इंडिया पाकिस्तान वाले मैच के अंदर इंडिया जीते, बस यही है.
जो इंडिया और पाकिस्तान का मैच है वही हमारे लिए फाइनल है. Definitely up for it. We are looking forward to it and we are going to come back and we are going to see the match and enjoy the match.
Is the lack of hype around the India versus Pakistan match a result of off-field tensions, apathy towards the Asia Cup, or a bit of both? It's still too early to tell, but the organisers will hope that business picks up very soon. Sports Bureau, India Today.
All right, joining us for more on this is former India captain, our cricket analyst here at India Today, Sunny Gavaskar. Sunny bhai, what do you make of this India-Pakistan encounter in the current circumstances? I believe you're already in Dubai. We've heard from former players. Some have supported this game, saying that, listen, don't mix cricket with politics. Then there are those that are really questioning the intention of the government as well as the BCCI. Where do you stand on India playing Pakistan in the current circumstances?
Well, you see, whatever the personal thinking that you may have, at the end of the day, it's the government that takes the call. And whatever the call the government takes, I think the players have to follow that. Players and the BCCI, and that's exactly what has happened. So it doesn't really matter what you and I think. It is at the end of the day what the government wants, and I think that is what is happening in this instance.
So, what do you make of the encounter now on the field? Because, as I said, these are unusual circumstances. Of course, India-Pakistan is always a fiery encounter, but there are enough people who have said that they will not watch this game. How do you think that will impact the match on the ground? Do you think it's lost its edge, the usual edge that we see in India-Pakistan encounter? Or do you think, because of the circumstances at play, this will be an even more fiery contest?
Well, in terms of the cricket is always very interesting because teams between India and Pakistan most times have been well-matched teams. Sometimes, one team has been pretty superior, and India in recent times have been pretty good because they've got a very, very good all-round team. So the matches have tended to be, at least in the 50 overs format, have tended to be a bit one-sided. But the T20 is a different animal, different format, you could say. And Pakistan have beaten India in the T20 World Cup as well. So yes, I think there will be quite a bit of interest as far as the cricket lover is concerned. And it doesn't have to be an Indian or a Pakistani. The cricket lover will get to see some good cricket. And yes, I think it'll be a fiercely competitive game. Definitely, it'll be a fiercely competitive game.
We'll take a closer look at that encounter and how is it that the two teams stack up. Now, remember, both India and Pakistan have played one match each in the tournament so far before they face off. And both those encounters were one-sided encounters. India beating UAE rather comfortably, and ditto for Pakistan when they were up against Oman. They also won a one-sided encounter. Now, low ticket sales, calls for boycott, politics taking center stage. Now, the build-up to the Asia Cup clash between India and Pakistan has been more about the noise from the outside than the cricket that is going to be looking at when you look at the cricketing prowess of the two teams. But our next report will give you a complete analysis of the two teams. Here's a closer look.
It's been an unusual build-up to an India versus Pakistan match that is usually met with great fervour and excitement. The two teams will take on each other in the backdrop of a terrorist attack, political tensions, and calls for boycott and less takers for match tickets. It's also the first time they'll meet with popular faces from both caps missing, but for very different reasons. While Roko have decided to retire, Babar and Rizwan were shown the door. The reigning T20 champions of the world are in Dubai to leave their imprint on the Asian continent. They played like champions in their opening fixture, registering a comfortable 9-wicket win and were nicely warmed up to take on their familiar foe. On paper, Pakistan doesn't even come close to India. They are 7th in the ICC T20 rankings and are looking to rebuild themselves in the game's shortest format. Much like India, Pakistan too get into Sunday's clash with a resounding win in their first match under their belt. The overall head-to-head record in T20 internationals is heavily in favour of the men in blue, who have won 10 and lost just 3 of the last 13 matches. But India go in as favourites, not just because they are the T20 champions, but because of their ultra-aggressive and fearless approach, an approach that has made them the envy of the world.
Aggression is always there on the field when we take the field, and without aggression, I don't think you can play this sport. And I'm sure I'm very excited to take the field.
While India has 3 batters in the top 10 T20 rankings, Pakistan have none, further establishing the huge gulf between the two teams. But it's the spinners of both the teams that add flavour to this battle. Kuldeep and Chakravarti will be up against the crafty Sufyan Mukim, Abrar Ahmed and Mohammad Nawaz, who the Pakistan coach thinks is at his peak.
एज अ टीम एक दूसरे पे सब ट्रस्ट करते हैं और इट्स अ लॉन्ग टर्म प्रोसेस कि हम लोग सारे एक दूसरे को ट्रस्ट करके लेके चल रहे हैं कि प्लेयर्स कॉन्फिडेंस में रहें और बारी बारी से सब लोग मैच जिताएं. तो ये तो लाइक हमारे हाथ में सिर्फ एफर्ट करना ही होती है एंड देन रिजल्ट तो कोई भी नहीं बता सकता कि इन द एंड ऑफ द डे कौन परफॉर्म करेगा. इट्स अबाउट द डे के पिच कैसा दिख रहा है. अगर ज़्यादा ड्राई लगता है हमको लगता है कि स्पिनर्स, तो देन वी गो फॉर 3 स्पिनर्स.
The noise may fade, but the stakes are as towering as ever. When India and Pakistan step onto the field, whether the hype is there or not, the world holds its breath, unable to look away. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Right, Mr. Gavaskar still live with us on the program, joining us from Dubai. That's where all the action is going to be. Saibhai, if I take a look at the ICC ranking, if I take a look at how the two teams have performed recently, there seems to be a gulf between India and Pakistan. India start as the clear favourites. Having said that, this is a new tournament. We've already seen both teams play 1 match each. Conditions are going to be different. Based on those little performances that you've seen in those matches that they've played so far, which team are you going to be giving a massive edge to? What is it that you've picked up in that India match and the Pakistan match?
I don't think you should read too much into these results because, you know, the margin of wins itself tells you that what kind of opposition there was. And I don't want to also write off the opposition because everybody starts, on a note where they're learning. Both UAE, Oman are at the learning stage, and playing against big teams is only going to help their development if they learn from every game. So I don't think the results actually tell you too much what it might have given to the Indians, because the Indian team's been pretty much the same. A lot of people, even in Pakistan, would have seen this Indian team and would know the strengths and weaknesses of this Indian team. On the other hand, there are quite new names as far as the Pakistan team is concerned, including the captain. And so therefore, for the Indians, they would have had a good look at some of the new names in the Pakistan team, because you can get all kinds of information, video information, but actually seeing yourself gives you a lot better idea as to the kind of opposition to expect.
One thing that we love doing here, Sahiba, you did mention as to what is it that India can pick up when you look at that Pakistan team, and interesting points made by Mr. Gavaskar. This is for the very first time you will see this Pakistan team play a big encounter without Babar Azam, Rizwan. So Indian fans are also not going to be familiar with that team. Yet what they've done is gotten a few young players. They've tried to pack their team with a lot of multi-dimensional players, and I think that's the way T20 cricket is going, and they're trying in that sense to try and ape the Indian team, because Indian team has been doing this for some time, and no wonder they are the current T20 champions. But as I said, there's one thing that we really like doing here, Sahibai, on India Today, is when we look at an encounter, we like to break it into percentage. So if you're going to look at the ratio, what percentage are you going to give India and what you're going to give Pakistan ahead of this match?
I would think that, India would be 60-40. But Pakistan have just won a tri-nation series there. So they are in flow, they're in rhythm. And Pakistan always has an unpredictable element about it. They sometimes produce a star player from out of nowhere. So, and particularly in the T20 format, it's a matter of just one over that can change the game with both bat and ball. An over costing, say, 20-22 runs, or an over in which 2 or 3 wickets fall can turn the game around. So it's hard to predict. But I still, being an Indian, I would think that India have the better chance than Pakistan.
Okay, you said 60-40, fair enough. What's that one scenario then in which Pakistan you think can upset India? I'm looking at from India's point of view, what is that one area that they have to guard against, they have to be wary of, so as to ensure that the better team on the day wins?
I think the one scenario is in the first 6 overs, the power play. Always in any T20 format, the power play is so decisive for more than anything else. Yes, there are the last 4 overs that can change the game as well, but the power play, whichever team wins the power play, if a team wins both the power plays, the batting power play and the fielding power play, then they are more likely to go on to win. So we'll just have to watch out for that. So in India, we'll have to watch out for that. That in the batting power play, they don't lose too many wickets, but score at a pretty healthy rate. Maybe get in 6 overs about 9 runs and over, 10 runs and over. If they get that, that'll be fantastic. By maybe losing just a wicket. And when Pakistan batting in those first 6 overs, if they can capture 2 or 3 wickets, considering maybe 40 runs, then they'll have had a good start to try to win the match.
So as you mentioned, they've got to be a bit careful, India, in the power play, and ensure that they don't lose too many wickets there. But I'm just looking at that India squad. I think this is going to be envy of the entire world when you've got someone like Akshar Patel batting at 8, who knows, maybe Hardik Pandya maybe batting at 7. That looks like a formidable batting lineup. Yet, if I take a very closer look at this team, I did speak about Babar Azam, Rizwan not playing for Pakistan. A closer look at this Indian team, one name really stands out which is not part of this team, and that is Virat Kohli. He, of course, is retired from the T20 format. And why is it that I mentioned Virat Kohli? Because every time India have been up against Pakistan and any time they've been in trouble, it's Virat Kohli who's always put his hand up and ensured that India end up on the winning side. I can think of so many games in the recent past. It happened in the Champions Trophy that India won again in Dubai. It happened before that, if you remember that Melbourne game, a game where you were dancing. So all crucial games, it's always been Virat. He's been the nemesis. How does this then play out for Pakistan now? When they look at this Indian team, sans a Virat Kohli?
I'm sure they'll be pretty happy not to have to bowl to him, because we've seen some fabulous innings. What about that Melbourne innings where the match looked lost as far as India was concerned? And then he hit those unbelievable 2 sixes of Harris Rauf to take India close to a win, and then Ashwin finished it. He and Ashwin, of course, finished it towards the end. So yes, I think if I were a Pakistani, I would certainly be breathing a lot easier that they are not playing against Kohli. Kohli the cricketer, not just the batter, Kohli the cricketer.
I'm going back to the Pakistan team, and because we were talking about the stalwarts from India, no Babar Azam, no Rizwan, but I don't have a similar question for you like I had for Virat. In fact, what I want to know from you, Pakistan without Babar and Rizwan, are they better off or worse off?
Well, like we've seen with the Indian team, when you don't have 2 big names, sometimes that shadow which is there, which covers the junior players, is not there. So they are out in the sun themselves, and they have to deal with the sunlight themselves, and it works well. We've seen that happening with the Indian team without the shadow of some of these big names in the last couple of years, and particularly the tour of England. Look at the number of players who flowered on their own. So it could very well happen with Pakistan without the shadow of these 2 players. Some of the younger players might come out and play some top cricket.
I'm looking at the playing 11s now. What is it that India can do? And Sanjay, this is a trend that we've seen with this new Indian team. I call it new because under Surya Kumar Yadav, they've been setting the stage on fire. Unarguably the best T20 team in the world with the brand of cricket that they've been playing. But they've tweaked one thing which usually we haven't seen with the Indian T20 team. They're only playing one out-and-out fast bowler. The second fast bowler's role is given to Hardik Pandya. We saw that in the home series versus England, and then we saw that in that first game that India played versus UAE. You think in the game versus Pakistan, that's again the right strategy, continue, or you'd want to tweak something?
As long as you're winning it, the combination is always going to be not even worth talking about, because you go and see the pitches, the circumstances, who are you playing, and then by that token, I think you pick your final playing 11. And India have seen that on these surfaces, it is still pretty hot in Dubai, and so under these circumstances, the spinners will probably be a lot more effective. So that's why I think both India and Pakistan have gone mainly with spinners, with a top-class new ball bowler, Shaheen Shah Afridi and Jasprit Bumrah, two terrific bowlers, and also a capable bowler who's more a batter, but who can use the new ball quite well, like Hardik Pandya.
You're right there, Saibhai. You're talking about spinners. Both teams are relying on those spinners. In fact, the last encounter, Pakistan had 4 spinners that were operating. India in their first game had 3 spinners, and all of them have been doing well. I'm putting all the 7 together. Spinners are making merry in Dubai. Is it fair to say then, whichever team and the spinners of whichever team perform better, that's the team that's going to come out victorious on the day?
Depends on the pitch. If the pitch is not helping spin, then it's got to be the batting. How the batters deal with the spin, that's going to be the important thing. Look, in limited overs cricket, batters like the ball to come onto the bat. And the spinners, slow bowlers, will mean that the ball will take a little time to come onto the bat. So the batters really have to make the effort, really have to make the connections to get the sixes. So whichever team bats better against these spinners, more than the spinners, because I don't think the spinners will take wicket with the ball turning square. The spinners will take wickets, maybe with the batters being caught in the deep or mistiming the shots. And so that it's up to the batters more than the spinners, I think.
Finally, before we let you go, thanks so much for building up this game for us, looking at the finer points. But as I said, final question. If I was to ask you to pick that one ace in the pack for India, I know it's a team that is packed with match winners from number 1 to number 11, but one ace in the pack for you, looking at the conditions, looking at the opposition, who are you going for?
I think the Indian captain, Surya Kumar Yadav, because not only as a batter and he's bowled the odd over as well, being the surprise packet and picking up the wicket as we saw in Sri Lanka. But I think his overall captaincy, that is going to be the ace in the pack as far as India is concerned.
Right, Mr. Gavaskar, that's a very interesting pick. Sunny Gavaskar has gone with Surya Kumar Yadav, and I'd say that's a left field selection simply because I was looking at Surya Kumar's numbers versus Pakistan. They haven't been great, but Mr. Gavaskar makes the valid point. Now he is, most of those games is when he was playing under a different captain. Now he's got in charge of the team, and he's been playing a different brand of cricket. We saw the recent IPL where Surya Kumar Yadav was one of the better batsmen that we saw in the entire league. Can he carry that form in this particular tournament as well for India? That's going to be crucial. And let's not forget, he's also going to chip in with some smart captaincy, as we've seen in the last 12 months or so that he's been in charge of this Indian team. It's India versus Pakistan. A reminder, the game starts 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time. This is, of course, a T20 encounter, and every time you have a T20 encounter, the gap between the two teams becomes very close. We will be live with all our analysis, not just on India Today, but also on our digital platform, Sports Today on YouTube. So go on to YouTube, search for Sports Today, subscribe to that, and the pre-show, mid-show, post-show, everything, in-depth analysis, you can find all of that, including a lot of other ground reports that we'll be bringing you from Dubai. Unfortunately, that's all the time that we have on this broadcast here on India Today. You are watching Desert Storm, India versus Pakistan special. That's all from us. Thanks so much for watching. News and updates continue on the other side of this break.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hello, I am Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 34 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai maximum 33 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.